Hello everyone, welcome to our audiobook channel. If you enjoy this story or want to hear more exciting content, don't forget to like, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment. Your feedback helps us improve and bring even more captivating stories. Enjoy listening. Book 1, The Elfmaid Trilogy. The fierce spring sun beat down unmercifully on the riotous courtyard. Teamsters bellowed and argued in the choking dust as they jockeyed for position. Meanwhile, slaves of the great merchant house began unloading the cargoes of the foremost wagons. Horses whinnied their protests as one teamster tried to force his way before another wagon, in order to offload and get home sooner. The caravan guards, their job over, huddled in one corner near the tall gate into the merchant house's courtyard. Permanent house guards now protected their lord's merchandise. Captain Seth, a tall Tyrian in scuffed and dented armor, handed out their last pay. Lanky for a Tyrian, he was only about average in height for their kind at 6'5". Light blonde hair hid his silvering temples, but his face above his thick beard was dark and leathery from 20 years riding caravan guard in the northern steppes and deserts. "If you're ever in these parts again, Danic, I'd be honored to hire you on," Captain Seth said to his Jarlander lieutenant. Then with a firm handshake, "Scuss. Scuss. And thank you, Captain." "I'll keep that in mind," Danic said, scratching at his 4-day beard. He took his pay and grinned at his companion, another huge Tyrian barbarian. "Well, Carl, after 3 months in the saddle, we finally get our reward." The big redhead grinned back, and then sucked in a deep breath through his nose. "Can you smell it, Danic? Ale and women, both waiting for my pleasure. Maybe this time I'll let you find a sweet woman before I steal all their tender hearts." "Let me?" "Dog, you couldn't find a woman if she was sitting on your face," he said, trying unsuccessfully to brush off some of the powdery dust coating his fine steel cuirass with his wide-brimmed steppe hat. Both men wore the heavy cotton trousers of the steppe nomads stuffed into dusty, scuffed riding boots, with sweat-stained undyed cotton tunics under their armor. Over that, they had been wearing light tan burnouses, slid up front and back for forking a horse, to keep the hot sun from turning their armor into ovens. They'd shed the burnouses now that they were back in civilized lands. Swords rode their left hips, and Carl also had a rather nasty-looking battle axe in his left hand. Their steel helmets were stored in leather sacks tied to their saddles, along with their shields. Carl quickly retrieved the pay due him, and they swung up into their saddles. Danic's grey gelding snorted and pranced, excited to be leaving the turbulent courtyard. Carl's huge bay mare simply tensed, sweat-slicked coat twitching in a vain effort to fight off the hordes of biting flies. Danic gave the mare a critical look over. Carrying Carl's considerable weight was obviously wearing her out. He decided to find the closest stables and give the 2 horses a well-deserved rub-down and rest. "My lords, wait," a young man dressed in the livery of a house servant shouted from the servant's door. "I have a letter for you." Danic and Carl shared a curious look, wondering who knew they were there. The servant hurried over and smiled up at them. Looking at Carl, "You are Carl of Olmstat?" "I am," he said. "What's this nonsense about a letter?" Handing up an orange lacquered letter tube, "Here, Lord Carl. It arrived yesterday by Warhawk courier from Somme." The letter tube was in effect a section of bamboo with one end open for inserting the letter. The tube was closed with wax and sealed. The fact that it was lacquered orange meant it was sent special delivery by Warhawk courier. Warhawk Postal Service was not only the fastest, but the only truly reliable postal service in operation. Needless to say, it was a private enterprise and terribly expensive. The impressed seal in the blue wax didn't look familiar. Either the wax got hot and ran a bit, or was crushed in transit, or the sender's seal was crudely carved. Danic decided it was the latter. Turning to Danic, Carl said, "Do we know anyone in Somme?" "I don't recall ever venturing to that city." Danic shrugged, wishing the big barbarian would for once just open the bloody thing without babbling on and on. The only thing he did without second thought was fight, or cause trouble for Danic. "It could be from someone we rode with," he said. Open it, so we can go and get drunk. Carl's face brightened at the suggestion. Ah, that's a grand idea. Striking the tube's wax-sealed end on his saddle horn just hard enough to shatter the wax, Carl opened it and pulled at the yellowed paper. He immediately piqued Danic's curiosity when his eyes went wide. What? Danic demanded. It's from my cousin, Maeve, Carl said. Danic knew a moment of panic. The love-sick redhead had found him again. That only meant trouble. That also explained how the letter's sender knew Carl would be there. Maeve was a mage. Not a very good one, but she had her moments. She wants us to meet her in all Aria, Carl continued. Turning bright, mercenary eyes on his friend, she has a plan to get rich. Again? Oh gods, now I know we're in trouble, Danic cried to the heavens. So true, my friend, Carl admitted, chuckling at his friend's distress. But Maeve's snapdragon is one woman to make life interesting. There's that, I guess, he said. She's never boring. And Maeve was just as beautiful as she was crazy. If she just wasn't so obsessed with marrying him. A tiny cough caught their attention as they started to depart. The young servant was still standing there, with hopeful eyes. I held on to it for you, my lord. I knew it had to be important, he offered, worrying his lower lip. Danic's heart went out to the youth. Most likely he was bound to the merchant house, to cover a debt or fine. He looked too young to have done anything to warrant this near slavery he was forced into. Likely, it was his father who was in debt, and sent his son to work it off. Pulling out a handful of copper coins, mostly the smaller value eagles and half-eagles, he handed them down to the bondservant. We thank you, young man. Thank you, my lord, the youth said, clutching the prize to his chest as he hurried away. Sometimes, Danic, you're worse than an Amazon about rewarding folks for doing their job, Carl said. He's a bondservant, Danic said. If people like us don't help him, he could spend all his best years slaving for this house. Maybe even for the sins of his father. His fate is his own concern, Carl said and reined his mount around to head out the gate. Danic urged his grey before Carl and out the gate. They paused in the boisterous street beyond. Already the whores and other parasites of the city were converging on the merchant house's courtyard in anticipation of the travel-weary and saddle-sore caravan guards and teamsters, dripping with 3 months of wages. With a great laugh, Carl roared, Elfhaven. Hide your women, for Carl, the laughing bear of legend, and his scrawny Jarlander friend are back. At 6'11", Carl was all but a giant, and like most of his Tyrian cousins, Carl was massively built. His shoulder-length, flaming red hair matched his thick beard that ran to the middle of his chest, which was remarkably clean and free of tangles by Tyrian standards. His eyes were a cheery sky blue, surrounded by smile lines. And his clothes, though travel-worn and filthy, were of good quality. With broad shoulders and a 6'4" frame sheathed in thick muscles, Danic was not slight of build by any measure. Indeed, it only took one look to tell that the dark-haired, grey-eyed Danic was the leader, and the more dangerous, of the pair. Though a knight, he dressed much like his barbarian friend. The only real differences were his plain steel cuirass instead of a mail hauberk, and his broadsword instead of the massive great sword Carl preferred. And his silver spurs of a Jarlan knight. Danic leaned out of his saddle and punched his friend playfully in his steel-sheathed gut. Scrawny, is it? Looks like I have to put your overgrown but back in its place. Again, Eyeing him narrowly, Alesh had 10 horses? Last man standing wins. Throwing his head back and laughing merrily, the gods will surely smite me for taking advantage of you, runt, but I've no heart to disappoint all those admiring women. As they rode through the thick traffic, trading good-natured jabs and jokes, Danic basked in the smells and sounds to the small trading city. For months he hadn't heard much more than the ceaseless wind whistling in his ears, the whisper of wind-blown grasses, the jingle of armored men a-horse, and the rumble of large wagons. Now he was surrounded, almost assaulted, by the more familiar sounds of playing children, brash street hawkers, arguing men, barking dogs, and the constant clip-clopping of horseshoes on cobble. Even the acrid stench of a combination of human waste, cooking food, and the tannery outside the city seemed preferable to the clean steppe air, for now anyway. "Our timing is bad," Carl said, pointing to a crowd around a low platform and blocking the street. "A slave auction. You think we can push through that crowd, or will we have to find another route?" Danica glowered at the hated slavers atop the platform as he reined in. Though he had no real problem with the ancient institution of slavery itself, the men and women who gathered and traded in human flesh were another matter. To his mind, slavers were the lowest form of life in existence. "Oh, look at that one," Carl said, suddenly interested as a young woman was pushed up onto the platform. Her few scraps of clothing were ripped away, eliciting a grunt of sympathy from Danica, and then she was forced to begin a slow dance. Smacking his lips in appreciation at the enslaved beauty, Carl added, "I always did have a preference for redheads. They have fire in their bellies." Forcing all the dark thoughts of slavery from his active mind, Danica turned mischievous gray eyes on his Tyrian friend. "Redheads make the best slaves, I hear." Danica grinned at Carl's grunt of shock. "Born to the collar. Born to the dog. Born to the sword, more like it." Laughing heartily, Danica spurred his mount and led his friend through the crowd as the bidding began. At first there was some resistance, but few men would argue passage with trained destriers, and a path soon opened before them. They continued on as Carl began extolling him with the many blessings and benefits of having red hair. Danica had heard them all before, many times. He located a fairly clean-looking stables not far from the 10 Horses Tavern. They waved away the stableboy's offer to tend their mounts. Neither trusted some scatterbrained hand to properly care for their horses. The boy would most likely take their money, and then do a half-assed job. After washing the horses off and combing their coats to glossy sheens, they fed and watered them before heading for the tavern to feed and water themselves. The trip didn't take long. Elfhaven was little more than a collection of mud brick structures within a high stone wall. The only stone structures were the palaces of the merchant princes and a few government buildings. It had started out as a trading post that gradually grew as trade between the steppe and desert cultures increased with the Jarland kingdoms beyond the mountains. Elfhaven sat at the end of the only commercially feasible pass known through the towering Tyr Mountains. The roar of a warhawk overhead brought Danica to a stop. Watching the magnificent hawk-like saddlebird come in for a landing, "What say you to buying warhawks for the trip across the mountains?" Carl grunted. "As much as I dislike the idea of taking to the saddle again, I do love to ride through my beautiful mountains." "We'll fly low." "Not the same." Grunting, Danica started walking again. Though Carl didn't know it yet, tomorrow they were going to sell their mounts and buy warhawks. If he wanted to ride through the mountains, then he'd have to do it on his own bloody time. He glanced up at the white-sheathed mountains dominating the sky around Elfhaven on 3 sides and still in the throes of winter. Spring was young, it was only the 2nd day of the dragon, the 2nd month in the calendar, so the mountains were mostly still covered with snow. Danica despised the cold. Besides, he wasn't even sure the pass was open yet. The Tyr Mountains towered over the city, surrounding it to east, west, and south with their soaring, white-peaked heights. Ageless glaciers rested high atop the rocky, jagged mountain range. As impossibly wide as it was tall, the range sprawled east and west for 3,000 miles. Danica knew of only a handful of passes between his native Jarlands, far to the south, and the desert and steppes. All but one of the passes were too narrow and treacherous except for the most sure-footed mules and llamas. Indeed, llamas were the rule in the higher elevations, and preferred by caravanners. The Horsekill Pass from Elfhaven to Sayre, then on to the Jarlands beyond, wasn't much better than the rest, but was the only pass wagons could traverse. He and Carl passed through Horsekill Pass several times in their wanderings. At places the road clung precariously to the side of sheer cliffs hundreds, even thousands of feet above mist-shrouded gorges. At any time, a rock slide could wipe out a whole caravan. In spring it was even worse, what with the avalanches of half-melted snow and ice. In the best of times it took the better part of 2 weeks, 20 days on their calendar, to just reach the city of Ser, and then another week down out of the mountains to the first Jarland city of any note. They stopped to look with pleasure upon a mud brick, 3-story building with a terracotta roof. A long porch decorated its front, with 10 bronze horse-headed hitching posts from which it received its name. Exotic desert music called to them from deep inside, promising sensuous pleasures. At last, the 10 Horses Tavern, Carl bellowed. Inside, the tavern was cool and dark. A handful of men sat in its shadows, nursing mugs. There were easily 20 of the scantily clad young women called tavern girls, anxiously awaiting their next customer. The oaken tables were all long and scarred, with benches lining both sides. A long bar lined the right wall next to the kitchen door and the stairs leading up to the rooms above. A godsend if I ever saw one. I can practically taste their fine ale already. Carl grinned at his friend. And wait till the wenches hear of my fine adventures. Adventures? Ha! Your biggest accomplishment on this trip was not pissing off the nomads and getting us all killed, Danic said with a laugh. A fine thing to say to a friend, Carl chided. And after I set you up with that young Jordani filly, Set me up? You promised her I'd marry her. I was lucky her father didn't stake me out for the prairie dragons. Well, if you're unable to discuss this with an open mind, I'll open you rancid gut. You be a funny man, Carl laughed. And you're funny looking, Danic shot back and stepped through the door into the 10 horses. Jealousy. Carl roared and began laughing harder as he followed Danic inside. Then surveying the cool, dark tavern, it's a mite slow today. More women for us. I like the way you think, Danic. A tall, raven-haired woman dressed in red dancing silks moved close and ran long red nails softly across Danic's stubbled cheek. Then giving him a sultry look that made his insides quiver, she turned and slowly walked over to the long bar. For a long moment the only sound was her tall sharp heels tapping on the hardwood floors. Her ebony hair shimmered in the dim light, as did her oiled brown skin. She was obviously from one of the desert cities, where the women were known for their passion. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed the heady scent of cheap perfume. Taking a deep breath, he released it slowly. What say you to postponing our contest? Still staring after the woman, Carl asked, what contest? Later. That poor woman is in dire need of a real man, Danic said as he started towards her. Real man? Carl said with a mischievous grin. No thanks, Danic, I want to look around a bit first. You can have her. Danic started to shoot back a jab, but reconsidered. He didn't want to become tied up in any lengthy argument with the barbarian, not with the woman waiting. You're too kind. Danic walked slowly to the waiting woman. He knew women found him attractive, especially when wearing his arms and armor, and especially his silver spurs. Women adored knights. They pursued them with a passion. He could see her, and several others, watching him with growing interest. It would be good to lay with a civilized woman again. There was no doubt he would bed the woman. In her scanty red dancing silks which displayed her breasts so enticingly, gaudy jewelry, and spike-heeled shoes, she could be nothing but a tavern girl. He already knew the 10 horses didn't own any slaves or keep bondservants. So instead tavern girls like this one danced for tips and sold their bodies by the hour, with the tavern owner renting them rooms to ply their trade and taking a small cut of their earnings. Loudly slapping the bar top, an ale here, and whatever the lady wants. Wine, please. She gave him a wanton look, biting her lip seductively, black eyes sparkling. You just ride in, Sir Knight? That I did, he said, taking his ale and draining half right off. It was good, dark Tyrian ale. By the gods, that's good. The steppe nomads make the worst ale I've ever tasted. Their beer isn't much better. Then screwing up his face in distaste, and Kumis is just nasty. The steppes? I thought with that deep tan you had just returned from my native desert, she said with a mischievous smile. I am Tag. Danik was surprised. The Tag were one of the most fierce, warlike tribes on the desert. And one of the most secluded. Few outsiders ever saw a Tag woman, and for one to be a tavern girl. How did you get here? I underestimated my new husband's favorite wife. Enough said, Danik replied. He doubted she wanted to reveal too much, and it was probably painful. Danik suspected her husband's favorite convinced their husband that she was doing something very bad, and got her sold to passing traders. That would make her an escaped slave, something she wouldn't want to admit to. I have a thing for black-haired beauties. She turned up the heat with her sultry black eyes. Danik was lost within her gaze a long moment. It was good. Her lips parted, and suddenly he hungered to taste her kisses. What about the rest of me, Sir Knight? You're gorgeous. My name is Danik, he said. I am Jamila, she said, snuggling in close and nuzzling his neck. Sitting on a stool, he pulled her onto his lap. She giggled and took a sip of her wine as he buried his face in her soft fragrant hair and kissed her neck. Then as his hands cupped her breasts, she set her wine down and gave him a hard look. You don't waste much time, do you? Danik grinned, life is short. Besides, I just got in and I only have two things on my mind. Talking isn't one of them? You're very perceptive, he said and lowered his face to her bosom. There was a simple clasp holding her halter top together. It was between her breasts and Danik deftly unfastened it. The top was tight, so snapped away to reveal her glory. Jamila bowed her back, grinding her butt into his crotch. Her breasts were small but firm, with erect dark pink nipples. He kissed, nibbled, and rubbed his face all over her smooth, warm, oiled skin. Shall we just go upstairs? She said after several minutes. Better yet, lead me to the bathhouse out back, he said. He cupped her face and kissed her. We can have a good time and I can get a bath. She quickly took in the caked dirt and grime clinging to his clothes and exposed skin, his dull dusty hair, and the stench of 3 months of hard work and sweat. Wrinkling her nose, normally I wouldn't, but considering how handsome you are. But it'll cost you extra. You're worth it, he said, standing with her in his arms. Elfhaven had a real public bathhouse. It was huge and grand, and the slaves working within would do anything he wanted for a much smaller fee than Jamila would demand. But they wouldn't be as beautiful, or as eager to please. The tavern had a small bathing room attached to the back, with 4 huge copper tubs. 2 men jumped to their feet when Danik strode in with Jamila. Fill a tub, Danik said. He set her down, untied his coin purse and gave one of the men a copper pence. The men moved with a sense of urgency after that. This is going to be so good. Oh? Me or the bath? Jamila asked with a sultry smile as she stripped. Both, Danik said. The servants quickly filled the tub and departed. Danik climbed in and settled down. The tub was more than big enough to accommodate even Carl's massive frame. First thing, he submerged his head. Jamila stepped in, straddled his waist and sat facing him. Let me take care of you, my lord, she purred, picking up a sponge. She washed Danik's hair, taking her time while he indulged his love of her breasts. His hands were all over her, touching, feeling, squeezing, and caressing. Danik kissed, sucked, and nibbled on her breasts, neck, and shoulders, loving it when she squeaked, squealed, and shuddered with sensuous moans. Soon they were both panting, stealing intense, hungry looks. Shave? Jamila said, lifting a straight razor. Please, Danik said. While she lathered up his face, Danik maneuvered her into a better position over her. She started to pant harder, biting her lip, but otherwise staying focused on her job. Danik grinned and guided himself up into her. Ugh, she grunted, back bowing and one hand on his shoulder to steady herself. Jamila closed her eyes and tensed up a long moment. He started pumping into her, driving deeper and deeper. She finally opened her eyes and caught his Are you sure you want to do this while I have a razor to your throat? Yes, Danic said. He started fondling her breasts. Shave me. So be it, she whispered, a little worry in her eyes. Jamila slowly pulled the razor across his cheek, beginning the shave. Danic watched her face while he thrust into her, over and over. She struggled to remain focused, and he admired her deft touch. The tag beauty gave him a quick, close shave and did it with only one nick. And then she set the razor aside, grabbed his shoulders tightly, and took over. Yes, she whispered. Such a man. Most men would have already come, but not you, my lord. Oh no, not you. Danic palmed the back of her head and pulled her down for a deep, passionate kiss. Her nails dug into his shoulder while she continued to bounce up and down his shaft, and he thrust up into her in rhythm with her movements. Water splashed out of the tub. She groaned, and caught his lower lip between her teeth. She pulled, and kissed him again. Faster, my lord. I'm so close. Please. Faster. Danic released her breasts, grabbed her waist, and thrust up harder and faster. Jamila increased her speed, too. Her back bowed, bringing her breasts up to his face. He sucked a hard nipple in, making her squeal and tremble. Yes, she cried, and froze in place. Yes. With her climax, Danic stopped trying to hold it back. He relaxed, continuing to thrust into her trembling body. Her vagina muscles pulsed around him, driving him crazy. Then, a familiar tingle flowed into his thighs. Danic's hands tightened around her waist, and he groaned as intense pleasure exploded within. His climax pulsed with every ejaculation into her. Danic released a shuddering laugh as Jamila collapsed atop him. Danic sat behind a long, ale-stained, knife-scarred table, enjoying the cool night breeze wafting in through the open door. A half-empty mug of ale sat before him all but forgotten, while a pretty blonde tavern girl sat on his lap, her face buried in his neck kissing and nibbling. Her silk dress was all but pulled off by Danic's pawing of her shapely body. Stepping inside, Carl paused to admire her exposed beauty a moment. Carl! Danic cried out happily. Where have you been? Danic looked considerably better, having shaved and bathed since last Carl saw him. Grinning from ear to ear, Carl answered, comforting a poor, lonely beauty. The big Tyrian plopped down on the bench opposite Danic. Both men had shed their armor, but not their weapons. The bartender, an old acquaintance, watched the valuable armor behind the bar. They would retrieve it before retiring for the night. I'll bet you an ale that I've had more women than you today, Danic said. Ha! Where's that ale, lad? Carl cried. I've taken 3 since we rode in this noon. 5. I've had 5, Danic said, winking. And they were all extremely grateful. Ouch! Just cut my heart out here. Carl said. Don't torture your friend like this. Buy me my ale, and maybe I'll have mercy and not give you all the details. Danic said, laughing at Carl's consternation, and squeezed the pretty blonde on his lap, who squealed with delight. It wasn't often Danic outcaroused the big barbarian. Kissing the blonde's warm pink lips, maybe you'll be number 6, but... She kissed him hard on the ear. After me, you wouldn't need a 7th. You hear that, Carl? I've finally found a woman worthy of my talents and appetites. Carl gave her an appraising look. She doesn't look comatose to me. Winking at the blonde, his jealousy never ceases to amaze me. Gods be praised. Carl whispered. Danic, take a look at what just arrived. The blonde standing just inside the door seemed hesitant for a second. A haughty look quickly returned to her flawless face, her stance proud and confident. She seemed to be looking for someone, scanning the room slowly. A goddess if I ever saw one, Danic said, a look of near awe covering his face. Her blue silken dress brought out her eyes, while doing little to hide all of her dangerous curses. Her arms were bare, but her skirt fell to her ankles. "That one's no tavern girl, my friend," Carl said. 10 crowns copper says I'll bet her within the hour," Danic said. Danic felt hunger building as he looked her over. She was a shapely beauty, with a thick luxurious mane of waist-length golden blonde hair and the brightest sapphire blue eyes he'd ever seen. Everything about her, her graceful carriage, her air of confident arrogance, screamed noble. He especially took note of all the gold jewelry she wore. Not a wise thing to do in a place like that. Not a wise thing to do in Elfhaven, period. "I'll take that bet," Carl said. "What about me?" the blonde tavern girl asked in a tiny voice. Danic slipped her a crown copper. "Go away, Dot." With an angry snort, she left in a swirl of silky blonde hair and cheap perfume. "I swear, Danic, you know how to make a wench feel special," Carl chuckled. Danic shrugged. "And I'll have that beauty feeling special shortly," he said as he left. She noticed him as he moved toward her. He could tell she was sizing him up, and liked what she saw. Noble or not, he figured she would not be easy. He suddenly felt inadequate to the job, something he wasn't accustomed to feeling. "My lady," Danic bowed. "Let me introduce myself. Sir Danic of Drakehorn, Knight of the Dragon, your humble servant." "A Jarlan knight, excellent," she purred low, eyes sparkling with delight. Danic noted her eyes were slightly slanted, something he had only seen in elves before. Automatically, his sharp eyes darted to her half-concealed ears. When she cocked her head to look at him, he saw that her ears were pointed. Offering her hand, she recaptured his astonished attention. "I am Tara." There were 2 kinds of elves in his part of the world, forest elves and high elves. He was most familiar with the high elves, who were one and all mages, and they lived almost exclusively in citadels within human cities. And high elves were exceedingly vicious and dangerous, while the forest elves lived in the distant and mysterious Elven Empire. Forest elves and high elves were mortal enemies. He gently took her hand in his, silently thanked the gods his hand wasn't shaking, and roundly cursed the fact he had very little experience with the Elven people. It was widely believed that the elves possessed the most advanced civilization in the world, and the most complicated and demanding social customs. He quickly recovered his wits, turning his full attention to the elfmaid before him. Raising her hand to his lips, he paused to admire its beauty. Her long delicate fingers were impeccably manicured and tastefully adorned with a fortune in exquisitely wrought gold, diamond, and sapphire rings, and scented with her delicate perfume. Matching bangles of silver and gold jingled on her slender wrists. Even her long nails were painted with a coat of shiny red lacquer. "I am honored, Lady Tara," he said, softly kissing her fingers. "Tell me what I must do to please you." Smiling, "I like your attitude, Sir Knight, Dot. And I love your perfume," he said in low a voice as he breathed the delicate scent deeply. "I must admit to some surprise at finding a lady of obvious high birth here in the 10 Horses. Though you haven't given a noble title, I suspect you are a royal princess traveling discreetly. Possibly an ambassador of your people on your way to a secret meeting with the ruler of some powerful kingdom." Even as her sultry laugh danced through the air on a musical lilt, seducing him, he couldn't stop admiring her features. She possessed an oval face, with soft cheekbones and dark blue eyes. They were eyes, he realized, that could easily possess a man. Now that he knew, he could easily see the elven features. Not only were her almond-shaped eyes slightly slanted, but he noted a bit of a slant to her eyebrows. However, since she was only the second elf he had ever seen, he was unable to discern any other traits that were different from humans in general. "You flatter me, Sir Danic." Taking hold of his arm, "But I'm dying of thirst." Leading her to an empty table, "Are you perhaps returning to your native lands? Or going to the Jarlands? If so, I'd be honored to join your escort." Danic didn't really care, but her answer might help him determine if she was forest elves or high elves. He had no intention of calling off the chase, he just wanted to know how dangerous she was to him. She gave him an amused look. "You finally figured out that I'm an elf." "Yes," he said, and winked at her. "Though I haven't determined if you are of the forest elves or the high elves." She graced him with one wag of her brows. "So you don't know if I'm a mage or not?" Danic grinned. "I find you quite enchanting, either way." "Actually, I was born in Horth, over in the northern Amazon Empire." "I've never been to the Elven Empire," she said. "But I haven't lived in the Amazon Empire for quite a long time." That did not answer whether she was a forest elf or high elf. If she was high elf, why mention she's never been to the Elven Empire? No high elf would ever even want to go to the Elven Empire. The forest elves would kill them on sight, if they were lucky. A forest elf's fate at the hands of the high elves was far worse. A forest elf that's never been to the Elven Empire. If he had use of his magic, Danic could easily determine if she was magical or not. He would know if she was a forest elf or high elf. When he was young, Danic was taught magic. He was quite talented, too. And so powerful he frightened the powers that be. His family was famous for their magic power, and one mage in particular who tried to enslave the world with his magic. Danic showed the same level of talent and power, and the same dark side his ancestor displayed. So for the safety of all, they suppressed his magical talents. Fortunately, he was equally skilled with weapons. "I don't blame you." "I wouldn't want to live in the Empire, either," Danic said. Lady Tara paused, looking surprised, and then laughed. He joined her, glad she saw the humor. He knew little about the far-off Amazon Empire, except that Amazons were well known for their brazen behavior. At least the warriors were. The only men inside the empire were slaves held for breeding purposes. Some event that he was not privy to had caused the women of the empire to kill or expel all of their men almost 3 centuries back. Protected by powerful magic, high mountains, and the world's largest army, they had lived relatively unmolested ever since. Amazon female warriors were common enough as mercenaries. The nobility of the desert sultanates, Jarlans, and Tyrians also preferred them for harem guards, paying high wages for their services. They were known to be reliable and loyal, as long as they were paid on time. Mostly, they were known as wild carousers in taverns. "The Empire's loss is my gain," he said. "I think you're a forest elf." Perhaps, she smiled. Danic thought, maybe for a brief moment, there'd been an evil glint to her exotic eyes. Then she laughed. "Yes, I am forest elf in ancestry. Like I've said, though, I've never been to the Elven Empire and I do not owe them any loyalty." That could only mean one thing. Tara's parents were outcasts. Expelled from the Elven Empire. Which meant she was neither forest elf or high elf, and had to avoid both. "What is your pleasure?" Tara laughed low in her throat at the question. "Wine, Sir Danic, white wine." However, her eyes betrayed her true desires. He hoped, especially since white wine would be the most expensive drink in the tavern. If they even had any. Much to his surprise, the serving girl didn't even flinch when he ordered it. 2 glasses of cool white wine were soon brought. It proved to be to both their liking. "I'm surprised to find such a quaint vintage here," Tara said with a smile of approval. "You and me both, but not as surprised as finding such a beautiful, exotic woman as yourself." Running her foot up the inside of his leg, "You mean that?" Danic was ecstatic. She was actually trying to seduce him. He knew he was a bit unpolished when it came to women of quality. Indeed, he rarely had dealings with them since taking up the life as a roving swordsman at 16. Most women he betted were either slaves, bondservants, or commoners. Or, most often, Amazon and barbarian swordwomen who were more likely to be the one to proposition him, and be quite specific in what they wanted, too. Carl would have a stroke when he led this beauty upstairs. Later, when Danic told him she was an elf, the big barbarian would be left speechless for the next month. A first for Carl. I've never meant anything more in my life, he said, giving her a meaningful look straight in her sapphire eyes. Her shiver sent waves of pleasure through him as well. My only desire is to please you. Tara's smile turned just a touch mischievous, and then she angled her foot and dragged the sharp end of her stiletto heel down his shin. Not hard enough to break the skin, but she dug in enough to make Danik stiffen. Leaning forward and resting her heavenly face inside those exquisitely manicured hands, tell me about yourself. Danik hesitated, because it was all wrong. A woman of such wealth and power shouldn't be out carousing, much less interested in a strange man in a seedy tavern. Still, she was just so gorgeous, and with Carl and all the others watching, he couldn't back out now. Besides, he garnered the impression maybe she was one of those women who love to live on the edge, to take dangerous chances with their life and liberty. Little to know, he said, lost in her eyes for the moment. I'm from the kingdom of Drakehorn, from the duchy of Drakehorn. As the younger son of the Duke, I'm pretty much free to do what I want. With an evil grin, my elder brother had to join the army, a fate you seem happy to have escaped. A dreadful, dreary life, for sure. But you could learn so much, she said. My training as a knight had already taught me all I need. Besides, I've gained more experience in 1 year than my brother will in 10, Danik said. He's fought in 1 war, I've been in 7. She sucked in a sharp breath, looking on the verge of ecstasy. Was it common soldiers that got her juices flowing? It wasn't unheard of for high-status women in the large cities to seek out men of low birth for trysts behind their fathers' or husbands' backs. A freelancer, Tara said. She leaned a little closer, appearing on the verge of panting. He noticed how her fierce gaze seemed to look him over with growing interest. Though it didn't appear to be sexual, but she was elven. Maybe they displayed lust differently. Mercenaries have all sorts of interesting talents. Spellbound, Danik watched as the tip of her tongue slipped out and wetted her upper lip. Deep hunger consumed him. He so wanted a taste of those lips. He wanted to kiss her more than anything in the world. I learned something helpful on every adventure, he said, struggling to keep his wits. She was so bloody distracting. And I've had quite a few adventures. Have you learned to use that sword yet? Danik stared at her. He was a knight. His teeth clenched tight, and he took a slow breath. I think so, he said, managing to keep his tone casual. I'm classified as a sword master in Drakehorn. You may not be aware of it, but Drakehorn has the highest standards of any city. Tara squirmed with delight as her smile broadened and her eyes sparkled. Danik wondered if she could do that at will, or was even conscious of it, but now he knew her true weakness. Swordsmen. Fighters. Tara had a thing for dangerous men. What level are you? She asked, voice an octave lower. Level? Oh, you're from the Amazon Empire, he said and frowned, just a little annoyed. I've always found it strange that Amazons have 3 levels of sword masters. In Drakehorn, indeed, in all the Jarland cities I know of, there is only 1 level. But different cities have different standards. How do you know who is better then? We fight. But what if you don't really want to fight, ? Then it isn't important enough, he said, shrugging. You have to realize that even the Amazon system isn't perfect. I've known Amazons who were 3rd-level swordmasters who defeated 1st-level swordmasters, and rather handily, too. Tara looked surprised at that. Truly? I didn't know. I'm not a sword fighter, but you probably could tell that. He took in her perfect face, long silken hair, those delicate hands with the long red nails, and smiled. No, she was no warrior. She was a beauty out of legend. The kind of woman men went to war over. Your beauty is all the protection you need. Actually, I've found that my beauty makes it imperative that I retain lots of strong men, like you, to protect me, she said, looking bitter. Beauty, especially feminine beauty, is a valuable commodity. True, unfortunate as it is, he said. He knew women, friends, who were now missing and presumably slaves in some distant city. Indeed, one of his oldest, dearest female friends, Princess Caroline of Drakehorn, had been captured by their ancient blood enemy, Sir, and was even now a slave in that city. His family was close to the royal family in Drakehorn, and he had literally grown up with her. He had already made 2 failed attempts at rescuing her from bondage. The thought of trying a third now that they were so close to Sir crossed his mind. Seeing the bitterness spread across his face, Tara squeezed his hand. "Why so glum? Surely you, a knight and mercenary, have enslaved the women of a city you've just conquered? Maybe even." "I've never taken a woman against her will, after a siege or otherwise," he snapped. "In the heat of battle I've done many things I've come to regret. But we both know that slavery is the unfortunate fate of any survivors of a siege, both male and female." "It's the nature of the beast," she said, staring off into space a moment. "But no one blames you." Then giving him another wanton smile. "And I find your discomfort rather pleasing." Suddenly remembering why he'd approached her to begin with, "I am grateful, my lady. To cause you distress would surely break my heart." Tara laughed delightfully. Danic didn't think there could be a more beautiful sound in the world. "Sir Knight, I truly find it hard to believe your heart is so easily injured, but..." Her foot again slid up his leg as her tongue glided over perfect white teeth. "But it would surely distress me mightily if I were the cause of your broken heart." Danic grinned. Maybe he'd poured it on a little too thick, but Tara didn't seem offended. Indeed, it apparently reawakened her own desires. "Command me, your faithful servant, that I might please you," he said. Tara smiled. Then glancing around uncertainly a second, she appeared to come to a decision. Smiling, "I can't take you back to my room. People would talk. A lady has to protect her reputation. I could rent a room here, . She added a low moan to her scorn and smile. Rising to his feet, Danic offered his arm. She took it without hesitation. As he led her to the bar, he felt as if every eye in the tavern was on them. Without a doubt, he had the most beautiful woman in the place, maybe the city. Danic paid for a room, and then quickly led her upstairs. The room was small, with dark, peeling paint and only one tiny window overlooking a night-shrouded back alley. The furniture, if anything, was even shabbier. The one chair was heavily patched, and the small bed's mattress had a deep valley down the middle with brown-stained sheets. Tara looked upon it with distaste. "A popular room with the whores, I see," she said, eyeing the bed as if it were a dangerous animal and best avoided. "Despite appearances, it is clean," Danic said. "The 10 Horses Tavern is known for its clean rooms. I always stay here when in Elfhaven." Tara pressed up close and caressed his face. "That's not what I came up here for anyway." Danic lifted her chin and then kissed her hard and deep. She seemed to melt into his arms. His spirit soared. Strangely enough, he found the very idea of bedding an elfmaid thrilling. He had never thought in those terms before, but she was such a rare and exotic beauty. After several minutes of passionate kissing, Danic managed to slip Tara's dress over her shoulders and down to her waist. Her head rolled back as he began exploring her neck and bosom with hands and lips. She unfastened his pants, pushing them down over his butt. "By the gods, I love your body," he said. "Then my body is yours," she purred, pushing him onto the bed. Wiggling as she slipped her dress down over a tiny waist and well-rounded hips, Tara watched him with a sultry look. He swallowed as she then crawled up and straddled his waist. Tara took his erection in hand, gave it a firm stroke, and then guided him into her, impaling herself upon him. "Ugh, yes." Danic's back bowed as he penetrated her warm folds. The wetness of her arousal excited him. Knowing she wanted him as much as he wanted her was heady, thrilling. "Take your time," Danic said, fondling her jostling breasts as she started a little bounce, slowly working herself down his shaft. "We have all night to enjoy each other's body." I wish, she said, really more a groan. She lowered her lips to his, kissed him gently, then more passionately. Let us enjoy the time we have. Tara leaned back, grabbed her ankles, and rode him for all she was worth. Danic was amazed. He expected such enthusiasm and talent from a tavern girl, but not from an obviously high-born elfmaid. It wasn't long before she was yipping and mewing with abject pleasure, her body shining with sweat, and long blonde hair flying all around as she whipped her head. Don't stop. Just like, ugh, Olys, she cried to the goddess of love and sex, eyes going wide. Just like that. Yes. Ag. Danic watched her belly quiver, her eyes roll up, and her back bow dramatically. Tara tightened around him, squeezing his shaft in the most wonderful way. It pushed him closer and closer, but she stopped humping, lost in her own pleasure. So Danic started thrusting up into her, eager to enjoy his own climax. And it was close, too. Yes, Sir Knight, that's how you do it. Drive this body crazy. Own this body. You are so gorgeous, Danic said, feeling that heady rush to climax begin. He thrust harder, faster. So beautiful. Do you love my body? She asked, with the most mischievous little grin. More than anything. Do you want this body? Ha! Yes, more than anything else in the world, he said, almost there. Then I give it to you. A trade, she said. You get my body, and I gets yours. Before he could respond, Tara placed her right index finger on his forehead and spoke a single word of power. Fire exploded in Danic's head. He felt himself writhing under her as the fire surged through his body. Pain like he'd never experienced before surged through him and sent his world spinning. Then as fast as it started, it ended. Sitting, kneeling? On the bed, Danic waited, panting, to recover and for his eyesight to return. Though his eyesight was only fading in slowly, he knew that he was somehow on top now, and straddling Tara. Drew. Danic thought. The forest elves had a caste of clerics, called the Drew. I have to get away. Fast. Tara was a sorceress? Or an elven Drew, a cleric to strange elven gods? As he struggled to rise, strong hands seized his wrists. Their vice-like grips surprisingly painful. His jumbled mind recalled that elves were far stronger than they looked. Then the grip tightened and he heard Tara gasp. No, not Tara. Oh, my gods. Danic cried out in Tara's voice. Straining to see through the black haze filling his eyes, Danic saw his own face grinning back. His other body's hips thrust up, and he realized he was being penetrated by it. Impossible. He thought, frantically trying to pull free of Tara's grip. He felt one wrist released and a calloused finger pressed to his forehead. Another strange word uttered, only now in his voice, and everything cleared. What have you done? Danic croaked out. He was looking down at his own body, with Tara looking back with a malicious grin of triumph inside it. Why? She grunted as she continued to thrust hard and fast up into his body. His new body? I have powerful enemies. I found myself in need of a warrior's body, and preferably a swordmaster's. You can't do this. Tara suddenly rolled him over onto his back. His legs were around her waist, and she was still impaling him. The mage pressed Danic's wrists to either side of his head, holding him down, and really started humping like crazy. Ripples of intense pleasure filled him, the likes of he'd never known. Danic grunted with every deep, fierce thrust, mind spinning, until Tara finally came deep inside. Gods of love and lust. I've always wondered what it was like for men. Very nice, Tara said, huffing and puffing with a big smile. Grinning evilly again, now you will learn the horrible fate of a woman on the losing side, but. Tensing at the revelation, so I'm to be your slave, while you demonstrate all the degradations possible. Danic's suddenly fertile mind ran through a myriad of degrading and sickening possibilities. His chest tightened painfully, as did his throat, as visions of Tara using him, trapped within the elfmaid's body, in every conceivable manner. Try as he might, he couldn't stop the tremors spreading throughout his new body, or stop those frightening visions. Tara gave him a fierce kiss, and then pulled out. It was quite a relief once his own penis was away from his new body. Danic released a sigh, but couldn't relax. Not yet. No, Tara said, standing and pulling her pants back up. Though the idea is tempting, I plan to sell you to slavers right away and take my leave. Danic closed his eyes, trying to get his raging emotions under control. His mind still didn't want to believe he'd lost his body. He knew how beautiful the elfmaid's body he was trapped inside was. And how terribly valuable an elfmaid would be to slavers. He knew what men would do to possess it. What they would do to it. All those wicked things filled his too fertile mind, leaving him shaking and breathless. I don't understand. You're not taking me with you? How will you get your body back? Danic felt his face heating up. He sounded so pathetic to his own ears. Tara had unmanned him in so many different ways. It didn't help that visions of serving Tara sexually filled his mind, along with what life would be like in a brothel. I don't want it back. She laughed, in his voice, at his look of shock. Danic never realized his voice was so deep. It sounded strange to him. That body has served me well for 312 years, but now I'm ready for a change. A body snatcher. Danic had heard the myths, legends, of the ancient nobility who prolonged their lives by stealing the bodies of others. The gods forbade them to practice their foul sorcery, had even ordered them hunted down and killed. He didn't know any still existed. Not hardly, she said and laughed again. I'm just a sorceress, no, a sorcerer, a wizard. The spell was difficult, but well within my powers. She smiled. Sorry about the pain, it has been a long time since I used that spell, and I had to disable you long enough to pull it off. How could you so callously discard your own body, your own sex? She chuckled. That isn't my original body. Remember, I'm an Amazon. I was a human sorceress for some time before capturing the elven sorceress and taking her body as my own. I wasn't that young or pretty as a human. As for sex, before I learned the high arts, I was a slave and victim of your Jarland brothels. She glowered a moment at the memory. I'm rather asexual now. Desperation filled Danic. I'm really going to be sold to slavers. A slave, a woman. Gods. I don't know how to be a woman, she gasped, fighting vertigo. I'll help you. Change us back and I'll serve you faithfully. I swear on my honor. Tara seized his wrist, yanking him off the bed. Danic teetered atop those high heels, only able to remain standing with help from Tara. I'm sure you would, Tara said, lifting Danic's chin with a finger and admiring her beauty. Danic felt her lower lip tremble, and felt shame burn. Surely being such a delicate beauty at the mercy of heartless, lustful men must be setting your pretty little heart all aflutter. Her heart pounded so hard it ached. She started panting, struggling to breathe and muster her wits. Lady Tara, Lady Tara? I think not. My name is now Taylor, he said. I'll take my father's name. He looked Danic over mischievously. And what shall you be called? He studied the stunned beauty a moment. It'll have to be something simple, since men are all simpletons. Danica, maybe? Yes, I think even you could remember that one. You don't understand. Grabbing her suddenly by the chin, and squeezing, I understand your predicament all too well, my elven beauty. Far better than you do at this moment. Now what is your name? Taylor squeezed until he forced a small cry from her. Answer me. Danica, she whispered, face flushed and eyes burning. Chapter 2. Danica landed on the bed with an umph, then scrambled to her knees, ready to put up as much fight as she could muster. Taylor might take her however he wanted, but it wouldn't be easy by any means. But then she noticed he wasn't even paying attention to her. He was running his hands over his newly stolen body, and flexing his muscles with growing delight. She watched warily as he pulled the sword and tested its weight and balance. He seemed satisfied. Then he began stomping around the room in an imaginary fight. "Sloppy," Danica said, clearly not pleased to see her former, rightful, body perform so poorly. "Obviously you didn't inherit my talent as well." "On the contrary, my pretty, I did. But, I fear, it may take a week or so to totally master it," Taylor said, barely glancing at her. "I have all your memories and skills at my disposal." Danica started at that revelation. She quickly scanned her own memory. Nothing. Where were Tara's memories of sorcery? If she could find them, then maybe she could someday challenge Taylor for possession of her old body. Slamming the broadsword back into its scabbard, in case you're wondering, you won't be finding any magic left in that body. Magic is knowledge, and I stripped all the stored energy, wards, and knowledge of magic from that body when I transferred over. He grinned. In fact, I stripped away all of my memories and knowledge, just to be sure. Bowing her head, "I see." She had never felt so helpless in her life. It wasn't the first time she'd been taken prisoner or enslaved. But then, before, as a man, she didn't have the same concerns a woman had. Men and women were definitely treated differently when taken prisoner. The thought unsettled her. Admiring Danica kneeling on the bed a second, "You look so weak and miserable and vulnerable, that it gives me pangs of desire." "How about it? Want to be ravaged?" Danica's gasp of horror and wild-eyed look was all the answer he needed. She quickly pulled the sheets up to cover her nakedness. Could he read her mind? Did he know that was her greatest fear? Gods, was he going to take her just because he could? Taylor laughed in delight, but decided to test his strength instead. When he turned away, Danica breathed a ragged sigh of relief. She watched as he began casually destroying the room's furnishings. Both he and Danica were surprised with the ease he ripped apart the chair with only his bare hands. Stepping before her, he gave Danica a mischievous grin. "Are you sure you don't want the pleasure of making love to yourself?" "You're sick," Danica growled. Gooseflesh covered her body. But she was determined not to show any more fear. "If you so much as lay another hand on me." Taylor backhanded her brutally. Dazed, she felt herself jerked from the bed and hurled against the wall. Then collapsing, she lay gasping and trying with all her strength not to cry. For some strange reason her body wanted to bawl like a baby, and it was amazingly hard to control it. Grabbing her arms, he jerked Danica to her feet and glowered at her. "I will do anything I want to you, understand?" "Yes," she heard herself answer. Sticking his face into hers, "Yes, what?" With a groan of despair, "Yes, master." She quickly averted her eyes, unable, or unwilling, to look at the triumph in Taylor's face. That, and the way she was trembling, made her burn with shame. Sneering, Taylor said, "Good girl." Taylor released her and walked over to the discarded dress. He retrieved money and papers hidden within. Then dropping the coins in Danic's old leather coin pouch hanging from his belt, he grinned at Danica. "Come here, my pretty," he said. Holding out the blue silk dress, "Put this on." She took one step toward him, teetered atop the sky-high heels, and fell. Up until then she hadn't taken a step. "No," Taylor said when she started to remove the offending shoes. "I want you to learn to walk like a lady by the time we reach the slave house. Elven women are known for their grace and beauty." Slave house. The mere thought of slavers getting their hands on her almost unnerved Danica. She had heard horror stories of what happens to women inside them. Especially women new to slavery. And especially beautiful noble women. And the fact that she would be perceived as one of the exotic elves would mean her fate could take a decidedly nasty turn for the worst. like being trained as a silk slave. Gritting her teeth, yes, master. By taking tiny steps, Danica managed to walk the short distance to Taylor. It was harder than she had thought. Indeed, she had never really considered the difficulties in walking in high heels. They were said to have been invented by the elves thousands of years in the past, but made popular by Amazons some 2 centuries back, to make themselves look taller in their dealings with men. She doubted it, but one could never know for sure. At any rate, Amazons seemed to have a fetish about wearing them. Especially Amazon nobles. And, of course, slaves to fashion, other women had taken up the practice as well. As she gingerly crept over to Taylor, teetering precariously atop the 5-inch heels, she suddenly felt a new sense of respect for any woman able to walk gracefully in high heels. Impatient, or just cruel, Taylor jerked her over the last few steps. Hands. Danica held out her hands and he pulled off all the rings and bangles. Then after removing the necklace, he pulled off her long dangling earrings and the tiny copper stud in her left earlobe, indicating she was unmarried and unpromised. Your new master will adorn you to his pleasure. After Danica pulled the dress on, he took her by the wrist and half-dragged her to the window. It was all she could do to not stumble and fall. She looked doubtful as he opened the window. Sneaking out the window? Some daring warrior you're going to be, she said in the most contemptuous voice she could muster. Tightening his grip, which elicited the expected gasp, I suspect you have friends downstairs. He stuck his head out the window and studied the pitch-black alley below. And I really don't care to take any chances. Danica snorted her contempt. He bound her wrists behind her back and then tore the brown-stained sheets off the bed. Making a crude rope out of the sheets, he tied one end under her arms and around her chest. He slowly lowered her to the alley below. Then he lowered himself down by hanging off the windowsill and dropping the short distance. Danica almost freed herself of the makeshift rope before he dropped down. In another couple of seconds she would have slipped free and escaped. I'll have to be more careful, he said, pulling her up. Then pushing her forward, you lead. Danica seethed. His manhandling of her was the most humiliating ordeal she had ever endured. Now she was being taken to slavers, who might sell her into any number of horrible fates. What would be her fate? A harem? Brothel? Tavern slave? And could she really endure? Stomach, maybe, sex with a man? And would she have a choice? Not likely. She soon found herself standing before the door of one of the city's many slave houses. Like most of the city's structures, it was made of mud bricks with a low-pitched terracotta roof. She knew the slaves were kept in cells below ground. The structure above ground was reserved for the business offices, showrooms, and barracks. Taylor's knock was soon answered. The spy window snapped open. She couldn't make out the face peering at them in the dark. Who goes there? Came the raspy voice from behind the door. Sir Taylor. Sir Taylor. The bastard is assuming an unearned honorific. Danica was incensed. She had labored years to earn the right to call herself knight. That honor could not be stolen. State your business. I have a slave to sell, Taylor said. An elfmaid of extraordinary beauty and breeding. Indeed? Wait. The spy window snapped shut before he could respond. You bastard, Danica whispered, sapphire eyes flashing. I will not let you get away with selling me, or passing yourself off as a knight. If you do or say anything that doesn't corroborate my story, then I won't sell you here, he said, smiling without mirth. Somehow, his smile disturbed her more than the thought of being sold into slavery. Instead, I'll stake you out in some alley and charge derelicts to use your body. Maybe even pay some of the more grotesque ones to use you, just for the fun of watching your reaction. Danica bit off any reply, a cold chill dancing down her back and a load of bile trying to batter its way up her throat. She definitely didn't want that, but would her fate be any different inside the slave house? What would the slavers do? The thought sickened her even more, but the unknown was preferable to what Taylor would definitely do to her. The door screeched open on rusty hinges to reveal an old, grisly desert nomad. His strangely uncovered salt and pepper hair and beard looked greasy and unwashed, and his dusky face creased by countless lines. His every movement looked painful. "In, quick," he snapped, glancing behind them warily. Hard-looking, armed men and women filled the small entrance foyer. The three women surprised Danica, as women rarely worked as slavers. They relaxed noticeably once the door was locked. Danica understood their fear. Elfhaven was for all practical purposes ruled by the sword. If the slavers were attacked, they couldn't expect any help from the authorities. A chill ran up her back as she felt the appraising eyes of the slavers look her over. Never had she seen such unbridled hunger. They studied her in silence a moment before the elderly man waved them towards a side room. One of the armed slavers stepped up and seized her tightly in hard calloused hands. Her handler was tall and burly for one of the desert folk, which his dark complexion indicated he was. He stank of stale ale and onions. Inside the side room, they found another, much younger, fair-haired man. "I am Mycom, of the House of Mycom," he said with a smile. His accent said he was a Tyrian, and well-bred. He indicated a chair and Taylor took it. "You wish to part with your slave?" Two slavers ripped the dress off Danica. She was pushed to her knees, mind reeling and feeling utterly humiliated. She was left kneeling sullenly between them and slightly to one side, fighting the urge to pull at her bindings. It would accentuate how vulnerable she felt. She didn't want to give Taylor the satisfaction. "That I do," Taylor said, returning the smile. "As you can see, she's an exceptional beauty." Then frowning, "But I feel I must warn you, she can be a little headstrong at times. She is also a notorious liar. I can't trust her anymore." "I see," Mycom said, deep in thought. He slipped off his chair and dropped to one knee beside her. With one hand tangled in her hair, he forced her mouth open to check her teeth. Then his free hand roamed her body, touching her in all of her most private places. "Good, she has all of her teeth and no cavities. No obvious open sores. Have you owned her long?" Mycom rolled one of her nipples between two fingers, sending the most astonishing ripples through her body. She gasped and groaned when he twisted and pulled her nipple. Her eyes went wide when he surprised her with a deep, lingering kiss. At the same time his hand dropped between her legs and stroked her nether lips. "No." The slave master released her lips, only to kiss her ear, neck, and breasts. Danica shuddered, tiny sounds starting to bubble up through her lips as she struggled to regain control of her body and mind. Then he thrust his finger into her. Deeply into her. "Ag!" Danica cried, back bowing and a tingling starting in her belly and thighs. "Not a virgin, is she?" "No." "Pity." "Not that I expected her to be," he said. "Will she try to escape?" Danica sighed in relief when he pulled his finger out of her. He pulled her forward, forcing her face down on the floor. Mycom ran his hands all over her, checking her arms, back, butt, and legs. Then he pulled off her shoes and examined her feet. "Without a doubt," Taylor said. "I'm sure it's her only thought." Pulling Danica back to her knees, Mycom said, "A rare beauty, indeed." "Slave, how old are you?" Not bothering to even look at him, 20. "Excellent," he said. "What's your name and house, dot?" Taking a deep breath to steady herself, "My name is Danica." "Slaves don't have houses." Mycom's eyes flashed at that and she looked away. "She can be stubborn, my lord. I fear she won't ever accepted her slavery." "She's new to the collar?" "I see," Mycom said, scratching at his blonde goatee. "In some ways, that is even better." He grinned. Danica cringed. Some men enjoy breaking in a new girl. Danica could almost feel the men looking at her, raking her body with greedy eyes, appraising her, wondering what she'd be like in bed. And I am helpless to stop them if they want to find out. If I had the time, I'd love to do it myself, Taylor said, studying her intently. But, alias, I am pressed for time and she's holding me up. She's a rare beauty. A blonde and blue-eyed elf is especially valuable in the desert kingdoms. Is she a high elf? Forest elf? Is she a mage? Yes, she was born a mage. She is of the Drew caste, or so she said, Taylor said. He shrugged. I've had her checked by mages and she does have some latent magical abilities, but they were magically suppressed before I got her. Excellent. If she is of the ruling Drew caste, then for all practical purposes she is forest elf royalty. I might actually be able to sell her to the high elves for quite a bit more than humans would pay. I agree. Do you know her real name? The name Danica is definitely not elven in form, Micah said. She hadn't realized that elves would have a different way of naming themselves. Tara, on the other hand, looked undisturbed. Her elven name is Anu O'Diorain. Really? Micah said. Interesting, since O'Diorain translates to exiled person, I think. Taylor nodded. Danica glanced at the guards between her and the door, hoping to see them relax. Excellent. I think I will return her elven name, Micah said, an evil smile played on his lips. It will make Anu sound more exotic, and bring me a greater payoff. She's also much older than she claims, Taylor said. 20 is a mere child for an elf, so I think she lied about her age to hopefully be treated more gently. Anu is at least 400 years old, probably a little older. Truth is, I think whoever enslaved her suppressed her magic and her memory, so I don't think she even knows her true age. So she's more like in her 30s or 40s, in human years, Micah said, not looking pleased. Still, elven beauty doesn't fade the way human beauty does. She'll remain fuckably beautiful for centuries to come. You're a pig, Danica said, scrunching her nose at him. That shocked her more than it did the slaver. Gods almighty. That's just the sort of thing a real woman would say. Micah stood and slowly circled Danica. Stopping before her, he lifted her long golden hair to study her pointed elven ears. He pulled her to her feet and cut her bindings off. She quietly accepted it and tried to ignore the men and their scrutiny as she rubbed feeling back into her hands. When he ran his fingers through her hair, down her back, and, then, began caressing her buttocks, it took all her self-control to keep from bolting for the door. She did her best to accept his examination as stoically as possible. A rare treasure, no doubt about it. Her ears are small and point straight up, not large and canted slightly forward like the lower elven castes. She has excellent bone structure and muscularity, and is unusually shapely for an elfmaid. She might even have a little human blood in her. Her muscles aren't as firm as a dancer's, but that'll soon change and, of course, she isn't a virgin, he said, finishing his examination and leaving Danica ashen-faced and swaying. I'll give you 2 crowns silver. She's worth 10 times that, Taylor protested. Not if I want to make a profit, Micah said. There will be expenses to get her ready for auction. She's worth 2 crowns silver to me. They haggled a moment. It went quick, but in the end Taylor sold her for 3 crowns silver. Both men looked pleased. Danica watched in shock as Micah paid Taylor, and then as the sorcerer departed without a look back. She had known it was coming, but the act itself still shook her. Sold. A slave. Her knees almost buckled. Micah gave her a wry smile, which didn't help her rising panic. Now what? Danica's mind filled with all kinds of wild and wicked sex acts. Everything Danic ever did with a woman came to mind. She couldn't stop her mind from flashing visions of her with Micah, performing every imaginable act. Her body reacted profoundly. With her belly trembling and a tingle with butterflies, her sex throbbed and ached. Worse, she felt her juices flowing, felt herself getting wet for what her mind and body knew was next. He lifted her chin and studied her face with an ever-widening smile. He caressed her cheeks, then dropped to her exposed bosom. She was shocked and horrified by the reaction his explorations of her breasts were causing within herself. The pleasure she felt was humiliating. And so damned wonderful. Oh, my gods! She gasped as his hand dropped lower, much lower. This time 2 fingers were thrust into her. She rose up on her toes, body bowed and eyes wide. It felt as incredible as a woman going down on her lost cock. Then his thumb found her sensitive nub, and started rubbing. Her eyes closed and her head rolled back as Danica struggled to suppress her impending orgasm. She thought she could hold it at bay, until he kissed her. Micom's tongue pushed into her mouth, exploring. Then it hit her. Ugh! Danica cried into his mouth. It was pleasure in its purest form. Danica had never felt anything like it before. Her whole body convulsed as Micom continued to masturbate her. Continued until she came again and again. Micom pushed Danica to her knees, and then to all fours. She started panting hard when he moved behind her and unfastened his pants. Danica looked around, at all the other slavers watching with wicked glee. They looked ready for her to bolt. Eager, even. She'd never reach the door. Oh gods, she whispered when Micom dropped to his knees behind her. He caressed and squeezed her but a long moment, before spreading her butt cheeks. Her belly was still quivering from the orgasms he forced upon her, and her pussy throbbed. She felt her face heating up. And then his cock pressed against her nether lips, and pushed in. Ugh, she grunted, feeling so full. Overfilled. He was bigger than she realized, and he was stretching her out. You sorry excuse for Aghai? Breathing through her teeth, Danica closed her eyes. Despite the pain, despite the humiliation, despite everything, it felt so damned good. She's never felt anything like it. It felt even better than when Taylor fucked her. Maybe it was because Taylor switched them halfway through it. Maybe Micom was just bigger and better at fucking. His left hand slipped around her, and started fondling her breasts. Hating how good it felt, Danica bit her lip. She detested how much she was enjoying it. Micom grabbed a fistful of hair and yanked her head back. Ugh! Please, she gasped. He was all the way inside her, and really started pumping hard and fast. Her entire body suddenly trembled, her mind began to spin. Then another slaver dropped his pants and knelt before her face. Oh no! The second slaver pushed into her mouth. Danica thought about biting, but couldn't even imagine the horror that would cause her. Slavers had well-earned reputations for cruelty and spite. So he slipped in without resistance. NGH, she groaned. He pushed his entire cock into her mouth, which thankfully only went to the back of her tongue. It was still enough to make her gag reflex kick in. Pure misery for a long moment as she coughed and gagged on him, while Micom happily fucked her from behind. Ack! HGH. M. Suck it, elf, or I'll make you suck off every man in this building, free and slave alike, the second slaver said. With a miserable groan, Danica started sucking. It wasn't easy with Micom continuing to work up her body. Her insides were a fluttery, hot mess. She felt herself moving closer and closer, and was beside herself with shock. How could she enjoy what they were doing? Was the room enchanted to make slaves enjoy sex? I'm going to fill your mouth with cream, elf. You better not let a single drop escape, or I'll make you lick it off the floor. Her eyes popped open. That aspect hadn't occurred to her. Now she had no option. Danica steeled herself as both men began to hump more frantically. Knowing they were about to come pushed her to the brink. Oh, yes, Micom groaned, thrusting into her all the way and holding it as he emptied himself inside her. Danica trembled. She was ready to explode, but was trying with all of her might to not come. She didn't want to give them the pleasure of forcing her to orgasm. Then the other slaver came. Danica's grunted with surprise as hot, viscous cum filled her mouth, flowed over her tongue to the back of her throat. Her master, the slaver, wanted her to swallow it. She wanted to spit. Danica swallowed. I'm doomed, she thought. Intense tingling heat flowed into her thighs, and then her loins exploded. Ugh ugh. They continued to slowly thrust into her, front and back, until they were milked dry and going limp. Danica sighed and crumbled into a heap when they finally released her. She struggled to regain control of her wits and body as they pulled their pants back up and discussed her performance. She's very responsive, Micah said. He pulled Danica to her feet by her hair, forcing her to arch her back as he looked her over, his free hand exploring her intimately. I think we'll give her a little training. If she continues to respond so well, I'll send her to be trained as a silk slave. Danica's head spun. Silk slave training was 6 months of intense sex, mental conditioning, and magic. The magic was to ensure she had the right frame of mind, and to make the mental conditioning stick. If they had her trained as a silk slave, Danica knew it was the end of her. She'd never get her male body back and be Danic again. Bugger your ass, pig, Danica said. He burst out laughing and shoved her into the arms of another slaver. Throw her in a cell, he ordered and departed, still laughing. Through narrowed eyes Danica watched him leave. She was going to get her revenge on all who hurt her. Micah was first on her list, right after Taylor. The burly slaver left holding her lifted her blonde hair to look at her ears and said, Anu, me and you are going to have a little fun. His other hand roughly fondled her. I like introducing women to their new life of submission and domination. You'll be my first elf. He pushed her toward the door. First, she was taken to a back room where 2 men waited. Her hair color was checked to ensure it was natural. Blondes being rare among the desert folk, she would bring a good price. A barrage of questions were hurled at her, which she answered in rising confusion as she was probed and prodded, measured, and weighed. They were brutal in their evaluation, shameless in their examination of every inch of her body. Everything was noted in a large leather-bound ledger. An hour later they finished, handing a very flustered and shaking Danica back to her leering handler. The dark, burly slaver took her by the wrist and dragged her, cursing and kicking, out the door. The look on his ugly face told her more than she wanted to know about what was coming next. They soon arrived in the entrance foyer, the wizened old doorman sitting in a chair alone. Hadger, you want some of the Elfmaid when I'm finished? Her handler asked. Hadger gave him a gap-toothed grin and nodded eagerly. Danica's groan of misery sent them both to laughing in wicked pleasure. Pointing at a side door, Hadger said in his raspy voice, use the display room, Aaron. We can take turns on the girl and at door guard. Good thinking, my friend. What about the others? If they want a piece, then they'll be back to get it. Please don't. Danica whimpered, then stopped herself as she flushed bright red. Gods, now I'm begging, she thought angrily. I'll kill you. If either of you touch me, I'll gut you both and leave your stinking carcasses out for the buzzards to feast on. Ha! She found her backbone at last, Aaron said. Then his face twisted in anger and he backhanded her. This time her knees did buckle. I see your lessons in slavery will have to entail more than just lovemaking. Hadger chuckled as Danica slowly picked herself off the floor. She kept her eyes downcast as much to avoid looking into their triumphant, leering faces as to hide the rage and self-loathing in her own. As yet, she hadn't put up any real fight against any of the many men abusing her. Never in her life has she been so docile. Chuckling, Aaron interrupted her reverie by seizing her left wrist in a vice-like grip. It's time for. No! Danica cried, punching him in the groin. She jerked his belt knife out of its sheath and thrust in deep into his lower belly, just below the protection of his mail shirt. Slicing sideways, she opened him up from hip to hip. His strangled scream caused Hadger to bolt for a back door, calling the alarm. Aaron stepped back a step and pulled his heavy scimitar. The slaver glared at Danica in pain and hatred. He knew as well as she did that his wound was mortal. He didn't intend to die alone. Danica didn't intend to die at all. Hearing booted feet stomping towards the entrance foyer, Danica screamed all her rage and humiliation and charged the dying slaver. He quickly fell back, opening the way for her to escape. Racing to the door, she then threw the bolts and hefted the thick oak beam out of its bracket as Aaron slowly slid to the floor across the room. Pulling the door open, she paused just long enough to lock triumphant eyes with the slaver. She vowed he was only the first to pay for abusing her. Slipping out the door, she turned left and ran for all she was worth. The cobbles stabbed at her bare feet, but the pain was nothing compared with what the slavers would do to her if caught. She turned into the first alley she came to, sprinting for the far end. Running out of the alley, she found herself in the middle of a well-lit street. Several rowdy taverns and brothels could be seen to either side of her, their patrons spilling out in drunken revelry as they went from tavern to tavern in their celebrations. Several began calling to her. Realizing quickly that this was the last place a naked woman should be, she jumped back into the alley and knelt in the shadows. While warily watching the men and women passing by laughing, joking, and flirting outrageously, she considered her options. She didn't have many. Angry voices from back down the alley caught her startled attention. 3 shadowy shapes engaged in a heated argument could barely be seen at the far end. Finally 2 ran in opposite directions and the other started down the alley. The way the dark figure was poking through the trash and checking out each shadow and door told Danica her worst fears were coming true. The slavers were pursuing her. If she bolted out into the street, the drunken warriors would set up a chorus of shouts and offers that would alert the slaver down the alley. However, if she remained where she was, the slaver would definitely find her. Slavers were one and all considerably better armed and armored than herself. She gave herself little chance against one of their number, much less the scorer, so they undoubtedly had sent out to find her. Throwing caution to the wind, she pushed off into the crowded street at a dead run. If she could get across fast enough, maybe, just maybe, anyone who saw her wouldn't have time to shout or pursue. But the goddess of chance was against her. Danica immediately ran headlong into a group of 3 drunken Jarlan knights, leaving herself and one their number sprawled together on the cobbles. The knight recovered first, wrapping thick arms around her squirming body. His fellows started bellowing in drunken laughter, calling out suggestions to their lucky friend. It soon drew the attention of most on the street, and the slaver down the alley. Casting a glance over her shoulder, Danica saw the shadowy figure running her way. With a cry of fear, she slapped an elbow across the laughing knight's jaw and wiggled out of his arms. Before anyone could respond, she charged into the alley across the street. A quick look over her shoulder told her that the slaver was only paces behind her in gaining, and was one of the 3 Amazon slavers she'd seen in the foyer earlier. Danica tried to force herself to greater speeds, but only seemed to slow with exhaustion. Tara apparently wasn't one for exercising and keeping her body strong. Stopping suddenly and ducking beneath the slaver's outstretched arms, Danica slipped on a piece of rotten fruit and fell hard. The slaver promptly kicked her in the ribs, repeatedly. "Sleazy bitch. We'll teach you to kill one of our own," she cried in a thick nasal Amazon accent. Aaron was my friend. Teary-eyed, Danica rolled to her back beneath the raging slaver, both huffing from their run. "He was a filthy slaver," she said, then drove her heel into the Amazon's groin. As she bent over in pain, Danica rolled to her feet and brought a knee up into the slaver's face. The Amazon slaver went down with a grunt. Danica had an incredible urge to return the favor and kick the Amazon in the ribs, but she was barefooted and the slaver was wearing a steel cuirass. Instead, she stripped the woman. Danica quickly pulled the black leather breeches on, and then the red cotton shirt. The shirt fit perfectly, but the breeches were a little tighter than she liked. The scuffed-up black thigh boots fit reasonably well, and each had a throwing dagger of fine steel sheathed inside. Buckling on the wide sword belt with its straight sword and belt knife and purse, she regarded the unadorned, battered steel cuirass. It looked to be of good quality and certainly would come in handy, but would impede her if she had to run again. In the end, she opted for the superior protection the armor would provide later if her fortunes should take another nasty turn. In any event, she could always sell the armor if she needed additional funds. Heart racing, she quickly returned to the crowded street. At any minute she expected the other alley to erupt with angry slavers looking for her. Then, with frequent looks over her shoulder, Danica walked down the center of the street amid the swarm of drunken warriors, relieved that she had made good her escape. Danica soon found herself before the 10 Horses Tavern. She hesitated. Was Carl still there? It was too early for him to start worrying about Danic. Indeed, it might actually be several days before Carl began to wonder what happened to his friend. That aside, if Carl was there, how to convince him that the beautiful blonde before him was indeed his friend, Sir Danic of Drakehorn? Gods, what have I done to deserve this? Danica could think of no argument that would convince the huge, and occasionally quite volatile, Tyrion that she was Danic transformed into Danica. Indeed, Carl would probably recognize her as the last person Danic was seen with. She didn't care to think about what he might do to her in an attempt to force out the truth, or the truth as he could accept it. No, she muttered. I'll go look for that sorceress. But where? Where had the sorcerer? Wizard, maybe? Gone? Was he still within the city? First things first. She would get her horse tomorrow morning and then decide what to do next. If nothing else, the Amazon she just waylaid and her slaver friends would be looking for her. Her first priority had to be to find a bolt hole and hide. The city gates were locked up for the night, so getting her horse from the stables now would be worse than useless. It might draw attention to herself. Glancing down at her shapely body, she ran a hand over a well-rounded hip. "Oh, Tara, or Taylor, or whatever you call yourself, I'm going to have bloody vengeance for this. By all the gods, I swear it." Chapter 3. Where's the grey gelding that was in that stall? Danica asked the stable boy, a swarthy young man. Her hand was tight on her worn leather-bound hilt. It was there just yesterday noon. A big barbarian took him this morning, my lady, he said, watching her warily halfway out the door. An enraged warrior was more than any stable hand could be expected to contend with. It belonged to his missing friend or something. Danica scowled at the young man a moment. She really couldn't push it. If he called the stable's owner, he'd learn it wasn't her horse either. Her interest would be difficult to explain. Carl must have figured out something was amiss faster than usual. The big barbarian was actually pretty sharp, but his cheerfulness caused people to underestimate him. She decided he must have become alarmed when Danic failed to return after the romp. He's probably tracking Taylor right now. Did he say where he was going? No, my lady. Silently cursing her luck, she said, "Do you have any horses for sale?" "No, but Jason does," he said. He visibly relaxed. Pointing down the street, "His place is that one on the left." "My thanks," she said. She counted her money as she walked. Her purse had several months' pay. The Amazon slaver must have been something of a miser, or more likely had robbed someone who was now locked up in the house of Micom's slave cells. She counted enough for a good, trained horse and gear, but not enough for any protracted stay in town afterwards, or for a long journey. If Taylor was gone, then she'd have to acquire some money somehow. The stables proved to be an unpainted, wood structure. From the street the weathered barn looked as if it was thrown together haphazardly. She could see gaps between the boards, and a number of missing shingles. The only sturdy-looking structure was the corral. Spotting the stable owner, she paused to fluff up her hair to hide her elven ears. The last thing she needed was for people to gawk at her. If word got out about a beautiful blonde elfmaid, the house of Micom was sure to come looking for her. Jason proved to be an ancient, skeletal man with a permanent sneer. He looked as old, worn, and dilapidated as his stables. His fair complexion said he was either a Tyrian or Jarlander. He regarded her with what she thought was contempt for an overlong time. His long delay in acknowledging her request to see some horses grated on her already frayed nerves. "Is there a problem, old man?" she said after his second head-to-toe inspection of her. The way he looked at her made her skin crawl. "I'm here to look at horses, not to be gawked at." "You got the coin," he said in a remarkably high-pitched voice. A Jarlander by his accent. Probably Western Jarlans. Patting the heavy pouch hanging beside her sword belt's overlarge oval brass buckle, and then some. Grunting, he indicated she should lead with a wave of the hand. He followed her over to the small corral beside the dilapidated barn. A glance over her shoulder caught him staring at her, but as she walked at the corral he became all business. "See anything that interests you?" She studied the half-dozen horses closely. She was pleased to note that the horses appeared in much better shape than their home and master. All but one were Mares. The bay stallion looked a bit young, but spirited. "Has the stallion had any training?" "He's fully war-trained, my lady," he promised. Danica climbed over the fence and approached the stallion. He gave her a wild-eyed look for a moment, then calmed down at her soothing words. Danica was a knight. She was as much born to the horse as to the sword. She couldn't remember a time when she wasn't riding. After caressing his velvety nose a moment, she pushed the long mane aside to ensure the cross-sword brand of war training was present on the left side halfway down the neck. But that alone proved nothing. She would test him. "Have him saddled," she said. "If his training proves adequate, I'll take him." At a signal from the stable owner, two stable hands began saddling the horse. Danica watched them intently, checking to ensure everything was done to her high standards. She noted with satisfaction it was a good war saddle, with high pommel and cantle. Dyed black, it had a soft padded seat of red leather. There was no ornamentation. When he was ready, she swung up into the saddle and dug her plain bronze spurs in before he could show his displeasure. She weaved him through the startled Mares with ease. He responded remarkably well. Whether her commands came with the reins, or by shifting weight and knee pressure, he never hesitated. Then bringing him to an abrupt halt, she forced him into the first of many horse katas. She started off with a simple third-level kata, then quickly started running him through more difficult katas. He performed the elaborate battle exercises with remarkable finesse. By the time she'd finished putting him through his paces, a small crowd of warriors had gathered. Reining in before the still sneering Jason, "How much?" "For everything." As his sneer twisted into a sly smile, she knew she was in for some hard bargaining. He didn't disappoint her. When it was over, he had replaced the saddle with a much shabbier one, and relieved her of the better part of her coin, but both parted satisfied. Swinging into the saddle, she frowned. She had really wanted the war saddle, but didn't have the coin for it. She had to settle for a common step saddle with its low pommel and cantle. A saddle crafted to herd cattle. Not a good saddle for battle, but better than nothing. She glanced at her hands, her face twisted with disgust. They were the delicate, exquisitely soft hands of a lady of high birth. Of a pampered sorceress. Damn Tara. Her hands were still sore and red from the simple task of saddling the horse. Much more and she'd have blisters to contend with. She'd need to have protection. After some searching, she found a shop that specialized in women's clothes. Trying on several pairs of leather gloves, she then tested how well she could wield a sword in them, much to the shopkeeper's dismay and alarm. In the end, she bought a pair slightly too small that didn't restrict her hands too much. She didn't like fighting and gloves, and snug gloves were the best compromise she could come up with. In addition to the gloves, she parted with a few more coppers and bought a black felt, flat-crowned step hat with a braided leather headband. She would need the wide-brimmed hat for protection from the harsh sun. Now I need supplies, she muttered to herself, swinging back into the saddle. Asterisk 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 dot. Pulling her right foot up and hooking it around the saddle horn, Danica pondered what to do next as she tried to get comfortable in the saddle. She now had a sleeping roll and saddlebags with enough food to last a week. It wouldn't be enough, but was a start. She had spent almost every coin she had acquired from the Amazon, the leathern purse hanging limp from her wide belt. With a sigh, she glanced up at the only pass through the mountains. Carl was gone, presumably after the sorceress in his old body. She could use her old friend's somewhat twisted sense of humor right now. Enough, he's gone. Danica had bigger problems. Taylor. Where is Taylor? Is he still in the city? And if not, how did he leave? By horse? Warhawk? Magic? And which way did he go? To what city? She glanced around the bustling plaza in front of the palace of the Merchants' Council. Then up at the mountain pass again. Carl probably was up there somewhere, and maybe Taylor ahead of him. It could take over a month to reach the other side of the Tyr Mountains by horse, longer during early spring. A warhawk could do it in one day. Only there was nothing saying Taylor headed that way. He could just as easily have ridden into the desert a half-day's ride north and east of Elfhaven, or, less likely, the steppes. Unlike the desert, which boasted many sizable cities, there were no cities on the steppes. Danica needed help. "Oh, boy," Danica called to a dirty-looking youth. One of the wild street urchins, no doubt. Probably no family. A thief. Where can I find a witch? The boy held out a grubby hand and waited. Glowering, she tossed one of her few remaining coins to him. "Take this street east 2 blocks and turn right," he said, pointing. "All the Vicon live there, on the Street of Cards." "My thanks," she said, dropping her foot back to the stirrup and urging the bay on. The Vicon were everywhere. They were an ancient, semi-nomadic people heavily steeped in magic and legend. Tyrian mythology said they were direct descendants of Mog, goddess of magic, and the human mage Vic. Danica, well over half Tyrian herself, understood the Tyrian peoples and customs well enough. But the Vicon were driven out of the Tyr Mountains centuries ago, forced to wander the world. Though she had fought beside and ridden with many Vicon, and even called some friend, they continued to be something of a mystery to her. She had a distrust of anything and anyone magical. Most Vicon lived in small roaming family groups, in large garishly decorated and painted wagons. Every city Danica had ever visited contained a small Vicon community. They were the spellcasters of choice for the common folk. The premier practitioners of witchcraft. The mysterious children of Vic cast most of the birth control spells, sold most of the love and fertility potions, and told fortunes. Anything involving magic that would earn them a coin, they did. Their warriors, both male and female, were also popular mercenaries. Needless to say, they were generally feared and despised. She soon found herself on the Street of Cards. At first glance, the street looked like every other street in the city. It was paved with cobble, mostly covered with the fine powdery sand that blew in off the nearby desert, and lined by low-slung 1- and 2-story mud brick structures. The street was crowded and loud with laughter and arguing and hawking of merchandise. The fragrant scent of spicy food cooking sang to Danica's empty belly. Like the boy had said, all the Vicon lived there. Everywhere she looked, Vicon warriors and witches stood indoors or in small groups. Many watched her with wariness. The Vicon were quite distinctive in their flashy, brightly painted armor and faces. No two looked exactly alike. Most of the warriors were men, but women made up a fair share. All women of the Vicon were trained in both weapons and magic. The men were only trained in weapons, the reason lost in the mists of history. Stopping before a young warrior woman, Danica asked, "Where can I find someone to magically locate a person for me?" The warrior witch studied her closely, and apparently wasn't very impressed. The redhead's face paint was white and red-orange. She wore orange-dyed leather halter and matching breeches stuffed into bright white thigh boots with elaborate red-orange lightning bolts embroidered on them. Her armor consisted of nothing more than a wide, white leather brace on her right wrist and a pauldron of white lacquered steel plates protecting her left arm and shoulder. The long white hilt of her slightly curved step sword jutted over her right shoulder. Flashy. Impractical. Typically Vicon. "I am Susie, warrior witch," she said at length. "I will help you. I'm looking for a powerful spellcaster. He may have left the city either last night or this morning. I need to know which way he went and what his ultimate destination is," Danica said. "Can you help me? Do you have anything of this spellcaster's person, like a lock of hair, or maybe a cherished object very recently in his possession? Did her body count? Probably not. She would most likely need something of Danic's now." "No," she said, frowning. "If Carl hadn't taken both horses, then she would have something of Danic's. The gods are against me." The Vicon scowled a moment. "Then you will need to see someone else. Try Mother Zelma." Pointing to a rundown, two-story adobe, "She's probably the only one in these parts who can help you." "My thanks," Danica said and nudged the horse forward. There was a red hand with an eye in the palm painted on the whitewashed wall beside the door. It meant that Mother Zelma was a palm reader, a fortune teller. Danica frowned as she dismounted. She didn't want her fortune told. Stepping through the open doorway, she found it remarkably cool inside. There was goat roasting somewhere within. The faint laughter of very young children drifted through the house. The sudden shift from bright afternoon sun to sudden darkness left her near blind, so she couldn't make out the layout of the house or its furnishings. "Come in, my lady," Mother Zelma said. Her voice deep and rich, with just the faintest hint of the Amazon Empire to Danica's mind. The Vicon were well represented within the empire. "How may I help you?" Stepping through the side door, the voice came out of, "Are you Mother Zelma?" "Yes, I am Zelma." Danica hesitated. How much could she trust this witch? How much could she tell her? "But what choice do I have? Susie sent me to see you." "She said you are the only one who can help me," Danica said, just beginning to make out the heavy-set woman in dark silk sitting behind a small white lace-shrouded table. "Sit and tell me what it is you seek," she said, and lifted one bejeweled hand to indicate a delicate-looking chair opposite herself. As Danica perched nervously on the edge of the chair, "Knowledge of the future? A potion of some sort?" Danica frowned at her. If she was such a great fortune-teller, why didn't she know what Danica wanted? It seemed to her the woman needed to be told too much. It was the chief reason she didn't believe in their ability, at least where telling the future was concerned. "I'm looking for a sorceress wizard. He calls himself Taylor," she said. Eyes narrowing. "You're holding something back." Danica tensed. From between clenched teeth, "The wizard Taylor used to be the sorceress Tara, until she stole my body last night and left me in this, her old body." Mother Zelma's eyes went wide a second. "Indeed?" "Yes," Danica said, feeling her face heating up. "Now I want to know where he is so I can get my body back." The Vicon witch gazed at her a moment, worrying the inside of her cheek. Unable to meet her frank gaze, Danica dropped her eyes to study the floor tiles. "Give me your hand," the Vicon said. After Danica complied, she began a low chant in some strange language. Not understanding what she was saying disturbed Danica. Was she conversing with demons? Gods? Then the hairs on Danica's nape rose as the Vicon witch began drawing strange designs on her palm with a finger. She tried unsuccessfully to stifle the chill running up her back. Suddenly Zelma's eyes popped open. "Tall, dark hair, fair complexion, gray eyes, you?" "That's me, or was me." "Danic of Drakehorn." Nodding, she closed her eyes and began the disturbing chant again. As far as Danica knew, all humans spoke the same language. It was given to them by the Arisen gods after the War of the Gods. Suddenly, Alaria. He's going to Alaria? By horse or warhawk? He's already there, she said, staring off into space. Magic. Very powerful. May the gods blast him. It would easily take her 2.5 months of very hard riding by horse to reach the distant riverside city, deep in the vast Jar swamp. That infamous city of pirates and rogue wizards was well known to her. Even if she sold the horse, she still wouldn't have enough to buy a warhawk. Other than magic, a warhawk was the only way to get down there quickly. She knew enough about magic to know that no Vicon would have the power to magically transport her anywhere. That would require knowledge of sorcery. Witches only practiced witchcraft. If Zelma knew sorcery, fortune-telling would be beneath her. With a worried look, perhaps you should forget about him and learn to live. Damn that idea. I want vengeance and my body and life back. Danica cried, standing. As long as there's life in me, I'll not give up. He is powerful, very powerful. An arch-wizard, probably. To teleport himself that far requires enormous power. Not to mention what it takes to pull off, she just waved at Danica. I have fought, and defeated, powerful wizards before, Danica said, starting to pace the small room like a caged dragon. I'll not back down now. Too much is at stake. Mother Zelma chewed on her inner cheek a moment more. Perhaps we should see what the cards say. Fearing what they might say, Danica paused. I guess it wouldn't hurt. She sat down again, perched on the edge of the delicate chair, legs splayed as if she was prepared to bolt. Pushing a thick deck across the table, shuffle them. Danica shuffled them twice, then pushed the deck back to the witch. Taking a deep steadying breath, she fixed her eyes on the edge of the small table. She watched as Zelma started peeling off cards and laying them across the table. As the witch began laying out cards on the table, Danica became aware of swirling colors about her. Many of the brighter colors seemed to converge on the deck, intensifying just before Mother Zelma peeled off another card. It wasn't the first time Danica had seen tarot cards used, but it was the first time these strange colored mists were involved. When she shook herself out of the semi-trance she'd slipped into, the colors vanished. Mind tricks to fool the unwary, Danica concluded, turning her full attention to the cards being laid out before her. But still, it was common enough knowledge that mages saw magic as colors, using either mage sight or witch sight. There was a time in his youth that he possessed mage sight, before the Dacre High Mage cast a spell that suppressed his natural magical abilities. It was all just a faint memory, hard to recall. His parents both had mage sight, though. Oh, Zelma said, cutting her worried eyes up at Danica. Danica didn't know what any of the cards meant, but Zelma would gasp and cringe as each was in turn laid down. The first card was a nubile young woman with chains on her ankles and wrists, the next was an anguished-looking young man being consumed by fire, the next card laid down was all black with a gray skull, and then she was afraid to look at the rest. What? By the gods, tell me, Danica said, worried by the sheen of sweat showing on the Vicon's forehead and the troubling emotions the cards themselves seemed to evoke in herself. The cards. She started, then stopped to compose herself. The first is slavery, then torment, then. Danica swept the cards away with a cry of fear and anger. She didn't want to know what the rest said, for they looked worse even to her untrained eyes. Fate isn't written in stone, she quoted the ancient proverb nervously. Zelma nodded, but said nothing. Not sure she really wanted to know, is. Can you tell me what my fate, what the cards think my fate might be? Slavery, most likely, she said. But like you said, fate can be changed and quite easily. The cards can only foretell what will happen if nothing changes. So I highly recommend you change your plans. And abandon my rightful body, my life, to that hellspawn sorceress, she cried. Biting her lip a second, no. Just changing your approach might do it. I don't have an approach yet. I came to you looking for answers, she said. Come. Zelma stood. She led Danica over to a thick, black velvet curtain. Pulling it aside, she revealed a mirror set in a thick silver frame. Zelma spoke a word of power and the mirror became a black whirlpool. This will be more specific. It is an ancient heirloom of very powerful sorcery. Touch the frame on each side, and as you answer my questions the consequences will be revealed. Nodding, Danica took a deep breath and tried to force herself to relax. As she did so, thick mist sprung up around the mirror so suddenly she yelped with surprise. The mists vanished and Zelma looked at her curiously. Feeling her face flush, she reached out quickly and lightly touched the unnaturally cold frame. Despite the frame's chill, she felt a warm tingling sensation tickle her fingers. "What will you do after leaving here?" Zelma said. "I guess I'll ride through Horsekill Pass toward Alaria." Before she could finish, the whirlpool condensed into a hellish scene. By firelight, Danica could see herself being held down by at least a dozen armored men, being gang-raped. Then the scene changed again to her laying motionless, nude, legs wide, eyes glazed over, flies and carrion eaters beginning to converge on her. "Raped to death," Zelma's shaking voice said. Then noticing Danica's ashen face still staring at herself laying dead, "The emotions you feel are but a small fraction of the true horror that fate would entail." "Then, I must stay in Elfhaven?" The scene immediately changed to an alley in Elfhaven. Danica was tied, nailed with daggers through her wrists and ankles, to the side of a barn. Angry men and women surrounded her in the dim torchlight. A woman she recognized as the Amazon slaver was just pulling a bloody dagger from the ruin that had been her face. Danica jerked her hands away in horror. "I can't stay either," she whispered, hugging herself. "I agree. How about going north? To Samola?" "Yes, I could go there for a while before returning to the Jarlands." Warily, she reached out for the mirror. "Go to Samola?" The whirlpool quickly condensed into a scene of Danica being held down by a group of nomad men and being stripped. Then it changed to scene of her in steppe nomad clothes, heavy with child and several small children running about her. Then it changed once again to show her dressed in a filmy veil, and nothing else but strands of pearls draped over her well-oiled body as she danced slowly, seductively, through what looked to be a brothel or tavern in some unnamed desert city, filled with lusty men reaching for her. Jerking her hand away again, "Are they all my fates? Or did it show me 3 possible fates? I don't know." "It may depend on how you decide to go to Samola," Zelma said. "Or you may be captured and raped, then later taken into the clan as a wife only to be captured by their enemies and sold into slavery in one of the desert cities." "The cards were right," Danica said, feeling her strength draining away. "No matter what I do, I'm doomed. My only choice seems to be between slavery and gruesome death." When Mother Zelma failed to respond, Danica noticed she was deep in troubled thought. She knew the witch was trying to work something out, so she let her be. Finally, even if you can escape those fates, you can't hope to sneak up on Taylor, not in that body. He'll probably be able to detect it easily. She hesitated, as if torn between conflicting emotions. "But there is a way." "It is?" "It's dangerous," she warned. "You could lose more than just a body, or your life. You could lose your soul." A chill ran up Danica's back. "It's a chance I'll have to take." "Tell me." Again, the hesitation. "In the city of Ismat al-Haratha there is an object of great power," she said slowly. "It is in the Temple of Mag." "A talisman?" "Yes. It is a gift from the goddess of magic. If you are caught trying to steal it," she paused, "the priests will feed your soul to it." Damnation? The alternative was slavery or death. Danica hated magic. She considered it almost cowardly to fight with magic. Warriors should settle their disputes with bared steel. Toe to toe. All this magic made her skin crawl. But, if she wanted her body back then she might have to use magic. "And just what will this talisman do for me?" It will make you a powerful sorceress, too. Great, she thought, scowling. It'll probably damn my soul forever. Would Bandit turn me away for this use of magic? What the god of war would do to her immortal soul was something to worry about later. Danica just wanted her body back. Taylor's equal? Zelma didn't answer right away. Perhaps. But he probably won't be able to detect your approach behind its magic, and you might be able to take him by surprise, she said, doubt written all over her face. I suggest you contact one of the Vicon in Alaria before you use the talisman, though. You will need lessons to properly wield it. Studying the hesitant witch, Danica briefly wondered if she could be trusted. A powerful wizard like Taylor could probably destroy her even from faraway Alaria. Or could he? She was suddenly painfully aware of how little she truly knew about magic, or its limitations. Though she did understand that wielding sorcery was at best difficult and dangerous. If the talisman was as powerful as the Vicon said, and she did manage to take Taylor by surprise, then she might actually be able to capture the wizard. Then either force him to undo his deed, or kill him. She could not allow Taylor to continue to live with her body. Turning to the mirror, she wondered if it would be better not to know the outcome of this decision. Knowing too much might cause her to hesitate at the wrong moment. It might mean the difference between success and failure. Still, wouldn't knowing what the fates had in store give her an edge? Perhaps this would be the gods' way of rendering their divine aid. Reaching out for the mirror, if I go to Ismet al-Haratha for the talisman, ... A flash of intense white light brightened the mirror's surface before the scene was slowly condensed into an aerial view of Alaria from a warhawk's back. Danica almost cried out in joy. Changing, the scene became a wizard's darkened laboratory with two powerful spellcasters locked in battle, Taylor and a very beautiful woman with long snow-white hair. Danica recognized her as the High Mage of Alaria, Aisha, called the White Rose. Danica watched as she jumped in to make it a three-way battle. That's it, she cried triumphantly, whirling on the Vicon. That's the answer. Go for the talisman. Cautiously, the mirror only showed the most likely conclusion. One misstep along the way and everything changes. You still could end up as a slave or wife to nomads. Or worse, ... Or worse. What could be worse than what it had already shown her? Her only other choices were slavery, be mutilated and murdered, or raped to death. Or the very real possibility of gaining bloody vengeance. Danica considered that a moment. The talisman was her only chance. Was she willing to face death? Yes, without a doubt. What about slavery to nomads? A nomadic warrior's wife? A brothel slave? To get to Ismet al-Haratha she would have months of riding across the steppes and desert. The thought of capture by nomads gave her gooseflesh. She tried to picture herself submitting to a man, and letting him do anything he wanted with her. Her mind returned to the slave house, and the things they did to her. And worse, how much her body enjoyed it. Even now, she struggled to suppress those erotic thoughts. Were there any other real options? Could she learn to live in a woman's body? She looked herself over briefly, and found the thought of life as a woman was as terrifying as eternal damnation and slavery. Worse, elves lived at least 1,000 years. Her father once told of attending the 900th birthday party for an elven envoy in Dakar. She had no way of knowing how old her new body was, but it appeared young even by elven standards. Taylor said she was probably around 500 years old, which would leave her another 500 years. She could end up in a very long slavery. But vengeance could be exacted with the talisman. Vengeance. Danica's sapphire eyes flashed with evil glee. Describe this talisman to me. Chapter 4. Danica reigned in the Bay Stallion. The assembling caravan was still too disorganized to discern who was in charge of what. She pulled her right leg up and hooked it comfortably over the saddle horn and idly played with the rowel and jingles of the bronze spurs. Jingles were an Amazon oddity, meant to draw attention. If she managed to hire on with this caravan, the first thing she planned to do that night was hunt down the smith and have him remove the annoying things. She twisted and stretched in the saddle again. The previous night spent sleeping in the stables beside her horse left her muscles and joints tight and sore. She had spent her last coin in a tavern, on a bowl of thin soup and a mug of watered ale instead of lodgings. Now she was questioning her judgment in that decision, since she could have eaten some of her trail rations. In the early morning light, she looked the caravan over with a critical eye. Several merchant houses were assembling their wagons and pack trains in the bazaar just inside the north gate. The cold winds blowing down off the Tyr mountains whipped up clouds of the fine dust, coating the streets, men, and everything else. The men, horses, and wagons moving about didn't help the situation any. Basically, she liked what she saw. The caravanners seemed to know what they were doing. The wagons were in good repair, and the teamsters and guards looked confident and competent. She already knew they were heading for Ismet al-Haratha by way of the desert cities of Samulla and Tamara. It would be a long trip, probably taking the better part of 3 or 4 months. It would be faster for a lone rider, but it would be dangerous alone. And Danica knew better than try to go it alone on the steppes and desert. There looked to be some 100-odd sharp-eyed caravan guards, slowly moving through the bustle astride horses. Most looked to be steppe nomads, decked out in their distinctive lamellar armors and wide-brimmed hats. To someone knowledgeable in steppe lore, the choice and styles of hats would tell which tribe and clan each warrior belonged. The style of lamellar armor, with its bright lacings, would also be some indication, but armor was a highly prized war trophy and frequently worn by the victors. Especially if they were young warriors with little resources to buy the small steel lames, or plates, used to assemble lamellar armor. The non-nomads were quite distinctive in contrast, most wearing steel cuirasses not unlike Danica's, or chain mail hauberks. The commander of the caravan guard stood to one side, carefully watching everyone and everything. In the tavern the previous night, Danica had heard many good things about him. He was tall and dark, with a short black beard and short-cropped hair. His father was a renegade tag warrior, a volatile and reclusive tribe roaming the southwestern regions of the vast desert bordering the steppes. His mother was a Tyrian warrior, said to be even more headstrong and fearless than his father. He had literally grown up riding with the caravans his parents hired on to guard across both steppes and desert. The men who told her of this caravan had only the highest regards for Captain Fulger's ability. They guaranteed the pay would be good, the food plentiful, and discipline tight. All things Danica considered important. Spurring over to the captain, "Ho, Captain Fulger." He turned and looked up, black eyes narrowing. "What do you want, Amazon?" Close up, she thought he looked more like a Jarlan mercenary officer than a half-dead caravan guard. His unadorned armor was expensive half-plate, with a close-fitting, open-faced helm resting in the crook of his left arm. Pauldrons protected both arms and plain steel greaves did likewise for his lower legs. The heavy blue cotton breeches were faded but clean. The spurs on his boots were bronze. He was big-boned and heavily muscled, not at all like the thin desert folk. "I come to hire on," she said. Looking her over slowly, and with growing appreciation, "So you do. I may just have a position for you, Amazon." His leer gave her a good idea of what kind of position he had in mind. And if there had been any doubt, he'd addressed her as Amazon. Amazons were notorious flirts and carousers. They were legendary in their wild ways and easy morals. "A guard position," she said. "Of course," he said. A crooked smile spread across his scarred, bearded face, not quite making it to his eyes. "You'll be the only female in the caravan, you understand?" Shrugging, "That's of no consequence, dot." Nodding, "Maybe not to you." He smiled even wider. "I would offer my services. My protection." "I have all the protection I need right here," she said, grabbing the hilt of her sword. "Your services are neither needed, nor wanted. You don't understand." "I do understand," she snapped. I am not going to be your whore, or anyone else's. I can take care of myself, thank you. He glared at her a moment. She tensed, but returned his glare with a determined look. She would ride alone across 1,000 deserts before she submitted to his touch. I would honor you. Honor someone else. Begone, he snapped. What do we have here, Captain Fulgur? A large man asked as he approached. The man was powerfully built and dressed in expensive but practical clothing. Danica figured the dark-haired man to be a merchant, maybe even the leader of the caravan. Another guard, I hope. That I am, my lord, she called before the captain could answer. I am eager to hire on with your company. She is not acceptable, Captain Fulgur said, shooting her a hot look. I have just told her to leave. And for no good reason, Danica said, glaring back at the big mercenary. She looks more like a pampered silk slave than a warrior. He sneered as he took in her shapely body and long golden mane. I'd wager that the only sword she can handle with any talent is hanging between your legs. Looking him straight in the eye, test me. Excellent idea, the merchant said. Then to Danica, I am Omar, master of the house of Chara, and the leader of this caravan, I presume. Shrugging with a shy smile, the other merchants seem to think I have some ability in leading. I do my best. It will be an honor to serve you, my lord, she said with a slight bow. If you pass my test, Fulgur said. When I pass your test, she corrected. She still had her knowledge and talent with weapons. Danic was a swordmaster, she would be very close, at least. She hoped. Prayed. Anyway, it was doubtful the captain had another swordmaster in his company. Danica slid from the saddle and pulled her sword, while Fulgur called over another guard. A steppe nomad, by the look of him, strolled over with his rolling gait, and not much bigger than herself. On being apprised of the situation, he pulled off his beige burnous and started stretching his arm muscles. His steel waist-length lamellar armor with chain mail sleeves was stained black and laced with plain leather, with innumerable patches, scratches, and dents from scores of battles and brawls. His peaked helmet was typically nomad, being a segmented steel construct with a horsehair crest. A large circle then formed around the two combatants as they sized each other up. The man sent up against her was young and in his prime. He looked cheerful, but confident. Considering his fresh-faced look, Danica figured the armor was handed down to him through several generations. He carried a steppe sword, the two-handed, single-edged, slightly curved sword favored by the steppe nomads. Danica found herself wondering if Fulgur had a very low opinion of her abilities, or if the blonde youth, called Horse, really was his best swordsman. Looks could, and frequently were, deceiving. She would be cautious. My lady, Horse said, bowing with a flourish. You are indeed the loveliest vision my sad eyes have ever beheld. Definitely a steppe nomad and by his accent, Horse tribe. The Horse tribe was the largest and most powerful of the steppe nomads. As a caravan guard, Danica had dealings with them before, and knew them to be generally friendly and outgoing among their own and friends, but stark and merciless fighters and raiders otherwise. And you have the slickest tongue I have ever heard. She smiled back. You sound like a courtier. He laughed. I wish, but I am but a simple herder granted the honor of riding with these fine men. Is Horse your real name, or were you tagged with it because you're from the Horse tribe? She asked, and received a surprised look from him. Very good, he said, pulling his sword. I am indeed a son of the Horse tribe, and Horse is my nickname. Shrugging, I have a way with horses. He presented his blade with a confident smile. Why do I have a feeling you're even better with a sword? Must be your woman's intuition. She gave him a doubtful smile, then turned to Fulgur. What are the rules? No rules, he said, sneering. Just win. Bowing with a self-assured smile, Horse said, anytime you're ready, my lady. Danica gave him a crooked grin, then kicked some of the fine dust covering the street at his face. On instinct, he jumped back, brandishing his sword wildly. She drove into him with a vengeance. It was all he could do to defend himself, but he recovered before she could exploit his brief disadvantage. "Well met," he said, his lazy smile returning. "I see there's more to you than first thought." "There's more to me than you'll ever know," she said, circling slowly. In a move almost too quick to see, Horse stepped in and thrust for her heart. Twisting, she swept his blade away, but not before receiving a long shallow crease across her breastplate. She continued the spin, dropping low and throwing a leg out. Horse's legs were swept away and he came down with a grunt. He rolled aside just before the point of her blade slammed into the cobbles. Any hesitation would have cost him the fight, if not his life. "Never underestimate your opponent," she chided him. "I stand corrected," he said, looking at her with respect now. They circled for several minutes looking for a chink in the other's armor. After extensively probing each other's defenses, they concluded they were fairly well matched. Danica cursed her loss of physical strength. Her sword felt unusually heavy and difficult to wield. As Danic, she knew she could have made short work of the man. With a little practice she felt she could get real close to her former abilities. If nothing else came of this, at least she had proven to herself that she wasn't totally helpless. That nagging doubt in the back of her mind was now put to rest. While circling, Danica heard Fulgur's snort of anger, then felt his boot slam into her lower back. She stumbled into Horse's arms. He caught her with a laugh, looking down into her startled face. Twisting and bucking violently, she almost escaped Horse's suffocating embrace, but just ended up facing Fulgur. Horse had her arms pinned to her sides, forcing her to face the gloating guard commander in helpless rage. "Cheat," she cried at the captain. Laughing, he said, "I said no rules. Besides, no one plays by the rules in a real fight." She seethed. Nothing she could do would break the nomad's hold. He was too strong. Then something occurred to her. "Take that," she cried as she drove one of her heels into Horse's foot. As his grip loosened, she broke free and swept an elbow across his jaw. Then she kicked him in the chest as he fell back. He laid at her feet, too stunned to stand. Turning to Fulgur, "I win." While Fulgur glared at her, the other guards and teamsters crowded around. Ignoring Fulgur, she acknowledged their welcomes, congratulations, and hearty back slaps. Like it or not, Fulgur had to accept her now. Pushing his way through the crowd, Horse grinned at Danica. Rubbing his jaw, "Well met, my lady. It will be an honor to serve with you." "Friends?" she asked, offering her hand. "Friends," he said and cheerfully took it. "I think you broke my foot." He was only slightly favoring that foot, so not broken. "I hope not," Danica clapped him on the shoulder. "How about I buy you an ale in Samulla? To make up for my mistreatment of you? I look forward to it." "I'm glad we're all such good friends now," Captain Fulgur grumbled, pushing through the crowd. Stopping, he gave everyone a hard look. "Get back to work. We move out in 15 minutes. Horse, looking even more sheepish, patted Danica on the shoulder and winked. Captain Fulgur cast a withering stare at the retreating nomad before turning his attention back to Danica. After everyone left, Danica said, "And just where do you want me?" She regretted her choice of words the second they left her lips. Several visions flashed before her mind's eye, of Fulgur bending her over and having his way with her. Of her on her back, legs wide as he sated his lusts. Of her on her knees before him, mouth full and head bobbing. He looked her over sullenly a moment, but there was something in the cast of his eyes that told her Fulgur was having similar erotic thoughts. She bristled. The way his dark eyes lingered on certain parts of her body almost made her feel dirty. She fought the urge to cross her arms across her chest. "Bring up the rear," he said, then abruptly turned and stalked off. Great, she thought darkly. Now I get to eat dust the whole trip. Captain, was all she said, though. No profit in pushing her luck. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Riding into the wind to escape the choking dust cloud, Danica reined up on a small rise under a lone acacia tree. She watched the caravan slowly winding its way through the low, rolling hills of the steppes. There were few trees, and most of those were stunted oaks next to the rare rivers and streams, and thorny acacias. They were still in short grass country, near the desert to their east. Further north and west the grasses grew taller. Though she'd never ridden through them herself, Danica heard there were areas where the grass was twice as tall as a man afoot. Not counting the ocean, the steppes was the largest single region Danica knew existed. It was bordered by the Kakara Desert to its east, the Tyr Mountains to the south, the Black Forest to the north, and the Dragonback Mountains to the east. Danica had either flown or ridden over most of its vast expanses. She knew most of its tribes, but only a few of their scattered clans. The only cities were ruins from the time of the War of the Gods, when the Arisen gods routed the Old Ones and took over the godly duties of their world. Legends from that time said the steppes was then a vast forest, which was destroyed along with the Old Ones' mortal armies. Indeed, the Dragonback Mountains came into being during that war, when the king of the Arisen gods, Balder, called Father-Son, cleaved the land asunder to stop the retreating armies. The doomed armies were then crushed before the mile-high wall of granite. The Dragonback Mountains to this day were still sheer mile-high cliffs and impassable except by Warhawk. The Elven Empire rested behind the Dragonback Mountains, protecting them from unwanted human intrusion. It was well known that for a human to venture into those dark forests was death. The gods did nothing about it, having given the lands to the elves for turning against the Old Ones toward the end of that ancient war. To the steppe and desert folks, the Black Forest to the north was even more intimidating. No one knew how large the forest actually was. It was called the Spirit Lands by the steppe folk, and the Taboo Lands by the desert folk. All agreed it was haunted, and most believed the spirits of the dead Old Ones' armies guarded it from mortals. The entrance to hell was thought by the northern cultures to be deep within its dark forests. Pulling down her sweaty blue bandana from over her mouth and nose, Danica pushed her dusty wide-brimmed black hat back and wiped her sweat-soaked face with a grimy sleeve. It was blistering hot, with her steel cuirass acting like an oven. She didn't have the coin back in Elfhaven to buy a burnous, though a fellow guard had offered to give her one of his for certain disgusting favors. Her shirt was plastered to her body beneath the armor, and she could feel rivulets of sweat tickling their way down her back. The armor prevented her from scratching. She marveled again at how the heat made the prairie shimmer like water. The cool spring temperatures were long gone. The only place worse than the far western plains of the steppes in summer was the desert in summer. And in 2 or 3 days they would be crossing over. For the better part of 3 weeks they had been roughly paralleling it while trading with the infrequent steppe clans. She slid out of the saddle, plucked off her hat and filled it with tepid water from the water bladder tied to the left flank of the horse and under her round nomad shield. Originally she didn't have the coin to buy a shield, but had won it in a game of dice from a steppe warrior 2 weeks back. "Ho, Danica!" Horse called out happily, too happily, as she was giving her thirsty mount its second hat full of tepid water. "Lose your appetite for dust already?" She tried to scowl at the cheerful nomad, but it quickly twisted into a smile to match his own. He was so much like Carl. Grinning, "I'm trying to watch my figure." Snorting, "No need. No one will get fat on what they feed us." Then giving her his most dramatic leer, "But if you're so worried, I would be honored to help you work off any undesired weight, my elven beauty." Danica visibly cringed, to his delight, and cursed the day horse had learned she was an elfmaid. Needless to say, he couldn't wait to tell everyone. For 2 weeks she had been the center of unwanted attention, as eager-eyed men vied for her exotic attentions. And after she'd worked so hard to keep her racial identity a secret. Go lick a goat. Horse just chuckled. Setting the soaked hat atop her head, and enjoying how its wetness cooled her brow, she swung back into the saddle. Shifting her weight in the saddle, she wondered if she'd ever get accustomed to life in the saddle. Even in her old male body, she quickly tired of forking a horse day in and day out. Then realizing Horse was watching her, she settled into the saddle. Shooting the chuckling nomad a sharp look, she vowed to knock him out of his saddle if he offered to rub her tush again. "Not what I want to lick," he said, wagging his brows. Danica smiled despite herself. She worried he was starting to wear her down. The idea of actually sleeping with him wasn't as repulsive as it should be or as it once was. She liked the horny bastard, and truth was, she was feeling the need for some relief as well. "I don't want to go there. Going there would lead down a path best not traveled." "I like it when you smile," Horse said. "It gives me hope." Danica said, biting her lip. Was she that annoying back when she still was a man? Probably. "Do you ever give up?" "Never," he said. "But there is one way to shut me up." "Oh?" "Sleep with me," he said. Danica sighed. She glanced towards the caravan, which was no longer in view. She couldn't see anyone else. Her heart started pounding, her pussy aching. A warm wetness spread between her legs. This is happening way too often of late. She glanced at Horse. His eager eyes told her he realized she was considering his proposition, if not how her body was reacting. That man was way too observant for her own good. "I swear, Taylor enchanted my brain. Or my body. Or my libido. Something." "You're almost as bad as Fulgur," she said. Horse chuckled, shaking his head. She knew by mentioning her nemesis within the caravan she'd killed his ardor. Usually that was true. This time, not so much. Unfortunately, all day Danica had been trying to figure out a way to kill Captain Fulgur's desire for her. Or at least stop his constant attempts to get her alone and force himself upon her. The only solution she could think of was to let him have his way. Maybe after a night in his bedroll he'd be satisfied and leave her alone. Maybe she wouldn't have to do much. "Do you think Fulgur would leave me alone if I sucked him off?" Her face burned. She couldn't look at Horse. All day, really for the last week, her mind kept returning to doing something for Fulgur so he would leave her alone. Those vile thoughts always left her shaken and disgusted, but mostly because of how aroused she became when she considered how best to do him. Sucking him off on her knees seemed to pop into her way too often. "What?" Horse said. "You're not joking. You mean it." He looked shocked. Odd, because he made jokes about her doing Fulgur on a daily basis. It might have even been his teasing that put the thoughts in her head, and then got her to seriously consider that option. "Yes," she said. "I'm trying to get him off my ass." "What's your problem?" "My problem? You want to know what my problem is?" Horse asked, reining his horse around to head away from her. "I'm your friend." "Really, your only friend in this damn caravan, yet you reject me and are seriously considering letting a man you claim to hate have his way with you." Horse sank his spurs in so hard his mount whinnied and took off running. Danica just stared open-mouthed. He wasn't joking. After a moment she followed. Danica was not able to get close to Horse for the rest of the day. He rode ahead or dropped behind whenever she drew near. Quite irritating, and oddly distressing. Danica didn't like how his rejection affected her inside. The prospect of losing him as a friend frightened her. "I hate my life," she said, scowling at the heavens. The caravan stopped for the night well before dark. The guards all came in to help put the laager together using the wagons. While they maneuvered and wrestled the wagons into a tight circle, their dinner was being cooked. Once everything was done, and they'd all tended their mounts, it was time for the evening meal. The hunters managed to kill a pair of wild goats, so they had meat. Most nights they didn't. Danica was last in line, as usual. Horse normally stood and ate with her, but he got his food first that night and got himself in the middle of a bunch of other nomads. She couldn't confront him with so many witnesses, or everyone would know she was contemplating letting Fulgur have his way. That would not turn out well for her. So she had to wait for him to bed down. First, though, she rolled out her bedroll and got in fully clothed. With so many sexually deprived men in the caravan, Danica didn't think it prudent to sleep any other way. She slept with 2 daggers and her drawn sword, too. Danica watched and waited. Horse finally got his bedroll, and rolled it out far from hers. It just felt wrong. He always slept right next to her, from day one. His presence helped her sleep, knowing he had her back if one of the other men got any crazy ideas. So she waited until most of the men were settled down, and she slipped out of her bedroll. Sneaking up to Horse, she squatted beside him and placed her finger across his lips. Shoo! He tensed, looking at her warily. Can we go talk? She whispered. About what? Us, she said. He hesitated. Her belly clenched. Danica couldn't believe she was saying what she was saying, or thinking what she was thinking. What's there to talk about? You'd rather suck him off than do anything with me, he whispered. Danica gasped and glanced around quickly. No one stirred. Maybe you should be waking him up. Shoo, she said. Please. Can we do this somewhere else? Somewhere more private? Do what? He asked. His eyes were fierce. She felt naked under that gaze. Danica swallowed, feeling her body changing. She was so hot. Warm wetness spread between her legs and a tremor started in her belly and hands. Please. Not here. Horse shook his head, and then lowered it back to the ground. I'm through talking. Do what you want to do, or who you want to do. Danica watched his eyes close. Dismissing her. She swallowed, her mind crying out with distress. The elfmaid didn't know if it raged against what she was considering doing with Horse, or the fact he might no longer be interested. Very distressful. Licking her lips, heart thundering in her ears, Danica rolled to her knees, lowered her face, and kissed him on the corner of his mouth. Horse's eyes popped open. He gawked up at her. Please, Horse, come with me, she whispered, throat almost too tight to speak. Rising to her feet, she headed away from camp. She heard Horse following, and that was quite a relief. It also terrified her. Once they were over the rise and out of sight of camp, Danica turned to face Horse. He was moving up to her fast, his eyes fierce and hungry. Horse, I just wanted to say, she started, but he was upon her. Her friend wrapped his arms around her, hugging her tightly. It felt divine. She hadn't been held in so long, but it was going too fast, so she tried to push him back. Instead, Horse kissed her. Before she knew it, his lips were all over hers. She moaned, and didn't know where that came from, only that it felt so good. After a moment, her mind began to spin and Danica kissed him back. Her hands clutched at him, and she moaned low at the sensuous feel of his lips gliding over hers. She knew she was in trouble when he opened her mouth with his own, and thrust in his tongue. Her tongue met his, and they wrestled deep in her mouth. She groaned. Horse. This is, oh. Lyss, help me, . Horse groaned, kissing and sucking on her neck. She realized that calling out the goddess of love was probably not the best idea she'd ever had. You don't need Lyss's help, Horse said, starting to remove her clothes. I'll take real good care of you. Promise. Danica managed to push him to arm's length. He continued to work at her clothes, but he caught her eyes. She tried, but couldn't break free of his gaze. The beautiful elfmaid felt that gaze all the way down into her lower belly. It made her juices flow like never before. Horse, you don't understand. I've never, she said. Danica didn't know what to say. She couldn't confess the whole truth. She might be cast out from the caravan, and that would be a death sentence. I mean, I haven't. Are you a virgin? No, she thought, remember all that had happened before. Hardly. Horse had her breeches unfastened, and half pushed down over her flaring hips. They were too tight for him to remove without her cooperation. So he pulled her tunic up and off her body. Danica lifted her arms, letting him take it. She almost crossed her arms before her naked breasts. Danica, you are so beautiful, Horse said. He cupped a teat, squeezing it gently. His thumb rubbed her sensitive, hard nipple. She looked down, not know what to think about a man touching her so intimately. She watched as her nipples swelled up, become quite erect. So beautiful. Oh my. Horse kissed her. Then he pulled away, and stripped before her. Danica watched, panting, her body filled with the most incredible sensations. Tingling heat filled her, turning her insides to mush, as her pussy throbbed and ached. At the same time, it felt as if her mind was turning to mush as well. Before she knew it, Horse was on his knees before her, pulling her breeches down over her hips. She wiggled her hips, helping him out, and then he pulled them down her legs. Danica stepped out of the breeches, and Horse buried his face between her legs. Oh, she cried, feeling his tongue lapping at her feminine folds. You are so wet, he said. You do want me as much as I want you. Do I? Her head spun. Horse nibbled at her clit, causing her to rise up on her toes and bury her hands in his hair. He forced his tongue between her nether lips and eagerly lapped up her juices. Horse. Horse. This will change everything, she gasped. Change us. Change our relationship, woohoo. I know, he said, and pulled her down to straddle him. Danica looked down at his erection, now pressed against her belly. It's what I want. The size of him scared her. Her eyes widened as her chest tightened. Danica struggled to swallow the lump in her throat. Her mind was already going there, visions of Horse between her legs and thrusting into her. Could her body take in such a huge cock? Oh my. You're hung like a horse, she said. You will hurt me. Don't worry, it'll fit, he said, grinning. He rolled forward, pushing her onto her back beneath him. Danica cried out, looked down between them. He was hanging low, his erection rubbing against her folds. She couldn't believe how large he was. He had bragged before, but she dismissed it. Many men bragged about their size, but weren't any bigger than the next man. Are you ready? No, she said. I mean, yes. I'm yours, Horse. His eyes grew fierce again, sending a thrill up her spine. Danica reached down, wrapped delicate fingers around his shaft, and guided him in. She sucked in a sharp breath, back bowing up, when he thrust into her. Penetration was profound. Danica grabbed his shoulders, dug her nails in hard, her legs wrapping around him. Lyss. Help me, she cried. Glorious gods, you're so tight, Horse gasped out. He thrust and thrust, pushing deeper and deeper. Danica's head rocked upon the ground. Her hips thrust up to meet his and she stared into his face, wide-eyed. She could not believe it. Couldn't believe how stretched she felt. It hurt yet it felt divine. Horse slowly worked his way deeper and deeper, until he completely filled her. It wasn't long before she was bucking under him, crying out. She felt her body changing, felt herself moving closer and closer to ultimate release. And she so wanted it, too. Oh Horse. Oh Horse, she gasped out. Yes. Yes. Oh, please don't stop. Oh yes. Once he got settled into a nice rhythm, Horse's hands came up to the breasts. Danica marveled how wonderful it felt to have such big, rough hands all over her sensitive, silky smooth breasts. Soon she felt him starting to peak. His thrusts were becoming more frantic. Horse was gasping, grunting. She felt her own body change again, and start into that wild ride to climax. she cried out as she got closer and closer. And then, "Aga!" Danica cried, feeling her body pulse with pleasure. She idly wondered if elven women climaxed different from humans, or if their climaxes were more powerful, or felt better. It was the most incredible feeling she'd ever experienced, as a man or a woman. Aga! Her orgasm seemed to excite Horse even more. He cried out joyfully, and then thrust deep and held it. Danica stared up into his blissful face as he came inside her, filling her with his seed. "That was better than I dreamed," Horse said, collapsing atop her. They lay like that for a long time, huffing and puffing, slowly settling down. So long that Danica felt herself starting to drift off. Then she heard Horse's soft snores, and didn't fight it anymore. Danica smiled as she drifted off into nothingness. She wasn't sure how long they slept, but Danica was awakened by Horse lifting her up in his arms. She drifted in and out of sleep as he carried her back to his bedroll. As they settled down within his blankets, she lifted her head and looked around. Most of the other men were looking at them. A few were grinning. She rolled her eyes, laid her head on his chest, and went back to sleep. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Danica stood before her mount, her hat filled with water as the thirsty Horse drank his fill. Well, she probably didn't have enough water on her to satisfy his thirst, but it would hold him over until the end of the day. Which wasn't that far off. Glancing at the sun far to the west, "We've still got a good 2 hours to go before sunset, and then I'll take good care of you." The sound of an approaching rider caught her attention. She glanced over her shoulder to see Horse riding towards her. He'd been called up to the train by Fulgur. "Danica, we're stopping for the night," he said. He leaned over in the saddle, palmed the back of her head and kissed her. Rubbing her lips together, Danica marveled at how a mere week his Horse's lover had changed her and their relationship. "There's a clan that wants to trade, so Omar is going to make camp on the other side of the next hill." "Great," she said. Her belly started to tingle. Horse was insatiable, and always wanted to get one off her before the evening meal, and then again at bedtime. Then again when they awoke and any chance they got during the day. "We can always count on old Omar to take care of us. Now if we can only avoid Fulgur. I didn't like the way he looked at me. I think he's got something nasty planned for us." That brought her scowl back. Captain Fulgur was still holding a grudge, despite her taking a lover. Danica had hoped Fulgur would lose interest when she started sleeping with Horse. Apparently he now blamed both Danica and Horse for his misery. Together, they pulled half of all the night guard duty, along with many other distasteful duties. Like digging latrines. "Speaking of the god of brooding," she said, "we had better get going before he spies us breathing fresh air." Captain Fulgur watched them like a hawk. If they even looked like they were happy or comfortable, he'd quickly find something hard or unpleasant for them to do. The first of the 20-odd wagons was just topping the hill when they took up their positions again. Most were the long, wide, canvas-covered wagons popular with traders in these parts. Yet many were the narrower wagons found in the heavily wooded jarlands. All the wagons were pulled by teams of 6 horses. Omar's house owned 10 of the wagons, with the rest divided among 3 other merchants. There were also half a dozen independent traders with pack trains of horses or mules, and one of camels. Together, they all made this trip twice a year. From Tyrians and Jarlanders in Elfhaven they bought bars of steel and precious metals, cut jewels, wines, spices and herbs, bolts of fine cloth, and, most precious of all to desert and steppe nomad alike, lumber, then traded them to nomads to make their wagons and in the desert cities of Tamara, Samulla, and Ismat al-Haratha. In return, they received the exquisitely worked jewelry and the colorful, intricate blankets and rugs the nomad and desert cultures were known for, not to mention the finest wool and cotton in the known world. By the time Danica and Horse topped the hill, the wagons were forming into a large laager, with men and horses protected inside the circle. The lone exception was the chuck wagon, which was always in the center of the encampment. The cook already had half a dozen cook fires of dried bison and cattle chips going by the time the last wagon and Danica arrived. The cook had been baking bread all day in the sun ovens bolted to the top of the chuck wagon. The mouth-watering aroma of the cooking bread was the only thing to keep her going on some days. After helping manhandle the last wagon into its position in the defensive laager, she unsaddled her horse and rubbed it down good. Then she placed her bay with the others on the guard's picket line. The cook's helpers were already busy feeding and watering the livestock. That done, she got into line for some chow. Captain Fulgur was 2 men in front of her. His total lack of leadership traits astounded her. A leader should never eat until each and every one of his people has been fed. A good leader, always took care of his people first. She wondered how he'd gotten his current position. By the time Danica got her steaming bowl of half-cooked, heavily spiced antelope stew, warm flatbread, and fried potatoes, the nomads arrived. She watched them warily while she ate with horse in the shade of the wine merchant's small tent. She knew the new arrivals from her recently completed trip as Danic. Clan Jordani of the Lion Tribe. Carl had promised one of their women that Danic would marry her if she slept with Danic. She did, he didn't. Her father, Det, the clan war chief, had been incensed when he failed to abide by Carl's promise. As she recalled, the present trading party compromised more or less the same individuals as the last one some 3 months back. Det, still looking more like a Jarlan mercenary than a Jordani warrior in his steel cuirass and broadsword, was the most obvious member as he angrily made demands and threats. He would act incensed at the outrageous prices asked, only to be soothed by the clan's women folk after the traders lowered their prices. It was an old nomad trick the traders had long since began to anticipate by truly asking outrageous prices for their merchandise. There were an even dozen warriors, led by the war chief, and an equal number of women. Danica was glad Hara wasn't one of them. She felt partly responsible for the woman's perceived dishonor. It wasn't her fault Carl forgot to tell Danic about the deal he struck with her. The merchants all spread out their wares for inspection. The haggling was intense. Danica watched them with interest, but Horse just sat silently staring at them through narrowed eyes. Grinning evilly at Horse, is it true that the Jordani have the most beautiful women on the steppes? His eyes went wide in surprise. Jordani are all pigs compared to the women of the Horse tribe. Danica laughed. The young nomad had nothing but contempt for the Lion tribe. He was under strict orders not to speak to any of them, for fear he would start a fight. Horse tribe and Lion tribe were ancient blood enemies. A crash, an angry shout, and then the rasp of swords whipped out of sheaths brought Danica and Horse to their feet. 3 Jordani were holding a merchant at sword point. Omar and Fulgur were rushing over with shouts for calm. Caravan guards were already inching in with drawn swords. Ordered to hold their positions, the guards waited for Omar to defuse the situation. It would be hard. Even from across the encampment, Danica could hear the nomads' angry accusations. They felt that one of the merchants was cheating them. Brandishing a silver bar they had just purchased, they claimed it was only silver plating over base metal. Knowing old Ramus, she figured they might be right. Bet you a kiss it ends in blood, Horse offered. Don't tempt fate like that, she hissed. Horse's prediction soon came to pass. Omar's attempt at a peaceful settlement died when one of the Jordani warriors tried to skewer Ramus. The wiry old trader jumped under a wagon and crawled to safety as the Jordani warriors and caravan guards threw themselves at each other. The Jordani warriors were outnumbered 10-1. They fought their way back to their mounts, protecting their unarmed women as best they could. The guards, not having as much to lose, fought more cautiously. Danica groaned inwardly as one by one the Jordani women were pulled down by eager caravan guards. Their fates were far worse than the warriors cut down in the fight. In all, 4 of the Jordani warriors and 6 of the women escaped. The caravan didn't hesitate. Everyone jumped into action. Horses were saddled or hitched back to wagons. Everything was thrown into the wagons. The 8 dead Jordani warriors were left where they fell, the 6 captured women bound and tossed into wagons. If the caravan survived, the women would be sold in the first city they reached, or to one of the desert tribes. The money collected for their sale would be divided up among the guards. Heading due east, straight for the desert, the caravan pulled out in record time. A large guard force was spread out in a crescent formation behind the train as it dashed across the darkening steppes. They had less than an hour of light left and no one knew how far away the Jordani camp was located. When the sun went down, Fulgur pulled the guard screen in closer. Danica was ordered to be one of half a dozen outriders sent to parallel the caravan. Her enhanced night vision, the only good thing about being an elf she could think of, earned her the most northern and dangerous position. It was their job to give the caravan an early warning of any Jordani attack. The caravan continued on under their protection as fast as possible through the rolling hills of the night-shrouded grasslands. Danica glanced up at the starry sky with apprehension. The only real light came from the large moon. The moon was usually a silvery white, but it wasn't that night. Instead it was a dark blood red. It happened a couple times a year. Blood moon. Evil. Misfortune. Bad luck. The realization that it was blood moon hit her like a hammer, almost making her swoon in the saddle. Until then, she had forgotten what day it was. Danica's elven night vision allowed her to see the fear in the eyes of her comrades. Blood moon meant bad luck and Ramus had flirted with it and lost. Now they all would pay. During the first hour of darkness, 2 wagons were lost in the mad charge to safety. One overturned and was abandoned. The other drove off into a ravine, killing the teamster and all 6 horses. Both wagons, remarkably, belonged to Ramus. 2 hours after dark, Omar stopped the caravan at a small copse of scrub oak. There was a small creek-fed pool there, so they watered their mounts while keeping a worried eye on the surrounding prairie lands. If they kept up the pace, then they would leave the Jordani graze before morning. The rest of the trip would be through the desert. Tagged tribal territory. Danica was watering her horse when it suddenly lifted its head and looked north. She noticed several of the other horses had become skittish. Then the faint rumble of distant hooves came to her. Attack! To the north, she cried, swinging back up into the saddle and pulling her sword. The guards were mounted in an instant. They charged out en masse to engage the incoming nomads. The 2 sides met in a thunderclap of flesh, steel, and battle cries. In the darkness, everyone struck out blindly at anyone closing on them. Only Danica's elven vision allowed her to discern friend and enemy. The nomads were armed and armored much the same as the guards, in lamellar armor of boiled leather or steel, leather-covered wooden shields, and steel helmets. Though each tribe and clan wore distinctive colors and styles of armor and clothes, in the moonless night it was nearly impossible to tell friend and foe apart even for Danica. Fighting her way through the thunderstorm of flashing steel and hooves, Danica suddenly found herself alone on a rise. Scanning the scene, she spotted a large group of Jordani charging the wagons. "Rally on the wagons," she cried, spurring forward. "The wagons are under attack." The whole battle seemed to turn and move toward the wagons in one great dark mass. Guard and Jordani fought on in a running battle. Then as suddenly as it started, the Jordani broke off the engagement and rode off into the night, whooping and hollering triumphantly. Danica and the rest stared at the carnage wrought by the attack in stunned silence. Everywhere she looked were dead and dying men and horses. She wasn't sure which was worst, the sobbing men or the screaming, thrashing horses. Now she wished her night vision wasn't so keen. While Danica helped administer death strokes to the mortally wounded horses, the wounded guards and merchants were loaded onto wagons. The wounded Jordani were given death strokes, an act that Danica found horrible. They were wounded and no threat to them. She believed that they should have been left alone, which would have forced their kinsmen to tend to them instead of continuing their pursuit of the caravan. Only Captain Fulgur was adamant about killing them, and most of the others angry and shaken enough not to question it. Any complaints were quickly stifled under the storm of angry glares and shouts. The cargoes of the dead pack animals were shifted to wagons. The teamsters worked out an order of march to ensure no other wagons or animals were lost, while covering the maximum territory possible under the circumstances. Only Omar's leadership ensured anything got done at all. With a lot of hard work, the caravan was soon ready to continue. When they all assembled, Danica was shocked at their losses. Easily half the guards were dead or wounded too badly to fork a horse and fight. The Jordani would be back, of that she had no doubt. And when they discovered what the caravan had done to their kinsman, well, she really didn't care to think about it. "Encircle the wagons," Captain Fulgur ordered. "Wait," Danica called. "The Jordani warriors will be back to pick up their dead and wounded." "So?" Omar said. "If we don't hurt them too badly to continue, they'll dog us clear to Samulla," she said. "And we can't take another attack like this last one." Several of the others murmured and nodded their agreement. "What are you suggesting?" Omar said. "We could leave most of the guards hidden over in the trees and wait for them to return," she said. "Once they're dismounted to look for survivors, we could then pepper them with arrows before sweeping through them in the confusion. Our losses would be minimal, and they're staggering." "No. I won't break up my force," Fulgur said. "You mean my force, Captain," Omar said. Turning back to Danica, "Where will the caravan be during this?" "It will continue on as before," she said. "I know enough about these nomads to know their first thoughts will be for any dead or wounded kinsmen left here." "That's right," Horse said. "First you see to your clan brothers, then punish the outsiders." "But there aren't any survivors," Fulgur said. "They don't know that," Danica said, giving him a withering glare of utter loathing. "And they will swing by first before giving chase. And after our dishonorable act of murdering their wounded warriors," Horse said, also blaring daggers at the captain, "it is even more important to deal them a crippling blow to stop any thoughts of pursuit and revenge." Danica shot Horse an admiring glance, glad to know that despite his hereditary prejudices he still understood simple honor. "I like it," Omar said. "I don't want to be hounded all the way to Samulla." "If it pleases you, my lord," Danica said. "I would be honored to lead the ambush force." "No!" Fulgur shouted. "I'm the captain. If it's to be done, then I'll lead it." "Who will be in charge of the guards with the caravan?" Omar said. Danica tensed. Would he, in his hate for her, make her miss the ambush? Horse. "No. I won't miss the fight." Horse cried. "You will do as ordered," Fulgur said. After much arguing, Horse and the caravan departed. He had command of all the wounded guards still in good enough shape to ride. The other wounded were propped up in the wagons with bows and arrows, just in case. The guards who managed to escape the battle unscathed made up the ambush force. Danica watched them right away with mixed emotions. She'd grown accustomed to Horse being the one guarding her back. A terrible sense of loneliness settled on her again. That, and the murderous way the captain was looking at her, made Danica almost wish she was going with him. Chapter 5. Danica watched the night-shrouded battlefield with growing concern. 2 hours had passed since the battle ended. Where were the Jordani? Did they break with tradition and follow after the caravan before returning to check on their fallen kinsman? If so, Fulgur would be taking it out of her hide. Her friends, the other guards, would eagerly help him avenge the lost caravan. The caravan didn't have the personnel to even put up a token defense. Glancing up into the moonless night, gods! How do I get myself into these situations? Then, horses. And they were coming from the north, not the east. Success! She soon spotted the silhouettes of the horsemen as they topped the hillock. The dark mass of warriors quickly rumbled down to the battle site and dismounted. While the nomads searched for survivors, the guards all climbed back into their saddles and fitted arrows. Then at the captain's signal, they let loose volley after volley. The guards' first flight proved deadly accurate. Men and horses screamed in agony as the lethal rain hit them. The guards shot all their arrows as fast as they could, then charged the remaining warriors. Danica led the charge with drawn sword and a battle cry. She bowled over 2 dismounted nomads before ramming one swinging into the saddle. He still managed to regain his saddle and control his mount, to Danica's angry surprise. He proved exceedingly good at fighting from horseback. Most nomads were. With a grunt of effort, she pushed past his defense and sunk her blade deep into his shoulder. Crying out with rage and pain, he grabbed her blade while jerking his mount around and pulled her out of the saddle. She lost both her shield and helmet on impact, as well as most of her breath. Scrambling under his horse, Danica cursed herself for not releasing the sword quickly enough. Grabbing his horse's bridle, she kicked the horse in the mouth. The horse screamed and reared up, tossing the injured Jordani warrior to the ground. Drawing a dagger from her boot top, Danica darted in and stabbed him in the throat before he could rise. Then retrieving her sword, she took off after her mount. The sound of hooves closing from behind caused her to turn. As the horseman rode by, she saw his sword arch towards her. She barely swept it aside. The force of the stroke staggered her momentarily, sending waves of pain reverberating up and down her sword arm. Then as the horseman reined in to turn, she made out his features. Fulgur! You craven dog! The bastard was trying to kill her. There could be no mistake. She was the only blonde female there. And her sun-bleached golden hair reflected what little light there was like a beacon. With a joyous battle cry, he launched himself at her again. Setting her feet, she presented her blade and waited. A mere second before he reached her, she darted across his path and thrust up at him. Her sword made contact, but slid harmlessly over his fine steel plate. By the gods, I'll gut you, she cried. Then to the god of war and warriors, Bandu, give me strength. They charged each other, one a horse, the other afoot. Danica tried to jump across the horse's path again, but Fulgur was ready for that. He turned the charging horse and she was ran over. Trampled. Danica struggled to her feet, sobbing raggedly, knees wobbly. Every bone and muscle in her body seemed to be screaming in agony. It was a chore just hanging on to the heavy sword, much less wielding it. She tried to find Fulgur through teary eyes in the confusing mob of men and horses, but her head was spinning. A dark shape loomed to her right, then stars exploded as Fulgur's boot slammed into her right temple. Then more stars as her head crashed into the hard, sun-baked earth. Barely coherent, she watched the dark shape that was Fulgur dismount and walk over. As he knelt beside her, she noticed the glint of steel in his right hand. A dagger. Where was her sword? She had lost it. Suddenly, horribly, she realized she didn't have the strength to even look for it. She was totally helpless. Gods, it was a struggle to even stay conscious. Well, now, he gloated, grabbing her face painfully and pressing the dagger to her throat. It looks like our little elven troublemaker has had a stroke of bad luck. He chuckled. You should have known better than go out on a blood moon. Tunner take you, she croaked, feeling hot, bitter tears run across her cheeks. No, my elven beauty, you are the one about to meet the god of the dead. Now, fry in hell. Danica fought to retain consciousness, but was failing miserably. As she felt herself slipping, she wondered if this was the end. Fulgur and Taylor would win. Asterisk 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 dot. That's all of them, Captain, one of the guards called out, reining up. Fulgur quickly palmed the dagger and hid it behind his body. They got Danica? I'm afraid so, Fulgur said. I saw her cut down just a moment ago. She's dead. The guard was silent. Fulgur tensed. Then the guard sighed loudly. It's the life she chose. That it was, he said, relaxing. It's how all warriors want to go. True, he said. Then grinning, after tonight, she's sure to have earned a place at Bandu's side. She's probably sharing a mug with Bandu and Ashta right now. Swinging back into the saddle, Fulgur said, I would think so. Then looking over the milling horsemen, form up. We've got a long, hard ride to catch up. The men were soon in a column of twos. He was shocked by how few were left. Then a malicious grin spread across his face. One particularly troublesome woman wouldn't be returning with him. He cast a last dark look at her body, laying still in the grass. How many Jordani escaped, he asked. A bare handful, Captain. Laughing gustily, a great night then. Well met. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Spitting out a mouthful of dirt, Danica struggled to all fours and tried not to sob. Her whole body screamed in agony. Finding it impossible to stand, she finally just sat back on her legs. She gently massaged her aching head while she tried to force her eyes to focus. The early morning sun revealed a hellish sight. Men and horses littered the ground, twisted horribly in death. Their agonized eyes stared accusingly back at her. And, what upset her the most, already the carrion eaters were arriving. The events of the previous night tore through her mind. Fulgur's honorless betrayal. The dagger. Why am I still alive? Did he feel it would be worse for her to be abandoned, alone in the Jordani grays? Looking around in stunned realization of her predicament, maybe he's right. If she was captured by the Jordani, then her fate would be far worse than death. At best, she'd be enslaved and sold to the next trader passing through. Or maybe kept and worked to death, but after their terrible losses, they might decide to torture her to death. I've got to get out of here. Danica forced herself to stand. She wasn't seriously injured, just badly beaten from being trampled and kicked. She was lucky not to have any broken bones, much less to be alive. Looking around again, she started whistling. Maybe if any horses were still around one would answer. On foot in the steppes was almost certain death for anyone not raised there. After several minutes she gave up trying to call a horse. The caravan guards would have taken any that remained behind after the battle, and any surviving nomad horses would have run back to their camp. Finding her sword, she sheathed it and headed for the nearest dead horse. She took the water skin, some rope, and the saddlebags. Then she found a bow and collected some arrows, which she placed in a quiver she tied to the back of her sword belt. With her belt knife, she cut chunks of meat off a horse and filled the saddlebags. Later, after she has gotten far away, she'd cut the meat into strips and cook it. That done, she located another full water skin and struck out northeast. Samulla was northeast. It was the closest city. There were no cities within the steppes. Lots of ruins, but no cities. The steppe tribes wouldn't tolerate them. She figured the Jordani were somewhere northwest of her position, this being the far southeastern corner of their graze. Already the grasses were sparser, coarser, and shorter. The soil was rockier and sandier. She wasn't far from the desert. Keeping northeast, she walked between the low hills. Only occasionally did she crawl to the crest of a hill to look around. With deadly enemies looking for her, she didn't want to give away her position by silhouetting herself against the bright sky. While she walked, Danica considered all the gruesome ways she could use to punish Fulgur for his betrayal. He had suddenly taken the top position on her list of men to punish for hurting her. Even ahead of Taylor. To her mind, bound in the knightly codes, what Fulgur did was infinitely worse than what Taylor did. She could justify Taylor's actions, somewhat. Not that it would do him any good once she found him, but Captain Fulgur betrayed one of his own people. He was without honor. Danica froze. The sound of barking dogs drifted to her on the breeze. Standing in the saddle of two hills, she couldn't quite make out where it came from. Then it came again, this time with the sounds of pots and pans clanking together. A camp? Jordani? Tag, maybe? Dropping her load, Danica scrambled up a low hill. Nearing the crest, she dropped to all fours. The knee-high grasses hid her well. She found a nomad camp just the other side of the hill. North of it she could see their herds of cattle, sheep, and horses. Dogs were running around keeping the herds together, with young boys and girls on horseback controlling the dogs. There was no way of knowing what clan it was, though the black felt tents said that it was a lion tribe clan and at least related to the Jordani. Even if they weren't the Jordani, she'd likely be stripped and enslaved within minutes of being discovered. A lone man, much less a woman, was considered a gift from the gods by nomads. Suddenly the scenes of enslavement by nomads, and herself heavy with child, flashed in her mind. Every step she made, every turn, every decision, altered her destiny. One wrong move now, and she could fulfill the mirror's more sinister predictions. After all, she was en route to Samulla, though her ultimate destination was Ismet al-Haratha. The mirror had shown her flying into Al-Aria if she went to Ismet al-Haratha and stole the talisman, but it didn't show anything about her trip to Ismet al-Haratha. Could that scene have been after years of enslavement and marriage in a nomadic clan? She was an elf after all, and could expect to live at least several more centuries. For a second, the thought unnerved her before she could force all thought of failure and doom from her all too fertile mind. For a few minutes, she simply studied the terrain. She would have to backtrack a ways and go around the encampment and its herds. She was already dangerously close. Turning to crawl away, she found a semicircle of young men staring at her. There were 6 of them, all warriors. All were bandaged up, so they were the men injured in the previous battle and left behind to defend the camp. Their smiles didn't reassure her. They weren't those kinds of smiles. As they all silently stared at each other, she reviewed her options. She was well armed, and they only had belt knives. But all of them were bigger than her, though as an elf she was just as strong, if not a bit stronger. To make good her escape, she'd have to kill all of them without anyone in the camp below hearing. Not likely. Horses. There are horses in the camp. If she could outrun them, maybe she could steal a horse and ride away. But before she could come to a decision, get her. With a piercing battle cry, she launched herself at them. She had thought they would at least freeze, but they never hesitated in following the order to attack. Kicking the tallest in the gut, she turned to run for the camp. One of the other men grabbed her shirt, so she backhanded him, but another drove into her stomach head first. With all her breath already gone, she hit the ground hard. The warriors swarmed over her. Hard fists pounded her mercilessly for what seemed an eternity, leaving her sapped of strength and gasping for breath. Danica found herself pinned to the ground, unable to even squirm. The warrior she had kicked stepped up beside her and glared down at her with hate-filled eyes. Then he stomped down on her lower belly. She couldn't keep the tears from flowing this time as her body tried to curl up in pain, but the nomads wouldn't allow that. She was held flat. Spread eagle. They had something else in mind. Strip her, he said, beginning to unfasten his own breeches. Try as she might, Danica was unable to pull her legs together. The young men were all just too strong. Looking up with tear-filled eyes, she saw their leader kneel between her legs as eager hands fumbled with the buttons on her breeches. Lust was beginning to replace the hate in his eyes. She heard herself whimper as her breeches were pulled open, and then felt her face burn hotly with the shame of it. "What's going on here?" an angry voice called, a female voice. "Thank the gods. We caught us an outsider," the man kneeling between Danica's legs announced proudly. Looking back, she spotted the frowning face of a nomad woman coming up the hill. She looked to be in her late 40s, with dark eyes and graying hair twisted into 2 braids that fell in front of her shoulders. She wore one of the soft beaded leather dresses popular among the steppe folk. Yes. An elder. Stopping beside Danica and looking her over once, "Where'd she come from?" They shrugged. She snorted and turned to go. No! Please, Danica begged, barely able to speak. She stopped and looked back. We caught her, he said, almost beseechingly. We get her by right. Yes, she said slowly. But that don't mean you can have at her right now. Bring her down to camp. But. Do it. With that, she departed. The warriors grumbled a few moments, and Danica feared they might disobey the elder, but then she was rolled onto her belly and her wrists bound. You ain't escaped us yet, he said, pulling her to her feet. You'll be given to us soon enough, and then we're going to punish you for this. Danica kept her tongue to herself. Hopefully she could figure out a way to get the clan elders to release her. If not, well, she didn't want to antagonize those men any more than necessary. Nomads could be extremely spiteful, especially to someone as helpless as she would be if turned over to them. If she was enslaved, then she would be turned over to them. As they approached, she studied the encampment. There was something wrong, but she just couldn't quite place it. She counted at least 3 dozen of the large black felt tents scattered haphazardly about. Dogs were running about barking, children playing naked in the dirt, women and slaves. Hard at work carrying water and cooking. The women supervising or sitting in the shadows of tents sewing or working looms were the clan's free women. It was easy to tell the difference, the free women were fully clothed. Horses? There were no horses to be seen within the encampment. That was what she had noticed wrong. There were always at least a handful of warriors left behind to protect the camp. Their saddled mounts should have been standing by. What would take all the healthy men away at once? Oh, my gods! What clan is this? She asked. Thrusting his chest out proudly, we are Jordani. Her knees suddenly felt weak again. The clan warriors were all out looking for her, or dead and feeding the buzzards. When the remaining warriors returned, if there were any still alive, then she would truly be in deep trouble. Kneel, the boy commanded, and promptly kicked her in the back of the knee. She landed on her knees with a gasp of pain. Grinning at her pain, don't move or I'll whip you. Not trusting her tongue, she nodded. I'll be lucky if all I get is a whipping. While the tall youth went off to discuss, or argue, about what was to be done with her, Danica went over her options. She didn't see many, but her captors seemed to have plenty. What would be her fate? The Viscount's mirror's predictions kept returning. Before her fertile mind could drive her to hysterics, the young man returned with a woman Danica recognized. Yuma, matriarch of the clan. She was an ancient, formidable woman. Her face was a leathery, weather-beaten mass of wrinkles from which 2 piercing blue eyes shone brightly. As she recalled, everyone was afraid of her. Danica found it impossible to look into those eyes. Just trying sent a chill up her spine. Yuma's scrutiny of her was long, intense, and done with unsettling silence. You got the stench of magic about you. Her high-pitched voice cracked out like a whip. Eyes narrowing even more menacingly, you a witch? No, I'm just a traveler heading for Samulla. Snorting, not anymore. Now you belong to us. But. Silence, she snapped, slapping Danica across the face. Then turning on the man who led the capture, you caught her, Raph? Brought her back here? Yes, he said, head held high. We was. Everyone jumped at the crack that rang out as she slapped him across the face, fool. You didn't even disarm her. Slapping him again, do you think that sword is a lady's pretty bauble, what? He started. Do you think that knife, and those daggers, are an outsider's idea of jewelry? While Raph stammered an attempted explanation, Danica's armor, sword belt, and daggers were taken from her. She knew she didn't have the words to convince Yuma to release her. The old woman was a Jordani elder. She was an iron-willed woman who didn't understand compassion or compromise for anyone outside her clan. To her, Danica was just another slave, to be sold or worked relentlessly for the clan's benefit. While the clan elder berated the men for their oversight, Danica noticed the slaves. They didn't dare let up in their labors, but kept up a close watch on what was happening. They were one and all filthy, and looked exhausted. She noted their clothes with dread. Some had nothing more than a small scrap of grimy cloth tied around their hips. Others had the remnants of breeches cut alarmingly short, little more than a triangle with a strip around the waist and one between their butt cheeks. All had the wide silver ankle bracelet above their left ankle that proclaimed them slaves in the steppe and desert cultures. Yuma cut Raph off. Enough. The other warriors will be back soon, and then we will take care of her. Then slowly scanning the worried young men, you all have chores that need to be taken care of. Yes, Mother Yuma, Raph and several of the other men muttered. After one last contemptuous look at Danica, she turned and disappeared inside one of the billowing black tents. The men all stood there scowling a moment. Then they turned their sullen attention back to Danica. "This is your fault," Raph said. "I assure you, young man, I didn't want to be captured," she said. "You're going to pay for this, I promise," he said, and nodded to the others. Danica was pushed to her back and held down. Raph stepped over her, one of her daggers in hand. Leaning over her, he began slowly cutting her shirt off. "Mother Yuma said you have chores," Danica said desperately, visions of gang rape sending her heart racing. "You're the first." The prophecy in the mirror of her being held down and stripped by nomads leapt into her mind. Had she taken a misstep? Was this her fate? Enslaved by the Jordani? And then impregnated and brought into the clan? Gods! Bandu, give me strength. Raph laughed maliciously. "I think the goddess of love and pleasure would be a more appropriate choice. Lyss is also the goddess of slaves, after all." They all chuckled, but Raph's dagger neither ceased nor slowed in its task. Within seconds her shirt was in ribbons and thrown to the dogs, who began fighting over it. Then after her boots were pulled off, Raph began cutting away at her breeches. She felt worse than naked before the gawking, hungry-eyed men. "Now we introduce you to the clan," Raph said as he guided himself toward her pussy. She grunted when he pressed against her folds, applying more pressure. "This is going to be so good." Raph bent his face to her breasts, clamping his teeth down on a nipple. She gasped and bucked, but he held tightly and laughed. The bite wasn't hard enough to break the skin, but sent intense pain through her body. Another warrior groped her other breast, while another ran his hands through her hair as he leaned down and kissed her hard and demandingly. Danica groaned miserably, closing her eyes and trying to think of anything but what was about to happen. The Jordani were all pawing greedily at her breasts, legs, and hair. The kisser forced his tongue into her mouth, so she clamped her teeth down on that invading tongue. He jerked back, cursing, as his friends laughed. "Slave, I suggest you relax and do what you're told," Raph said through clenched teeth. He held Danica's gaze a long moment, as visions of sex filled her mind. It was a bitter taste in her mouth, recalling how she had advised women warriors in the past to do the same thing if captured. As Danic, he counseled women to accept their fate, bide their time, and be alert for an opportunity to escape. It was their only real hope if captured. Somehow his own advice just sickened his stomach. "I am fucked." Raph would only be the first of 6. He looked so disgustingly smug as he settled in between her widespread legs, poised to thrust into her. She wondered how long it would take, and what they would make her do. She swallowed hard as she looked at his erection, not as big as horse, but big enough to make her feel it. "Great God of thunder," one man cried. He was the one playing with her hair, and at the moment he was gawking down at the sight of her head. An elf. Raph was immediately on his feet, racing toward the tents and shouting for Mother Yuma. Chapter 6. It was early evening before the clan warriors returned in a thunder of hooves and shouts. Danica lay bound hand and foot in the dirt and crushed grasses, tied to the center tent pole by the neck with a braided leather rope inside the slave tent. She had long since given up hope of slipping her bonds, and was now quietly awaiting the return of the men to decide her fate. She had a difficult time following the events outside the flapping tent, but could feel the tension. Normally the women and children greeted the returning warriors with great cheers and laughter, but they were all extremely subdued. Danica understood all too well the problem. Very few warriors returned. A dim cattle chip fire was lit in the middle of the encampment and everyone gathered to hear the warrior's sad story. She could barely hear the monotone narrative of the man she recognized as the clan shaman, Red Bull. The tale was met with stony silence. Then Raf's voice called out, "We caught a golden-haired elf-maid warrior this afternoon. She was afoot and coming from the southwest. Bandu, give me strength." She couldn't tell what was said after that, what with everyone suddenly shouting, but within moments two grim-faced warriors stormed into the tent. Even in the dark, she could see their jaws working and fists clenching. They eyed her laying there on the ground completely nude. The braided leather cord around her neck was untied. Each took an arm, and she was dragged out of the tent in silence. She was soon dumped before the war chief and shaman, the clan elders sitting around them. The clan stared at her in sullen silence. Danica struggled to her knees. It was humiliating enough to kneel before her enemies, but it was worse to be unable to do even that. Either way, she didn't like the way the men were looking her over. A couple of them licked their lips, looking very hungry. She swallowed hard, trying to loosen her throat as she returned the steely stare of the war chief and shaman. The whole of Clan Jordani was gathered around the fire of the sun-dried droppings of wild steppe bison and cattle, surrounded by the billowing black tents. From the eldest woman to the youngest toddler, they regarded her with unervingly grim faces in the ruddy light. The only sounds for several moments were the ceaseless whine through the flapping tents and the snapping fire and the incessant buzz of night insects. Danica fought to keep the fear from her face. Nomads only respected strength. A young woman jumped up. "I remember seeing a golden-haired warrior woman with the traders." "As do I," one of the warriors said. Danica groaned, staring incredulously up at the unforgiving heavens. "It just went from bad to worse." Then before anyone else could speak, Red Bull said, "Woman, you have the stench of sorcery about you. Are you a mage?" Danica hesitated. The residue of magic wasn't hers, it was left over from Tara. But, as a child, she was taught both sorcery and weapons. At an early age her magic training ended, not because she had no talent, but because the court and court mages feared just how much talent she possessed. Her family had some very powerful, and very evil, mages in their past. So she knew quite a bit of sorcery, but it was suppressed by powerful spells. Though, after Tara stole her real body, she wasn't sure if there was any knowledge of sorcery left in her mind. "I know no magic," she said. Then more bitterly to herself, "I wish, but nothing I can remember and use." He glowered at her a second, then closed his eyes and began chanting. Everyone fell silent. Danica watched with wide eyes as he slowly shuffled around her chanting. Would he be able to discern her true nature, and know her terrible secret? Finally, sorcery and powerful, gone? He studied her a moment in brooding silence. It's subtle woman's magic. Hard to place, but no power to feed it. Yuma spoke up, she is an elfmaid, Red Bull. Look at her. Her hair and eye color alone declare her Drew caste. Danica looked at them, feigning confusion. The forest elves were a mystery to human world. Mostly, humans dealt with high elves, and it was rarely a pleasant experience. Obviously, the Jordani, who lived much closer to the forest elves, knew more about them than they did about the city-dwelling high elves. More than was healthy for Danica. I've lived all my life in the Jarlands, and have only met high elves, and few of them, Danica said. Silence. Red Bull said. Red Bull studied her for a long time, then snorted in contempt and returned to his place among the clan elders. She is harmless, he declared. Slave, the war chief, Det, said, capturing her startled attention. You rode with the honorless dogs that cheated us and murdered our brothers? She had to be careful. If she lied, they would look upon her as being without honor and beneath their contempt. It could really get nasty for her then. Danica knew Det and Red Bull of old. As Danic, she had dealt with them only months earlier. Both were of average height, with thick barrel chests, thick tangled beards, and brooding tempers. The auburn-haired Red Bull was known for his stubborn ruthlessness. As a fighter, he was as bull-headed and tenacious as a bull. He was quite distinctive among his clansmen in the red-dyed steppe bison headdress and cape. Various amulets and power fetishes hung about his body, rattling against each other when he moved. His only other clothing was a red-dyed loincloth and soft-soled boots. The younger Det was known for his cunning and ferocious fighting skills. The tawny warrior truly looked every bit the barbarian warrior chief, with battered armor and armed to the teeth with a broadsword and a saber, 5 knives sheathed on his belt, and throwing daggers in his boot tops. I was a caravan guard, she said cautiously. But I had nothing to do with cheating you. I murdered no one. I'm a simple warrior, that's all. He glanced warily at the clan shaman, who seemed deep in thought. I wonder. It was Ramus who cheated you, she said. All of his wagons were destroyed in the rush across the prairie last night. Perhaps that information would mollify them a bit. Then in an afterthought, I think he might have been badly wounded in the last attack, too. Though untrue, Ramus remained unscathed personally. Despite his losses, it seemed to bring them a measure of pleasure. Tiny satisfied smiles touched the faces of several warriors. Det and Red Bull remained unreadable. She's an elf. Evil, a young woman cried, jumping to her feet and stalking over to stand before Danica. She was tall and lithe, with long, dark braided hair and a deep tan. It was Hara, the young Jordani woman Carl had promised Danic would marry. At the moment, hatred seethed behind her dark eyes. Elves worship the Old Ones. They can't be trusted. The elves did support the Old Ones during the War of the Gods, but the Old Ones were vanquished and gone. So there were no Old Ones to worship anymore. Speaking cautiously slow, I'm sure the lady has good reason to believe that, but I have not lied to any of you. My honor has never been questioned. Elven pig. Hara cried and slapped Danica across the face. If she hadn't already been on her knees, Danica would have been knocked to the ground by the force of the blow. I say stake her out and let the prairie dragons have at her. No, Yuma said sharply, causing Hara to jump slightly. The slave is valuable to the clan. We gain nothing by killing her. Mother Yuma is right, Red Bull said, bitterness spreading across his face. We have suffered greatly. We will need her services. Oh, my gods, she thought. I'm going to be forced to have their babies, just like the mirror said. If need be, she can bear many sons, Yuma started. Danica groaned. No. Not an elf, Hara cried, aghast. Many heads nodded in agreement. We will be dishonored in the eyes of the gods. Frowning at his daughter, Det said, our loss has left us weak. All the women will have to do their part in bringing the clan back to strength. Even this elven slave. It is only fitting she help replace what she helped take away, Mother Yuma said. Many honored clans have had half-elf children in the past, who grew very old and wise. A boon to their clan. Gods, a brood mare for the Jordani, Danica thought. Visions of herself being dragged to bed by some lusty nomad raced through her mind. It wouldn't be just one, either. As a slave she'd be available to any man who wanted to lay with her, whenever he wanted her. Non-stop chills ran up her back as she tried to reconcile herself to that fate. The gods hate me. Yuma's last statement brought about a great deal of muttering debate among the Jordani. Slaves weren't generally allowed to bear children within the steppe culture. The shaman would place spells upon them that retarded conception. But in times of disasters, like this, the slaves still of childbearing age were frequently used to bear children, and as some were saying, elven blood would greatly increase their children's life expectancy. How long could a half-elf expect to live? 200 or 300 years, at least. She recalled the mirror showing her first being stripped by nomads, then with several children and one on the way, and finally as a dancer and presumably a prostitute in some desert city brothel. If the first two come to pass, then was she destined for the brothel? Would that necessarily be worse? In that sequence of prophecy she never escaped to exact vengeance. Or did she? And if she was taken into the clan and married off, would betting only one man over a period of years, or decades, be any better or worse than prostituting herself to a score of men daily? She glanced around the fire at the hard faces of the warriors. The thought of marriage to one of the Jordani men made her sick. She would rather be a slave than be forced to bear their brats. She would rather be a whore in the seediest brothel back in Elfhaven than one of their honored wives. "I'd rather eat horse dung than bear your stinking goat-licking children," Danica said quietly, but forcefully. There was a collective gasp, then Det's backhand sent her sprawling in the dirt. While she struggled to gain her knees, he began repeatedly kicking her in the ribs. Even after she collapsed, he didn't stop. When he finally finished, she lay there sobbing and cursing herself for it. The beating was bad enough, but the uncontrollable tears and sobs were even more humiliating to her rigid mindset. "Shaman," the war chief growled, returning to his spot among the elders. Red Bull came forward with something in his hands. Blinking away the tears, Danica recognized the two halves of the polished silver slave bracelet. It was about as wide as a man's hand. The Jordani symbol, a lion running, was etched on it, designating the clan that owned her. Several warriors held her down, while another held her left leg up and steady. It was wasted effort on their part. She didn't have the strength of will or body left to struggle. Relaxing in their grasp, she took a deep, steadying breath. Strangely, the swirling mist lights she remembered from her visit to the witch returned. They seemed to envelope Red Bull, with many of the brighter mist lights seeming to spring from his forehead and converge on the two halves of the slave bracelet he held. Their intensity seemed to fluctuate with his chanting of the spell. Turning her full attention to study these mist lights only caused them to vanish. Chanting softly, the clan shaman brought the two halves together over her ankle. Instantly, it glowed white, then faded. It was then one seamless piece of polished silver just above her left ankle. She found it a snug fit and cool against her skin. Danica was now a marked slave. In their minds, indeed, even in her own, she was now chattel. Nothing. Worthless. Beneath contempt. "Take her away," Red Bull said, and the warriors released her. Danica lay motionless at their feet. It was the most helpless, most vulnerable she had ever felt in her life. Even being turned into a woman by Taylor hadn't affected her like this. The feeling that she was somehow now less important, that she was nothing, screamed at her. The thought terrified her. Never in her years of adventuring had she reacted to adversity so profoundly. Was it because she was a woman now? Because of the things they could, and surely would, do to her? With her? The visions of the nomad stripping her in the mirror, then herself heavy with child, kept flashing in her mind. She noticed Raph watching her. He looked ready to pounce. Raph was panting lightly, and she remembered when he was panting in her face earlier in the day. He caught her eyes, holding her a long moment. That smug smile returned and he grabbed his crotch, wagging his brows at her. He's going to finish what he started. Her head spun, butterflies erupting in her belly. To her surprise, her body filled with heat and she felt her juices start to flow. "I'm going to kill Taylor and Fulgur when I find them." "I caught her," Raph said. "I got first rights to her." Red Bull and Det looked surprised, but both nodded. Danica groaned, her insides turning tingly hot. She felt warm wetness spreading between her legs. As visions of Raph taking her flashed before her mind's eyes, She bit her lip and cursed her weakness. Cursed her arousal. Raph ran forward and swept her up with a grunt of effort. She heard herself whimper, but was more concerned now with how her body was so hot and tingly. Preparing itself for the inevitable? She looked up into his face, his eyes. Never had she seen such a look of triumph. Such eagerness. Then grinning at her evilly, he strode out of the circle of Jordani and into the surrounding darkness. She heard several of the men call out suggestions. Many of them sent her head spinning again as what little strength she had left seeped away. Danica's breathing started becoming short and ragged, and her heart raced, the blood pounding in her ears. Her whole world was spinning out of control. This man wanted her badly, that she knew. She was dropped unceremoniously back in the slave tent. In the dirt. Not even a stinking blanket to cushion her humiliation. It was all she could do to keep from sobbing, or begging for mercy. She found her fear and reactions shameful. I'm a knight. A warrior. I will not be unmanned, she thought, and took a deep breath. Raph retied the leather cord around her neck and began stroking her inner thigh. She again looked up into eyes full of triumph, looking for even the faintest hint of compassion. All she saw was a frightening hunger. The thought of fighting back occurred to her, but was rejected as useless and a waste of energy. He was too big and strong, and he was already angry with her from earlier. It would be better to just let him have his way. So she gritted her teeth and waited, trying in vain to ignore the sensations he was eliciting as his brazen hands explored her trembling body. You are very beautiful, elf, Raph said. He pulled his knife, and laid it flat on her left cheek. If you fight me, I'll make you a lot less beautiful. Danica licked her dry lips and gave a short nod. I'll not fight you. Wise decision, he said, and cut the cords binding her legs. Raph sheathed the knife, stood up, and stripped. Danica watched him, panting and trying to not squirm. Her throat tightened up painfully when he pulled off his trousers, revealing a long, hard cock standing erect. Dropping down beside her, he spent a long moment running bold hands all over her body. Touching, squeezing, pinching, and kneading her breasts, buttocks, and thighs mostly. Raph ran his fingers through her hair, he kissed and nuzzled her breasts, neck, and pointed ears. He seemed quite fascinated by her ears, kissing and licking them, tracing them with his tongue for quite some time. Yes, so beautiful, Raph whispered, forcing a knee between her thighs. He pried her legs apart effortlessly. Danica didn't make it easy, but didn't really fight him either. He pushed her knees up and wide, her feet pointing at the heavens. There was nothing gentle or refined in his touch. Raph pushed 3 fingers into her, spreading her tingling folds. I wanted to get a son off you, but you ruined that with that outburst. Danica gasped, belly quivering as she lifted her butt off the ground. Good, she said through clenched teeth. She could not believe the sensations surging through her body. It made it so hard to be defiant. You are too butt-ugly to breed with. Raph palmed her face, looking deeply into her eyes. Good, he said. Women should be beautiful and men should be ugly. His hands slid into her hair, around to the back of her head. He grinned with wicked delight, guided his cock to her quivering, aching folds, and then pulled her up into a fierce kiss. Danica groaned into his mouth as their lips glided across each other. You will learn to love me, adore me, and treasure the time I spend with you in the blankets. Danica rubbed her lips together, then licked them. That felt way too good. Over my dead, ugh, she cried, as Raph shifted and thrust into her. He pushed deeper, stretching her out. It was such a profound sensation, and her body rang with the ripples his penetration caused. Bandu! Give me strength! Danica tugged at the bindings securing her wrists behind her back. Their combined weight was painful on her arms, especially after Raph braced himself by laying a forearm across her upper chest so he could fondle her breasts while pumping into her body. She fought the urge to wrap her legs around him. Ask Lyss to bless you, to smile upon you, my pretty slave, Raph said. Danica didn't know what he meant by that. Did you want her to ask for the goddess's blessing of love? Sex? Besides being the goddess of love and sex, she was goddess of slaves. I am a warrior, she gasped out to his thrusts. I will not pray to Lyss. Oh, you will, he said with way too much confidence. You will pray for the ability and passion to please me. Please me in every way. You're as crazy as you, or ugly, she gasped out. He smiled, leaning down to her face again. No. Please don't kiss me again, mmggh. Raph opened her mouth with his, thrusting in his tongue. Mind spinning, she let him have his way. Not that she could stop him. In some ways the kiss was worse than the actual intercourse. His penis felt so big, so damned good inside her. Her body was raging, pushed to the brink. Danica struggled to contain herself. If she climaxed, he would believe she liked him. That she enjoyed sex with him. She wasn't sure what she believed anymore. Pray to Lyss to help you please me, he whispered in her ear. I can't, she said, voice so breathless she could barely hear herself over her thundering heart. If you do, it will please me so much I might come, he said. When I come, I'll leave you alone. For a while, anyway. She knew he was manipulating her. If she caved in, it would be the first step toward total submission. Before long, Raph would own her heart as well as her body, and then she'd be truly lost. No, she shouted. I will not submit. As you wish, my beautiful slave, Raph said, and really started humping her. Danica gasped, back bowing as she stared incredulously at nothing. Her mind was in shambles, unable to think coherently. It felt like her body was winding up tighter and tighter, and she struggled to hold herself in check. Give the enemy no pleasure, no satisfaction. Give Raph nothing. And then the sweetest tingling heat flowed into her thighs. Danica recognized it, groaning with despair and pleasure, and then her body erupted. Raph hooted with glee when she came, gasping and crying out as she bucked and writhed beneath him. A moment later she felt him stiffen, and then release deep inside her. Raph let out a gusty sigh and slowly pulled out of her. Danica groaned, unable to stop writhing as the aftershocks of her climax quivered and quaked deep within her belly. She shot him an incredulous stare as Raph rose to his feet and started dressing. A roar of angry shouts and accusations erupted from the clan council. Danica's turbulent emotions along with the jumble of voices wouldn't allow her to understand what they were arguing about. She desperately wanted to listen to their conversations, to help her ignore what Raph had done to her, had made her feel and experience. Suddenly grabbing her face, Raph yanked her to her feet, kissed her long and hard, and then roughly pushed her back to the ground. To her surprise, he stood over her and glanced nervously back toward the arguing voices. Later. Right now I don't want to miss the council. With that, Raph was gone. Danica lay in stunned silence, shaking and sobbing softly, thanking every god she could think of for this reprieve. Even Lyss and her demented offspring, the god Eshu. When no one else came in to use her, Danica turned her attention to the braided leather cord binding her to the tent pole. She started chewing. It was thick and tough, but she was confident she could sever it. Unfortunately, she had to stop when other slaves started returning to the tent and bedding down. Danica lay her head down, deciding to wait for them all to fall asleep before she returned to working on the cord. As she lay there, all of her aches and pains demanded her attention. Soon, the rough day began catching up with her, and she tried in vain to fight off the lethargy that enfolded her with blackness and oblivion. Danica eyes popped open. Glancing around the tent, she held her breath and listened to the slow steady breathing of the other slaves. She had heard one of the other slave girls stirring in her sleep, mutter incoherently. Her enhanced elven sight allowed her to see in the near absolute blackness remarkably well. Slaves were scattered thickly about the floor on the thick, boldly colored rugs the nomads were known for. None of the others were moving though. Reassured, she started to gnaw on the leather cord securing her neck to the center tent pole. The clan had retired for the night. She was relieved that neither Raph, nor anyone else, came to pay her a visit after the meeting broke up. But she didn't think it would take Raph long to hunt her down in the morning. After being soaked with spittle and gnawed on by her strong, sharp teeth, the braided leather cord separated relatively easily. As the last strand parted, she rolled up to a sitting position and again scanned the tent's interior. Then, with her hands still tightly bound behind her back, she slowly worked her way through the sleeping slaves and wiggled under the tent flap on her belly, then started looking for the sentries. After several tense minutes, she finally spotted 2 warriors guarding the sleeping camp. One to the east, towards their hereditary enemies Greys, the Tag, and the other to the west guarding the string of saddled horses. She had expected more sentries, but then recalling their recent losses, decided that they were fielding all they reasonably could. They couldn't have all their warriors on guard all the time. Noting the location of both sentries, she went in search of something sharp to free her wrists. Anything would do: sharp rock, discarded spearhead, knife, javelin. She eventually found a small fire pit bordered by largish rocks. Kneeling with her back to them, she began rubbing the leather cord against the sharpest edge she could find. It was harrowing, expecting to be discovered at any time, but the cord finally parted and she was free again. After a short but unsuccessful search for clothes, she gave up and decided to just escape. She'd worry about clothing later. Staying downwind, she eased up close to the saddled horses and studied the sentry. He seemed alert. It would be difficult to sneak up on him, especially with the horses present. Not seeing any alternative, she bunched up her legs and darted in at the startled warrior. As he reached for his hilt, she kicked him in the groin. When he bent over, she elbowed him across the face and sent him back against a horse. She stepped in and straight finger punched him in the throat, cutting off any cry for help. Then she brought her knee up hard into his jaw as he slumped to his knees. Though she successfully stifled the Jordani's cry of alarm, the horses were pulling at their reins and screaming shrilly as only horses can. Seeing the other guard charging her way, she jerked the unconscious nomad's step sword out of its sheath and hacked off the end of the picket rope holding the whinnying horses. After running to the other end of the short line, she untied the reins of the last horse, cut the other end of the line, and swung up into the saddle with a tight grip on the picket rope. She noted with an instant of pleasure that there were fat saddlebags, hopefully with rations and a change of clothes. Then with a wild cry, she kicked her mount into a run, pulling the string of horses along. Bearing northeast, she continued to kick the horse into ever greater efforts. Pulling the other horses along was a chore, but she couldn't allow the Jordani to retrieve them. It would take them a good while to round up more mounts and pursue. And she had no doubt that they would pursue. She expected to be chased all the way to Samola, and maybe beyond. Nomads could be quite tenacious when spied. She was soon riding past the clan's herds of cattle, horses, and sheep, all quiet in the night. A shout, then another, to her left told her she had made a grave error. In her desperation, she had forgotten about the herd guards. There would be several, mostly young men nearing the age to bear arms for the clan. She released the string of horses, then veered right and headed due east. She kept the moon to her rear. The blood moon was past, but was still a taint of red. With her fresher horse and lighter weight, she hoped to outrun the herd guards and lose them in the night. In daylight she could never hope to evade them, but there was a slight chance of success in the night. "Run, baby, run," she cried, kicking the horse urgently and whipping it to greater efforts with the long reins. She could see the shadowy Jordani following, crouched over in their saddles and whipping their mounts with their reins. Few-step nomads used spurs, preferring to urge their beloved mounts on by using their long reins as whips. It was too dark to tell if they were gaining, and the ride too frantic to count them. It was enough they were following, and not too far back either. Soon the seasoned warriors would join the chase. She turned down a dry wash, hoping they would lose sight of her. Keeping low, she rode up the wash past a low hill and cut out. Heading west, she rode a short ways before cutting back north into another wash. The confused shouts of the herd guards gave her renewed hope. Riding hard up a rocky, dried-up creek bed, she kept a close watch to the rear. She half expected to see Jordani rounding the bend behind her at any time. It was almost impossible to escape from one of the nomadic tribes. Even with the horse and her knowledge of the steppes and desert, she only gave herself even odds. "Gods," she cried as the horse crashed headfirst into the ground. Danica was thrown clear and rolled to her feet, looking about wildly. The horse was on the ground screaming in agony and flopping like a fish. Even without looking, she knew it had broken a leg. Off in the distance, she heard the shouts of her pursuers and then the low rumble of approaching horsemen. The horse's agonized screams and bellows had alerted the Jordani to her location. She ran up and brought her sword down across its neck just behind the head. It was as much to end its suffering as to silence its screams. Turning, she started running up the wash. The small, sharp stones cut at her tender feet. Trying to ignore the stabbing pains shooting up her legs, she cursed the sorceress for her pampered lifestyle as she ran. Within minutes there were half a dozen horsemen storming up the wash after her. Leaving the wash, she sprinted to the top of a low hill to make her stand. The first rule of combat: always take the high ground. The riders followed with joyful cries of victory. The first to reach her received a nasty cut on the leg before she kicked his horse in the nose. She pulled the second one out of the saddle and chased him halfway down the hill. Several others made passes and were brutally rebuffed. Holding the slightly curved, two-handed sword with both hands, she watched as the Jordani youths began circling her warily. She rested, sucking in much-needed air. The brief skirmish was a close one. Only the boy's inexperience had saved her. Snorting, she muttered, "I seem to have taken some of the arrogance out of them." "You best surrender now, slave," one of the boys called. She didn't recognize the voice. "It'll be a lot better on you. Come up and make me surrender," she shouted. Nothing like a little bravado to shore up one's courage. "I'll carve you up and jerky your scrawny asses." None of them took her up. They sat their mounts patiently, waiting. Time was on their side. Soon the adult men would arrive, the warriors. They would surely make short work of this arrogant elfmaid. Gods, she thought with a grimace as she spotted the approaching mass of horsemen. I only made things worse. I'll be lucky if they don't hamstring me on the spot and cut my pointed ears off for a trophy. She watched in grim silence as the warriors approached. One of the herd guards went out to meet them and explain the situation. The warriors also came to a halt at the bottom of the hill. They all studied each other a moment. Danica, on a hunch, relaxed and fixed her eyes intently on the dark mass of horsemen. Within seconds she spotted the swirling mist lights that she saw around Red Bull earlier. No one else had these strange auras about them. She marveled at this discovery a moment, turning it off and on almost at will now that she knew she could do it. Then two warriors separated from the group and rode confidently up after her, startling her out of her reverie. She watched them approach with a tightening throat. The best thing to do would be surrender. At the very least I will be whipped or beaten. Of course, they might decide I'm too much trouble to bother with and simply slit my throat. The more trouble I make, the worse off I'll be. I'm going to hate myself for this, she mumbled and lowered the sword. She watched wide grins spread across the warriors' faces as she lowered her guard. It was obvious to everyone she had surrendered. Then she realized the smiles had turned into leers as they reined up before her. Visions of gang rape leapt into her overly fertile mind. "No," she cried and the sword snapped back up. Before they knew what was happening, Danica kicked one horse in the mouth and hacked the other's right front leg off. She thrust her blade deep into the belly of the first horse as it reared up. Then darted over to the fallen horse and ran its rider through before he could disentangle himself from the thrashing animal. Stinking elven slave bitch, the other warrior cried, charging in. She parried a quick flurry of cuts and thrusts, then launched her own attack. He was the stronger, but she outclassed him easily. Both knew who would win within seconds. Driving the tip of her blade into his sword hand, she gave it a flick and sent his sword flying. But as she raised her sword for the death blow, a rope encircled her wrist and jerked her off balance. She lost her sword. Seems your luck has changed, Det said from out of the darkness. Grabbing the rope with both hands, she jerked the young herdsman out of the saddle. Before she could take 3 steps, 2 more lassos leapt out of the night and ensnared her. One caught her left wrist, the other her right ankle. She heard someone running in from behind and tried to turn to meet him. He hit her at full speed, driving her down into the grass. Several more men quickly joined him. Before she knew it, she was subdued and her wrists bound together behind her back. Not until after she scored several good kicks, and drew blood from more than one bite on cursing Jordani. At first, Det and Red Bull ignored her, instead heading straight over to their downed kinsman. The wounded were collected together not 10 pace from her, while Red Bull started chanting his healing spells. Danica quickly shifted into her newfound sight and watched in fascination as the mist light swirled about him and the wounded Jordani. There was no longer any doubt she was able to see his magic. She didn't know if it was because she was an elf or because Taylor had overlooked something, but thought she might be able to use it if she ever got free. While Red Bull tended to the wounded warriors and herd guards, the war chief began administering mercy blows to the 2 mortally wounded horses. Thoughts of the 3 dead horses made Danica cringe. Nothing sickened her more than when forced to attack innocent animals, especially horses. And nomads practically worshipped horses. Her mind wouldn't let her even think about what was about to be done to her. She knew the nomads' mindset well enough to know what would be coming shortly. First their kinsmen would be avenged, and then the horses. Danica prayed she would endure her punishments honorably and stoically. After dispatching the wounded horses, Det came over to glare at her some more. He was good at glaring, she decided. He had lots of practice. It was the same reaction Danic had elicited upon announcing he had no intention of marrying Hara. Danica smiled at the memory. A warrior indeed, Det said, seeing her smile. He then put all his considerable strength into the punch to her belly. Danica's breath exploded out. That's for trying to escape. Again he hit her, that's for killing the horses. Then hitting her in the jaw, and that's for killing my kin. Chapter 7. Danica let out a tiny gasp of pain. She gritted her teeth as her fingers clawed the sandy soil, the stiff grasses jabbing into her inflamed back. The pain was still hard to believe. As a man, she had driven away all concerns about pain while still a youth hard in training to become a knight. She had not been prepared for this soft female body and its total lack of endurance. For the 100th time, she wished for at least a blanket to lay on. Rolling over onto her belly, she let the gentle evening breeze piercing the flapping tent cool the wicked red stripes crisscrossing her back. It was her first whipping as a woman. And it was humiliating. Not the actual whipping, but the way she had screamed and cried and begged them to stop. Apparently willpower had very little to do with controlling tears and sobs as a woman. One more humiliation Taylor will have to answer for. She was exhausted. The Jordani had worked her mercilessly all day. They used riding quirts on her to vent their anger. The short, braided leather whips could cause considerable pain. If she hesitated in carrying out any order, or so much as looked at anyone wrong, she received another ugly red welt. After being recaptured, the men had returned her to camp where she was tied spread eagle on one of the looms and whipped into unconsciousness. She was then left hanging till dawn, when she was cut down to help pack up and move the clan. The weakened clan was dangerously close to their enemies' graze and wanted to put a safety zone between them. Danica had been the only person, slaves included, that wasn't allowed to ride. She spent the day running back and forth between wagons and horses relaying asinine messages to amuse her tormentors. If their plan had been to make her too exhausted to try another escape, it worked. "Damn chains," she mumbled as the bronze collar bit into her neck. Its short chain was attached to a stake driven deep into the sun-baked ground. "I'll wrap them around their bloody throats someday." Every time she was about to slip into much-needed sleep, another slave returned to the tent and revived her with the noise. The other slaves all had free run of the encampment. They didn't sleep in chains, or were bound in any way. Only Danica suffered that indignity. Finally dozing off, she was rudely awakened by a foot prodding her buttocks. Someone was saying something to her. "What? Wake up, slave." It was one of the warriors. "We have use of you tonight." "Use? Me? Oh, gods. I'm too weak, master," she begged softly and truthfully. And hating herself for it. Snorting, "For this, you don't need to do anything but lay down with your legs spread. I'm sure you'll manage." And then die of humiliation. She fought back the tears that threatened to humiliate her further. The collar around her neck was removed and the warrior lifted her up in his arms. She wanted to scream, to kick, to do anything to stop what was about to happen, but didn't have the strength or willpower left. "Is it possible for me to get drunk first? We don't waste good kumis on slaves." Danica lay limply in his arms as he hurried through the darkened camp. She could hear a faint drumbeat getting closer. It was somehow familiar. Then as they entered the brightly lit tent she realized what was happening. Rites of passage. All the warriors were present in their ceremonial robes. They sat in a wide circle about the clan shaman. Along the back of the tent were the 4 oldest boys. The boys were also wearing robes, which meant they had already been tested and passed. Their first act as men would be to use a female captive. Normally, they would be expected to go on a ritual-shrouded raid and each capture his own woman for this ceremony, but that wasn't an absolute necessity. She was dropped at the Red Bull's feet and pushed to her back. The warrior that had fetched her quickly untied her wrists and pulled her arms over her head and held them down. "Spread your legs, slave," Red Bull said. She reluctantly complied. He knelt between her wide-spread legs and began chanting, tracing magical symbols upon her exposed loins with his grimy finger. His touch sent chills throughout her body. Then suddenly stopping, "She is still protected." "Protected?" Danica said. Was there a spell protecting her from being ravaged? It didn't stop Raph the night before. Forcing herself to relax, she shifted her sight to check herself for magic. No sign of magic was evident. "The spell protecting you from conceiving is still intact," he said, loathing written all over his face. "Great," she said, shaking her head. "It wouldn't have mattered anyway. The Jordani wouldn't allow her to bear a child. Red Bull would simply have placed the necessary spell on her himself." "Why me?" she said. "They asked for you," he said, clearly not pleased by the selection either. "It is their passage, so they may choose any slave they want. Besides, thanks to you we are in no position to send them out on the necessary raids." "They all chose me? I thought each had to have his own woman." "I like it even less than you," he said. "But these are unusual circumstances, allowing us to deviate from the norm without dishonor. The gods hate me." "I don't blame them," he chuckled. Red Bull began the final prayer chant as the new warriors lined up at Danica's feet. They had until the prayer was over to use her. It was a long prayer, extolling the legendary prowess of Jordani warriors. Danica swallowed hard as a tall blonde warrior knelt between her wide-spread legs and pulled off his ceremonial robes. He wore nothing underneath. He quickly crawled atop her, his young unmarked skin pressed against hers. With both hands tightly entwined in her long golden hair, he forced her to look him in the eyes. She could feel his manhood swell and press against her folds, start to penetrate. Danica sucked in a sharp breath as he thrust all the way in with a wild cry of joy. "What do you think you're doing?" Mother Yuma cried as she barged in. Then pointing at Danica, "Not with that one, you don't." Danica wanted to scream with joy. "Thank you, you dried up old goat. Thank you." The warriors, all of the warriors, were fuming. With fists clenched and jaw working, Det stood and stalked over to the clan matriarch. She might be the most powerful member of the clan, but this ceremony was strictly forbidden to women. "This is none of your concern," he growled. "Be gone." "No. You fools don't know what you're doing," she snapped. "That slave has the stench of sorcery about her. Strong. Then looking around, she's Drew, and I think she's cursed. How can I exploit this?" Danica's mind raced through options. The warrior was still atop her, still deep inside her. She found it difficult to concentrate on anything but his sweaty body pressed against hers and his manhood slowly pumping in and out. "Her magic is harmless," Red Bull said. "I should know." "You should," Yuma said, sneering fiercely. "But tell us all exactly what that magic is? Can you do it? Do you have even the faintest notions on how elven magic works?" He hesitated. "I think the slave has had all her power stolen by a stronger wizard." "You think?" "You don't know," she cried. "I have a bad feeling about the Elfmaid. She feels like trouble, and has been nothing but trouble." "I was cursed," Danica said with feeling, "by a powerful sorceress in Elfhaven." The new warrior pulled out of her quickly, eyeing her warily while still kneeling between her legs. She kept her feelings of elation off her face and tried to look somber. "I believe her," Yuma said. "She'll say anything to escape the ceremony," Det said. "I don't care. I think she is cursed." "You got that right," Danica thought bitterly, thinking about what Taylor had done to her, and what had happened since. "If being trapped inside an elfmaid's body isn't a curse, I don't understand the nature of curses." "Cursed?" Red Bull said and sneered at Danica. "Even if she is, it's of no consequence. I cannot detect anything about her that could be harmful to us." "I still remember Clan Bertini," Yuma said somberly. "They captured an elfmaid with the stench of magic about her. They also couldn't figure out what it was. Their warriors all ravaged her, their sons took their turns later when they came of age." She paused, slowly letting her scornful glance touch everyone. "Then all their man parts shriveled up and the clan slowly died." There was a pained groan from the men, who suddenly began eyeing Danica suspiciously. She just tried to lay there quietly and act innocent. Acting pleased might bring about a beating, or worse, but she wanted to laugh and dance about. Red Bull looked at her through narrowed eyes. "I don't know." "Then don't touch her until you do." "I agree," Raph spoke up, eyes wide in fear. "Yes." She smiled at him, and enjoyed the look of fear in his eyes as we both recalled the previous night. The blonde warrior kneeling between her knees stood up. "I want to choose a different slave." Red Bull shot the youth a hot look. "It's your right." The other boys also quickly voiced their desire for someone different. Their fearful looks almost made Danica giddy. Yuma nodded her satisfaction and departed. Det and Red Bull glared after her, their faces twisted into angry sneers. There was no love lost between them. Danica wondered if there was a way to exploit it. Only time would tell. And it seemed she had plenty of that. The four eldest warriors met with Det and Red Bull in a far corner. For several minutes they argued. Danica watched them closely, wishing she could hear what they were saying. Would they decide to use her anyway? There were several loud comments concerning Red Bull's magic, so did they have some plan to negate any curse she might bear? When their meeting broke up, Danica held her breath in anticipation of their decision. "Bring Xandi, Marin, Kovina, and Ikara," Red Bull said. They were all captured by the fathers of the initiates. Danica was pulled to her feet and taken away. She was returned to the slave tent and chained to the stake. The 4 other slaves were taken to the ceremony. All in all, she considered herself lucky. For the time being. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Staggering under the weight of the twin water buckets hanging off the ends of the pole, Danica made her way back up the gentle slope to the encampment. After a month she had gotten good at carrying water, but not completely used to it. She could usually make it back to camp without resting now, or spilling any of the precious water. Which saved her a beating. As she neared the camp, she spotted a small group of warriors chasing a slave girl out from between the tents and into the surrounding grasses. She was fast, but not fast enough. They soon caught her and she was wrestled to the ground without too much struggle. She would be severely beaten if she even slightly hurt a clan member. Danica shuddered and looked away as the tiny strip of cloth the captured tag girl was permitted to wear was pulled off and thrown aside. By now she was completely calm and wasn't struggling anymore. Once the warriors were finished with her, she'd be released to continue her assigned chores. For the 1000th time, Danica thanked the gods heartily. Only the clan's fear of a possible curse on her kept the men from doing the same thing to her. She was the only slave who didn't have to worry about being wrestled to the ground and used. Now if she could only find a way to keep the younger children from ambushing her and pelting her with rocks. She glanced down at her own clothing. It offered little protection from the stinging rocks or anything else. All she wore was the hacked-off scrap of black leather that had once been her breeches, with her buttocks all but hanging out for the world to see, and the wide silver slave bracelet on her left ankle. The slave bracelet covered almost as much as the loincloth. She was lucky though. Many of the slaves had even less to wear. But some of the favorites were given simple jewelry, such as glass beads or feather necklaces or chokers or bracelets. Some were even allowed bright ribbons to tie their hair back out of their faces while they worked. Such ornamentation was a highly prized symbol of status among the slaves. The sun had long since basted Danica's once alabaster skin to a golden bronze, and lightened her long blonde tresses several shades. Seeing herself reflected in the occasional waterholes, she marveled that some drunken nomad, curse or not, hadn't been overcome with lust and taken her. Needless to say, the other slaves resented the fact that she was spared the men's attention. They constantly picked on her. Already, several times one or more of them had jumped her. She could handle any of them one-on-one pretty easily, but she always received a nasty beating when they ganged up on her. Nasty beating or not, she always prevailed in their brawls despite being outnumbered. She was the only trained warrior among the slaves. The Jordani would see them fighting, but considered it slave business and beneath them to interfere. They also thought it was funny. The Jordani loved to gamble, and bets were usually made on the outcome of the fights. It wouldn't be long before they came across another clan and she was thrown against a slave from that clan to fight. It was common practice. Setting the buckets down to rest a moment, she looked around. From the top of the hillock she could see the camp and all the clan's herds to the north. She watched the young boys and girls on horseback controlling the barking dogs patrolling the herds. She still found it amazing how they controlled the movements of the dogs by whistling. Each dog only answered to a distinctive whistled name, which was followed by the command. The other dogs would ignore the command unless their name was whistled first. Turning her attention away from the herds, she watched the bobbing heads of 5 other slaves to the south of camp. They were harvesting a patch of wild wheat. Later, she would have to help sift it and then grind it into flour for the soft flatbread of the nomads. It was hard, tedious work. Reminded of her work, she reluctantly hefted the buckets back up and started for camp. The shrill blast of a bugle startled her. Stumbling, she fell to her knees as the water splashed away. She quickly scanned the area to ensure no one had seen her spill the precious water. If Yuma found out, she would be beaten. Then the bugle sounded again. "That's the alarm," she said, jumping to her feet. "Oh, gods. We're under attack." Raiders wouldn't know anything about a curse, and wouldn't believe her if she told them. They would laugh at her and continue with the rape. A girl might say anything to escape that. Several of the women in camp were pointing south. But she didn't see any horsemen. Maybe they were behind a hill. She continued to stare, wondering what she would do if it didn't prove to be a false alarm. Then she saw them. At first she thought it was only a small dark cloud. But as it drew nearer, she realized it was moving far too fast and was much too dark. Warhawks. Since wild warhawks neither lived on the steppes nor flocked together, she knew they could be in serious trouble. Warhawk riders would jump at the chance to raid a nomad camp. At the very least, they would swoop down and snatch some of the sheep for their birds' dinners. Though the birds were capable of picking up one of the clan's cows, the hawkers knew better than trying to capture them. The big mottled gray longhorn cattle were fierce fighters, and never went down without a fight. Unlike other breeds of cattle, they helped to defend each other from any and all attacks. From the size of the approaching group, Danica figured it was a full regiment. There could easily be over 100 hawkers, as warhawk riders were called. A unit that size would almost have to raid to feed man and beast alike. They would always be willing to pick up a few women for more pleasurable sport later. Danica watched as the Jordani men, women, and older children spread out before the encampment with bows and arrows. The slaves were all gathering up the small children and finding hiding places. Danica decided that hiding would be a good idea and lay flat in some tall grass to watch. As the hawkers neared, they started dividing up into smaller units. They lined up one wing, 6 to 10 warhawks, after the other. Danica snorted. Sport. She knew from experience that air cavalry only used that tactic in harassment actions. Hit and run. The hawkers would just swoop down and maybe tear the place up a bit just for the fun of it. They wouldn't even take the time to do any looting. They just wanted to scare them. Grinning, doing a bloody good job of it, too. Her grin turned to a frown as they neared. They were free to leave, she wasn't. A slave, gods. Who would have thought this was my fate? Sooner or later the Jordani would capture an enemy warrior and make her lay with him. It was even possible they would shoot down a warhawk today and capture the hawker. When nothing terrible happened to him after being with her, she'd become fair game. Raph had already informed her of it. Afterwards, he intended to petition the elders for permission to take her into his tent. To marry her. Suddenly there was no pleasure in the scene. So what if the hawkers terrorized the Jordani? The clan would find a man to test her in a few days, maybe weeks, and no more than a few months. Soon after that the men would be terrorizing her, using and abusing her body to their heart's content. Eventually, she would be Raph's woman and bear his snotty-nosed brats. The first wave hit. There were 10 waves in all stretched out south. The Jordani arrows leapt out to meet them, but fell well short. Immediately after the volley, the warhawks dropped low while their riders peppered the shouting nomads below with arrows. 2 of the birds grabbed tents, ripping them to shreds and sending screaming slaves and children scrambling for cover. One of the slaves, the tag girl, Xandi, took off running in her terror. A hawker deftly veered over, and she was snatched up in the warhawk's huge talons. Danica watched tensely to see what happened. Would the warhawk kill her? To it, she could be food. Instead, she saw the hawker lower a rope to the girl. Xandi looped it under her arms and she was pulled up to safety and was on her way to another slavery. Poor girl will have to service the whole damn wing tonight, Danica said. Then bitterly thinking of the ravenous Jordani men who tormented the slaves, about what her duties were here. Then as her own heart began racing, what my duties will be soon enough. Then the second wave hit. The first wing had 9 birds, the second 7. But the second did far more damage. They ripped up 4 tents, and wounded 2 women and a warrior. The third wave skipped over the camp and dropped down on the herd of sheep to the north. The nomads screamed in impotent rage as they watched 10 head of sheep fly away. Danica noticed how after hitting the camp and the herds, they all veered hard to the northeast. They would be heading for Samulla. Probably had a contract with the Sultan. He was fighting the Hau tribe to his north. Those desert nomads would be just as helpless against the Hawkers as the Jordani. She bitterly watched as the fourth wave struck inside the encampment. They were going to Samulla. She had always enjoyed her visits there in the past. Samulla had been her first stop on the road to vengeance, but the Jordani had set her on a detour she may never escape. Gods, if I could only get to Samulla, she muttered, watching the fifth wave approaching. Then a thought struck her like a fist, taking her breath away. If the Hawkers caught me, glancing off at the first wave, like Xandi, then they won't do anything that Raph and the others won't do eventually. Maybe this was an escape. After having their fun with her, the Hawkers would surely sell her in Samulla. Could slavery in a brothel be worse than this? She could see no hope of escape from the Jordani. Indeed, she rarely even thought of it now. Oh, but the things the Hawkers would do to her. The thought of spending uncounted nights being passed around between 10 battle-hardened warriors sent her heart to pounding. She glanced south. There were only 4 more waves coming in, the 6th having just struck the herd. She would have to decide quickly, but was she seeing all the possible alternatives? Was there anything she was missing? She lowered her face into the thick grass and exhaled raggedly. She had that sick feeling rising up again. The enchanted mirror had said she would bear many children before going to one of the cities as a slave. That would take years. Indeed, as a long-lived elfmaid, she could end up having several Jordani husbands over a period of centuries. And how would she end up in a desert city? The Jordani wouldn't sell her after accepting her into the clan. So it would have to be their enemies. Where would Taylor be by then? Would she be able to track him down after decades or even centuries of slavery? She looked up as the 7th wave struck. The Jordani's enemies, the Tag tribe and the Horse tribe, would surely rape her just like the Hawkers would before selling her in a city. Samulla most likely. Better now than later? Or wait and trust in her luck to find another solution? The 8th wave struck. Oh, gods! I need time to think, she cried, pulling her feet up under herself. The 9th wave was skipping the camp and heading for the herds. If the last wave also raided the herds, then she wouldn't have any choice. Then she noticed in a spasm of fear, dread, and joy that they were making a run on the camp. Bandu, I beseech you, she cried, jumping to her feet. Give me the strength and endurance to survive this. Danica took off running. Not too fast, not too slow. She didn't want to be snatched up by a fast-moving warhawk while standing still or moving too slowly. The impact alone could kill her. But running too fast might make the Hawkers disregard her as too difficult a target to catch. Soon she was running across a patch of ground eaten nearly bare by the herd of sheep. She didn't even know if any of the Hawkers would see her, or if they would pursue. She was too afraid to look back, but she knew her long blonde hair would help entice them. The men of the desert loved blonde women in their brothels and harems, and Samulla was a desert city, though very near the steppes. She would bring a good price. The deep thumping of a warhawk's wings quickly started gaining on her. She hazarded a glance and saw the huge golden-brown bird, with its rider atop grinning evilly, looming above her. The huge cousin of the eagle had its fierce golden eyes fixed on her as it streaked towards her. Danica was soon hit by powerful torrents of wind as it extended its terrifyingly wicked-looking talons for her. As it closed on her, the wind buffeted her brutally. It was all she could do to remain on her feet. Thick swirling clouds of dirt and dust engulfed her, biting into her flesh. Her foot struck a rock, and she hit the ground. She wailed her frustration as the powerful talons snapped closed above her and the warhawk streaked away on thundering wings, roaring its own frustration. A quick look showed the entire regiment beginning to assemble far to the northeast. It was painfully obvious to her they had no intention of making a second pass. Kicking and tearing at the grass, Danica screamed. Chapter 8. Lazy slave! Raph shouted and slapped Danica to the ground. She lay motionless, eyes downcast, her sheaf of just cut wheat stalks scattered about, afraid that any move, any words, would only stoke the fires of his rage. Every day the members of the clan seemed to be getting crueler and more impatient with her. She was a bright golden reminder of their tragic loss, and fired by lust, Raph was the worst of the lot. Shaking in suppressed anger, he turned and stomped off. She noticed tiny smiles flitter across the faces of several nearby slaves before they returned to work. The small baby boy she had stopped to help stared off after his kinsman. He was too young to understand. Crawling away from the child before another Jordani arrived to renew her abuse, she disappeared between the fluttering tent flaps. Since becoming a slave, she had learned a valuable lesson: when in doubt, run and hide. She could hear the laughter of the slaves behind her while they prepared the evening meal. There weren't as many slaves now. Almost all of the slaves of childbearing years were married off to warriors. Only Danica and the old women would never marry out of slavery. The Jordani didn't keep male slaves. Yuma's voice snapped like a whip. Where have you been hiding? I haven't been hiding, Mother Yuma, she said. She could feel the tears welling up. I was just returning from gathering wild wheat when I stopped to help. I don't care about that, she snapped, eyeing her narrowly. Danica knew Yuma loathed her, even more than the others. All the men of her tent had died that night, even her 4 cherished grandsons were dead. Get that little golden butt of yours over to help water the mounts. Hauling water, again? Gods! Yes, Mother Yuma, she said, hurrying away as fast as she could, deftly avoiding the taut ropes and tent pegs. Running over to the picket line, and the Jordani in the unpainted lamellar and leather armor, she fell to her knees and kept her eyes downcast until he acknowledged her. She heard his growl of anger upon seeing her. Just seeing her near a horse sent half the warriors into glowering bouts. Before Danica's arrival, they never guarded the saddled horses during the day. She had forced one more unpleasant chore on the already dangerously overworked warriors. Speak. Mother Yuma sent me to help water the horses, Master, she said. Then have at it, he said. Danica snatched up the pole and buckets and ran. She had a long way to go. They were camped beside a shallow, fast-flowing stone-bottomed river, but the herds were now south of camp and muddying the water terribly. Usually when they made camp, the herd grazed counterclockwise around the camp from the east to the south. This way their drinking water wasn't fouled until the end, since it all flowed north from the distant mountains to the south. The clan would be moving tomorrow. Skirting the herds, she kept a close eye on the herders on horseback. They liked to have a little sport at times. She frequently was chased around by the whip-wielding boys and girls. Sometimes even the dogs got involved. Great, she said, coming up to a small crystal-clear pool. It was in a bend of the river with a sandy bottom that didn't cut at her feet, and, even more important, surrounding willows protected her from the watchful eyes of the Jordani. Glancing around to ensure no one was in sight, she slipped through the willows and filled both buckets. Then she slipped out of her loincloth and eased into the warm water. Twisting her hair into a tight knot atop her head and holding it so it wouldn't get wet, she lowered herself up to the neck. She quickly rubbed herself down with her free hand to try and get most of the day's dust and sweat off. A gift of the gods, she said inside. Closing her eyes, she relaxed and let the slow-moving, sun-heated water wash away the tension. She loved these baths. This would be her last run for water, and the western sun would be down soon. After that, the clan would gather to eat and talk. She would serve them. I really better go, she said. The gods know I don't need any more trouble. It had been 2 months since her capture. Her rare evening baths were the only pleasure she had been able to find. At first she had used them to soothe the welts inflicted by the vindictive nomads, but now she just enjoyed the soothing effects of the water on her skin. It was just the thing to end a hard, hot day of grueling labor. But she had to go. The horses needed water, and her masters needed to be served their evening meal. But, gods, the water felt good. Slave! Danica screamed in shock and jumped to her feet. Slipping, she fell face first back into the water. Sputtering, she stood up and looked up into the merciless eyes of two young warriors standing at the edge of the pool. Both wore the black lacquered, golden-laced lamellar armor. Each bore scars, both physically and mentally, of that blood moon night 2 months back. I didn't, she stuttered, eyes wild. Pointing at the water buckets, you think frolicking in this pool is more important than hauling our water? No, master. She struggled for an answer, an excuse. I just thought I'd be more presentable tonight while serving you all. Presentable? To wash the day's stench from my body, she said. I did not wish to offend anyone by my odor. You offend by your presence, he growled, stepping into the water. But if you want a bath, then, by the 4 winds, I'll give you one. She turned to run, but he caught her around the waist. He picked her up and slammed her back into the water. She struggled to resurface, but he held her under while he rubbed her body down with the sandy soil. The other warrior quickly joined him in the game. She was finally allowed to surface, sputtering and gasping for breath. Both nomads were still eagerly rubbing her body down. I didn't know bathing could be so much fun, the warrior said. His friend was holding Danica's arms back while he rudely washed her. You think our little filly is enjoying it, Ut? By her groans, I'd have to say yes, he laughed. Pleasure was the last thing she was feeling, but she had enough sense not to tell them. She doubted even a real woman could find their crude activities pleasurable, under any circumstances. Stopping to admire her a moment, by the gods, she's a beauty. His hands began a slower, gentler exploration. A quick glance up into his face revealed eyes no longer angry, but filled with an emotion more frightening. She went cold when his hand reached up and swept her long wet tresses back to reveal her elven ears. If she weren't cursed, I'd take her into my tent and get a score of pointy-eared sons off her in no time. The other warrior spoke then, a graveness to his words. I hear all elves are magical, maybe even cursed. Mother Yuma said they were the paladins of the old ones against the arisen gods. With great relief Danica watched the lust in the warrior's eyes fade, to be replaced by a look of wary distaste. Thank you, master, for the bath, Danica said in a tiny non-threatening voice. But Mother Yuma is expecting me. Please? Gods, the things I have to endure to say. He stepped back, and the warrior holding her pushed her away. Go. But Mother Yuma will be told of you dallying here and tainting our drinking water with your filth. Great, another beating. Eyes downcast, yes, master. The warrior strode off cheered by her cowed demeanor, laughing and joking about her reactions during the bath. She wanted to scream. The bastards would probably end up stopping her evening baths. The only pleasure she had left. Not to mention getting her punished when Yuma learned of it. Nobody ever gets hurt but me, she grumbled, slipping back into her scrap of leather. Sliding the bucket's long ropes into the notches at the ends of the pole, she hefted it onto her shoulders and started back. A deep sense of dread had settled over her. The Jordani seemed intent on seeing to it she was deprived of even the smallest of pleasures. As she stumbled toward camp, her mood grew darker. Bastards! None of them ever gives me a break. She reviewed all the pain and humiliations dumped on her over the last 2 months. At first, the children were the perpetrators. Now, both the warriors and women were going out of their way to make her life miserable. She was gasping for air by the time she reached the horses. The trough was long and shallow. It was made of tin, supported by a framework of wood. Her 2 large buckets topped it off. Then she hurried over to the line of small cook fires to help. Slaves were turning large pieces of antelope on spits above slow-burning fires of dried dung, while others stewed wild vegetables and cooked the round, flat bread of the steppes. The thin bread was made of wild wheat or maize, and cooked in shallow bronze pans sitting atop the cook fires. The Jordani would roll the stewed vegetables up in the bread to eat, after they ate their meat first. In other tribes and clans, the meat and vegetables were frequently rolled up together in the soft, chewy flatbread to eat. It was rare for the slaves to be permitted to eat anything other than the leftover bread, using it to wipe the pots clean before washing them. The clan was already beginning to gather about the ruddy light of the slow-burning central fire. In the short but severe steppe winters, the clan would erect a central tent for this nightly gathering, heating it with braziers of burning dung. Just considering the odor that would create, Danica was glad it was summer. The Jordani laughed and joked as they found their accustomed places around the fire. Families tended to sit together, usually surrounding the man and first wife of the tent. The only Jordani to sit apart from their immediate family were the members of the clan council, the clan elders. They always sat to the north of the fire. "Danica, take this haunch over to the elders," Masa said. Masa was an elderly, gray-haired woman of the horse tribe and the leader among the remaining slaves. She had been captured in a raid some 29 years back. Her first years as a slave were as a wet nurse, so she had developed close ties with many of her captors. She was well-liked and respected by both slaves and Jordani alike. Though all the remaining slaves, save Danica, were adorned with colorful beads and feathers, only Masa wore the ultimate prize for a Jordani slave, a dress. Of all the slaves, Masa was the only one who treated Danica with anything approaching respect and kindness. Danica had come to see her as a protective mother figure. Though in truth, Masa reminded her more of her own beloved paternal grandmother with her soft round body, blue-gray hair, and weathered face. "Yes, Masa," Danica said. Balancing the heavy piece of antelope meat on her right shoulder, she carefully negotiated her way through the assembled Jordani. Both sides were careful not to touch the other. She tried to ignore the looks of loathing on their faces and the way laughter and conversation abruptly ended as she neared, only to resume after her passing. She told herself she didn't need their friendship or kindness, and that it was the smoke stinging her eyes. Danica took the meat straight to Mother Yuma. She was the most senior member of the clan elders, so she got first choice. The clan matriarch pretended not to see her. "Meet Mother Yuma?" Yuma snorted, then examined the haunch with an experienced eye while avoiding eye contact with Danica, looking for an area of meat cooked to her liking. After she carved off what she wanted, and lay it across her right thigh as was the Jordani way, Danica took the haunch to the next senior elder, then the next. Though there were many factors determining who was served first, age was the primary factor. She knew exactly what order to approach each. If she messed up the order, she'd be beaten later by one of the younger clanswomen. The pecking order among the Jordani was rigidly adhered to by the slaves, though the Jordani would have denied it even existed at all. Last to be served among the elders was Det, the youngest. His position of war chief afforded him little power and influence outside of clan security, battles, and raids. He took the meat that remained from her, bone and all, without a word or glance to acknowledge her. She was grateful. "Bring drink, slave," Red Bull ordered. "Yes, master." Danica returned to Masa. "Red Bull wants drinks served." Masa glanced over at the elders, annoyed. The others hadn't been served their meat yet. The other slaves were busy setting out the earthenware bowls of cooked vegetables and plates of flatbread among the clan members. Usually the elders weren't so demanding. Everyone knew they were looking for a reason to beat the golden-haired elfmaid, and she would be beaten if their drinks were delayed. Glancing at Danica, she sighed. Danica grimaced. Masa was playing with fire by helping Danica. They both knew it. "Danica, you serve the menfolk their kumis," she said. "I'll take care of serving the womenfolk." "Thank you, Masa." "Thank you so much," Danica said with feeling. Taking a large earthenware jug of the fermented milk, she grabbed a basket of earthenware cups and headed towards the elders. She could see several of the elders, including Red Bull, glaring at her. Dropping her eyes so as not to incite anything, she went to the most senior male. For reasons never told her, and all but lost to the Jordani themselves, the women never drank kumis. They drank wine, beer, or ale, but never kumis. In fact, they weren't even allowed to drink milk after a certain age. Kumis, master? He nodded, not caring to speak to her. She knelt on one knee and rested the heavy jug on her right leg. Tilting it over, careful not to spill any, she filled a cup and handed it over. She repeated this over and over until she reached Red Bull. Kumis, master? He scowled a moment, then a smile crossed his lips. One hand twitched and a flash of bright flame shot out at her face. With a yelp of surprise, Danica stumbled back and fell. The jug hit the hard, sun-baked ground and broke open with a loud crack, both jug and kumis lost. Stupid slave! Red Bull cried, rising to his feet. Not fair! You made me fall, she cried. Lying slave, I'll have your tongue out for that, he said. Indicating a couple of young warriors, stake her out. Spinning around to face the grinning warriors, no, it's not fair. I'm innocent, . We tire of hearing your excuses and lies, Red Bull said. Both her arms were seized by warriors. They started dragging her back closer to the fire. Realizing that no one in the clan was objecting, she decided she had nothing to lose. No, she cried, twisting one arm loose. Danica drove 2 fingers murderously into the other warrior's surprised eyes, then brought her knee up into his groin. As the blinded warrior's grip relaxed, she kicked back into the other warrior's belly. Then she pulled the blinded warrior's step sword before he fell. The whole clan jumped to its feet. Die bastards, she cried and drove into a group of warriors running forward. Ducking under the first sword speeding towards her throat, she thrust her blade into the warrior's thigh and stepped past him. Now in the middle of the group, she struck out in all directions. They screamed and cursed as she stabbed, slashed, and kicked. She gave them back all the rage they had planted in 2 months of abuse. Breaking from the group, she left half of them lying in the dirt, and the rest nursing various wounds. Screams of men, women, and children filled the cool night air. Brandishing the gory blade wildly, she kept the Jordani at bay as she tried to find a way out of the circle. Both men and women were arming themselves with swords and clubs. The younger women and children linked arms behind them to keep her in the circle. She couldn't cut down unarmed women and children. Hearing a strange word, she ducked a fraction of a second before a fireball streaked overhead. The shaman was bringing his magic into play. I hate magic. She glanced in the shaman's direction. And especially magic users. 2 warriors to her right charged in with roars. She slashed at their faces as they closed and jumped aside. The men fell to the ground screaming and holding their brutalized faces. Then another ball of fire leapt out at her again, she barely avoided it. The fireball was enough to divert her attention. Raph came up behind her and kicked her in the lower back. She stumbled into the arms of another warrior who wrestled the sword from her grasp. Then Raph grabbed an arm. Danica was quickly dragged, kicking and cursing, before the enraged elders. You all deserve to die, she cried. The gods have abandoned you. They have left you to die because you're all evil, but that brought everyone up short. Suddenly, she realized she had hit on something. Nomads were notoriously superstitious. Her own elfness alone had saved her from the worst part of their abuse for these months. Considering their recent losses, they may have even been having similar thoughts. I have not done anything to any of you. I didn't cheat you. I just did my duty honorably, but you wouldn't understand that, she cried. Honor is something you lack. You bunch of craven cowards pick fights with slaves. Slaves who can't fight back on pain of gruesome death. Honorless cowards. Then giving them her most contemptuous look, small wonder the gods have turned their backs on you. The gods have not abandoned us. Red Bull cried, though obviously shaken. Then explain this, she challenged. Warriors were scattered about nursing various wounds, some serious. You might have been cheated, but you pushed it too far and lost most of your warriors 2 months back. Now after your craven treatment of me, a woman of honor, the gods have chosen to strike you down again. She glared around at the stunned faces. Tell us, shaman, how many men were killed, mutilated, or rendered useless to themselves and the clan tonight so you could amuse yourself by picking on a helpless slave? How many? Liar, he said, looking around for support that wasn't there. You're the liar. Everyone saw you throw a fireball at me, she said. The gods saw you. Just so you could cut out my tongue? You don't have the guts the gods gave a worm. You have less honor than a half-starved jackal. I'll flay you alive for Red Bull started. Silence. Mother Yuma cried. Stepping between Danica and Red Bull, perhaps the Elfmaid's curse has jinxed us? Perhaps the gods do not want an elf among us? Either way, we must get rid of her. Danica suddenly feared she had made a bad decision. I'll take care of it, Red Bull said, pulling his knife. No. Every time something bad happens to the slave, we suffer, Yuma said. She eyed Danica a moment. Just send her away. Chase her into the prairie. Danica's eyes darted from Yuma to the now dark grasslands surrounding them. There was water to be found, but she knew little about hunting on the steppes. She doubted they would give her any food, water, and anything to hunt with. Most likely she'd just be chased away as is. I'll die if you abandon me, Danica cried. Then you die. Wait, Raph argued. Wouldn't that be like killing her? Would it not bring misfortune on us again? Yuma brooded a few seconds. Maybe. We could sell her, Raph said. She won't be hurt, and the clan benefits with the money. Heads began to nod, liking the sound of it. Danica wasn't sure what to think. Where would they sell her? In a city? To a caravan of traders? And would it be an improvement? Suddenly the prospects of actually leaving the clan were frightening. Slavery within a city held different terrors. Her new master might not be superstitious enough to fear an elfmaid. Dat stepped forward. I'll take her to Samala at sunrise. I don't want her in this clan any longer than that. Danica tensed at the proclamation. The vision of herself dancing seductively in a desert city tavern flashed before her eyes. The vision of all those greedy hands reaching for her oiled body made her queasy. She could almost feel the hungry-eyed patrons pawing at her. Good, Yuma said, satisfied. Then looking at Raph, well done, young man. With thinking like that you may become a chief someday. Thank you, Mother Yuma, he said, smiling. Turning to Det, I would ride with you to Samala. The war chief started to object, then thought better of it. Very good, Raph. After tonight, you deserve a reward. Then grinning knowingly, a young warrior's first taste of a city is truly something. A fine reward, Red Bull agreed. We can spare you one other for the trip. Pointing to the other young warrior holding Danica, you. We ride at first light. Take the slave away and bind her well. Chapter 9. Danica swung up into the saddle in the cool pre-dawn air. For a moment, she luxuriated in the feel of clothes again. She now wore a plain undyed cotton shirt, baggy leather breeches, and an all but worn-out pair of the pointy-toed, wedge-heeled boots of a steppe nomad. After so long of near nudity, she had almost forgotten what it felt like to be clothed. She barely noticed that they were filthy and stank to the high heavens. She gave herself one more look around the encampment that had been home for just over 2 months. Few of the Jordani were awake. The slaves were already busy preparing the morning meal of soft flatbread and sausage. She could hear the sizzling sausage cooking in the wide shallow pans, and smell its succulent aroma. She had even been given a sausage wrapped in bread earlier. Except for the evening meal's meat, the Jordani wrapped most of their food in the soft round bread. Soon the night herd guards would arrive for a breakfast of sausage wrapped in bread before dragging themselves off to sleep, and the day guards would grab some to eat while they tended the herds on horseback. The morning and midday meals were relatively informal compared to the evening meals. At least one slave would stand by till mid-afternoon, cooking and helping any clan members who came by for a bite to eat. It was one of the easy jobs Danica was never allowed to hold. She spotted the dark shape of a lone slave stumbling under the weight of 2 water buckets entering the camp. That had been Danica's job, the toughest. She was sure the unfortunate slave who now had it was going to miss her terribly. Glancing up, she studied the stars a moment. It was a cloudless sky, so the stars were bright. The moon had long since set. Saying a silent prayer of thanks, she sighed happily. She was leaving, at last, after 2 months and 3 days of torturous slavery. First stop Samulla, then vengeance, she thought. Taylor, beware, I'm coming. The sequence had been broken. She would not be forced to bear Jordani babies. Perhaps she would still be sold to the tavern or brothel she saw herself dancing in, but at least she knew the mirror's prophecies weren't written in stone. She was still in control of her fate. It wasn't much, but enough to shore up her resolve. Smiling unseen in the dark, Danica was confident she could escape from any brothel or tavern she was sold to. She already had the beginnings of a plan to ensure she was sold to an establishment with low security. She found herself strangely eager to discover her new fate. The trip to Samulla would take at least a week to 10 days, crossing territory belonging to the Jordani's enemies. It would be dangerous, and if caught, her fate in desert nomad hands would be even harder. The steppes provided an easier existence than the desert. There was more graze for the herds and more water for everyone. In the steppes, when water or game became scarce, they moved. In the desert, they all too frequently killed or abandoned the slaves to save their portion before moving elsewhere. Det and Jost came riding out of the darkness. Though pretending not to, she knew Raf was behind her, brooding. She smiled. Looking dead in the eye, "Isn't Strutting Bull coming with us?" She struggled to suppress her grin when Raf grunted at the use of his hated nickname. Most of the men had such nicknames, but only Red Bull went by his among the Jordani. "Be wary, slave," Det said, but she noted a twinkle of humor in his eyes. Glancing over her shoulder at the sullen warrior, "Oh, master, I didn't see you." The warrior called Jost broke up laughing. He was Raf's age. His small stature, penetrating stare, and great eagle beak of a nose had earned him the nickname Hawk. Though he seemed to see the humor in it, and appeared quite pleased with the name. "Be wary, Hawk," Raf warned the much smaller warrior. "I may break your ugly beak." That set both of the other warriors to laughing, and Raf to scowling even more fiercely. Danica inwardly shrugged. Apparently Raf, like a true strutting bull, had no sense of humor. She decided Raf was simply too immature to have been made a warrior. A sign of a much weakened clan. She wondered how long it would be before other clans and tribes noticed. Another horse, loaded down with supplies and some trade goods, was led up and its reins handed to Danica. She would have the unenviable task of pulling the pack horse. Though it might not seem like much of a task, towards the end of a long day in the saddle she would be twice as drained as the others. Normally, the duties of pulling the pack animals was passed around during the day. She doubted that would be happening this time. The 3 warriors were given saddle cups of wine and their trip blessed by the clan shaman. Then Det let out, followed by Jost, Danica, and Raf bringing up the rear. The sun was just pinking the eastern sky. Once the sun was high enough to see well, Danica examined the mount she was riding. It was an old mare, very old. Already it was showing signs of strain. She worried it wouldn't make it and she'd be forced to ride double, or on the pack horse. "Now I know why I wasn't tied into the saddle and led away. This poor old bag of bones couldn't outrun me, much less their mounts." The warriors' horses were all striking examples of steppe horse breeding. They were well-formed and spirited. Any one of those horses would bring 10 times her own price in Samala, minimum. Unlike most Jarland warhorses, these horses could be ridden hard all day and still rode into battle. They were bred for endurance, whereas destriers were bred for strength and size. In addition, they could live well off simple grasses, while destriers wouldn't survive well on such rough fare. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There. Raff pointed, squinting westwardly. See it? Smoke, Det said. Maybe Tag. Go north, Jost said. Then pointing at a slight discoloration in the sky to the south, their herds are over to the south of their camp. Danica squinted hard at the indicated points through the glare, surprised how easily they spotted them. She trusted a nomad's ability to spot these types of obstacles. Their lives depended on it every day. To blunder onto your enemy out here was death. Mopping at her sweat-drenched face with a grimy sleeve, she wholeheartedly wished for once they would use their sharp eyes to locate some shade to wait out the heat of the day or at least give her a little better water ration. North it is, Det said and led the way. They rode back down the hill and stayed in the low ground between the rolling hills. The hills here were higher and rocky. The thick grasses had played out the previous day. The sparse grass was a rougher variety. There were no creeks or rivers here either. They would get their water now by sneaking into the rare oasis late at night. They were now in the desert, and pushing deeper into Tag territory. It was 6 days into their journey. Every bone in her body felt like it was jarred out of place, and her rear end was even worse off. Danica had almost forgotten what it felt like for her knees to meet. Despite the grueling trek and searing desert heat, the Jordani didn't seem affected at all. If anyone in the world could be said to be born to the saddle, it was the nomads. She knew they had to be suffering far worse than her in their armor and leathers, but were just too proud and arrogant to let her see it. Even after all this time they looked upon her as the enemy and wouldn't drop their guards around her. She didn't know if she should admire them, feel sorry for them, or silently enjoy their discomfort. While they rode, the men pulled out their short, powerful composite bows and loosened the bindings holding their arrows in the saddle quivers tucked under their right legs. Then they loosened the sabers in the saddle sheaths. They didn't want to fight, but they certainly wouldn't be caught unprepared. This was the second encampment they had spotted since entering the Tag Grays. Due to the sparse grays, Tag clans tended to split up into smaller family groups and maintain smaller herds than steppe nomads. That also put less of a demand on the available water supply, but the clan family groups still stayed close for mutual protection. Locating a deep dry wash bearing northeast, they took advantage of the cover it would provide. As they rode down the wadi, Danica noticed that Det only watched forward, Jost watched their flanks, and Raff guarded the rear. She watched them. It would be helpful to know their tactics in the future. They rarely revealed them to outsiders. Glancing at her mount uneasily, Master? Jost glanced back, raising one eyebrow in question. My mount is really feeling the strain, she said, patting the mare's sweat-soaked neck. She can't handle this non-stop riding, not in this heat. When we're safely away from the Tag, then we'll let her rest, he said. It's too dangerous here too. Whooping men and thundering hooves to their right flank brought them all to a startled halt. 5 Tag warriors shot out from over the rise, heading straight at them. Before anyone on either side could react, the Tag broadsided the Jordani with their horses. Raff's horse and the pack horse were bowled over, with only one of the Tag mounts falling. Danica reached for her non-existent sword, before cursing her luck. But then she noticed that the Tag warriors seemed just as surprised as them. The Tag were all young warriors, not much older than Raff and Jost. They were dusky-skinned, with black eyes and hair. Their blue-on-white keffiyehs and white cotton jalabas billowed in the wind as they stared at the strangers. Their lamellar armor and weapons could be glimpsed through openings in their loose outer garments. Their keffiyehs were pulled across their mouths, as was the way of the desert folks. For one tense moment, no one moved. Kill them, one of the Tag cried, jerking his scimitar out. Det and Jost suddenly remembered their bows and sent 2 of the tag to the gods. The tag that had cried out took a swing at Danica's head. She ducked under it, kicking her mount frantically to escape. Twisting her mount around, she plowed over the tag from the felled horse. He was just about to skewer Raph, struggling to disentangle himself from his thrashing horse. Raph leapt to his feet and ran the moaning warrior through. Then he ran into the battle, screaming a Jordani battle cry. Det and Jost were desperately fending off the 2 remaining tag warriors. She could tell it was a close contest, with the enraged tag attacking with heavy scimitars, and the Jordani using their bows to parry the blows. The bows were quickly being reduced to kindling. Suddenly realizing that if the Jordani lost she would become a tag slave, Danica charged back into the battle. Better to be cut down than return to life as a desert nomad slave. Bandu, she cried, aiming her mount at the closest tag warrior. As she charged in, Danica prepared to leap out of the saddle at the warrior. Her old mare was neither war-trained, nor in any condition to participate in a fight. The tag turned and swung his heavy scimitar just as she arrived. It bit deep into her horse's neck. With a scream, the mortally wounded mare reared back on its haunches, then fell over. Danica rolled out of the saddle, then stared in horror at the dying mare. The tag warrior was now attacking Raph, who was still afoot. She picked up a fist-sized rock and threw it at his head. It struck the tag warrior on the shoulder. He gave her a sharp look, but kept up his attack on Raph. The other tag warrior was still engaging the other 2 Jordani. Running up behind the mounted tag, Danica grabbed his horse's tail and kicked it low in the rear. It was a stallion. Its reaction was loud and violent. Rearing up, it threw the tag off. He landed on Danica. She wrapped her arms and legs tightly around him as she lay under him, praying Raph would follow and kill him before he turned on her, but the screaming, kicking horse was breaking up the fight and keeping the others away. When the tag recovered his wits and began to struggle in her grasp, she realized he was too strong to hold down for long. Releasing him, she snatched his belt knife and scrambled away. He quickly followed. When the horse broke up the fight, it gave Det time to draw his saber. He attacked the lone tag warrior still a horse, with Jost and Raph following suit. The tag was quickly cut down. "Give it up!" Danica cried. "You're the last one." "You die first," the tag growled, both hands tightly gripping his gory scimitar. His jalaha was bloody and in shreds. The loose outer garment was also caught on his right spur, further hindering his efforts. "And your soul will serve me for all eternity in Tarhan's realm." He began his death chant as he attacked. It was a prayer to Tarhan, asking the god of storms to accept his soul and damn his enemies' souls to an eternity of slavery under him. She blocked his clumsy thrust with the long knife, silently berating him for the misuse of a curved blade. Scimitars were not thrusting weapons. Used properly, he could easily smash through her defense. Fearing he would come to his senses soon, and before he could recover from his deflected thrust, she stepped in and whipped her blade across the right side of his face. The knife left a bloody track from nose to ear before catching on the edge of his keffiyeh, ripping the cotton headdress off his head. He reacted with first shock, then insane rage. To have his face, his mouth, exposed like that was a grave insult. His attack was without thought, so she found it easier to defend against. Indeed, she mostly just had to step out of the way. Spotting the 3 Jordani running towards them, "Aha, now you die." When he glanced back, Danica darted inside his guard. Before he could react, she thrust the knife into his belly, forcing the keen blade between 2 steel lames, and ripped it straight down to his groin, severing the laces holding the armor together and disemboweling him at the same time. Stepping back as he fell, she glanced around. All the tag were dead. She and the 3 Jordani appeared to have survived without serious injury. Apparently none of the horses had run off. One of the tag horses was badly injured, screaming and flopping on the ground. Their pack horse was laying relatively still, his breathing labored and blood flowing out his mouth and nostrils. Her mare was dead nearby. Raf's horse had apparently recovered, none the worse for his fall. "Drop the knife, slave," Det said. Danica looked at them in shock. They were approaching with weapons ready. And after she'd helped them. Indeed, it was her assistance that turned the tide of the battle. "But I'm on your side," she said. "Perhaps," he said, eyes narrowing. "Drop the blade." "Gods, you are something else," she said, face screwed up in rage. "I save your lives, and all you can think of is recapturing me. I would never treat anyone that way." They said nothing, easing in closer. She couldn't possibly take them all on. Or escape. Or make it to Samulla unscathed if she did. She had hoped, they would release her now. It would have been the honorable thing to do. "Gods! Take your stupid blade," she cried, hurling it at their feet. Raf spun her around and quickly bound her wrists. "More indignities? What's the meaning of this?" She pulled helplessly at the tight leather binding. "Your mount is dead," he said, pushing her roughly toward one of the captured tag horses Jost was holding steady. "We can't trust you on anything better than that old mare, so—" "Honorless dogs," she growled low. After tying Danica into the saddle, they quickly rounded up all the uninjured mounts, both Jordani and Tag. The wounded animals were put out of their misery. They didn't even take the time to collect their trade goods, just grabbing the food and water. In no time she was being led away by Raf. Danica continued to mutter sullenly about Clan Jordani's complete lack of honor, but just loud enough for only her captors to hear. She gave them some of her best put-downs and insults, but they ignored her, intent on keeping up their watch for more Tag. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Topping the rise, they stopped to look at the city before them. It lay atop and around the highest hill in the valley. From a distance, it looked like the building steadily grew taller towards its center. It was the two young warriors' first time to a real city. Both Det and Danica had been to Samulla several times in their lives. From their perspective, Samulla was a great whitewashed mass of stone and mud brick buildings, soaring temples with multicolored domes and spires, and glittering palaces and government buildings. Everywhere tall towers and spires stabbed the sky high above the city. The gold, silver, and whitewashed onion domes sprinkled around the city were dazzling in the desert sun, but paled in comparison to the brilliantly tiled domes of the temples in every color of the rainbow. The Sultan's palace crowned the highest point in the city. It was a sprawling pink stone structure, said to be the most luxurious palace of all the Kakara Desert. The forbidding walls surrounding the city were 30 feet high with massive round towers. It was all breathtakingly beautiful, even for someone used to cities. To the nomads, it was awe-inspiring. A symbol of raw power. They could see the sun glittering brightly off the polished steel helmets and spearheads of the soldiers guarding the walls and gates. And then they spotted the other soldiers camped around the city. Samulla was at war. "Are they under siege?" Raf asked, shading his eyes with one hand. "Hardly." Danica snorted and turned away from his sharp look, knowing it would only go to stoke the warrior's anger and frustration with her. Since they had started keeping her bound day and night, she took every opportunity to belittle them. At one point they had gagged her. She had promised to keep quiet so the gag could be removed, but it didn't matter now, as she would be sold shortly. Eyeing her narrowly, Det said, "The gates are open. That has to be the Samullan army, back from some campaign against the Howl." Danica said, eyes glinting evilly, "and maybe flooding the market with armies of newly captured slaves." Seeing their consternation, she laughed with delight. It didn't improve their attitude towards her in the least. "My curse poisons you still." "I have my doubts about any curse," Raf said. "I say we find someone and let him have her for an hour or two. If nothing happens, then we can pass her around for a while before selling her." Danica was startled. That possibility hadn't occurred to her. Of course, the Jordani never realized that Raph had taken her that first night, and hadn't suffered from any curse. She, of course, hadn't brought it up, either. Gods, no. Not now. Not after all I've gone through. She already had a plan worked out on how to trick them into selling her to a seedy brothel or tavern with little resources for security. Her freedom was all but assured. Look at her fear, Raph said, gloating. She knows nothing will happen to anyone using her. Is that true? You're not cursed? Det said, menace in every word. Speak. If you only knew, she said bitterly. What does that mean? He asked. Taking a deep breath first, I am indeed cursed. A curse too terrible for you to even comprehend. Name it, he said. I can't, she lied, trying to act nonchalant. That's part of the curse. But I assure you, if you knew what it was, then you'd never dream of betting me. Would never have even kept me these last 2 months. I think she's lying, Raph said. With a city full of soldiers, we shouldn't have any trouble getting her well bedded. Then we'll know the truth. Danica shrugged, won't matter. The curse doesn't act that fast. Remember that other clan's curse? Did it act right away? Elven magic is extremely subtle. That wiped the grins off their faces. They really didn't know for sure. Though it would have to be assumed that they didn't notice anything amiss at first. And they knew next to nothing about elves, magic or otherwise. She had put that seed of doubt in their minds. She prayed it was enough. Elven magic? Jost said. I thought you said earlier that a sorceress cursed you? Danica knew a moment of panic. Had she finally made a mistake? She couldn't remember exactly what she had told them. It had been so long ago, and her mind and emotions had been almost as jumbled as they were now. Elves have sorceresses too, Master, she said, praying her fear wasn't evident. The 3 Jordani men stared at her an overlong time with calculating eyes. Det and Jost were unreadable, but every emotion known seemed to be vying for control of Raph's face. Finally, bah! We're wasting time, Det said, spurring his horse forward. We'll sell the slave and get us some real women for the night. Chapter 10. The tavern was pleasantly dark and cool. Spirited and exotic drum and flute music filled the incense-scented air. Up against one wall, there was a single well-lit stage for the dancers currently, a dark-haired young woman, dripping in cheap shiny jewelry and nothing else but a crimson silk veil, dancing seductively for some 40-odd disinterested men. Some 15 women were working the floor, clad in nothing but thin silk veils and gaudy jewelry. All were desert folk by their dark coloration. Their job was to entice men to either buy them drinks or take them upstairs for more intimate pleasures. Few of the men wore their veils. Inside such establishments, they removed their veils so they could eat and drink unhindered. The male staff members of taverns rarely wore veils, since they didn't want their patrons feeling uncomfortable. Oddly enough, they still expected their women to remain veiled when any man other than close family was present. Present yourself, slave, Det said. Danica was pushed forward. Fists clenched, head held high and eyes flashing angrily, she gave the tavern owner her most menacing look. Her masters had pulled her hair back in a ponytail, to showcase her ears. They suspected city folks would pay more for an elf. Danica suspected they were correct. He noted her demeanor, and the implied threat, with a frown, but sight of her elven features and pointed ears piqued his interest. He looked her over slowly, gnawing at the inside of his lip as he considered. Danica began to fear the old, bald Samullan would actually buy her. Of all the men she had been offered to that day, he was the most repugnant. He reeked of cheap perfume over unwashed flesh. What little hair he had left was long, thin, and greasy, as was his thin mustaches and beard. The expensive maroon and orange silks he wore couldn't hide his heavy, drooping belly and rail-thin legs. His every finger was encircled with gaudy rings, most looking like rhinestones set in silver-cased iron. I'm not interested, he said, waving them away. But she is a rare beauty, Det persisted, lifting a lock of her luxuriant waist-length golden hair, and then indicated her elven ears. The first place the Jordani warriors had taken her was a public bath, where she was washed and prepared for sale. He indicated to the room of dark-haired, dark-eyed women. Surely a golden-haired elfmaid would stand out in this crowd. Danica was forced to hold her arms high and turn slowly. Her clothes had been removed several hours earlier, before her first inspection by a potential buyer. All she wore now was the wide silver slave bracelet and some nomad jewelry. Most of the jewelry was made of simple blue glass beads and red-dyed feathers. She donned a feather and bead brace on both forearms, and a wide choker of the same blue beads and bright red-dyed feathers. Her earrings were also red feathers and blue beads, hanging low to tickle her bare shoulders. The slave ankle bracelet would likely remain around her leg until she was sold or managed to free herself. If her buyer refused to pay for the slave bracelet, the Jordani would remove it. The silver in it was worth more than she was. She'll bring in a lot of money for you, Raph said. The tavern owner snorted in disgust. Even all these girls don't bring in enough. The market's flooded with beauties. Not blonde elves. Elves are bad luck, and she feels worse than most. Go away, he said and turned his back on them. Growling, Det grabbed Danica by the upper arm and dragged her back out into the crowded street. She tried to suppress a smile of satisfaction. Besides the fact that the Simullan had been repugnant, his tavern maintained very obvious and tight security. Not the kind of place she needed to be sold to. Fortunately, the nomads weren't aware that she was giving everyone threatening looks. That, and the glut in the local market, was throwing everything in her favor. The fact that the desert folk were even more superstitious than the Jordani didn't hurt either. Tarhan, strike them all down! Det cried as they stepped back out into the loud, hot, dusty street. The god of storms didn't respond. We should have taken her south, to Elfhaven. Jarlanders and Tyrians aren't afraid of elves. Now what? Raph asked. While the three nomads discussed what to do with her, Danica stood by quietly and tried to act disinterested. She studied the street scene, with its thick crowds of swaggering soldiers, playing children, merchants hawking their wares, and women hidden behind heavy robes and veils quietly following their men. Most of the men wore the white turbans and kaftans of the common citizen, more often than not with veils hanging off the turbans and hiding their mouths. The desert folk had strange fetishes about covering the mouth that Danica could never understand. Most would rather run naked through the streets, with only a veil covering their mouth, than vice versa. A few wore the dark blue turbans of the city guard wound around and under conical steel helmets. Even fewer wore the bright red of the nobility. The wealthier Simullan citizens could be distinguished from desert nomads by their love of colorful clothes. The kaftan was basically a garment of the poor. Most noble and wealthy men wore either a white or light brown jalaha, but every color of the rainbow could be seen peeping out from underneath the loose outer garment. The citizens of cities also commonly wore the turban instead of the nomad's favored headdress, the large folded cotton cloth called a kofia. Simullan women wore bright silks and satins underneath their concealing robes and veils when out in public, though they shed the robes within their own homes, but usually not their veils. The narrow, paved street was hot and dusty, with haphazard and barely level flagstones. The larger streets were cobbled and better maintained, the smaller ones generally just packed dirt. To Danica's left the street gently dropped as it curled its way down through the whitewashed buildings to the Great Lion Gate. A short ways to her right the street divided, with the right-hand branch rising more steeply in wide steps, and the left going up a gentler slope. Very little wind made it down into the maze of erratically twisting and turning streets and alleys. What little wind that did barely ruffled the clothes drying on lines stretched between the buildings above their heads. Looking up, Danica could see only patches of cloudless blue sky through all the clothes hanging from the lines. The surrounding buildings seemed to be leaning across the street towards each other, leaving the street mostly in shadows even at midday. Two city guards rode by on horseback, pushing the pedestrians aside with superior weight. No one, not even one of the arrogant soldiers or red-turban nobles, was stupid enough to question their actions. Riding side by side, reeking of arrogance, they took up the better part of the street. She watched them as they urged their mounts up the steep stair-like street to her right. Samola was a city stacked on top of itself. Half the lower streets were like tunnels, covered by structures and bridges built over them. The streets twisted up and down just as much as back and forth. It reminded Danica of a child's discarded pile of building blocks, with spires and towers thrown in for a more dramatic effect. Legends had it that secret tunnels and tombs honeycombed the hill beneath the city, filled with ancient lost treasures, and horrors unspeakable guarding them. "You understand, slave?" Det was saying. "Master?" "I didn't hear," she said, startled to realize that they had apparently made a decision concerning her and she didn't know what it was. He clenched his jaw a second, then, "We're going to give one more place a try." Not sure she really wanted to know. "And if I'm not bought?" "Then you're going to start working for us," he said. "Working?" Chuckling, Raph said, "Selling that little sun-bronzed rump by the hour, slave." Looking down, with her bile rising, she nodded understanding. It hadn't occurred to her that they might try that, but she wasn't surprised. All she was to them was a means to bring the clan a little extra coin. Whether that came from her outright sale, or from her prostituting herself, didn't matter. "I'm a knight. I can endure anything," she told herself forcefully. Doubt nibbled at her waning confidence, whispering that she couldn't handle the humiliation. "I've endured slavery before, and torture. This won't even involve pain. At least not much." Det took her by the upper arm and started up the street, his grip tighter than necessary. She bristled at the manhandling, suppressing an urge to jerk free and punch him. After 2 months of such rough treatment, she was surprised she was still affected by it. That knowledge alone helped to shore up her confidence, knowing she hadn't completely surrendered to fate. They climbed up the steeper stair-like street veering to the right. Each step was very deep, the slope's grade not being too terribly steep, but Danica found it even more difficult to walk up in some ways than standard stairs. Somehow the 3 to 5 strides then a step up broke up her rhythm and aggravated her to no end. "There's one," Jose said, pointing to a dark doorway to their right. A tin placard above the door swung on a rusty iron bar, emblazoned with a faded red wine jug. Strings of brightly colored glass beads hung thickly from the lintel. A tavern. Danica was pushed inside, with the Jordani following. It was a dark place, with a low ceiling and a crowd of tough-looking patrons. She estimated there were some 30-odd men sitting at the small round tables. She was surprised to see only 4 other women inside, all veiled and wearing bright dancing silks. It was the first place they had found where the men so dramatically outnumbered the women. Most of the men were Samolan soldiers, with a few nomads, both steppe and desert, and a sprinkling of Jarland and Tyrian warriors. A bar took up the back wall, with a dark stairwell to the right and a door leading to the kitchen to the left. The patrons all turned to watch as they made their way to the small bar. The tall, thin, swarthy man behind it looked them over as they approached. He wore only a light cotton kaftan, a stained apron, and a white turban. His beard was black and thin, but well-kept and clean-looking. He didn't have the look of evil arrogance that Danica thought so many of his desert brethren did. "How may I serve you?" he said. "Ale? Beer? Wine? Do you own this tavern?" Det said, eyeing the slim young man with doubt. "I do," he said, eyebrow rising with suspicion. "Why?" Smiling, he pushed Danica forward again. "We have a slave to sell. An elfmaid and a rare beauty for these parts." Danica quickly assessed the man before her and his tavern, and made her decision. There was a gentleness about him that she could possibly exploit later. There were no sulking guard near the doors to stop an escape attempt either. She smiled warmly at him, trying to hold her body in a way she hoped he found enticing. "That she is," he admitted, eyeing her with interest. "But I don't own slaves. And I don't care to start now. But how do you manage? Det said, surprised. He looked the four young women over closely. They met his gaze defiantly. Bond servants? The women let out tiny cries of outrage, but kept quiet otherwise. Their reaction told Danica that they were tavern girls, and quite free to come and go as they pleased. I manage. This tavern has been in my family for generations, and we have always run it as a family. No slaves to eat up the profits, he said, obviously proud of the fact. And a bondservant is just another type of slave. And another mouth to feed. They're not slaves? Jost asked, indicating the four women in skimpy clothes and gaudy jewelry sitting with the patrons. The women, one and all, gave him sharp looks. Tavern girls, he said, shrugging. They generate a little coin for the tavern and don't require any maintenance on my part. The Jordani war chief had to explain what a tavern girl was to his two young warriors. Until then, they thought all prostitutes were slaves. They didn't even know what a bondservant was. And the idea of free women willingly prostituting themselves was beyond their understanding. Like the Jordani, Danica was surprised to find a tavern without either slaves or bondservants. Though she had been in taverns and brothels that didn't use slaves before, it was unusual. Slaves had no real motivation to work hard, except the threat of severe beatings or the withholding of food and rest. However, bondservants were working off debts to their bondholder, usually the tavern or brothel owner. Bondservants could be expected to work very hard to escape their hellish life. Unfortunately, the bondholder was legally permitted to add the costs of room and board, any clothes needed, and even interest to the bond. Many bondservants, especially pretty women, spent years paying off their bond. A bond price that might have only been a night's food and lodging. Det was silent a moment, studying the women. Danica watched him apprehensively, worrying her lower lip. Then to the tavern owner, you've struck a deal with them? Yes, he said guardedly. What's your cut? Det said. We would work our slave here. Damn you. I knew it. Danica whipped her head around when she heard one of the patrons snicker. Had he heard? Was he interested in hiring her? The thought sent her mind reeling. 10% on all earnings, plus rent on the room she uses, he said, suddenly interested. Deal, Det said. Turning to Danica, who was staring at him wild-eyed, you know what to do. There was no room for compromise in either his eyes or tone of voice. She thought of bringing up the curse, but he wouldn't care what happened to strangers. She seemed to have run out of options, and luck. With a queasy feeling pushing its way up her throat, Danica turned and headed toward the tables. The Jordani spread out, covering all the possible exits. She noticed several of the patrons eyeing her with interest. The other women looked sullen. I don't blame them, she thought bitterly. I'm pretty fierce competition for those hard-hearted whores. Stopping beside a lone woman, Danica took a deep breath. Quietly, what's the going rate? The dark-haired woman, well past her prime but still attractive, gave her an icy stare. I get 2 crowns copper, but you'll be lucky to bring one, elf. Danica gave her a doubtful smile and moved on. Looking around, she noticed most of the men were watching her and Det's stare was beginning to get hot. Noticing a desert nomad in a crisp white keffiyeh and jalaba watching her with intense interest, she reined her racing heart in and walked over. A smile crossed his dusky, bearded face. His dark eyes seemed able to see right through her. He was in his early middle age, with a hawk-like face. There was just a touch of gray in his short, neatly trimmed beard. The fact that he didn't cover his mouth told her he was probably from one of the Far Eastern tribes. His four-banded eagle was dyed a deep, rich gold, whereas the 4 young-looking men sharing the table with him had plain black 2-banded eagles. She didn't know what his tribe was, but assumed it meant he was either the clan sheik or the sharif of the tribe. She knew that a tag sheik wore a red eagle, and the leader of the entire tribe, the sharif, wore a golden eagle. But in the Munir tribe, a sheik wore a black agal, and the Sharif wore a green one. Each tribe was different. Would you? She took a deep breath, then let it out slowly. Would you like to go upstairs, master? His horny hand grabbed her high on the left thigh, pulling her close. His touch sent gooseflesh all over her body. She was unable to suppress the shudder. Once she was positioned more to his liking, Golden One, what is your name? Danica, master. I am Sheik Alibar, he said with a slight nod. Forgive me, master, but I don't know your tribe. His hand slid a little higher up her inner thigh. His thumb gently stroked her sensitive folds. Danica felt her juices start to flow as heat infused her body. It got a little harder to breathe. He smiled. I am of the Jannar. My clan is the El Lacer. My clan owns, or more properly is the House of Lacer here in Samola. His thumb found her clitoris, and rubbed circles around it. She sucked in a sharp breath, bit her lip, and swallowed hard. He was sending the sweetest ripples through her. Danica knew she couldn't take that very long before her body exploded. And you are master of the house, I assume, she said smiling, trying to act as if nothing untoward was happening. He gave her a slight bow again, but now, more importantly, Danica, what do you charge? Before she could answer, his thumb pushed past her nether lips, into her wet slit. Every orifice in her body suddenly clinched up tightly, her breath caught, and a queasy feeling tried to batter its way up her throat as he stroked her so intimately. Worse, she felt her juices flowing, and his efforts were causing a squishing sound down there. He had the most lusty look in his eyes she had ever seen. I can't do this. Danica slanted a look at the Jordani war chief. Det was watching her through narrowed, suspicious eyes. She could see the tension building up within him. One wrong move on her part now, and he'd unleash all the frustration and fury that had been building over the last 2 months. Maybe I can do this. Well? Sheik Alibar asked again, one eyebrow arched high. 10 crowns, master, she blurted out, surprised at the answer herself. 10, he said. I can get 5 girls for that. I can buy 5 girls for that much. Danica glanced at the 3 Jordani quickly to ensure they couldn't hear her exchange with the sheik. They were watching her closely, but it didn't appear they could overhear her. Not as pretty and exotic as me, she said, pleased with herself. Then shrugging sadly, I'm afraid my master was quite specific on the price I am to charge. After all, I am an elf. He just snorted and turned away. She shrugged and glanced around at the other men at the table. None seemed interested. She moved away confident she could escape that particular fate once again. She spotted 3 Tyrians drinking and joking at a table nearby. 2 were tall, massively built blondes, with the third a gaunt-looking dark-haired man. Her mother was a Tyrian. As Danic, she had spent a great deal of time growing up with relatives in the Tyr Mountains. They were very predictable, in general, so she figured she would be able to control them easier than one of the volatile nomads or Somalians. Walking up to a tall blonde youth in a thick, sleeveless chainmail shirt, take me upstairs, master? She knew most Tyrians would find her way too skinny for their tastes. Also, few would just take a woman, free or slave, upstairs right away. They liked to drink a couple of Alesh with her first, while impressing her with tales of their prowess. Tyrians were one and all full of themselves, and loved to extol everyone with tales of their deeds and bravery. Perhaps, he said slowly, looking her over with interest. Dance. Danica was taken aback. That wasn't the response she expected. Glancing around, she saw no stage to dance on. The Tyrian wanted her to entice him by displaying her body with dance, and she couldn't dance. I really don't know how, master, but... Try, woman, he said with a wide leering grin. Try. She lifted her arms and began a slow wiggling movement she hoped would be acceptable. The Tyrians all seemed pleased. And quiet. Unusual. she began to worry about losing control of the situation. The Tyrian appeared to be getting excited. An aroused man, especially one that has been drinking, might pay anything for the woman he lusted after. Then a sharp tapping sound caught her attention. A soldier in dusty mail at the next table held up a coin, 1 crown copper. Then he dropped it on the floor. A tip. She quickly abandoned the Tyrians to dance before the soldier. As she danced, the swarthy Samoan soldier dropped coins at her feet. She had frequented enough taverns and brothels to know what was expected of her. As long as he continued tipping, she had to dance for him. Dance real close. She tried her best to ignore his hands caressing her buttocks and legs. If his hands got much bolder, though, she might have to beat a hasty retreat. Good enough, he laughed, dropping one last coin and pulling the drawstrings of his purse closed. That was the signal she could leave. Danica eagerly bent to rake up her tips. He took the opportunity to slap her naked rump, laughing at her yelp of surprise. Then, being extra careful, she picked up the rest of her tip and hurried away. Here you go, master, she said, handing Det 8 copper coins, 3 crowns, 2 eagles, and 1 half-eagle. A crown was about as wide as a man's thumb, with the portrait of the ruler of the city minting it stamped on one side and a crown on the other. The crown copper was the standard unit of currency everywhere Danica had ever been or heard about. The eagle was half a crown, with an eagle stamped on it instead of a crown. The half-eagle was half an eagle. Shaved or cut coins were called bits. Eagles and half-eagles were only minted in copper, but crowns came in copper, silver, and gold. Danica's tips were almost twice what any of the taverns had offered for her all day. 3 crowns copper had been the highest offer. An elven slave of her beauty usually brought 3 to 5 crowns silver on the slave block. The average prostitute, both free and slave, could usually expect at least 5 crowns copper for her services. The glut of slaves had drastically driven down both prices. Noticing her just standing before him, "You're not finished yet, slave. Get back to work." Frowning, she headed back. Several men held up coins. She danced up to the nearest. Unfortunately, this man proved to be a breast man. She was forced to retrieve the coins he offered in his mouth with her breasts. Needless to say, his hands weren't the least bit shy about fondling the rest of her, either. Her body's reaction to the handling scared her as much as the crude fondling. After she milked him of all he was willing to part with, she moved to the next with relief. And then the next. And the next. "How much?" an ancient, weather-beaten Jarlan warrior asked as she picked up her tips from a soldier at the neighboring table. Keeping her voice low, 10 crowns, master." "Why so much?" "I'm worth it," she smiled, confident now he couldn't afford it. His clothes were threadbare and patched. And his sword rested in a worn and battered sheath. "Not to me," he grumbled and turned back to his mug. After dropping off her earnings again, she returned to her dances. Few of the men paid her much attention now. She figured she had milked them of all she could. Now to convince Det to leave. She gave the Jordani chief a calculating look. If they stayed much longer, she feared he might stand up and offer her services to the patrons, and be willing to settle for considerably less than she had been asking. On the other hand, if she could get him away from paying customers, she might be able to work on his superstitious fears and have him just abandon her unsold in Samola. After all, he had far more than her likely sale price in hand already. "Slave! Over here," Sheik Alibar called, waving her over. His purse was sitting open on the table. Smiling, she walked over to dance for the rich merchant. His purse was considerably deeper than the warriors and soldiers she had been dancing for. Maybe if she earned him enough in tips, Det would forget about whoring her off. "No," he said when she started to dance. "I don't understand?" "Don't you want me to dance for you?" she said, suddenly alarmed. 5 crowns, he said firmly. Heart racing, 10, master. "I'm sorry." I would see your master then, he said, looking around. The yellow-haired barbarian? Danica panicked. If he talked to Det, then it would be discovered that she hadn't been trying to sell herself. He would definitely take it out of her hide. That won't be necessary, master, she said, moving in closer and wrapping an arm seductively around his neck. Why not? Why does that scare you, slave, he said. Have you been lying to me? No. Not exactly. Eyes flashing, tell your master Sheik Alibar wishes to speak to him. Yes, master. Danica struggled to figure a way out of her predicament. It seemed to her that she had dug herself into a hole she couldn't get out of. Det would likely beat her, but not until after the Sheik had his way with her. She started feeling sick as she neared Det, who watched her suspiciously. Dropping to her knees, trying hard to look pitiful, praying for mercy, she said in her tiniest voice, Master, Sheik Alibar wishes to speak to you. About what? He said, studying the indicated man. About me, she said, looking up with teary, pleading eyes. He is angry about the price I'm asking for sex. What are you asking? 10 crowns. Are you crazy? You aren't worth more than 5. He seemed ready to hit her, then reconsidered. Why did you ask for so much? I don't want to lay with the stinking bastard, stupid. He was waiting for an answer, and it had better be good. Det was not known for his compassion. The going rate is 2 crowns, master. But I can earn 20 crowns dancing for tips in the same time it would take to earn 2 with sex, she said, impressed with her fast thinking. He considered that for a moment. Then glancing at the waiting Sheik, he grinned evilly. Danica had a bad feeling about that. Come with me, he said, striding toward the Sheik. Sheik Alibar rose to meet him. The other Jannar warriors also rose. Det stepped up and nodded at Alibar. He received a hint of a bow in return. Sheik Alibar, I am Det, war chief of the Jordani, he said. It is an honor, chief, Alibar said. Indicating the other men sharing his table, and these are some of my sons. Nodding at the others, I understand you wish to see me about Danica here? That is so. Her asking price for a bit of love play seems a little steep considering the current situation in Samola, he said, trying to smile. Despite the fact she is an elf and quite striking, I fear you will have a difficult time making any money off her, unless you come down some. I never specified a price, Det said. Danica groaned as Alibar shot her an angry look. I'll accept whatever is reasonable. But perhaps, he glanced back at her with a grin, you would consider purchasing her? She is for sale, cheap. Perhaps, Sheik Alibar said, rubbing his chin as he looked her over more closely. She's not much of a dancer, but she is shapely and beautiful. And her golden hair and sapphire eyes will be worth their weight in gold in 6 months. Does she have any talent in pleasing men? Grinning even more widely, perhaps you would like a free sample? Alibar's eyes flashed at Danica, who just started back at him. Her heart was pounding in her ears so loud she could barely hear the men. Her chest felt tight and her belly melted into tingly mush. Worse, she could feel her sex growing wet and achy. I accept your gracious offer, he said with a smile and a bow. Turning to Danica, he waved at the stairs. After you, slave. Danica turned and slowly walked to the stairs on wobbly legs, Sheik Alibar following. She was afraid to even think about what he would do to her. Or consider what she was about to be forced to do with him. She glanced back at Raph, remembering what he did to her, remembering how he felt inside her, how he made her feel. Stopping at the bar, Danica asked, a room, please. Sheik Alibar paid. He took her by the upper arm and led her upstairs to a room at the far end of the hallway. The closer they got, the shallower her breathing came, and the faster her heart beat. She began to fear she'd pass out, then prayed for it to happen. Pushing the door open, inside. Yes, master, she whispered, stepping past him. Inside, he stood before the closed door and glared at her. Not knowing what else to do, and not wanting to anger him further, she knelt and kept her eyes downcast. "You lied to me." "Yes, master." "That's it?" "Yes, master." "Nothing more," he said, voice rising. "If you were my slave, I'd cut out your lying tongue. If I buy you, I might anyway." "I'm sorry, master. I was scared, that's all." "No excuse," he said, removing his keffiyeh. "No, slave, that if you fail to please me in every way, I will purchase you. Then I will remove your lying tongue, slowly." He gave her a hard look. "I suggest you find extremely pleasant ways to please me with that tongue, and quickly." Danica met his gaze. She didn't see any compassion, or even desire. All she could see was burning anger. Somehow she didn't think anything she did would be sufficient to please the sheik. Her throat tightened as her mouth went dry. Rising to her feet, "Master?" "Yes?" Danica kicked the sheik between the legs, as hard as she could. His eyes bulged, and he fell to his knees. He began retching as she pulled his scimitar out. Then she brought its jeweled hilt down atop his head. Leaning heavily against the door, she gave a heartfelt sigh of relief. Looking at the unconscious sheik, "I don't seem to be making many friends here today." She opened the door and peeked down the hallway. It was clear. So far, so good. She glanced at the unconscious sheik again. "Unless I get caught." Out in the dimly lit hallway, she headed back toward the stairs. There weren't any windows in the rooms or in the hallway. The only way out was through the tavern below, and through the Jordani and the sheik's sons. "I have to be the luckiest girl in the whole rotten world," she muttered, considering her chances of escaping. "Bandu, I've noticed you haven't been doing much for me lately, but I sure could use a little divine intervention about now." Chapter 11. Easing down the dark stairwell, Danica tried in vain to rein in her thundering heart. All she could hear was its beating in her ears. She knew what the Jordani would do to her for attacking the sheik. Still, it was nothing compared to what his sons would do, or what he would do if he ever got his hands on her. Dad would no doubt be more than happy to sell her, for a substantial increase in price, so the sheik could punish her at his leisure. Escape held a new urgency. Looking around the corner, she spotted all three Jordani at the bar drinking and joking. She could hear their conversations well since the bar was next to the stairwell. The Elfmaid brothers were still at their table talking quietly among themselves. Their mumbled conversations were too low for her to hear. No one was paying attention to the stairs. Flattening herself against the wall well within the shadows of the stairwell, she considered her options. She could make a run for the front door, or try to sneak out. Either way, she wouldn't go unnoticed. The run option seemed the only way to go, but the sheik's sons were sitting at a table very close to the path she had to take. Normally, they wouldn't interfere, but seeing her emerge so soon, and with their sire's scimitar, would definitely elicit a response, and a violent one at that. There was probably a back entrance, but she would have to get past the Jordani at the bar to get to it. Approaching footsteps from the room below brought her out of her reverie. There were two sets, a light tap-tap of a woman's shoes, and the deeper thumping of a man's boots with the jingle of spurs. Startled, she glanced up the stairs and realized she could never hope to reach the top before they arrived. So she threw herself down the stairs instead. Lowering her shoulders, Danica bowled over the giggling tavern girl just as she reached the stairwell. The girl was sent screaming back into the arms of a drunk soldier. Danica kicked him in the throat as he sagged under the weight of the girl in his arms. Brandishing the scimitar, she dodged through the scrambling men and women. Random tables were scattered between her and the front entrance. That entrance looked to be miles away. It sat there like a beacon to freedom, flashing multicolored light through its hanging strands of glass beads. As she feared, the Elfmaid men recovered quickly and moved to block her escape. Without slowing, she charged into their midst. Two men fell before her flashing blade within seconds, But the others didn't relent and, if anything, pressed harder. "Bandu invincible," she cried and dropped low, kicking at their feet. They jumped back. She took advantage of the momentary respite and darted away, only to run into the charging Jordani. Ducking under Death's attempt at decapitation, she kicked Jost low in the belly and tried for Raf's heart. He barely twisted aside in time, receiving a deep crease across the lamellar protecting his chest. Any deeper and it would have penetrated the thin steel plates. Cursing, she turned and parried Death's thrust before darting past Raf. As she raced between the tables, trying to avoid both Jordani and Ellacer alike, she heard some of the other patrons begin to give odds. Though she wasn't favored to win, she was pleased with the low odds given the others. "Yield!" Det cried angrily, ducking under a throne chair. "Make me!" Det and Jost came around the table after her from different sides. She stepped up onto a chair, then the table. Before Raf could react, she was on him, blade flashing. The only thing that saved him was his armor. Danica spun away from him to engage two Ellacer warriors as they joined the fight. Not thinking, she brought the heavy scimitar down as hard as she could on the shoulder of one Ellacer brother. The blade got wedged tightly in his chest. He took her weapon away as he fell. The dead man's brother, so she ducked and drove shoulder first into his belly as she seized and lifted his legs at the knees. They were both left sprawled on the floor. Danica recovered first and drove a straight finger punch into the man's throat. She tried to take his scimitar, but he held on and tried to wrap an arm around her waist. Twisting free, she scrambled back to his dead brother. She twisted and pulled Sheik Alabar's bejeweled scimitar back out of his fallen son's chest. Turning at the sound of running feet, she parried Death's thrust at her heart, then slashed Jost's face on her backstroke. Kicking at the Ellacer warrior, she stepped between the two standing Jordani and took off for the door. As she approached, she spotted a lone Ellacer warrior guarding that door. He stood ready, silhouetted against the multicolored entrance. As she charged, she screamed at the top of her lungs and snatched up a chair. Flinging it as hard as she could, she followed it in. He ducked under it, and she brought her scimitar down on his neck before he could recover. Then she was out the door. Danica turned right and raced up the steep stair-like street. She dodged through the milling mass of men and animals. Some of the men cried out upon noticing her carrying a weapon. Slaves weren't permitted weapons, and naked as she was, she could only be a slave. Though, no one moved to bar her path. Indeed, most were smart enough to get out of the way. She turned into a narrow, trash-strewn alley and continued to ascend. Angry shouts could be heard back on the street. She didn't waste time on looking back. There was no doubt in her mind that the citizens of Samola would be very helpful in giving her pursuers accurate directions. She soon burst out of the alley onto a wide boulevard under a cloudless blue sky. A blood-splattered, nude slave wielding a gory scimitar, she quickly became the focus of everyone's attention. Realizing she would stand out more in the richer, higher districts of the city, she turned right and headed for the more crowded lower city. In the poorer neighborhoods near the city walls and gates, she could find some poor soul passed out drunk in a dark alley and steal his clothes. Maybe with stolen clothes she wouldn't rate any special attention among all the mercenaries. But a disturbance further down the street proved to be two men in white keffiyehs and jalabas brandishing scimitars. Jannar tribesmen, and probably Ellacer, too. Danica spun around and ran back up the street. Locating another alley, she ducked inside. She turned right at an intersection of alleys and scattered a group of bedraggled street urchins eating a half-cooked dog. Without slowing, she ran out of that alley, across a narrow street, and plunged into the shadowy alley on the other side. Then spotting a half-rotten ladder, she scrambled up and into the hayloft of an abandoned stables. Most of the north side of the barn opened onto the burnt-out husk of the next structure. The fire appeared to have been recent. She decided it might be a good bolt hole. It didn't appear that the local urchins and derelicts were using it yet. Then the sounds of running feet brought her back to the ladder. Hazarding a glance down, she spotted 2 Jannar warriors. She recognized one from the tavern, the other was a stranger. He must have gone back to their house and picked up reinforcements. The gods only knew how many men were looking for her now. Yacker, the unfamiliar one said, breathless. The slave is too fast. We need a strategy. We don't have time, Jahim, Yacker said. If those thrice-damned Jordani catch her, then father will have to pay a fortune to buy her. But they're strangers, he said. They don't know the city like us. We have the advantage. Maybe, Yacker said doubtfully. But I do not care to explain to father that they caught the whore while we were planning our strategy. Whore? Danica thought, tilted eyes narrowing. You wish, you goat-loving. Yacker cried out, hey you! She jumped back, heart racing. Had he seen her? Yes, my lord, a high-pitched voice, a child's voice, asked guardedly. Danica relaxed. She crept over to peek out through a knot-hole and listen in. The 2 Lacer men were standing with their fists balled up on their hips, glaring arrogantly at half a dozen filthy street urchins. Have you seen a runaway slave? Yacker asked. She has long golden hair and a scimitar. Naked, a small girl asked. Yes. Jahim cried, taking a step towards them. The children all took 2 steps back. They had good cause to be wary. Street urchins were periodically hunted down and enslaved by commoners, slavers, and city guardsmen alike. Reaching out a hand to restrain Jahim, do you know where she is now? No, a tall boy, maybe in his early teens, admitted. Yacker and Jahim scowled a moment. But we might be able to find her. No. The street urchins knew the city, and all its hideouts, better than anyone. At any given time, there could easily be several hundred of the half-wild youths roaming the streets and alleys. If anyone could locate her fast, it was them. Grinning, Yacker said, deliver the slave to the house of Lacer, and you will be richly rewarded. How much? The boy asked, more boldly now. Danica never heard the answer. A shuffling noise from deep within the loft's shadows captured her attention. Spinning around, she spotted a man dressed like a steppe nomad half-buried and struggling to rise in a small haystack. He seemed disconcerted. A drunk. Sitting up, he stretched and yawned loudly. Afraid he would make too much noise, and thus bring the 2 men below up to investigate, Danica darted over and brought the jeweled pommel of her scimitar down atop his head. You hear that? Jahim's voice came to her. The creaking of the ladder sent her scrambling for a hiding place. The small stacks of moldy hay were too obvious, so out of the question. So she ran over to the burnt-out section with the intention of climbing down and escaping, but the excited shouts of children stopped her. She couldn't hope to outrun street urchins. Instead, she climbed up through a burn hole in the roof. Then after crawling over the peak, she lay quiet on the hot roof tiles and waited. Soon the voices of Yacker and Jahim reached her. Just a barbarian vagrant passed out drunk, Jahim said, his disgust evident. Search everything anyway, Yacker said. Then louder, you find any sign of her down there? No, my lord, a child's voice called back. Damn her soul, he cried. Then to the urchins below, bring her in before sunset, and I'll double the reward, but... With excited cries, the children scampered away. Danica cursed her rotten luck. It was hard enough to escape being a naked blonde in a city of dark overdressed desert folk, but now hordes of very enthusiastic children were combing the city for her. Samola was no longer a safe haven for her. I've got to steal some clothes and a horse, and get out before the gates close for the night. She waited until she heard Jahim and Yacker climb down the ladder and leave. And then she waited some more before daring to move. Cautiously, very cautiously, she eased back down to the loft. The derelict was just beginning to regain consciousness. His moans and groans of pain and misery were loud and soulful. Danica hit him over the head again. Sorry, she said, grimacing. He stank to the high heavens of unwashed flesh and stale wine. "I need your clothes." Removing his shirt, she shook it out and eyed it warily. The gods only know what unholy vermin live in this. Face screwed up in distaste, she stripped him and donned the clothes. He proved to be only slightly larger than herself. The threadbare cotton shirt was a faded red and shiny with grime. The heavy cotton breeches were just as worn and filthy, with several unpatched rips. His worn and unpolished boots were the pointy-toed boots of the steppes, and slightly too big. He had no armor or weapons, not even a belt knife. She then removed all her feather and bead jewelry. The silver slave bracelet would have to wait for another day to be removed, but was well hidden inside the boot. Leaving him naked and unconscious, she climbed back down to the alley. She found it empty, save for a mangy yellow dog sniffing through trash piles. It was noticeably darker than when she first entered. She estimated less than half an hour of daylight, then she'd be trapped for the night. Not a pleasant prospect. "Now to find a horse," she mumbled, slipping the heavy scimitar under her belt. She found the streets still crowded, but now she barely rated a second look. Though sword women weren't uncommon even in the desert kingdoms, the sight of exposed hair and unveiled women usually caught the locals' attention. Sometimes even the notoriously defiant Tyrians donned veils and keffiyehs in desert cities to avoid hassles. Only Samulla was at war and unveiled mercenaries were common enough for her to pass without drawing undue attention. Danica kept her eyes open for an unattended horse as she headed towards the lion gate in the west wall. After several minutes, she decided the street she was on was too narrow and out of the way for horseback riders. She began looking for a way back to the boulevard. Spying an alley, she began threading her way through the late afternoon crowd. The poor farmers, small-time merchants, and other hawkers lining the streets were already beginning to pack their merchandise for the day. Some had carts, while most carried their wares bundled up in blankets. Either way, they wanted to be off the street before dark. Night came fast in the desert, and Samulla after dark wasn't a good place to walk the streets. She soon found herself standing at the edge of the bustling crowds of the Seven Heroes Boulevard. It twisted its way up from the Lion Gate to the sprawling, golden-domed Rashid Palace. Outwardly, the palace with its arabesque arches, arcades, and windows was the most beautiful Danica had ever seen, though Amazons were quick to point out it paled in comparison to the palace in Dalis. Of course, Amazons thought everything in their empire was bigger, better, and more beautiful. Almost immediately she located some mounts. They were left in front of an inn. There were 6 of them, and their size and harness declared them Jarlan destriers. A breed she was more than adequately familiar with. A godsend if I ever saw one. She smiled, admiring a great golden-colored unicorn stallion, resplendent in crimson caparison and tack. A unicorn. He was much larger than a normal unicorn, so she figured he was a cross between a unicorn and a horse. A cross between the large, and quite aggressive, forest unicorn of the Jarlands and a large destrier mare produced the most prized of war mounts. They were as fierce as the warriors who rode them. The huge stallion looked to be just such a crossbreed. Looking at him, she felt a twinge of regret that the offspring of horses and unicorns, both male and female, were sterile. A man could get rich breeding them otherwise. As it was, very few were produced since unicorns rarely survived long in captivity. Unicorn mares rarely conceive in captivity, and wouldn't live long enough to take it to term anyway, and stallions tended to detest the mere presence of horses. Walking up to the magnificent beast, she stopped to run a hand over his withers and muttered soothing words. He rolled his eyes at her, but remained silent. She checked his condition to ensure she didn't make the mistake of stealing an exhausted or injured mount. Once assured of the unicorn's excellent health and well-rested state, she checked under his mane for the crossed-sword brand of war training. Then she began scratching him at the base of his 2-foot-long horn. The stallion shuddered with pleasure. "Good boy, my magnificent beauty," she purred soothingly, eyes sparkling in awe and admiration. "We're going for a little ride." After ensuring no one was paying her any heed, she untied his reins and swung up into the saddle. She eased him out into the press of the crowds, noting how everyone made way with looks of wonder. Everyone was so caught up in the beauty of the animal, they failed to notice the tattered clothes of the rider. She kicked him into a canter and grinned at all the people scrambling to get out of the way. It might bring attention to herself, but she didn't want anyone getting too long of a look. Someone might question why such a ratty-looking woman was riding such a splendid mount. Questions she couldn't answer. Besides, the gates would be closing soon and she needed to be well away before then. A small group of urchins ran across the street in front of her, startling the unicorn. She reined in just before trampling the small dark-haired girl trailing far behind. For a split second, woman and child stared at each other in shock. The girl then smiled and ran off after the others. "Kids," she snorted. "Almost got herself killed and can only smile about it. They all think they're immortal." She glanced up at the massive twin towers of the Lion Gate soaring above the surrounding structures. They were visible long before she reached the bazaar the gate opened into. Even from that distance she could make out the unique crenellation. Each merlin was carved into the likeness of a sitting lion facing outward. Before she could move, a group of shuffling pilgrims, chanting prayers to Lors, goddess of hearth and home, and queen of the arisen gods, blocked her path. They were led by priests in their green and gold robes. She was resolved to wait impatiently, but when a bugle sounded at the Lion Gate, warning everyone interested that the gate would be closed shortly, she tried to push her way through. That brought an intense blast of threats and curses from priest and pilgrim alike. She quickly ceased her efforts, fidgeting in the saddle as she studied the settling darkness around her. The knowledge that the bugle sounded only minutes before sunset and the lowering of the gate to allow the last travelers to hurry in only agitated her already frayed nerves. But it was never a good idea to anger the priests of any god. Priests were given magical powers by their god. And depending on the rank of the cleric, he or she could be as powerful as an archmage. She decided to wait for them to shuffle out of the way. Once the pilgrims had passed, she kicked her mount forward and headed for the nearby gate. When the gate was lowered, the city guard would announce it with bugles again. That hadn't happened yet, so she still had a chance. She found the now darkened bazaar packed, and getting worse as more travelers pushed their way in through the gate. There were inns outside, but they couldn't offer the safety the city walls did. Besides, most people would feel justifiably uncomfortable around all the boisterous soldiers bivouacked out there. In addition to all the travelers, the last die-hard hawkers were out in force. Their cries grated on her nerves as people jostled her and her mount in their efforts to escape the press. Everywhere urchins darted through the crowds, probably stealing purses and such. Looking through the gate, she could see the end of the line of travelers approaching. She knew the city guard would close the gate as soon as the last one entered. It wouldn't be long, either. "Damn them all," she cursed, angrily urging her mount through the crowds. Suddenly the same small girl she had almost trampled earlier stepped up beside her and smiled. Danica flashed a smile back and began trying to force her way through the crowd again. It wasn't going well. She was traveling against the current. Then her left foot was yanked from the stirrup and the boot pulled off, revealing the wide silver slave bracelet. "It's the elf slave," the girl cried, pointing at Danica. "Little brat," she said angrily, then spotted a large group of older street urchins coming towards her. Pulling her scimitar, she brandished it wildly and shouted, "Make way!" The bugler atop one of the towers sounded the gate closing. She looked up in horror as the portcullis began its slow descent. People were still running through both ways. She kicked the unicorn again, harder. Her left leg was grabbed again, this time by a boy in his late teens. She punched him in the face and tried to ride on, but another teen, a filthy-looking girl with black matted hair, grabbed her by the belt on the other side. By this time the unicorn destrier had decided they were in battle. He kicked out to the rear, then reared up and screamed his defiance. Danica was taken by surprise and clung onto the saddle horn desperately, with the girl hanging onto her. When the destrier dropped back down to all fours, two more urchins grabbed Danica. Then as the stolen mount leapt forward, screaming shrilly, she was jerked from the saddle. "Glorious gods!" she cried and grabbed the stallion's long tail as it raced away through the terrified crowd. Being dragged across the cobbles at dizzying speeds, Danica fought to hang on to her only chance at escape. She could feel the rough horseshoe-chipped cobbles through her worn breeches, thanking the gods that they were so thick and prayed they held a bit longer. The people scrambled out of the enraged beast's way, allowing it to run straight to the gate and out just before the portcullis boomed shut for the night. Chapter 12. Feeling her fingers slipping from the unicorn's long tail, whoa! Whoa, boy! The stallion did stop, but only to kick back at her. Releasing its tail, she then ducked under the lethal kick known to cavemen's chests and even through thick armor. Rolling away, she cursed her rotten luck as the unicorn raced away through a chorus of shouts to be lost in the night and thick press of mercenaries. As soon as he stopped, some lucky dog would seize him and sell him for a bloody fortune. Which is exactly what Danica had intended to do. With what she got from the unicorn's sale, she could have bought all new clothes, a more suitable mount, and a pack beast, and still have coin left over to buy food and lodgings for the 1,200-mile trip to Ismet al-Haratha. Better yet, she could have bought a warhawk and made the trip within days. Well, at least she still had the bejeweled scimitar, and the silver slave bracelet around her ankle was pure silver. Worth more than most commoners made in 3 months. Slipping into the night shadows of a ramshackle timber and mud building, she set to work cutting off the hated slave bracelet. The thin silver parted easily before the scimitar's fine sharp steel. With the bracelet off, she found a pair of largish rocks and started pounding the thin silver while folding it repeatedly, until it was reduced to nothing more than a crude square no bigger than a crown silver and worth even more. Slipping the silver piece under her belt, she stepped back into the crowded street. It was full night now, the sudden desert sunset gone. Danica glanced back at the dark looming city walls 100 paces back, glad to have at least escaped the fate of being trapped inside them. She seriously doubted even the El-Lacer would bother pursuing her now, if the urchins even told them she escaped the city. Knowing the wild street urchins, they would just shrug and go about their business of mischief making and survival. The Jordani had made a profit off her, so would be heading back without much thought or concern for her fate. The makeshift shanty town that sprung up outside Samullah's walls to service the needs of some 10,000 mercenaries was another problem. There seemed to be little or no organization or plan to its layout or governing. Wild packs of bored and drunk mercenaries roamed about singing and starting fights. Eager-eyed merchants tried to sell them worthless trinkets for obscenely high prices on the streets, while others sat in dark, ramshackle shacks and bought their war booty for equally obscene low prices. The many taverns and open-air ale gardens were filled with the laughing and singing warriors, both male and female, and the cut purses and whores who also preyed on their good fortune. With the darkness covering the poor condition of her stolen clothes, Danica was able to walk the dusty streets all but unnoticed. Most of the mercenaries were Jarlanders, Amazons, and Tyrians, all with colorations similar to her own, making her nothing special. Thankfully. Then Danica's thoughts turned dark. Trapped without food, water, or transportation, she muttered, glancing down at her feet, and only one boot. Ripping off the boot and throwing it away. Barefooted, she amended. Caressing the jeweled hilt of the stolen scimitar, she started looking around. She would have to sell it. Danica suddenly smiled, spotting a group of laughing Amazon warrior women approaching. "Peace be with you," she cried, giving the traditional Amazon greeting. "A word, please." They looked her over curiously. She fought the urge to squirm and cover herself under their frank appraisal. By their looks they thought her some street beggar, or worse. "I lost a bet," she said, indicating her clothes. "Talliope wasn't nice to me tonight." "That explains it," a plain-looking brunette laughed. "You do look the vagrant type, sugar." "What can we do for you?" a thin blonde asked, looking impatient. Danica held up the bejeweled scimitar, the last of my war booty. "Indeed, my last worldly possession. Would you know of a merchant who would buy it and won't cheat me too terribly much?" The brunette laughed heartily. No, we don't, but you can try old Abdul. He'll rob you blind, but pays a bit better than most. He's a camp follower, so has a little more respect for mercenaries than the city merchants, another said. My thanks, she said, not sounding too happy. Where can I find him? Keep on this street about 2 blocks. His trading post is on the right and painted red. You can't miss it. Peace be with you, the Amazon said. Peace be with you. As she walked, Danica passed countless coffles of dark, thin, hawkish-looking how men, women, and children kneeling or sleeping in the dirt. These once proud people now looked desolate in their chains, awaiting slavery. She tried to ignore them, they only brought back painful memories of her months of slavery to the Jordani. Their coming ordeal wouldn't be any better than hers had been. Probably worse. As promised, Abdul's trading post couldn't be missed. Painted bright red, even in the dark, it stood out from the surrounding structures of gray faded wood and beige mud brick. It was only a single-story affair of warped and rotting timbers, looking as if the first strong wind would tear it apart. For large warriors, Tyrians by their look, stood guard out front. Scuss! Danica gave the Tyrian greeting in farewell heartily. Scuss, they all returned just as happily, eyeing her many charms. Danica found herself standing straighter and prouder under their admiring looks. Realizing what she was doing with a jolt of shock, thankful for the darkness to hide her deep blush, she started to cringe and hide her femininity in poor carriage and shyly slip away, but stopped herself. Tyrians were generally a friendly people, open and honest with friend and stranger alike, but they were also much like the wolf. Her shy demeanor might be taken as a sign of weakness by them, causing them to see her as prey. Is Master Abdul open for business? Yes, woman, Master Abdul is always ready to trade, a big man with gray-streaked mustaches and goatee said. He eyed her shabby clothes a second, then his eyes lit up at sight of the bejeweled hilt of the scimitar thrust through her belt. Go right in. My thanks, warrior, she said. Once safely past the Tyrians and behind the closed door, she let out a great sigh of relief. Strange, her initial reaction to their looks of approval. Though she was loath to admit it, even to herself, there was a pang of disappointment at their loss of interest as her threadbare clothes became evident. Their laughter carried through the thin walls, but not what they were saying. She wondered if she was the subject of some snide remark, and bristled. Gods, look at me. I'm getting mad because some stinking men might not like the way I look, she thought. Why should I care what some man thinks of me? It's not like I'm a real woman. Am I changing in more ways, becoming more of a woman? Is there a point where I can't go back to being a man? Could I reach a point where I wouldn't want to go back? Driving away those disturbing thoughts with a deep breath and iron discipline, she turned her attention to the trading post. The trading post's interior was brightly lit, displaying Master Abdul's merchandise nicely. He seemed to sell a little bit of everything. She saw swords, knives, and daggers of every description, clothes and armor from half a dozen lands for both men and women, and even shelves of luxuries like sugar and salt. One corner contained sacks of trail biscuits and jerky and potatoes and dried fruits. She saw blankets and tents and saddles. Shaking her head in amazement at the selection, I wonder if he sells horses, too. That I do, fair mistress, Abdul said, startling her. Would the fair flower of exotic Amazonia care to examine a poor trader's stock? Chuckling, I'm an elf, Master Abdul, and definitely not Amazon. Abdul was almost as shocked as Danica at the admission. He had taken her by surprise. Up until then she had been going out of her way to hide the fact, but to her deep satisfaction he quickly recovered and became the consummate trader again. And their fair lands are surely the poorer, he said without any sign of revulsion or superstitious fear. He was a thin man in desert robes and a white turban. Though his gray-streaked beard was thin and unkempt, he had a cheerful face. Your golden radiance has surely given this poor old man reason to go on, just knowing such beauty and grace does indeed exist. Smiling brightly under the praise, which strangely pleased her to no end. "You are too kind, sir. I am Danica of Drakehorn, and before you go on and on about how sweetly my name rolls off the tongue, let us get down to business. Pulling the scimitar, what will you give me for this?" Abdul's black eyes flashed almost as brightly as the rubies, diamonds, and emeralds in the hilt's crossguard and pommel. He gingerly took the blade and hurried over to a counter and back. After a careful examination of each and every jewel, then a thorough check of the fine steel blade, he raised sly eyes to Danica. Before he could say a word, "We both know that the blade is worth more than all your merchandise combined. But times are tough, what with all the war booty being unloaded in the city. I could take it to Tamara to sell, then live like a princess, but you can see that I've had a nasty turn of luck, so, now what is your first offer?" Master Abdul bowed with a chuckle. "Mistress Danica, I do believe you aren't one for haggling. What you say about the current situation in Samola is true, but my greatest weakness is pretty women, so I ask you not to take too much of an advantage of me." "Gods, if your tongue was any more silvery, you could buy Samola with it," she said, smiling. "I need a horse and gear, clothes for crossing the desert, weapons, and the other necessary supplies. Please, mistress, you will beggar me." Danica mused out loud. "You know, if I only sold a few of the less valuable rubies here in Samola, I could still get enough to travel to Tamara. Once there, I could sell the remaining jewels for far more than I'd ever get here." He cringed dramatically. "Mistress Danica, what you say may be true, but surely you realize that the very items you seek are what is most in demand. Their value has risen as dramatically as the value of your precious gems have fallen." Smiling sweetly, "Let me see what you have to offer, then we can work from there." 2 hours later, Danica stood behind Abdul's trading post beside her new chestnut mare. The horse wasn't war-trained, but was one of the fine desert-bred how coursers, captured in battle. Though not particularly pretty to look at by Jarlan standards, she was the perfect horse for crossing the desert in summer. Abdul swore it had been a house sheik's favorite horse before his clan was captured. Her new saddlebags were full of hard biscuits and jerky and dried fruit for her coming journey. She now wore a pair of worn red leather breeches stuffed inside black pointy-toed step boots, white cotton shirt, and a wide belt holding her belt knife, sword, and purse. A sand-colored burnous was rolled up and tied to her war saddle's high pommel for when the scorching sun came up. Abdul stood before her, sadly shaking his head. "It was your blazing sapphire eyes that cut out the heart of my resistance, Mistress Danica. Though my purse is lesser, my soul is greater for the rare honor of knowing such a beauty as yourself." Danica rolled her eyes. "Save it, Master Abdul. You can't have these last 3 crowns I still have." They both chuckled as she swung up into the saddle. Both had made out better than they anticipated. The sword was more valuable than Danica thought, since she had gotten more for it than she considered possible under the circumstances. She doubtlessly would have made out even better if the silver piece that was her former slave bracelet hadn't fallen out at an inopportune moment in the negotiations. "May the gods smile on you, Master Abdul," Danica said as she nudged her mare down the alley to the street. "May your water always be sweet, Mistress Danica," he returned. Danica kept to the wider streets as she rode through the night-shrouded collection of makeshift villages and mercenary bivouac sites encircling the walled city. There were few fires, wood being scarce in the desert, but the rapidly cooling air was still filled with the heady scent of roasting meat. Her stomach rumbled to remind her how long it had been since her last meal. Squeezing her near-empty purse hanging limply from her belt, she felt a moment of unease. She only had enough coin to stay one night in an inn. After that, nothing else for food, drink, or shelter. She could survive on the trail rations in her saddlebags, but that would be a poor existence. Perhaps a caravan was heading west to Tamara tomorrow and she could hire on. It was the only option she could see at the moment. Besides, crossing the desert alone wasn't a good idea. A chorus of cries caught her attention. A mixed group of Jarlanders and Amazons crowded around a small lantern gambling. Easing her horse over, she looked over their shoulders to see the dice roll again, followed by more cries of joy or frustration. Pulling her purse with a smile, "Mind if I join you?" Men and women more than happy to relieve her of her coin waved her down into the circle. She knelt in the opening made for her between a blond youth with a sparse beard and weather-beaten Amazon in mismatched armor. "The game is squares," one of them said. He was a dark-haired, dark-eyed Jarlander with nasty white scar across his right cheek from ear to chin. No taller than Danica, he was burly and looked hard-bitten and bitter. 1 crown bet per square, minimum. He extended his hand. "I'm Facer." "I'm Danica," she said, shaking his hand. "Pleased to meet you." The game was simple enough. 2 die were used, each with 6 numbers on their sides in the form of dots. A cloth with 11 squares drawn on it, numbered from 2 to 12, was laid out in the circle. The gambler's job was to bet on a number between 2 and 12. After the roll, the sum of both numbers was the winner. The winner collected all the other wagers made. If more than one person bet on a given number, or square, then the pot was divided among them. If the number rolled proved to be a square no one bet on, then the pot was added to the next. It was permissible to bet on more than 1 square per roll. Danica placed a crown on both the 2 square and the 10 square. Once all remaining bets were made, Facer rolled the dice. 6 and 3. Danica moaned, then fished out her last crown copper as Facer and 2 others divided up their winnings. Placing her coin on the 5 square, roll. "Hurry up and make your bets," Facer said, smiling at Danica. "The lady is eager to part with her coin." Looking to the heavens as Facer shook the dice, Danica prayed vehemently to the goddess of chance, Talliope, "Blessed be your name, grant me just this one roll." The Jarlan warrior threw the dice. Everyone held their breath as they ricocheted off the flat-sided rock and settled into the fine beige sand. 3 and 2. "Talliope be praised," Danica cried. One other Jarlander had wagered on square 5. Danica's half came to 12 crowns copper. About a week's wages. Next she placed bets on 6, 8, and 10. Facer rolled a 1 and 5. Between the 2 of them they split the pot. An hour later the game broke up. Danica now had a purse with 40 crowns copper, and numerous eagles, half-eagles, and copper bits. She knew most of the gamblers by name and even some their histories. All in all, she was feeling pretty good. "We seem to have split the night between ourselves," Facer said with a brief smile that never quite made it to his eyes. "Care to join me for a mug of what these desert folk call ale? That's the best offer I've had in months, but..." Walking over to a collection of tables under a thorny acacia tree, they found some of their fellow gamblers at a table and joined them. During the day, the tree's canopy would provide the ale garden's patrons some respite from the unrelenting desert sun. The ale proved to be watery and warm, and not very potent. Exactly what Danica had come to expect from the desert folk. In her opinion, they made the worst ale, but Danica could count the number of ales she'd had since being turned into a woman on one hand. To her, at least, the mug was a godsend. Looking the assorted group of men and women, mostly Jarlander and Amazon warriors, over carefully, Danica asked, "Are you all part of the same troop?" "Sort of," Lana said, a Jarlan mercenary sergeant by the 3 lightning bolts embroidered on her shoulders. "Most of us are unemployed caravan guards, with the rest freelancers set free now that Samula's war is over. About 50 of us are heading over to Tamara in the morning to find work." "Really?" "I'm heading for Tamara myself." "Could I join up with you?" Lana shrugged, "If you like. We'll always welcome another sword." "We aren't getting paid, you understand," Facer said. "There's no caravan to guard. We don't even have any formal organization, so it's everyone for themselves." "I understand, you're just traveling together for security from the nomads." "Exactly," Lana said. "So if you can't pull your weight, light as it will be, then we'll abandon you without a second thought." "Understand?" "I understand," she said. "It's more than I had hoped for anyway." "You do have a 2-week supply of food?" Facer asked. We aren't taking the trade road, so there won't be any caravansaries along the way. Don't worry about me, Facer, she said. I'm well stocked. Then with a grin, and I'll eat a big breakfast tomorrow. And tonight we'll get plenty of fluids. Lana cried, lifting her mug. Barkeep, another round for this table. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A hand on her shoulder brought Danica suddenly awake. In the pre-dawn light, she found a very ugly man leering at her. She was shivering uncontrollably, her blanket bunched up around her neck and shoulders and leaving the rest of her body out in the frigid desert night air. When she tried to speak, she found her mouth full of powdery sand. You coming with us, Danica? Facer asked, with a hint of a chuckle at her obvious hangover. Tuner take the lot of you, Facer, she croaked out and lay back as her head began to throb in earnest. Trying not to be too obvious, Danica eased a hand down to her waist. Her full purse was still tied there. At least her drinking companions of the previous night hadn't gotten her drunk to rob her. Even so, she prayed a curse on all their heads as she lay in misery. Then she added another curse on Taylor's head, since it had to be his fault this soft female body of Danica's couldn't hold its ale. Come along, Danica, Facer said. He pulled her into a sitting position and pressed a cup to her lips. Drink this. It'll clear your swollen head up in no time. Danica drank deeply of the cool liquid. It felt so good sliding over her parched tongue and down her throat, until someone lit it afire. Glorious gods, she cried, pushing Facer away and bolting to her feet. Fanning at her burning mouth, tongue hanging out, what have you done to me? You sadistic bastard. Not waiting for a reply, she hurried over to the horse trough and plunged her face down deep inside the cold water. Sucking in huge mouthfuls of water, she tried in vain to ease the terrible burning. The water seemed to only make it burn hotter. Finally, after several minutes, the burning started to ease. With a sigh of relief, she sat on the edge of the trough and glared at all the laughing people around her. Chuckling, Facer said, It's my old papa's hangover remedy. Works good, too. It's worse than a hangover. Nonsense. Look at you, he said. See how alert you are now? Danica just snorted. Staggering over to her horse, Danica then started saddling the chestnut mare. As she went, she double-checked to ensure nothing had been stolen and there wasn't anything she'd forgotten. She always forgot something, and usually discovered the oversight at just the wrong time. Her unused sleeping roll was still rolled on the back of her saddle, along with her saddlebags full of 2 weeks' worth of jerky, trail biscuits, and dried fruit. Also inside the bulging saddlebags were 2 changes of clothes, a heavy cloak for the cold desert nights, and space for the blanket she still clutched around herself. After she finished saddling the mare, she reluctantly folded up her blanket and stuffed it back in its place. As she slipped the sand-colored burnous over her head, she noticed Facer still watching her intently. Still leering. Somehow she seemed to remember him looking at her the same way last night in the ale garden, and she enjoyed it. She chose to ignore him, for now, thankful she didn't wake up in bed with him. However, if he kept it up for much longer, she'd give him reason to keep his eyes to himself. The baseborn Jarlander probably thought she was one of the thousands of hot-blooded women warriors so damned eager to hop into the first bed offered. She was already dreading his future offer to share a bedroll. For the warmth. I'll have to be more careful this time, she thought. Last time I received such an offer, I turned Captain Fulgur into my blood enemy. Look what that did for me. From last night she knew him to be the son of a common bravo in Brajar. At 15 he had joined the Brajaran army for a standard 2-year hitch. Not caring for the rigid discipline of the royal army, he had joined up with a mercenary company when his time was up. For the last 29 years he had been fighting in war after war all across the Jarlands, Tyrians, and desert kingdoms. Word was, Brajar was preparing for war, again. There was a mercenary troop of dragoons in Tamara he hoped to join up with for the trip back to the Jarlands, and Brajaran service once again. You have everything you're taking, he said. Yes, why? She asked, not liking the crooked smile he was gracing her with. Just asking. Let's go join the others. The rest of their little troop was assembling at the far eastern edge of the shanty town. She frowned at their appearance. Riders were just milling about with no semblance of order. Seeing them so, she briefly wondered if they would be able to fight together as a cohesive unit if attacked by desert nomads. In the dim light, about half looked to be Amazons, the rest a mixed bag of mostly Tyrians and Jarlanders. Only one man seemed to be from the steppe nomads, and 3 were whispered to be how warriors escaping captivity. There was no reward offered for escaped captives, so no one in their group would turn them in. Besides, their knowledge of the desert would be helpful. Though Danica didn't expect those men to stay with them long. Once safely away from the city, they would most likely ride off into the desert and return home. Chapter 13. Danica glanced up at the clear blue desert sky, not a cloud in sight. Letting her head roll forward, she weakly tugged the burnous hood forward to further cover her face from the pitiless sun. Her horse's head hung low, the mare's steps deliberate and slow. Danica was trailing far behind the others. Rubbing her dry tongue against the roof of her mouth, she tried to muster the spittle needed to expel the sand and dust accumulating there. Then for the 100th time, began a silent tirade about how stupid she was for not bringing a water bladder. All the other horses were loaded with large water bladders. When she offered to buy some earlier from her traveling companions, she received only fierce looks. The horses could only carry enough water for themselves and their masters, not fools like Danica and her mount. Checking the condition of her horse, she groaned. The mare was in even worse shape after carrying her all day. She needed to dismount and walk, to save the mare's draining strength, but her companions had little sympathy for their plight and would leave them far behind. The others were eager to reach their first campsite, and the oasis it might hold. The How warriors had told them of it, just before they departed 3 hours back. It was late in the summer from what they said, and Danica held little confidence there would be water available. Most oases on the desert were fed by the annual spring melt high in the Tyr Mountains. Some few were fed steadily year-round by aquifers, themselves fed by melting glaciers high in the Tyr Mountains. Cursing her callous companions, Danica slipped off the mare and began walking beside her. Softly murmuring words of encouragement while stroking her neck and nuzzle, she kept the spent chestnut mare going. She wished she had someone to whisper encouragement to her as she shuffled across the rocky terrain, shimmering with heat. She looked up to find no sign of the others. With a shudder, as much from fear of abandonment as dehydration, she lowered her head and trudged on. If they had abandoned her, then she would start traveling at night and sitting out the days under shade. Until she reached the Sea of Dunes. She almost wished a band of fierce Tag or How warriors would ambush her. They would give her water. They would save her precious mare, recognizing the magnificence of the proud beast. Chuckling, she knew that they would first save the horse before even considering what to do with her. A fine horse would do more for their tribe and clan than some pathetic half-dead slave. A clatter of hooves startled her out of her sun-fostered fantasies. Were the gods finally answering one of her prayers, the wrong prayer of course, and sending some nomads over to capture her? She looked up to see Facer reining in before her. He now wore a loose white burnous and gray wide-brimmed steppe hat protecting his head. "Please, water," she begged, all pride long gone. He snorted. Danica lowered her head and trudged on. "We warned you it was everyone for themselves," he said. "If I shared my water, then I'd endanger myself and my horse. We could both die out on this God's-forsaken desert." "For my horse," she said. Then bitterly, "When I die you would then have 2 horses." "It's not your horse I want," he said. Danica leaned her weary head against the mare's flank. She tried to swallow, but couldn't. Her mouth and throat were too dry, and her tongue felt swollen. Her heart was starting to beat faster. Part of her would do anything to live, another would rather die than submit to his base desires. Then there was her horse, an innocent. "Please." You know what I want, Facer said. You know the price for my water. She looked up into his hard dark eyes, seeing no sympathy, no warmth. His leer sickened her almost as much as what she was about to do. What she knew she had to do. Facer's water bladder stuck out from under his round shield hanging off the left rear of his saddle, protected from most of the sun's heat. He had another just like it hanging off the other side. Danica couldn't help but look at it longingly, bitterly. He was the only one with 2 water bladders, and she knew it was for a good reason. While she'd been saddling her horse back in Samulla, she'd seen Facer's horse already saddled and waiting. Only the horse's right flank was visible to her, and it didn't have a water bladder hanging off it. The other bladder was kept under the shield, to protect it from the sun's heating effects and any stray arrows an ambush might send its way. It was how all mercenaries and caravan guards carried water in the desert. She hadn't noticed the other bladder until they were some 4 hours out of Samulla and her canteen was empty. Then his earlier question of "You have everything you're taking" struck her like a hammer in the chest. He had noticed her oversight and made plans to exploit it later. As he sat victoriously above her, she thought, my most humiliating defeat yet. Now the ugly bastard has me completely under his power. Her mare whinnied pitifully and staggered sideways. Danica seized its bridle and girth to help steady her, fighting guilty tears as she murmured soothing words to her shivering horse. When the horse seemed steady again, she turned back to face her and sighed deeply. "I'll do it," she said on a whisper and pulled off her burnous. With a cry of triumph, Facer slid from his saddle. He wasted no time in sweeping her up in his arms and starting to kiss her dry lips and fevered neck. Danica endured his touch a few moments, then wiggled free and hurried to his water bladder. His low laugh echoed in her ears as she began guzzling the warm water. Danica noticed Facer watching her, and knew he was seeing his carefully laid plans coming to fruition. Dying of thirst, a grateful woman would do anything for life-giving water. He would take everything her body had to offer, and then some. And she would be grateful for his mercy and help. When next she stopped for breath, he pushed her against his horse and started kissing her now wet lips. She didn't resist, but didn't return his kisses either. Kissing his way down her neck, he began unbuttoning her shirt as her body reacted to what was about to happen. Quickly pulling her shirt open and pushing it over her shoulders, he buried his face in her bosom. His bearded face rubbed painfully against the soft flesh of her breasts. He nibbled and licked her nipples, caressing and squeezing them with both hands. She gasped and held her breath when he took one into his mouth, sucking on it very hard. The most amazing ripples filled her body, leaving her gasping and clutching at him. His hands dropped to the lacings of her breeches, deftly untying them. Facer held her gaze as he slowly pushed them down around her thighs. She sucked in a sharp breath when his thick, calloused fingers pushed in between her folds, plunging in deep. "Lyss," she cried. Facer cupped her face with one hand, while plowing her sex with the other, and then he kissed her. Kissed her long and deep, his tongue darting in to toy and tease. Despite herself, Danica's tongue met his. Her body was feeling the relief of all that water she'd just drank. She was feeling good, safe. Facer's hand, despite him being a but ugly man and repulsive on so many levels, had talent. He had her sex aching and tingling, her juices flowing. Her body knew what to do, and seemed eager to get started. "More water," Danica gasped, twisting her body so she could greedily suck in more precious water while he satiated his lusts on her body. Suddenly tensing, "My horse." Snatching his high-crowned step hat off his head, she filled it with water. His hands continued taking their pleasure, until Danica twisted out of his grasp. After she pulled her breeches up, she hurried over to the mare and offered her the water in her face. The chestnut mare inhaled the water, so Danica refilled the hat and gave her more. "Watch it," Facer snapped. "You two are spilling more than you're drinking." He angrily sealed the bladder and took back his soaked hat. Danica greedily eyed the drops of water hanging off its wide brim. "Please, just one more drink," she begged. First you pay for it, he demanded. Danica nodded and let her shirt slip to the ground. As she pushed her breeches down to her boot top, Facer eagerly stripped off his burnous. From now on, you bed with me, he said. He pushed Danica to her knees and untied his trousers. Danica's eyes widened as the sight of his manhood, and her mouth watered knowing what he wanted her to do next. And I will see to it you and your horse are kept watered, Ot. I understand, she whispered. He palmed the back of her head, holding it steady, as he traced her lips with the tip of his dick. Danica closed her eyes and parted her lips, letting him have his way. She understood the price of the water he'd given her. Now it was time to pay. He pressed the head of his penis to her lips, and slowly pushed inside. Danica let him in, opening her mouth wider as he thrust in until he filled it. She opened her eyes, looking up into his gaze. He held her a long moment, looking so pleased with himself as she started sucking, bobbing her head up and down his length. His leer intensified. That's good. You're noble, aren't you? Danica felt a moment of disgust. Facer was baseborn. He didn't even care that she was an elf, only that she was a member of nobility. He gained pleasure by betting the women of nobles. It probably made him feel equal, if not superior to them. He was nothing and knew it, so bolstered his self-esteem by taking advantage of those the gods had placed over him. Danica's contempt for the man rose with the bile in her throat. Yes. I am a noble. Danica felt disgusted with herself. She submitted to this pathetic bastard's every whim and lust and perversion, allowing him to shore up what little manhood he possessed by satiating his passions on her body. What really sickened her was the knowledge that she was afraid of him, indeed, terrified of him and the power he now had over her. She had sold herself for a drink of water. She rolled her tongue around the head of his dick and then kissed it. Then she pulled back and turned away. What are you doing? I haven't come yet, he said. I'd really rather you came inside me more traditionally, first, she said. Danica picked up her burnous and indicated a bare patch of dirt. Do you mind? Dark hunger filled his face as his eyes dropped to her crotch, and the tiny blonde patch there. Her nether lips were shiny with her own needs. Yes. It's a long trip, so I can have you every way there is, he said. We'll start like this. Just to make you happy, Danica. You are so sweet, she said, unable to suppress her bitterness. Spreading out her burnous to cushion her humiliation, Danica sat and angrily tugged off her boots and peeled off her sweat-soaked breeches. Facer was one step ahead of her, so eager was he to sample his newly won prize. Now nude, Danica bitterly looked up at him standing over her, raking her body with greedy eyes. Laying back and spreading her legs, let's get this over with, shall we? Facer dropped between her legs, caressing her thighs as he looked her over with unbridled lust. Danica was both appalled and oddly fascinated by his admiration and desire. Then he lowered his face between her legs, and gave her a long, firm lick. Then another and another. Danica moaned. Her head started to rock when he pulled her sex open with his thumbs, and licked much deeper. The sweetest sensations filled her overheated body, washing away all of her misgivings and concerns. She buried her fingers in his dark hair, holding on tightly as he started sucking on her clit. "Olyss," she cried. She couldn't control herself. Her body writhed and pressed herself hard against his talented mouth. Oh, damn you, Facer. Ooh-hoo. Facer chuckled, and started kissing and licking his way up her body. I know. I've had several women tell me how much that hate the way I make them feel in bed, he said. After kissing and sucking on her neck and lips a long moment, he guided his erection to her nether lips, and pushed just the head into her and held it there. Then he seized her wrists and pressed them to either side of her head. He locked eyes with her, as she panted and writhed. You are mine, Danica. You will give me anything I want, when I want it, for the rest of this trip. Even if we find water, and you somehow managed to acquire a bladder to carry it. Agreed? That made her head spin even more than his touch had already caused. Facer wanted her word, her commitment. He would bind her to him, so there was no escaping her fate in his bedroll. I agree, as long as you don't deny me or my horse the water we need. Facer thrust half his length into her. Danica gasped, back bowing, as she stared up into his triumphant eyes. She lost her breath when he lowered his face to hers, stopping so that his lips brushed her as he spoke. Agreed. Sealed with a kiss. He tilted his face, lips parting for that kiss. Danica tilted her face the other direction, her voice a breathy whisper. Sealed with a kiss. They both groaned as he lowered his lips into hers. Danica wrapped her legs around him as he pushed deep into her. His body hot and sweaty pressed against hers, his lips stroked and caressed hers. She couldn't believe how much she enjoyed kissing him, or how great he felt pumping into her. Then her body changed, and she knew she was really going to enjoy it. Just like that, she gasped out when he finally released her lips, and kissed his way around to her ear. He kissed and nuzzled her ear, then played with the point with his tongue. Danica thrust her hips up into his thrusts, desperate to get him deeper, harder, faster. Lyss be praised. Please, just a little longer, ugh, dot. As Facer pumped into her a bit harder and faster, starting to show the signs he was about to come, they were interrupted by the sound of hooves down the trail. Danica looked up, expecting to see nomadic tribesmen charging in to enslave her. Instead, she saw Lana riding down the trail towards them. Go away! Facer cried through clenched teeth. Leave us be. Danica, we found the oasis and it has water. Lana said. She watched him a moment longer. But it appears I'm too late with that news. You knew! Danica cried, eyes fierce. No, he said, still humping frantically. But I didn't want to take the chance. I wanted you bound to me that bad. She felt worse than stupid. Did Facer come back to take full advantage of her, knowing her salvation was but minutes away? Did it really matter? You are such, a bastard, Danica gasped out to his hard thrusts. Suddenly he gasped, thrust in deep and held it. She felt him coming inside her, but she wasn't finished. Damn you, Facer, keep going. I'm almost there. Lusty wench. Lana cried, and laughed. Fuck her, Facer. Fuck her crazy and she'll come back for more. Danica had a few sharp words for Lana, but Facer reclaimed her lips as he started thrusting into her again. She bucked and writhed and cried out inarticulately as he pushed her closer and closer. The sweetest hot, tingly sensations flowed into her thighs. Yes. Sweet Lyss. Yes, she cried as her body erupted, pure pleasure washing through her. Danica leaned back against the still warm boulder, grateful for its added heat. She wore the black wool cloak she had bought from Abdul to fend off the cold night air. The moon was coming into its last quarter. It lit the desert night well enough to travel if need be. She alternated between staring at the fire and the constellation the Archer. The stars had always fascinated her, but tonight even they couldn't drive away the feelings of despair. She submitted to Facer on the trail. Now she was his woman, pretty much his to command. Part of her was horrified and disgusted. Another, deeper, baser part of her was thrilled. Have I always been this sick, or did Taylor truly curse me? But she'd been in the oasis for many hours. Facer had come to her 3 more times, demanding sex. Her throat tightened as she remembered each time. She'd so wanted to defy him, to deny him. She did not. Danica gave Facer her word on the trail. So she gave him what he wanted. Danica licked her lips, mouth dry, as she remembered how he tasted. How he always started with her sucking him. The first time he came to her in the oasis, she had to suck him until he came in her mouth. She wasn't sure she'd ever get that taste out of her mouth. Later, as she bathed in a smaller sand-bottom pool off the main water supply, he came to her. They spent a lot of time doing wicked things to and with each other. The others in their group watched it all. And then right after sunset he rolled out his bedroll and took her again. That was several hours back, and it was time to go to bed. Facer was across the camp, watching her intently. Looks like I'm about to get all hot and sweaty again, she thought as she stretched. Son of a dragon! Trina cried from her post as camp guard. Danica was immediately on her feet, sword out. Peering into the darkness, she tried to spot the dragon, wondering how big it was. Sand dragon attacks were swift and vicious. Their wide padded feet allowed them to sprint across sand and stone alike, with speeds rivaling that of a racehorse. Their normal prey were the herds of wild camel, so a tender-fleshed human meal must seem like a godsend to them. Though small as other breeds of dragons went, they rarely grew larger than a full-grown man. Excluding the tail, they were tireless hunters and voracious eaters. Though dragons had a reptilian look, they were hot-blooded and needed more food more often to survive than reptiles. A sand dragon's sharp teeth and claws could easily rip through armor, if any of Danica's group was wearing any. Indeed, sand dragon teeth and claws were considered holy by some desert tribes, and were thought to bring good luck to those who wore them. There it is, Facer shouted, pointing to Danica's left. It wasn't a big one, maybe weighing in at 30 pounds tops, but Danica figured it could wreak havoc within their undisciplined ranks. He's coming straight for us. Probably smells the horses, Lana said. He's not very big, Danica said. We shouldn't have any trouble running him off. Facer picked up a fist-sized rock and hurled it at the beast. The rock struck it in the side, causing the dragon to snap at the air to its left. The dragon paused, testing the air to its left. Sand dragons had a keen sense of smell, but poor eyesight. Danica picked up a rock and threw it. Others quickly joined them, and soon a deadly rain of stones was pelting the dragon. The beast, not smart enough to understand from where the danger came, tried to escape the stoning by racing toward the oasis. Men, women, and horses screamed as the little monster ran into their camp. It snapped viciously at the men and women darting in, trying to skewer it with their swords, all wishing for a good hunting spear. Danica stood between the dragon and the horses, sword presented threateningly. She started a silent prayer of thanks as the sand dragon veered away from her and headed for the safety of the open desert, but Facer leapt in its way and struck it in the head with his sword. The dragon's thick armored hide saved it from the sharp edge of his blade, but not without a painful cut. Turning away from the looming threat, it headed straight for Danica and the horses. Knowing better than use the edge of her blade against such an enemy, Danica charged forward and brought the tip of her sword straight down through the sand dragon's triangular, horned head. Releasing the hilt, she jumped back as the dragon thrashed about on the ground in its death throes, surrounded by relieved warriors. Well met, Danica! Lotta cried, clapping her on the back. At least someone knows how to kill the little buggers. Danica looked at Facer and smiled wide. The secret is using the point. The blade's edge is useless against them. Facer frowned. I knew that, but forgot myself in the excitement. Well, the excitement's over, folks, Lana said, taking charge as usual. Let's all bed down now. Tomorrow is going to be another day like today. Facer's head shot up, turning to look at Danica with fierce eyes. She swallowed hard, fearing what she must do. Really, afraid of her own feelings and reactions to all he did to her. Danica nodded, and grimaced as her body started preparing for what was about to happen. Gods, look at me, in one afternoon he's turned me into some wanton wench eager to be bedded, she thought. I swear, Taylor had to put some kind of spell on me before he sold me. Come along, Danica, Facer called. This time we're going to do it until we both pass out with exhaustion. All eyes turned to a suddenly defensive Danica, who stood over the dead sand dragon staring at Facer. That won't take much for me, she said. You've already worn me out 4 times today. I can't believe you still want more. You're the most beautiful woman I ever had. I can't get enough of you." Oddly, his words of praise did strike home. Her sex ached, throbbed with need. As her heart rate increased, it became harder to breathe. It was embarrassing how much she enjoyed it, how much she wanted it. "You're a pig," she said. "I noticed how much you enjoy eating pork," he said, wagging his brows. Danica bit her lip as memories of sucking him off filled her mind. The taste. The smell. The feel of his meat filling her mouth. It all stirred something she'd have rather kept pushed deep down and unfound. It wouldn't be so bad if they had some privacy. As it was, they would go at each other in full view of the rest. Many of them would watch, too. Facer pulled off his shirt, and then sat on his bedroll to pull off his boots and trousers. Danica watched, both drawn to him and repulsed. "I hate him for how he makes me feel." She kicked angrily at the dead dragon, then lifted her head proudly. She would bed down with the sleazy dog if she must, in front of the gods and everyone, but she would find a way to make him sorry he used her so shamelessly. "Danica," Trina called. "I'll give you 20 crowns copper for the dragon." She paused to consider. It was she who killed the beast, so she owned it. The skin of the sand dragon was highly prized in the desert cultures, especially among the nomads. It was almost impervious to water, making the perfect water bladder for the hot desert. Trina could likely get a full crown silver for it in Tamara, and an equal amount for its scales, teeth, and claws. Danica could use that kind of coin herself, but it would be an arduous task to properly skin the dragon so its skin wasn't punctured anywhere except the feet and neck. The more holes, the less it would bring. "Great gods!" Danica cried, facing lighting up. "The dragon belongs to me, so I now have a water skin. The gods have surely blessed me." "That doesn't change our agreement," Facer said. She met his gaze for a long moment. "I know." Facer laid down, not looking too happy, as several Amazons came over to congratulate her on her good fortune. After they left to bed down, Danica dragged her prize over close to the small fire of dried horse and camel droppings. In the ruddy light, she first pulled all the dragon's teeth, then cut off its head and all 4 feet. Setting those aside, she began the difficult task of pulling off all his hard, smooth scales one by one. The desert folk believed ground dragon scales both increased sexual stamina and made men more fertile. With the scales off, she began the task of skinning the dragon. Starting at the severed head, she slowly peeled back the skin as she cut the underlying meat away. Working by herself and not having a tree to hang the carcass from made her job much more difficult. The oasis didn't even have the customary date palms. It was little more than a dozen tepid pools of water scattered among a jumble of boulders. Taking her shovel, she dug a shallow pit to bury the dragon's remains. Desert etiquette commanded that all oases be kept clean and in the same condition found. Besides, dragon meat was taboo. Indeed, no one ate the flesh of any predator. After turning the skin inside out, she carefully scraped away any remaining tissue. She couldn't use the skin right away as a water bladder, but she could start the curing process. By the time they reached Tamara, the skin would be ready. And if not, she could trade it with a few coins for a good water skin. Finally scraped clean to her satisfaction, she drew water from the small pool at the base of the rocky overhang and started rinsing off the skin. With brush, water, and sand she scrubbed the skin inside and out. Finally, she salted and rolled it up. Only then did she take a quick bath and head for Facer's bedroll. He was waiting. Facer waited for her to strip, and then lifted the blanket as she slipped in beside him. Danica's lover didn't give her time to even breathe before he claimed her lips. His hands were all over her, and soon her mind was as open as her body to his every desire. Chapter 14. The troop of mercenaries gave a heartfelt cheer as they crested the last ridge of the low sandstone mountains and beheld Tamara on the eastern horizon. It was little more than a hazy white mountain in the center of a stark valley, but it was still the most beautiful sight any of them could hope to see at the moment. It was a gleaming promise of rest and cool drink, of succor from the relentless sun and heat of the desert. Picking up the pace, they hurried down the gentle slope toward the ancient city. As they grew nearer, more detail could be discerned. Tamara sat upon a lone hill in the flat floodplain of an ancient dead river. A hill made up of past cities, each built upon the rubble of the previous until now the city sat some 20 feet higher than the surround territory. The defensive walls were a good 30 feet high atop the hill, whitewashed with 3 black tile stripes running parallel to and below the crenellations. Great round towers were evenly spaced along their length. Aside from the soaring city of minarets and domed palaces behind the impressive white walls, what drew most of their attentions were the 3 aqueducts radiating out and northward from the city. The ruins of 4 others could also be seen. But the 3 remaining aqueducts were things of legend, many considering them one of the wonders of the world. None had been built since before the War of the Gods, the necessary skills and engineers lost along with the ancient Tyrocilian Empire that spawned them. The best the Tamarins could do now was maintain what was left. Each aqueduct was, in fact, an enclosed canal, a great elevated stone pipe, carrying a small river of water to supply the city and her surrounding farms. Danica had seen aqueducts in the Jarlands, all in ruins, but they had been different in that they carried the water open to the sky. However, in the desert heat most of the precious water would be lost to evaporation that way. As it was, the 3 aqueducts barely provided enough water for the city during the late summer months, forcing them to tap into their cisterns of hoarded water blasted deep underground by magic long ago. Unlike most desert cities, Tamara wasn't built atop an oasis, supplying it with a steady water supply through underground aquifers. Danica rode near the front of the line of riders, behind Lana and Trina. As usual, Facer stuck close behind her. His dark eyes never seemed to stray from her for long. After 21 days with the man, Danica was eager to be rid of him. He made her feel things she didn't want to feel. Do things she didn't want to do with a man, and enjoy it all way too much. Unfortunately, Facer now had delusions they should stay together. He wanted her to join the mercenary company with him, and go to fight Broger's wars. Facer spurred up to ride beside Danica, then regarded her a moment before saying, "In Tamara, I will go straight to the Warriors' Hall and sign up with the company. I really want you to come with me, Danica. We're so good together." She gave him a sharp look. "Well, we're good together as long as you're boning me," she said. "We don't really have anything else in common. Besides, you're only interested in me because I'm noble-born. That was true at first, but I've learned to appreciate you, too actually." She knew what he was going to say, and had to stop it. Just knowing what he felt, what he wanted, sent chills up her spine. It made her resolve waver. "Don't say it," she said, glowering at him. Anger helped her banish the other, deeper, scarier feeling she harbored for him. It shored up her resolve, focused her mind on the ultimate goal. "You know I can't make any commitments, and I will not have you pressure me with vows of love and adoration." She glanced at Tamara, and then at the heavens. "I am on a quest for vengeance." "I will help you," he said. It was tempting. So damn tempting. She did not want to do this alone. Danica didn't want to be alone, but if she stayed with him any longer, she felt she'd lose the Danic in her, and truly become Danica. "No. Believe me, you really don't want to," she said. "There are things you don't know about me. Things I don't want you to ever know." Her skin goose-flashed, and she trembled a second. Her voice sounded strained when she continued, "Besides, my quest is a dark one, and will end in death. Probably mine." It was the same conversation they'd had at least once a day for the past 5 days, ever since Facer broached the idea of making their relationship permanent. To her dismay, she had considered it for a brief time. She questioned her goal, if it was attainable or even worth the pain and effort. "I don't care," Facer said. "I do," she said. "Our relationship ends here, Facer. I didn't think I would, but I enjoyed our time together. She frowned at him, hating how guilty he was making her feel. You taught me a lot about sex. About myself. Mostly about sex. He grinned. It was the best I ever had. You enjoy sex more than any woman I ever met. He leaned over and kissed her. You are the only woman to ever make me care. I'll miss you. Danica felt her face heat up, eyes burning. She blinked and dug in her spurs. Thankfully, he let her go. She moved quickly up to the head of their little column, struggling to get her emotions under control. It had been so much easier as a man to remain stoic. So, Lana, Trina, what are your plans upon reaching Tamara? Danica asked as casually as she could, despite a tight throat. Lana answered with a chuckle, leave this godless desert far behind. This sun is drying up my skin and making me an old woman before my time. You said a mouthful, Trina said with feeling. But to me, the worst part is always being thirsty. One little mistake, or accident, and I lose my water and die horribly. I'm going to sell everything, including my horse, and buy a warhawk with my war booty. I'll be back in the Empire before you can pass out drunk. I envy you, Danica said softly. I don't have any war booty to buy a warhawk. And I have to go to Ismat al-Haratha, another 1,000 miles across a desert even harsher than what we've already crossed. You should reconsider my offer, Lana said. This is not the time of year to cross over to Ismat al-Haratha, especially if not in the company of a caravan or mercenary troop. Lana's offer was to join her, Facer, Gregor, and 6 others in joining up with the Silver Dragon troop. The Silver Dragons were a mercenary troop of heavily armed and armored dragoons, composed mostly of desert natives, and having a sterling reputation as stark warriors and faithful servants to whomever could meet their price. Apparently, the Jarland kingdom of Brajar has met that steep price. Many of the other Jarland and Amazon warriors were seriously considering joining Lana's growing squad. Lana knew a lieutenant in the troop, one Agnd, who could secure her a place and possibly anyone she brought along. Haven't you been listening to me and Facer for the last few days? Danica said. You know I can't do that. I mean, I'd love to return to the Jarlands, but it's not time. I have things due to. People to kill. Yeah, Lana said. But our way you get paid to kill people. You just don't get to choose the people you kill. They all grinned. Warrior humor could be quite grim at times, even vicious. I'll keep your offer in mind, she said, hating herself for it. She glanced at Facer, knowing that Path would put her back in his bedroll. How long after we arrive do I have to make up my mind? There was no way, but she liked to keep her options open just in case. Of course, if she joined the Silver Dragons, it might be the end of her quest forever. Not something she was prepared to do, just yet. Damn that man for making her consider it, though. Couple days, I suppose. She had 3 days at most to decide. It was late afternoon by the time they reached the towering Thunder Gate in the city's western walls. Its great arabesque portal was protected by a full company of Taimran soldiers in their distinctive peaked helmets wrapped in blue turbans, burnished bronze scale armor, and bared scimitars. The men were one and all dark, thin, and with hawkish faces, eyeing everyone suspiciously, most from over blue veils. The women of the troop had all pulled up their hoods and put on veils, even some of the men did the same. The Tamarans were some of the most fanatical in upholding the custom of veiling. Men were also expected to cover their mouths and hair from public view, but generally warriors were freed from that obligation. Outsiders, such as Danica and her companions, were barely tolerated by the natives if they ignored local custom and went unveiled. Halt, a tall man in silver-cased scale mail called, stepping into their path. His helmet sported a tall black horsehair crest and his turban was bright red. The turban's color, the bejeweled hilts of his scimitar and many daggers, and the man's deportment screamed nobleman and officer. His purple cloak proclaimed him a prince. Declare yourselves. Lana spurred forward, greetings, noble sir. We are but a group of mercenaries recently released from Simoleon's service and coming to look for work. Several of us wish to join with your great city's renowned silver dragon troop. Mercenary scum, he said, gracing them with his most disdainful gaze. Be warned, we do not tolerate unlawful behavior by your kind. It is not our intention to insult your customs or laws, Lana said. We have all been to your beautiful city before and are well aware of what is expected of us. Let them pass, he said, still glaring at them. Lana led them quickly through the massive gate. The two gate towers guarding the gate helped to block the sun, leaving the cobbled road between them and refreshingly cool shadow. Danica enjoyed the coolness, consciously ignoring the murder holes lining the 50 paces of the entrance's length. She was relieved when they finally exited into the riotous bazaar beyond. The bazaar was the local livestock market, with wicker cages of chicken, pigeon, and quail staked alarmingly high amidst jostling cattle, sheep, and horses. Exotic animals were also present, many from lands Danica and the locals had only heard about. The larger and more dangerous would be bought up by the city's beastmasters for the arena. The others would become pets of nobles and rich merchants. After the clean, hot air of the desert, the overpowering stench of human and animal waste assaulted Danica's nose. She usually enjoyed the smells of a city when first arriving, but rarely had to enter through the livestock market. At the moment, she wished they'd gone over a ways and entered through the southern Sultan's Gate. Seeing Lana turning down a street leading away from the street Danica needed, she spurred ahead. Lana, she called, bringing the Jarlander to a halt. My path leads elsewhere. I'll be leaving you all here. My offer still stands. Thank you, but I'm already committed to another path. Turning to the group as a whole, peace be with you. Scuss. With that Danica rode away amid their farewells. It had gone far better than she had expected. All too frequently Amazon farewells were as tearful as a Tyrian wedding. She could have easily spent the next hour hugging and crying with them, promising to look them up if ever in their city. Strangely, she almost regretted it not happening. Now she was alone again. Winding her way through the familiar streets, she soon found what she was looking for. The public bathhouse. It was a massive affair of native sandstone sheathed in red, blue, and green glazed tiles and elaborate flower designs, with a long arabesque portico filled with lounging men arguing over politics or business deals. Inside, it would be similar, except everyone would be sitting in small pools of cool water. At least on the men's side. Tamara's bathhouses differed from Amazon, Jarland, and Tyrian bathhouses by segregating the men and women. True, all bathhouses did provide a smaller private women's bath for those women too modest to bath in front of men, but they were small and rarely used by any but traveling noblewomen of the highest ranks. Some bathhouses even had private facilities for modest men. Outside of the desert culture, few people knew much modesty of person. Most people grew up in single-room huts, where everyone did everything in front of everyone. Modesty was an expensive luxury. Even so, few nobles were much better. Finding a stables across the street, she paid the stabling fee and quickly stripped the mare of gear. After feeding her a measure of grain, she filled the manger and started grooming the chestnut mare with loving care. Cooing and murmuring soothingly, she soon had the mare's coat gleaming in the dim light of a lone lantern. She went over every square inch of the horse, looking for any injury. Then, after checking to ensure her shoes and hooves were in good shape, she gave her final orders to the stable boy and headed for the bathhouse, saddlebags over her shoulder. Stepping through the arabesque archway into the heavily guarded women's section, Danica stopped to enjoy the feel of the cool air flowing past her and out the door. The scent of delicate perfumes and soaps filled the air, inviting her in. The moisture in the air called to her in a more basic way, reminding her of her home far to the south where water was not a luxury. Paying an attendant a sum that would be considered obscene in the Jarlands, as most bathhouses were free, she was shown a place to store her gear and clothes. After stripping, she ensured her pointed ears were well hidden under her hair. Danica collected her cleansing oils and towel, and then headed deeper inside the bathhouse. she was greeted by musical laughter. Small groups of women, each probably members of the same family, were laughing and splashing each other in a dozen small, cool bathing pools. In the back was a dark wooden structure where women could sit in steaming heat to let their bodies sweat out the dirt. Danica immediately started for it. As she walked, all laughter and commotion ceased. To her shock, she realized everyone was gawking at her. They were staring at her thick blonde braid and her bright blue eyes. Many were also lifting haughty eyebrows at the tan lines of her recent slavery, especially the one where her slave bracelet had sat above her left ankle. Feeling her face burning red, Danica picked up her pace and entered the steam bath. Gratefully, she found it empty. She plopped down on a wooden bench, stuck out her left leg and stared at the bright alabaster sign of her recent bondage. "How could I have forgotten that? They probably think I'm an escaped slave," she muttered. "No, they probably think you are some pampered silk slave come to taint their precious water with your enslaved filth." "Oh," she cried, leaping to her feet. "Forgive me," the newcomer said. "I didn't mean to startle you." "I didn't hear you enter," Danica said, suddenly enthralled by the sight before her. The woman before her was one of the tallest she had ever seen, easily over 6 feet. Nude like Danica, she was well-proportioned and well-muscled. Actually, she had the overdeveloped muscles of a weightlifter, usually a sign of a common bravo and then rarely seen on a woman. Aside from her height and musculature, she was the most amazing, most exotic-looking woman Danica had ever seen. She was all black. Her waist-length hair was arrow-straight and silky fine, shimmering blue-black. Her face was almost delicate in its beauty, with high cheekbones, a straight thin nose, and full lips. The steady eyes that regarded Danica were almond-shaped and black as night. Her dark skin now gleaming with sweat and steam. "What are you?" She frowned at Danica. "A woman, not unlike yourself," she said, looking Danica up and down. Then she studied Danica's face a long moment. "What are you? An elf? Forest elves or high elves?" Sorry, I'm being rude." "My name is Danica," she said, offering the exotic beauty a seat. "I am elven, but I'm not really sure of my ancestry. I'm told I am forest elf." "No offense taken, Danica." "I'd become used to that reaction," she said, scowling fiercely off into space. "My name is Cat. My first thought was you were a forest elf, too. You don't carry yourself with the mantle of arrogant menace of the high elves." Cat eased down on the wooden bench, setting her cleansing oils and towel beside her. She then began working in the oils, seemingly oblivious to Danica's scrutiny. Not wanting to embarrass her further, Danica reluctantly turned her own attention back to working her own filth off. While she worked, she covertly watched the suddenly somber-looking woman. "We could help each other," Danica offered. "I always have trouble lathing my back." Eyes narrowing, Cat watched her a moment. "I guess it would be safe enough." "You're right." She smiled winningly. "How about it? You lathe me, and I'll return the favor. It'll save us both a lot of time." "Fine, but be careful you don't get too fresh." Danica idly wondered what constituted too fresh for Cat, but decided not to push it. They both finished rubbing in the cleansing oils, then Danica had Cat stand. Carefully, and with practiced skill, she started at Cat's neck and slowly lathed the oils and dirt down her body. Cat's somber expression never changed during the lathing. Danica desperately wanted to ask her 1,000 questions, but was held up by her demeanor. Cat didn't appear to be someone who opened up to friends, much less strangers. She didn't want to run her off by being too forward. "Now my turn," Danica said, offering her the bronze lathe. Holding her thick braid out of the way, Danica watched as Cat began lathing her body of oil and 2 weeks of dirt and sweat. The big woman seemed to be putting all her concentration into her task. Danica got the impression from her clumsy efforts that this wasn't something she generally consented to. "Mind if I ask you some questions?" Danica said. Cat scowled a moment, Like what? For starters, is Cat your real name? Or a nickname? She hesitated. Where I come from, we don't follow your custom of bestowing nicknames. My name is Katina Manarsima of Kamarsal, Cat for short. Danica nodded. Where are you from? I've never heard of Kamarsal or seen anyone like you before. I'm from a land called Zahari, far away from this godless place, Cat said. It's an island continent east from the Karajal Isles and many months by sea. The Karajal Isles were several months from Tamara, at least. The fact that Cat didn't seem to care for Tamara was encouraging, but that was supplanted by Danica's surprise at the realization of how far from home Cat was. She hadn't realized that the world was that big. Or even bigger. How did you get here? Stupidity. Danica frowned at the vague answer. Sorry you left home? Cat shrugged. No. My husband beat me regularly. Danica found herself surprised again. Must have been one big man to beat you. Smiling sadly, where I'm from, I'm not considered large. The men are all considerably larger than myself. Bigger than Tyrians? Some are. Some Tyrians reached heights of 7 feet or more. I'm surprised I haven't seen any of them working as mercenaries then, Danica said. Men of that size are highly prized as fighters. Then a thought came to her, are the Zahari people pacifists? Hardly, she said with a short laugh. The first laugh Danica heard from her. But we are very isolated. Then touching Danica's tan line at her hip, I neither saw nor heard of anyone with such light skin until the sailors caught me near the beach. I thought they were ghouls at first. Danica smiled at the ghoul remark. Then you're not a seafaring people? No. Only fishermen, she said. And even then my people rarely leave sight of land. Then no one really knows of your people? Not that I know of, Cat shrugged. The sailors who caught me hadn't ever seen anything like me before. I got the impression they were lost. Danica snorted. Well, you can bet they'll start making regular trips now. Exotics are extremely valuable. So I've learned, she said. I spent 5 years in a dockside brothel in Karajal. She shivered, then gave Danica a hard look. That'll never happen to me again. She had a hard time imagining the big woman as a scantily clad prostitute. She tried to picture Cat dancing erotically and wheedling customers into paying for her sexual services. The thought of her actually moaning and clawing passionately was even harder to swallow. I believe it, Danica said. I wouldn't want to be the one trying to enslave you. Cat snorted, but looked off. So, are you homesick? Danica asked. Is that why you seem so somber? Cat gave her a sharp look. I have no reason to be overly happy. Nodding, homesick. Hardly, she said. You may find this hard to believe, but I'm a lot happier here than I was back home. She glowered off into space a second. My father married me off at 16. My husband was an old, mean-spirited bastard who would beat me on a whim. I was running away when the sailors happened upon me. But didn't they sell you to the brothel? Surely that was even worse? Danica said. Yes, Cat said. Then smiling grimly at her, but one night I gutted the bastard that owned me while he slept and then escaped. I took up with some mercenaries and learned the sword. Then glancing around in disgust, I ran into some financial trouble here in Tamara, and Dame Isobeth bought my bond. She owns a high-class brothel called the Golden Girl. I've been working for her as a bouncer ever since. Then you're a bond servant. No, Dame Isobeth isn't crooked like that. She only wanted 6 months' service as a bouncer, then released me. I chose to stay. You stay out of loyalty? I stay because I don't have the coin or inclination to take on the trip to friendlier climes, she said. Where do you want to go? Amazon Empire, she said. Hardly. The Jarlands reminded me of home, sort of. Maybe one of the cities on the Jar River, Kat said. One of the coastal cities would be nice. I'm from a tropical land, too. I'm heading for Alaria, deep in the Jarlands. Alaria is in the subtropics. I could use a traveling companion, Danica offered hopefully. I haven't been doing too well on my own. That's obvious, Kat said, glancing at the bright signs of her recent slavery. Steppe or desert nomad? Steppe, Jordani of the Lion tried to be exact, she said. I spent 2 months in their tender care. Kat's grimace was heartfelt. Terrible. I've heard how they treat slave girls, the monsters. Danica carefully hid her excitement. Kat hadn't refused to go with her, though she didn't seem to be considering it either. She knew now that she definitely needed companions to travel with. She would have never made it across the desert without Facer, Lana, and the others. Well, would you like to accompany me? No. Short and sweet. No thought required. Seeing Danica was crestfallen, Kat offered, I've made a life for myself here. It's not something I can just walk off and leave. I have responsibilities and duties. I understand, Danica said. I don't blame you. I'm something of a magnet for trouble anyway. Comes with the sword, Kat said. Pretty girl like you can't help it. Men think you're as horny as themselves and will do anything to get into your britches. Sometimes you have to fight them off with bared steel. You speak from experience, I see, Danica said. Strangely enough, some men even find me attractive. Strange? I wouldn't call it strange at all. You are pretty and exotic, and more than a little dangerous looking, too. What warrior worthy of his sword could resist you? You're trying to sweet-talk me into going with you. I would if I thought it would work. It won't, Dot. Could I buy you an ale? I find you fascinating, and I promise I won't try wheedling you into coming with me. Kat's steady gaze swung back to study Danica's eyes a moment. Danica kept her face impassive, afraid if Kat saw how her heart was racing or her hopes rising, she'd turn down her offer. Kat might not want to travel with her, but she did live in Tamara and might know of some group heading for Ismat al-Haratha that Danica could join. And Kat's word might still get her a spot traveling with some group. Fine, but remember you promised. Good. Shall we join the ladies out in the other room? After 2 weeks crossing the desert, I could use a good long soak in a nice cool bath. Chapter 15. Bandu is my witness, Kat. That felt too good, Danica said, rubbing vigorously at her still damp hair with a soft cotton towel. Kat just grunted, starting to pull on her black leather breeches. Danica stopped to look over the big Bravo's clothes and gear, expecting to find it as equally exotic. She was only slightly disappointed. It all appeared to be pretty standard, except her clothes were all black. Even the scabbards for belt, knife and sword were lacquered shiny black. Her thigh-high boots were of water dragon hide, a tough leather that was also impervious to water. Such boots were highly prized in wetter climes and especially the subtropics below Alaria. The only drawback Danica could see was they wouldn't take a high-gloss shine. Kat's armor was what most impressed her. She possessed a long-sleeved shirt of mail. It was of the finest steel and tailored to fit her enhanced upper body tightly. The mail shirt also reminded her she didn't have any armor to wear. That fact would diminish her in the sight of any potential employers. I thought you were going to buy me an ale. Kat asked, now finished dressing and starting to twist her long silken tresses into a single thick plait. Danica started. She was still nude, and still rubbing at her hair with the towel. Oh. I'm sorry, she said, flushing red. I was staring. I just never expected to see a bouncer wearing such expensive armor. Kat caressed the mail a moment. It is a thank you gift from Dame Isobeth. One night while I was escorting her back from a friend's home we were jumped by robbers. I took care of them quick. Danica swiftly moved to her saddlebags and pulled out a clean pair of breeches, black, and a clean white shirt. After stamping back into her dusty sweat-soaked boots, she folded and stowed her dirty clothes in the saddlebags. Before she left Tamara, she would have them cleaned properly. After donning the burnous, she belted on her own sword over it and gathered up her gear. She led Kat back toward the sounds of the early evening crowds. Just before stepping out of the bathhouse, Danica put on her veil and pulled her hood up to cover her hair as was expected in Tamara. Kat donned a long black keffiyeh and veil. "It'll be dark soon," Kat said. "Yes." "So, do you have a favorite tavern?" "Yes, the Southern Wind." "Follow me." "Wait, I have a horse." They quickly fetched the mare, with Kat helping to saddle her. That done, Danica led the horse through the streets while she walked beside Kat, trying to engage the somber bravo in idle conversation. It was difficult. Kat mostly only answered her questions with grunts or short answers without elaboration. Danica cursed her rotten luck. The one woman she really wanted to open up to her was as close-mouthed as a thief. Life wasn't fair. In addition, Kat was obviously dissatisfied with her lot in Tamara and might be open to leaving, given the right motivation. Maybe she could convince the bravo to come with her. Though, she had promised not to ask again, so it would have to be Kat who broached the subject. Danica would just have to find her weakness and use it to entice her. "You like living in Tamara?" "As good as any city, I suppose," Kat said. "This Golden Girl brothel you work at, is it a rowdy place?" "No." "Have you ever been accused of being a chatterbox?" Kat stopped and stared strangely at Danica a second, then smiled weakly. "I'm sorry. I've been watching the crowds for trouble." "Old habit." "Most of my employment involved either being a bodyguard to some noblewoman or as a bouncer in a tavern or brothel. I see crowds, I look for possible trouble." "Good, I thought it was me for a second," Danica said. "Strangely enough, I really want to be your friend." Kat's eyebrows shot up at that. "You barely know me." "I know, that's why it's so strange. I usually have to know someone at least a week before I start to feel friendship toward them." "I liked you at first sight." Kat was obviously flustered. "Thank you, Danica. I like you, too. I was planning on leaving for Ismad al-Haratha as soon as possible, but I've been thinking of hanging around a few days just to get to know you better. If you don't mind." Kat's reaction was that of shock. Danica wondered if she had any friends. Considering how big and somber she looked, most people might be too intimidated to approach her. Add to that, she could be rather brusque at times, and it could easily lead to a very lonely life. "I thought you were going back to the Jarlands." "I am, but first I have to pick up something in Ismad al-Haratha. Sort of a surprise for a man named Taylor down in Al-Aria." "Lover?" "Hardly. This way," Kat said, leading them off the main boulevard and onto a narrow street almost devoid of traffic. Night shadows already claimed the street, what with its ramshackle tenements leaning dangerous out overhead and almost touching their counterparts across the street. The tavern is at the next intersection. It's a small family place frequented mostly by locals. I hope they serve decent ale. That watered-down piss most desert barkeeps try to pass off as ale is. Danica threw an arm out to stop Kat. 3 large shapes had detached themselves from the shadows and were blocking the street. The steely glint of bared steel could be seen. Releasing the mare's reins, Danica reached for her hilt. As her fingers wrapped around the sword's leather-wrapped hilt, a hard calloused hand wrapped around hers. Before she could react, a dagger pricked her just below the jaw and near to her jugular. One swift slice, and she would bleed to death within minutes. A grunt to her right said Kat had found herself in a similar predicament. "No trouble," Danica said. "There's quite enough for all of you on my belt. Just take it and leave us be." "Such generosity," he said into her ear, his breath reeking of alcohol and onions. With the blade still at her throat, he quickly pulled off her coin purse, unbuckled her belt and tossed it with her weapons to one of the men to her front. Kat was similarly robbed and disarmed. But 2 young beauties like you will bring us a bit of coin, as well. But you're going to sell us to slavers? Kat asked. Danica centered herself. She summoned all of her years of arms training, all of her years of unarmed combat training, as well. There were 5 men, 2 of the men held her and Kat. The 3 others looked relaxed and confident. Be calm, Kat. Better slavery than death. Speak for yourself. Danica glanced at the bigger woman. She caught Kat's eyes, and smiled with grim determination. Kat's eyes widened. Just do what these nice men say, and it'll all work out fine. Listen to your friend, woman, the robber holding Kat said. Are you sure? Kat said. Absolutely, Danica replied, and wagged her brows. Okay, boys, you can take us away. We'll not fight you. The knife was pulled from her throat. She saw the blade at Kat's throat was pulled back, as well. Danica caught Kat's eyes, and spun around as she threw a vicious elbow at the robber's throat. Oof! Danica's attacker cried, falling back. Danica grabbed his wrist and elbow, and brought her knee up so hard his arm snapped. The knife clattered on the ground. She snatched it up and plunged it into his belly, and then into his throat. As she turned to face the other 3 men, Kat finished off the man who attacked her. Oops, Danica said. You boys made a bad mistake. All 3 reached for their blades. None of them wore swords, and since they didn't try to pull either Danica's or Kat's swords, she guessed they were common-born so had no real weapons training. Danica threw her knife into the throat of the man holding her weapons. She followed the blade, crashing into him a second after the knife struck. Yanking her belt and weapons from his dying grasp, she then pulled her sword and thrust at the next man. Kat was just finished dispatching the man with her weapons, and the last man was about to skewer her with his long knife when he realized the danger from Danica. That last man jumped back. Danica's thrust barely missed. He swung a fist at her face, with all his strength. Blackness and bright lights flashed behind her eyes as she felt herself hurled backwards with the force of the strike. Danica smashed back first into a stone wall, wavered a moment as grunting and scraping steel sounds filled the air. Her legs gave out, forcing her to drop to her knees. She knew she was in trouble, in a very bad way, but couldn't stop the blackness from consuming her as she toppled forward into oblivion. Chapter 16. The Golden Girl Brothel was a 3-story whitewashed stone building with a terracotta roof and barred windows. It sat next to a wide boulevard and a small park in Tamara's upscale El Charmaine quarter near the northern gate. The windows were barred with black painted wrought iron and geometric designs, quite adequate in keeping both robbers out and the 125 slave and bondservant prostitutes in. The topmost floor was only half as large as the floors below, needing to house only Dame Isobeth and the brothel's free bartenders, bouncers, and cooks. Kat trudged up the last flight of the back stairs to the staff quarters on the 3rd floor, carefully balancing the tray of food and wine in one hand. Danica was renting a spare room there during her convalescence. Nearing the closed door at the end of the dark hall, Kat heard spirited singing and clapping. Frowning, she knocked loudly. Crystal, a pretty blonde Amazon bondservant, opened the door and let her in. A nude Danica was spinning round and round in some erotic dance, one of Dame Isobeth's prized silk slaves kneeling on a thick rug before her while clapping the rhythm and singing a wild desert song of unquenched desire in a mesmerizingly beautiful voice. Tian was the Golden Girl's most expensive and most requested girl. The born and bred silk slave was average height, with knee-length golden hair and big blue eyes, and quite possibly the most beautiful woman Kat had ever seen. Several wine bottles were scattered about, all appeared empty. The bond servant that let her in was clearly drunk. Danica! Kat snapped, black eyes flashing angrily. Are you trying to get these women into trouble? What will Dame Isobeth say if she learns of this? They should be out working, not up here being entertained by your drunken shenanigans. Danica stopped her spinning dance, wobbled dizzily atop the sky-high heels the silk slave had given her to dance in, and promptly fell on her rump with a yelp of surprise. The bond servant and silk slave giggled drunkenly at her, while Cat glared daggers. Wide-eyed, Danica looked up through a veil of tousled golden hair. "Cat, you surprised me. You off duty already?" "Yes, but you didn't answer my question." "I'm a bond servant," Crystal stated icily. "My time is my own business. If I chose to take a few hours off, so be it. And I've already earned my keep for tonight," Tian said haughtily, sweeping her perfect hair out of her perfect face with a perfect hand. Dame Isobeth had a rule that once a slave girl earned a specified sum, she received the rest of the night off. That sum was determined by the girl's beauty, experience, and recent earnings. The rule didn't apply to bond servants, who tended to try twice as hard anyway. The silk slave then gave Cat a withering glare. "I see no reason why I shouldn't enjoy myself with friends on my rare time off. Besides, someone had to teach Danica the proper way to dance for men. Poor girl is ignorant of even the most basic mysteries of love and pleasure." Danica gave Cat a mischievous wink. "Imagine my luck, to be trained by two experts in the arts of love. Crystal was once Empress Serena's lover, and Tian was a silk slave in 3 royal harems before coming here." Luck indeed, Cat thought, frowning. Danica was only singing and dancing with these two in an effort to lure them into bed. She was worse than those oversexed Tyrian warriors sometimes. "She's really quite good," Tian said, smiling adoringly at Danica. "She's definitely the most eager student I've ever had, and she has real talent as well. Of course, elven grace and artistry is legendary." "It would be a crime for us to ignore her needs," Crystal said. "And she does get lonely up here by herself all day." "She'll get a lot lonelier if Dame Isobeth kicks her out for disrupting business," Cat said. The 3 women all cringed at the remark. Turning to Danica, "Well, should I just leave the meal and go, or do you still plan on going out to a tavern with me tonight?" "I'm coming," Danica said, crawling up onto the bed. After slipping off the red stiletto-heeled shoes, she handed them back to Tian and started pulling on a new pair of black leather breeches. Tian selected a blue silk shirt for her, which Danica accepted with a playful kiss while Crystal sponged the dust off her boots. After stamping into her new pair of knee-high black step boots with golden stitching and bronze spurs, she donned a blue silk keffiyeh and matching veil. Hanging the veil off her left ear, Danica let Tian wrap a black agal about her forehead to hold the keffiyeh in place while she helped herself to the food Cat brought up. "Please, there's far too much for me here," she said, indicating the tray. "Help yourselves." Crystal and Tian knelt to either side of her on the bed, while Cat stood before them with her arms crossed over her chest, silently watching them with somber eyes. The prostitutes rarely ate so well, their diets being rigidly controlled to keep them in prime shape. Though disapproving of Danica letting them have what Dame Isobeth forbade, Cat remained silent. She too thought the Amazon knight-turned-madam could be a little too unrelenting in some instances. Everyone needed a treat every so often. Danica pretty much left the pastries and vegetables to the other women, concentrating her attention on the pile of roasted beef. She savored the meat, cooked rare per her instructions, while watching Tian and Crystal devour first the pastries, then the vegetables. They both received generous portions of beef, too. Slaves rarely were allowed to eat meat, and bondservants rarely could afford to eat such expensive fare. At every meal Danica ordered extra helpings of pastries and meats, just so her friends could have some. After all, she could afford to be generous. "I swear, Danica, you are a piece of work." The elfmaid just wagged her brows at her. Though Danica dismissed the fact with a wave of the hand, Cat knew that Danica saved her life. The robber was within her guard, and had a straight thrust to her heart. Danica intervened just in time, and was seriously hurt for doing so. Cat repaid her debts. Danica thought she'd need a vicon which to help heal her head injuries. Blows to the head could kill later. So she had Cat sell her horse and tack, and got a nice sum of money in Cat's opinion, but Danica complained it was far less than what she paid for them. The witch arrived, looked at her, spoke a short spell, and said she was fine. Danica just needed to rest a few days, a week at most. That advice only cost her 2 crowns copper. Then a few days back, down an alley behind the Golden Girl, Danica joined a dice game that really filled her purse nicely. Now she had the price of a warhawk, so didn't need to join a caravan to reach her destination. Kat was happy for her new friend, but Danica frightened her with her demons may care attitude with life and money. While Kat denied herself and saved, Danica threw money around like there was an endless supply. Oddly enough, while Kat barely scraped by, Danica seemed to have a golden touch, making money effortlessly. The food gone, Danica set aside the tray and stood up. With a jingle of bangles, she pulled the veil across her face and hooked it over her right ear. Kat gave the gold and silver bangles a curious look. She was afraid to ask where Danica got them. Dame Isobeth would be furious if any were gifts from the slaves, since slaves didn't own them in the first place. Dame Isobeth did. Kat then ran her eyes over Danica, head to toe, in a way she wouldn't ordinarily look at another woman. While Danica was still groggy from the blow to the head, she had confessed that she was really a man trapped in a woman's body by a powerful sorceress. Kat's skin still crawled at the memory of that night, and the nightmares since. If it wasn't just an injury-induced delusion, then she intended to do everything in her power to help Danica recover her rightful body. First she had to ensure it was true. At the moment it was hard to believe. Danica stood before her the consummate woman, vital and feminine in all ways. She now looked and acted little like the warrior Kat first met in the bathhouse. She wore cosmetics and fine silks, giggled and squealed with delight at private jokes with her friends, and happily spent hours with Tian and Crystal primping and doing her hair and nails. She even seemed to delight in using her feminine wiles on others, flirting outrageously with men and women alike on their rare nights in Tamara together. "Where are we going tonight?" Danica said. "Twin Palms Tavern, over in the El Hassan quarter," Kat said, turning to lead the way out. "Great, the streets of El Hassan are well lit and pretty safe to walk in at night," Danica said, waving Tian and Crystal out the door before her. "I still have an aversion to dark streets." "Doesn't Twin Palms cater to those nasty caravan guards?" Tian asked, wrinkling her nose at the thought. "They are just a bunch of rowdy, sweaty men fresh off the desert and eager for female companionship. All hands and cocks." "Yes, but it isn't a rowdy place as taverns go," Kat said. "I've been there many times." "Don't worry about us," Danica said soothingly. "Me and Kat can take care of ourselves." Asterisk 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 asterisk. Danica's eyes swept the room as they entered. She looked for danger, even though she didn't expect to find any. Dame Isobeth took security seriously. She led Kat across the Golden Girl's main parlor, their weapons jangling. Neither of them was wearing armor. The few patrons were well dressed and distracted by the women working the room. The 2 warrior women were barely noticed. The Golden Girl was what would be called a classy brothel, which meant that the furnishings were of higher quality, the prostitutes dressed better, and charged more. The parlor was small, only meant as a place where customers could pick the girl they wanted. It was a brothel, not a tavern. There were no stages with nude dancers, but any of the girls could be taken upstairs to their rooms for private shows. The only entertainment in the parlor was conversation and soothing music. And, of course, exciting and beautiful young women. The parlor's decor was quite feminine. Everything was in soft shades of gold and white. It was the most lace Danica had ever seen in one room. Lamps, windows, tables, everything was draped in expensive Amazon lace. She wondered if this was what all Amazon brothels looked like. As the brothel's name implied, only blondes plied their trade within its walls. She was impressed with the quality of Dame Isobeth's girls. At best, Danica would only rate herself as average among them. It seemed as if every other girl there was a silk slave, and most of the other girls were of noble blood. Danica found her own commonness strangely annoying. For the most part, the girls of the Golden Girls seemed genuinely happy she was staying there, which pleased Danica to no end. They found her almost total lack of knowledge about being a woman funny and a little amazing. Her education became their project, and she learned so much. There was a lot more to being a woman than she ever realized. For the most part, she really enjoyed their lessons, especially since they were so eager to teach and help her. Danica, though, found their need to constantly talk over everything frustrating at best. Even after almost 4 months as a woman, Danica still didn't understand a woman's need to discuss everything in depth. Her new friends all wanted to hear her life story, and tell her theirs, and would ask her questions about what she liked, and didn't like. Like it really mattered. Gods, it drove her crazy sometimes. Danica just wanted to have some fun, tell some jokes, and have sex, but all these women wanted to do was talk. And then talk some more after sex. I'll never understand them if I live forever. The biggest problem she found in sex with women now was frustration, and to a lesser extent, loss of control over the situation. Without her man part, she just couldn't seem to find satisfaction with a woman. For her part, it was all foreplay. That, and the fact that the other girls decided what they would do, how they would do it, and how long they had to do it was driving her mad with frustration. After 15 days of experience, Danica was just beginning to learn how to seize the moment from these experts of manipulation. Of course, she could pay for their services and gain absolute control, but that course seemed to be a betrayal of friendship to her. "Be careful," Tian said, then hurried up the stairs to her room. Crystal waved sweetly and hurried over to a middle-aged man just entering the front door. Danica watched her introduce herself and sit. The man looked to be a wealthy merchant to Danica, so might help Crystal get a bit closer to paying off her bond to Dame Isobeth. Unlike her deals with bouncers and other staff, Dame Isobeth expected the prostitutes to pay off their entire bond, not just work for her for 6 months to a year. Though, as bondholders went, she seemed honest and most girls were able to buy back their bonds within a year or so, if they applied themselves. Kat donned her long black keffiyeh and veil before stepping out the door with Danica close behind. Outside, Danica paused to enjoy the cool evening breeze. The sun had long since set, allowing the desert air to cool down quickly. Heading south and east, they kept to the well-lit streets and boulevards. The city guard also patrolled these streets better, permitting the locals to come out and enjoy the evening breeze before it grew too cold. Danica and Kat kept to the middle of the street, giving the locals a wide berth. Without fail, all conversation ceased as they approached and only resumed after their passage. The way these men and women stared, even glared, made both women uneasy. Every time they went out at night, Danica vowed to only do so during the day in the future. In the thicker crowds of day, few locals would pay them any heed. "Whores," a man shouted. "Go back to your accursed empire." Both women cringed. The man sounded drunk, but even so, many would agree with him. These people saw foreign women as brazen harlots, totally without sexual mores. The desert folk were a hard people, living in an equally hard land. Their values and morals were likewise hard and unyielding. Danica and Kat increased their pace. "You're not wanted here," a man said close by, startling both women. "Go home." "I am," Danica said. He seemed taken aback by her response, so they were able to pass without further comment. Soon they found themselves in a darker section, and glad for it. No locals gathered on these streets to socialize and enjoy the breeze. "God of mercy, how they make me feel dirty," Kat said, shaking her head. "And I try to lead a decent life. It's not your fault. They're just too close-minded to see you as you really are. To them, you're a brazen slut just because you wear a sword. It's all you'll ever be to the people of Tamara, Kat." "I know," she said. She cut her eyes at Danica. "Danica, could I ask you a question?" "Sure, Kat." "Anything. Is what you said about really being a man true?" Danica stopped dead in her tracks. Heart pounding, she gawked at Kat a long moment. "How did I mean, you know? The blow to the head left you babbling all night. I never left your side. What did I say? She said almost too quietly to hear. A lot. Let's see. Some sorceress called Tara stole your body and went to Alaria, and now goes by the name of Taylor. You're going for some talisman in Ismet al-Haratha to force her to trade back bodies. The rest was about your time as a Jordani slave, and trip from Samola with some sex-obsessed bastard named Facer. Apparently, you're really embarrassed by just how much you love to be fucked by men, and some strange ability to see magic. Danica cringed when she mentioned the liking, no she said loving, sex with men. That was something she really didn't like to admit to herself. So instead she told a complete stranger while delirious. She wondered if she could pass it off as some head injury delusion. She looked at Kat, and considered her own reaction to what she said, and decided not. Then you know everything, Danica said, eyes dropping and shoulders slumped. Gods, curse all mages. Magic has humiliated me again. The few people within sight turned and looked at them. Danica eyed them warily. If one of them was a witch or mage. No, please, I didn't mean to hurt you, Kat said. I just want to understand. If it's true, I'm willing to help you. Head jerking up, really? If it's true. It is. I've been trying to get to Ismet al-Haratha for months, she said. Her excitement died, remembering all that she'd gone through since that fateful night in Elfhaven. I haven't been too successful lately. Had a few nasty setbacks. You'll never know how glad I am to hear you'll help me. I already know. While babbling, you admitted you were going to try and entice me into going with you. Oh. Yes, oh. But I'm not offended, Kat said, chuckling. Then more soberly, I will help you right this terrible wrong. Thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, Danica said with feeling. Tonight, I'm buying all the rounds. Actually, I'd prefer it if you'd just not flirt so bloody much instead, she said. It brings all kind of attention my way. Very embarrassing. Consider it done, though you should try flirting. It's really quite fun. Smiling happily, Danica turned to continue down the street. She was immediately brought up short at the sight of two dark shapes bearing down on them. Their size and the rattle of armor said they were male warriors. That terrible night, in that other dark street 15 days ago, flooded back as the men came within arm's reach. Declare yourselves, a harsh voice demanded. Danica never hesitated. She lashed out with her foot, connecting with the closest man's groin. As he fell retching, the other reached for his hilt. Danica was quicker, pressing the tip of her sword to his throat. Yield. Danica, what are you doing? Kat said. They're city guardsmen. Guardsmen? Glorious gods, what have I done? Earned a trip to jail for the both of you, the standing guardsman growled. Now, in the name of the Sultan, you yield. Danica promptly kicked the guardsman in the groin, then brought her pommel down atop his head as he bent over in pain. She kicked the other in the temple before turning to Kat. Run! Why did you do that? Grabbing Kat's arm and dragging her away, believe me, neither the guard nor a magistrate would listen to any excuses or arguments we offered. They would either throw us in a cell for the next 20 years, or sell us into slavery. If that's what you want, then be my guest. What's going over there? A male voice called out. Two armed and armored men came running their way. By the meager light, Danica could see they were also city guardsmen. Gods, Danica exclaimed quietly when they spotted the downed guardsmen. This way. She led the way into an alley. They had a respectable lead, but their pursuers might be faster. The guardsmen's experience chasing criminals through the streets would weigh heavily against she and Kat. Hurry, Kat urged her. I'm running as fast as I can, she said. Then a sound came to her. A not-so-distant, defiant roar. You hear that? Hear what? Cat said, cocking her head as she ran. Coming to a narrow street, Danica turned right, this way. Hurry! They ran up the steep steps of the street. Passing several side streets, they finally reached a wide boulevard. Stopping to get her bearings, Danica could hear the guardsmen approaching. Then with a smile, she led the way up the boulevard. Running past one of the city's warhawk areas, they rounded a corner and ducked into an alley. Danica pulled Cat down into some dark shadows and waited. Soon the guardsmen ran past, shouting angrily at each other. When she couldn't hear them, Danica led Cat deeper into the alley, making several turns. They soon emerged across the street from the warhawk area. Grinning, Danica asked, "Ever fly a warhawk?" Looking shocked, "No. I can't. It's easy." "Warhawks eat people," Cat interrupted, noticeably shaken. "Not really," she said. "They will eat people, if hungry enough. Their appetites are sort of like that of a dog's. Wild dogs will eat people, too, but these are tame warhawks." "I've never thought of it like that," Cat said, but still looked worried. "I still don't know how to fly one. Let's wait till morning and get some horses." "No. They'll be looking for us. Besides, warhawks are the fastest transportation available," Danica said, smiling at the thought. "And I'm getting more impatient to get my body back every day." When Danica moved to head over, Cat grabbed her arm. "We'll disturb them and bring the guardsmen back." "No, we won't. Warhawks are pretty smart," she said. Then grinning, "Nothing really scares them that much, except fire." One of the birds, then another, let out an ear-piercing screech. Cat almost jumped out of her skin. Danica suppressed an urge to laugh. Tightening her grip, Cat said with more urgency, "But I don't know how to fly them." Prying her hand off, "It's easy. Just tell the bird what you want." "I don't understand." "Warhawks are about as smart as a 5-year-old child. They understand almost everything you say," she said. Then as an afterthought, "So be careful of what you say. Then they'll know we are trying to steal them." "Probably, but I'm not sure they really understand the concept. Warhawks don't have the same feelings of loyalty we have, or even that of a dog. I'm not even sure they can tell the difference between people." Looking both ways, she headed across the street. "They tend to obey any orders anyone gives them." "God of mercy, I hate this," Cat whispered as they entered the vast area. Warhawks were perched on thick tree trunk-sized roosts about a foot off the ground. Despite its name, a warhawk area wasn't a building. It was nothing more than a fenced-in area with roosts for the birds. This particular area covered about 6 acres, with about half the roosts occupied. The only building was next to the gate and was where the saddles were stored. Danica and Cat found one young man on guard, dozing just inside the gate. After hitting the guard over the head, they dragged him into the building and took 2 saddles. Then Danica led Cat all the way to the back of the area to avoid being seen from the street while they saddled their mounts. With her eye already set on the pair of birds they would be taking, Danica barely gave the other warhawks a second thought, or a glance. Though, Cat was a nervous wreck as they marched past the ever-vigilant giant birds of prey. Danica remembered her first time in a warhawk area. In her 10-year-old mind the towering warhawks were all glaring viciously, hungrily, at them. Her first time was in the light of day. Even in the scant light, Danica could make out their massive, hawk-like forms perched quietly all around her. Each and every bird watched their every move. It sent icy chills up her back. "Calm down, Cat, you're starting to spook me now," she whispered. As they stopped beneath the 2 chosen warhawks, one reared up and flapped its wings. Danica was surprised to hear Cat gasp in fear, then moan miserably. She found it hard to believe the big Bravo was afraid of anything. Cat, on the other hand, suddenly looked like the mouse just before the eagle snatched it up. "Like dinner." "I said calm down, Cat. He's just excited at the prospect of flight," Danica said. He has excellent night vision and probably suspects we're going to take him. I don't think. She started in a quivering voice. Forcefully, it's all right. Leave everything to me. Danica dropped the saddle, then stepped confidently up to the perch. She unwrapped the thick leather restraining strap from around it, and then wrapped it around the warhawk's leg. Then she returned to Cat. After leading Cat to the side, "Now, watch this." Looking up at the bird, she said in a commanding voice, "Saddle." The warhawk hopped off the perch and dropped to its belly. Danica grinned at Cat, then took one of the saddles. She walked over and tossed it up behind the bird's thick neck. After ensuring all 4 straps were hanging off properly, she climbed up on the warhawk's back and positioned the saddle correctly. Then she untied the rope and dowel ladder attached to the high cantle and tossed it down the bird's back. While doing all this, she gave Cat a running commentary of what she was doing and why. She explained everything on the saddle and how to use it. A warhawk saddle was a wooden frame covered in leather, much like a horse saddle. There was a high pommel and cantle, but no stirrups. None were needed. The wide, thick leather covering behind the cantle was called the sleeve. It was generally 4 feet wide, with numerous leather straps for securing any cargo. Hopping off, stand. The warhawk rose up slowly, careful not to dislodge the saddle. Danica picked up the heavy steel buckle with its 4 loops. She attacked the top 2 straps first, then the lower 2. The saddle straps each had a large steel loop halfway down their length. The straps looped between it and the buckle similarly to the way a girth is tightened on a horse. Only with a warhawk, there were 4 straps to tighten down, making a large X on the bird's chest. When she was finished, the warhawk turned and hopped back up onto the perch. Danica released the other bird's leg, and then made Cat help her saddle it. By the time they finished, Cat seemed more in control of her fear. Then she had the bird squat down again. "Any questions?" she asked Cat as they stood by the squatting warhawk. "No. I don't really know enough to ask any intelligent questions yet," she said. "Jump up in the saddle," Danica said. When Cat had settled in, she pulled the wide safety strap across her lap. "Keep this on at all times while airborne. Understand, Dot?" "Yes," she said, nodding. "Is the ride rough?" When they flap their wings hard during takeoff, it's similar to being on a horse, but then it's smooth as a baby's. But after that, they flap gentler and less frequently, Danica assured her. "But you never know when a gust will hit you, or the bird will make some sudden maneuver." "Oh, my gods," Cat groaned, eyes rolling up. Chuckling, "You'll be fine. Trust me. After I take off, order it to fly. And then tell it to follow me." "If you say so," she said, looking worried. "How do I stop it?" "It'll follow me until you tell it otherwise, so when I land you will too." "But what if I have an emergency?" "Just say land in a loud commanding voice, and it'll go down," she said, shrugging. "But like I said earlier, be very careful what you say, or how you say it. We wouldn't want the bird misunderstanding you." Stepping back, "Now, tell it to stand and then say finished." Cat took a deep breath, then licked her lips. "Stand." The bird stood promptly. After taking another deep breath, "Finished." Danica smiled at Cat's yelp when the bird jumped up onto the perch. She suppressed the laugh, not wanting to upset the bravo anymore. Cat was enduring a lot for her at the moment. Just on her word that she had been wronged. It took a lot of guts to face down a fear like that. She remembered her first warhawk ride, and she had wanted to do it. Danica climbed up the rope ladder, settled into her saddle, and fastened her safety strap. Then she pulled up the ladder and secured it to the cantle. Glancing around to ensure she hadn't forgotten anything, she frowned at the empty saddle sleeve. They couldn't take the time to get saddlebags of food, water, and other supplies. Both were leaving behind everything they owned. But they had chosen saddles with both bows and arrows and javelins present. If need be, they could defend themselves. Giving Cat the thumbs up, she took a tight hold of the pommel and commanded, "Fly." The warhawk's wings spread as it crouched. With a screech, it launched itself into the air. That old thrill took her as it climbed quickly on snapping wings. She realized the ride was a bit rougher than she had told Cat. Once the birds reached the altitude with which they would make the trip, they would be gliding more often than not. Cat might be a little shaken at first, but the remaining ride would soothe her fears. Glancing back, she saw with satisfaction that Cat was following her up. She'd had a nagging fear the Bravo wouldn't be able to give the command to follow. Chapter 17. It was coming up on noon when they first spotted the ancient city of Ismet al-Haratha. The city sat upon a great three-tiered rock formation. From a distance, the whitewashed city looked like two white stripes and a crown on the reddish-brown hill. Normally, water seeped up to springs atop the formation. The citizens had long since learned to channel these waters for their own use, but the water pressure increased dramatically during the spring melt in the Tyr Mountains to the south. That forced water up through a multitude of smaller, tighter cracks all over the formation. And that water spilled into the streets and over the cliff walls where algae came to life and turned the cliffs bluish-green. It is an annual event celebrated by the local population with parades and street festivals. Every spring the excess water collected at the base of the formation to form a shallow lake. The local farmers used it to irrigate their fields for the spring planting. Because of it, their fields were some of the most productive in all of the Kakara Desert. The city itself had built, and was continuing to build, great cisterns deep inside the rock to collect and store the water. That water provided most of the irrigation for the rest of the year. Since the main springs provided a steady flow year-round, the citizens of Ismet al-Haratha rarely needed to tap into the cisterns for everyday use. As they neared, the city and its surrounding fields looked like an island of green within a sea of golden sand and reddish rock. Small castles beside villages dotted the surrounding countryside. Each castle sat atop another spring, which in turn provided irrigation water for the surrounding fields. Ismet al-Haratha's plentiful water supply was the envy of the desert kingdoms. The spring melt was past, and the annual lake long gone. The seasonal lake bed was now a lush green with ripening produce. As they grew nearer, Danica could make out the thin ditches of stone-lined irrigation ditches radiating out from the many springs. The great rock formation itself was back to its usual reddish color. There were a scattering of buildings on the dried-up lake bed. Mostly farmsteads on stilts. Just outside the massive castle gate at the base of the formation was a raised area of ramshackle inns and stables, where those who arrived too late in the evening stayed until the gates opened in the morning. The wide paved road leading up to and crossing the seasonal lake was also atop high earthen works. The castle gate was easily twice as big as her ancestral home castle, Drakehorn Castle. Like the city above, its massive stone walls and towers were whitewashed and gleamed in the bright desert sun. Tiny pinpoints of reflected light showed her that its ramparts were well guarded by armed and armored men. The fortress guarded the entrance into the wide, spiraling tunnel up to the city proper. Danica had been to the city several times, but this was the first time she had come in astride a warhawk. The city wasn't as spectacular within as it was from a distance. Inside the city it was cramped and crowded, and smelled to the high heavens of human and animal waste. Fortunately, they wouldn't be staying long. Once, long ago, it had been one of the most breathtaking of the desert cities inside and out, but a Tyrian warlord led his displaced clan down and conquered the city. His ancestors still ruled, and since its conquest the city had decayed into just another Tyrian city. Most of the older, more spectacular structures have long since collapsed from the Tyrians' lack of understanding of their upkeep. In their place, the city's Tyrian masters erected the drab, somber buildings they favored. Almost as soon as they spotted the city, its patrolling air cavalry spotted them. A wing of 10 warhawks dropped out of one of the few clouds and surrounded them. One drew close. "Declare yourselves," the soldier demanded. Danica could barely hear him over the roar of wind in her ears. She looked him over quickly, but carefully. He was slight of build, like most hawkers, with long brown hair. His hair was held out of his eyes by the traditional red headband of Tyrian hawkers. He wore black knee boots, red leather breeches, and the red vest of a hawker, no shirt or armor. She determined he was a captain, wing commander, by the emblazon on the two small snapping flags mounted on his cantle, on either side of the larger Ismet al-Haratha flag. "Riders going home to the Empire," she cried. It was safe. The Amazon Empire wasn't at war with anyone, and a couple of mercenary hawkers wouldn't be considered a threat. "We request permission to land. Our birds need food and water, and so do we." He nodded and waved them on. Then he led his wing away without a look back. Danica grinned as she watched them leave. "By the gods, I'm good," she laughed. Turning in the saddle, she checked to see how Cat was holding up. She was pleased to see the Bravo looked relatively relaxed, but with her fingers still stuck in her ears to relieve the roar of the wind. Earlier in their trip she had been holding tightly onto the pommel's saddle horn. Danica had been prepared to just accept that her newfound companion was a white-knuckle flyer. Now all she had to worry about was finding them each a pair of earplugs. Waving to get her attention, "Follow me in." When Cat nodded, Danica gave her bird the order. "Drop into the city." She knew the command wasn't specific enough, but once she spotted the Warhawk area she would correct its course. As it stood, the Warhawk would probably land on the city walls, or in the middle of some bazaar. She grinned at the commotion landing in either of those places would cause, especially the bazaar. As they neared the city, Danica spotted 4 Aeries. 3 were on the lowest tier, and the other on the middle tier. The topmost tier didn't have any Aeries she could see. Indeed, all she could see there were the sprawling palace of the queen, and the magnificent temples of the city's main gods. She located the Temple of Mog across a great plaza from the royal palace. Altering their course, she took them in a wide circle around the city. During that time she spotted 2 more Warhawk Aeries, 1 each on the 2 lower tiers, but the one on the lowest level was the city's air cavalry base. Deciding on the first Aerie she'd seen on the middle tier, she led Cat in. As they approached, she told the bird which perch she wanted to take. She chose a pair of perches farthest from the gate. They came to a landing one right after another in a thunder of wings and roars. Easily half the other Warhawks present answered their birds' challenges with their own. It always gave Danica a thrill to see and hear these magnificent beasts trumpeting their challenges and defiance at each other and the gods, but she decided not to share that with Cat. Her nervous companion might not fly away with her later if she knew what the odds were of several of these Warhawks actually attacking each other. There were good reasons why Warhawks were always perched out of reach of each other. Looking at Cat with a wide grin of joy, "Now tell me you didn't love that, but..." Smiling sheepishly, she shrugged. "I admit I did rather enjoy the trip. Especially since it didn't eat me." "Speaking of that," Danica said, releasing the ladder and her safety strap. "Let's get our birds some meat and water." Danica's bird cried its approval, or so she took it to mean that. One could never be sure with Warhawks. They had been flying almost constantly since their escape 2 nights back from Tamara, 1,000 miles to the west. They lived on fruit taken from date palms at the rare oases, where they had stopped to water and rest their birds. The Warhawks hadn't eaten at all, and Danica had forced a grueling pace for even well-fed birds. She climbed down and met Cat with a smile between the roosts. She could tell right away that the big woman had loved it more than she was willing to admit. Gone was her usually somber expression, replaced with eyes full of wonder and a shy smile. "I hope you have a lot of coin," Danica said, pulling the purse off her own belt. "They'll eat a cow apiece, at least. 3 if we let them." Cat whistled, then checked her purse. "That'll wipe me out." She poured her life savings into her palm. "How will we feed them when our coin runs out?" "Hunting," she said, counting her own coins. Her own purse was considerably better off. She was still wearing some of the gold and silver jewelry given to her by the girls at the Golden Girl, and that alone was more than enough to roost the Warhawks and keep her and Cat in food and ale for several days. Between us, we have plenty to feed them and ourselves for most of the trip to Alaria. Maybe we should stay here and get a job. With the extra money we could fly down to Alaria without worrying about how to pay for roosting our birds, Kat said. No, afraid not. Unless we did illegal jobs, we would barely be able to keep our birds fed with our meager wages, Danica argued. Warhawks are expensive to keep. No, if necessary we'll hunt for their food and camp in the woods at night. What'll we eat? Leftovers from their kills. Kat looked up at her warhawk, which looked down at her with that fierce hawk-like stare of theirs. Danica grinned and patted her arm. Don't worry, they don't mind sharing once they eat their fill. After unsaddling the warhawks, they saw to it they were well fed and watered. Then they headed into the bustling city, purses considerably lighter. Their first stop was a goldsmith's shop, where Danica hawked her jewelry for an obscenely low price. As they walked away, Kat said, "What now? You never told me where we were to find this talisman." Danica glanced around to ensure no one was listening. "The witch I guess I told you about sent me here to steal a powerful talisman." "What?" Kat cried. "You never said anything about stealing." Throwing a hand over her mouth, "Will you be quiet? Are you crazy? Do you have any idea what could happen to us?" "Yes, I do," she said. "Do you want to know?" Kat's eyes went wide a second. "No. It'll be best if I don't know." "Very well. Let's go up to the Kisari quarter," she said, making for a tunnel disappearing into the side of the cliff. "The Temple of Mog is there, and that's where we'll find the talisman." "Stealing from the gods," Kat said, eyes big. "Is this really necessary?" "It is unless you want to fight a sorceress without magical protection." "God of mercy," she groaned. "I should have known you were trouble." "What should've?" "You knew," Danica said. "I never said otherwise." They tramped up the whitewashed tunnel amid the crowds. The torch-lit passage was a wonder to both women. It was carved out of the living rock, with various side tunnels and vast storerooms all along the way. Indeed, the whole mesa was a labyrinth of such tunnels. Most of the city's goods and foods were stored deep in the cool storerooms. In some tunnels people had even carved out homes for themselves. The tunnel opened out onto the Kisari quarter near the outer walls. Danica led Kat over and they gazed down on the rest of the city. High defensive walls weren't necessary in Ismat al-Haratha, so the battlements were only about shoulder high to Danica. Mostly, they were there to keep people from falling off. From their vantage point, they could see the Marganti quarter where they had left their warhawks, and the wide Ishuri quarter far below that. "Look at this," Danica said, leaning through a crenel and out over the wall to look down. "We're directly over the warhawk area. See our birds over there?" "Yes." So, Danica smiled, "It gives me an idea for an escape, should we need it." She tried to judge the distance to the level below, figuring it to be at least 100 feet. The thought of escaping over the side made her head spin. Carl would have loved the danger of it. Kat, not so much. "I'd rather not hear it just yet. Just thinking about it makes my legs tingle," Kat said. She looked around with interest. "What do you know of the city and its past?" "You've never been here?" "No." Danica told Kat what little she knew of the city and its unique history, which wasn't much. Most of the city's history was lost when the Tyrians conquered them, since their new overlords actively tried to suppress it to kill any spark of rebellion. "What do the names of the different quarters mean? Are they the names of ancient rulers?" Kat asked as they made their way to the Temple of Mog. Danica suspected she was using idle conversation to cover her nervousness at stealing a talisman from a goddess. "And if so, are they Tyrians or the older Tyrosilian rulers?" Danica was more than a little impressed. Most people of the region didn't know about the Tyrosilian Empire, for which the Tyr Mountains were named. Most people barely knew their own kingdom's recent history. Danica shrugged. No one knows for sure. They aren't the names of Tyrians, for sure. Some believe they are the names of 3 tribes that originally settled here. Looking up, our prayers have been answered, the temple, but. She gave Cat a mischievous wink, then led the way in. Don't make jokes like that, Cat said. You want to anger the gods? Takes more than my dumb jokes to anger a god, she said. Shifting to her magic sight, Danica began studying the high altar as they approached. She silently marveled at the bright magics surrounding the priests and various altars. Only the talisman disappointed her. It alone wasn't shrouded in the misty light that indicated magic. Danica had expected it to radiate power, like the intense beacon of pink and blue the high altar proved to be. The temple was typically ancient Tyrossilian. It was built on a massive scale and open. Basically, it was a great round marble dome supported by equally impressive fluted marble columns. Frolicking unicorns were carved into the capitals and bases of those columns. In the exact center, beneath the high dome and atop a raised dais 2 steps high, the high altar sat beneath a towering statue of Mage, goddess of magic. Her statue and altar were carved out of pink and light blue marble, her colors, whereas the rest of the temple was entirely out of stark white marble. Scenes of Mage's heavenly realm were painted on the dome high above, promises of an idyllic afterlife for the faithful. Evenly spaced inside the innermost row of columns, there were 2 such colonnades supporting the dome, were an even dozen smaller altars. Every altar had a life-sized statue of the goddess. Most of the people knelt before these altars to say their prayers, burn incense, and give their offerings of food and wine in coin. Periodically, the priests would collect all the offerings. Kneel, Danica whispered to Cat as they came to the base of the high altar. See the crystal globe in Mage's hand? That's what we're after. Oh, gods, Cat whispered. She wants to steal something right out of the goddess's hands. I'm doomed. When Danica was satisfied with her knowledge of the temple's layout, they retreated to a side altar and pretended to be meditating. While Cat fidgeted nervously, Danica watched the priests conducting their ceremonies and, even more intently, the temple's guards making their rounds. Not all temple guards were incompetent and ill-trained. Some temples fielded highly trained and disciplined guards. The most respected were the guard orders of Bandu and his twin sister, Ashta. As the twin gods of war, they demanded their priests guard the temples, and even their priests were vicious fighters. The Temple of Mage had one of the worst reputations when it came to mundane guards. But then, being the goddess of magic, everyone assumed her temples were the best protected of all. All priests wielded the magic granted them by their chosen god, but Mage's priesthood was also required to practice actual sorcery. They tended to be excellent wizards and sorceresses, with all of that lot's idiosyncrasies and paranoias. Which included surrounding themselves with powerful wards at all times. Danica could see at least some magics, but felt there were more she couldn't. She hadn't been able to see her birth control spell, or that of any other woman. She didn't know what it was about that spell, but knew she had to be cautious until she found out. The only magics she could detect within the temple were concentrated around the altars themselves. Even the talisman appeared unprotected by magic. Turning to Cat, ready to go? An hour ago, she said, glancing around nervously. Calm down, you already look guilty, Danica said, frowning. I'm sorry, she said. But I've never stolen anything before. Gods forbid, I should start by robbing the goddess of magic. Danica chuckled and led the way back to the street. She decided not to bring up their recent theft of the Warhawks. No profit in goading her further. Besides, Cat might get into her head they should return the beasts. I've robbed temples before and nothing terrible ever happened, Danica said, glancing around like a tourist at the colorful crowds streaming past the temple. Then what she said, and her circumstances struck her. Glancing down at the swell of her bosom. Or has it? You're a temple robber? You make it sound like some sort of unforgivable sin, she said. In some areas, The priesthoods oppress the locals terribly. They are only people, you know. I have taken part in raids that stole the local offerings from such temples, returning them to their rightful owners. Besides, waving a hand contemptuously at the temple, no god needs or cares about such great wealth. All they want is for us to worship them. I don't know, Kat said. That's not what I've been taught all my life. Glowering at her, I received an excellent education, all right? It involved extensive religious training, and my teachers all stressed the gods' contempt of such frivolous things. Well, at least most of the gods. Kat only nodded, the worry not leaving her face. How about an ale? Danica asked, giving up on getting through. Yes, I need one bad. I know just the place, Danica said, smacking her lips in anticipation of a cool ale. The trip was relatively short, being mostly straight down through the tunnels. Both women moved with purpose. Kat to distance herself from the temple, and Danica to sate her thirst with some fine Tyrian brew. The Sleeping Horse Tavern was cool and dark, but most important, it served good dark Tyrian ale. Danica had never developed a taste for what the desert folk called ale, though they did produce a tolerable beer and some excellent wines. The tavern was one of the larger places in the city, catering to the caravan guards fresh out of the desert. Above the common room it had 2 stories filled with small rooms for rent to weary travelers. Danica called to the bartender as they took a table, 2 Tyrian dark Elesh over here. A young man soon delivered the large pewter mugs of cool ale. Danica gave him the money and waited for him to get out of hearing distance. Isn't this place great? She asked, looking around with satisfaction. Not a single slave works here. Not even bond servants. You would think like that, Kat said, sullen again. You should, too, after what happened to you in Caragel, she said and turned to her ale. Kat nodded, then glanced around nervously. Are you sure you really need this talisman? Danica frowned. She thought they had settled that on the way down. Kat just couldn't get over the fact they would be robbing a temple. Her religious superstitions were starting to get the best of her again. Yes, don't worry. Now relax and enjoy your ale, Danica said, leaning back in her chair. She looked over as a large, boisterous group of dusty caravan guards began pouring in the door. This is where I do all my carousing when in Izmit. Danica jumped to her feet. Gods! It's him, Rising to her feet and reaching for her hilt, who? This tailor we're after? No, the bastard that betrayed me on the steps, she growled, pulling her sword. I've got a score to settle. No trouble. Kat called, but Danica ignored her. Stomping through the rambunctious crowd, Danica came up behind the new arrivals. Easily half the men weren't part of the caravan back when she was betrayed, but she recognized several old friends. Including Horse. With feet shoulder-width apart, and both hands on her hilt, she called out, Fulgur, you black-hearted bastard. The guards all quieted down as they turned to stare at the beautiful warrior. It took a few seconds, but her old friends' faces began to light up. That pleased her, but the way Fulgur's face went ashen was even better. Danica, he cried. That's right, she said loudly, eyes narrowing to sapphire slits. Didn't expect to see me again, did you? Danica, what happened? Horse asked, confused. I was told you were cut down by the Jordani. Giving the captain a menacing look, I was betrayed into their hands by this honorless slug. This craven coward attacked me from the rear, then left me there unconscious. Lies. She's lying, Fulgur cried, glancing around at his murmuring men. Everyone knows she hates me. She's trying to get to me by telling the truth, she cried as he struggled for an answer to her accusations. One of the guards spoke up, I remember seeing him kneeling over her. He told me she was dead. That he saw her cut down. The other guards let out a low growl as their eyes narrowed. To betray a comrade was the worst possible thing a warrior could do. Even the men who didn't know Danica were glaring at Fulgur murderously. "You are without honor," Danica said, pointing her sword at him. "You are beneath contempt, but you have the distinct honor of being at the top of my revenge list." Snorting contemptuously, "You think I'm scared of a woman?" "You aren't smart enough to be scared," she said. Pulling his sword, "I don't need to be to put a little elfmaid like you back in her place." "My place, dog," she said, smiling grimly, "is dancing on your grave." Before he could respond, she launched her assault. She started with an attempt at decapitation, then left a deep gash in his breastplate on the backstroke. He thrust for her heart, which she parried, and then split his right ear in half on the return. The crowd began cheering her and jeering him. Her brief engagement was enough to determine that he was good, real good, but didn't possess the finesse to defeat her. Against someone with less skill, his superior strength might have carried him. Only Danica was a swordmaster, with elven grace and endurance to shore up her talents. His eyes told her he had made the same determination. "Yield," she said. "So you can kill me at your leisure?" "I think not," he said. "I'd rather cut out my own heart first." Smiling wickedly, "As much as I'd enjoy watching that, I have a better idea. Yield, and I'll let you live." His resolve to fight wavered. "What do you have in mind?" She laughed at his question. A real man, any man worthy of being called a warrior, would never even consider such a thing. Not in a one-on-one fight. Her contempt for the man swelled. "Slavery." "I don't understand, why would?" He started, then began smiling. "You were enslaved by the Jordani." "Ha! Danica, a Jordani whore." He laughed hard as she moved in angrily. "I think not," he shouted, viciously grabbing a chair and smashing it over her. "Real men don't surrender to slave girls." Danica reeled back from the blow. Her left arm and shoulder had taken the brunt of the impact, and now hung useless at her side. In her anger and humiliation she had dropped her guard. Laughing, Fulgur drove into her with heart-pounding blows and comments. "The only way you know to take a man down, ha!" He kicked her feet away. "Is by spreading your legs, whore. Now you yield." Danica, on her back at his feet, stared up into his jubilant face with shock. He lowered the point of his blade to her throat, just pricking the skin. "Gods! No, not now. Not to Fulgur." "Release the blade," he warned, jabbing his sword into her neck again. When she complied, he smiled viciously. "Now kneel to your new master, slave." "Yes, master," she whispered, wide-eyed. As he removed the sword point from her throat, she screamed and drove her heel into his shin. Rolling, she grabbed up her sword and scrambled to her feet. His greaves protected his leg, but the force of the kick staggered him. Before he could recover, she began hammering his weakening defenses with a blistering attack. She threw all her built-up rage, pain, and humiliation into the attack. Ducking beneath his blade, she thrust her sword through his sword arm and sent his weapon flying. Jerking the blade out, she slashed his face with the backstroke before kicking him low on the belly. Then as he bent over, she stepped to the side and brought her sword down on his neck with a long, piercing scream of rage. Fulgur's head rolled halfway across the room in the stunned silence. Danica dropped to her knees in pain and exhaustion as several of her friends came rushing over to her. Her shoulder throbbed horribly. "Danica? Are you all right?" Kat asked, pulling her face up to look into her eyes. "I'm fine," she said, trying to smile so the big bravo wouldn't look so worried. "Just give me a minute to recover, catch my breath." She began trying to work the pain out of her shoulder. She could move her fingers now, but her shoulders still felt stiff. A veteran of countless brawls and battles, she quickly assessed her injury and found it to be nothing to be concerned with. By nightfall it would be nothing more than an ugly bruise and a dull ache. "Danica," Horse said, pushing Kat aside. He looked her over with concern a second, then smiled broadly. "By Tuner's balls, I missed you. He grabbed her face and planted a hard, deep kiss on her lips. That really sent her head a-reeling. Quickly pushing him away, she stared at him in open-mouthed shock. Horse grinned happily at her, while Cat burst into the first real gut laugh Danica had ever heard from her. Chapter 18. Hearing a snicker, Danica turned and shot Cat another dark look. It only sent the bravo into another laughing fit. Danica was getting exasperated with her jokes and laughter. It wasn't that funny. You should have seen your eyes when the nomad boy kissed you, was all Cat could gasp out before she doubled up in laughter, eyes filling with tears. Holding her hands wide, your eyes got that big. She couldn't say any more, just dropped to her knees again and laughed. Grinding her teeth, Danica briefly wondered what god she needed to pray to if she wanted Cat to wet her britches again. I don't see the humor in it, she said, lying. Cat obviously didn't see how distressing it had been, or maybe she did, and had a sick sense of humor. You're one disturbed filly. And you're irresistible to the opposite sex. That sent the bravo into the high-pitched, gasping laugh that had caused her to wet her pants shortly after the incident occurred. Then in a squeal, oh, God of mercy! With desperate squeals and crossed legs, she fumbled with the buttons of her breeches. Danica smiled. Apparently the God of mercy was looking favorably on Danica. Looking up at the heavens, thank you, Markle. I owe you. After wiping the tears away, Cat pulled her breeches back up and said, I'll never forget that if I live to be. Gods, Cat. Give me a break, Danica cried. That happened hours ago. I'm sorry, but sometimes you make faces that remind me, she said, trying to suppress an urge to start laughing again. Sarcastically, I hope you're still laughing while they're shoving the impaling stake up your dunghole. That brought her out of it. Looking around nervously, I forgot. Maybe we should wait for tomorrow night. Danica smiled. Worked every time. We're already up here, she said, scanning the deserted plaza their alley emptied into. She could see the corner of Mog's temple to their right. The birds are saddled and waiting. And I'm impatient. Grinning, sure it isn't just because you don't trust yourself around that cute nomad boy? With a look of disgust, you are one sick girl, Truth was, he did excite some powerful emotions within. She struggled to keep memories of their time together out of her forethoughts. Especially of their nights together. When Cat looked like she was going to start laughing again, Danica grabbed her wrist and dug her fingers in brutally. That sobered her up quick, and it helped to focus her mind as well. Jerking Cat closer, she seized the bravo's face in both hands, sticking her face in close. In her most menacing voice, our lives depend on you maintaining self-control. Understand? Yes. I mean it. If you started laughing in there, we are dead. So stow it, she said, releasing her. You have the rest of your life to dig at me. You're right, she said, taking a deep breath. Then grinning, and don't think I won't be doing a lot of digging, either. Gods, Danica groaned, then headed for another alley winding toward the temple. Let's get this over with. The sound of tramping feet caught her attention as they reached the other end of the alley. Peering into the darkness, she spotted a column of twos marching into the temple. The changing of the guard. She counted 10 men, same as during the day. Hiding in the shadows, they waited for the guards coming off to march out and pass. There were still 10 of the second-class fighters guarding the temple. Danica seriously doubted that even these men would fail to spot them once inside the temple. Though dark, it was very open in there. Wisely, she kept those concerns to herself. She led Cat over to the deep shadows of a nearby building. From her vantage point she could only see 2 small pools of flickering lamplight inside the temple. Most of the guards would probably be close to or inside the circles of light. Shifting her sight to check for magic, she found the temple's magics were unchanged from that afternoon. We're not going to murder anyone, are we? Cat said. Danica gave the big shadowy shape that was Cat a sharp look. What a question! Of course not. We'll just sneak in and take the talisman, then sneak back out. And if we get caught? We fight our way out, she said. She wondered why Cat made her suddenly feel guilty. They weren't doing anything she would give a second thought to normally, if not for those disturbing questions of Cat's, and the even more disturbing way she phrased them. Murder? No, it wasn't murder. The knightly codes forbade that. Killing someone on a raid wasn't murder, though at the moment she'd be hard-pressed to explain why that was so. Angrily, quit asking stupid questions like that. She'd participated in many far more disreputable operations than this theft, and none of these thoughts, or their accompanying guilt, had ever occurred to her before. Did it have something to do with being a woman? She had heard that men and women experienced completely different thought processes, indeed, saw the world differently. Was this transfer into a woman's body altering the way she thought? Her attitudes? Outlook on life and death? What of elven attitudes and beliefs and prejudices? Could beliefs and morals of the first owner of her body be working on her subconsciously? They're gone, Cat whispered, bringing Danica out of her reverie. All right, she said, forcing all dark thoughts out of her mind. I'm beginning to think too much like a real woman, maybe? Shaking her head, she began concentrating on the dark temple before her and its dangers. Follow me. We'll slip past the boys on perimeter, and then worry about the rest inside. Sticking to the shadows, they crept up on the temple. The street and plaza was well lit by the moon. It was nearly full. Danica's enhanced elven night sight made the scene look very much like a cloudy day. The temple's interior was another matter. It looked pitch black in there. It didn't take the veteran raider long to locate the perimeter guards. As she had expected, they were anything but vigilant. One was leaning drowsily against a column on the northwest side, with 6 more throwing dice near the southeast side by the light of a handheld oil lamp. Slipping in at the southwest, they found the other 3 guards. 2 were arguing quietly near the dozing guard at the northwest column, while the last looked to be sound asleep on the floor before the high altar's dais. A guttering lamp near the sleeping man dimly lit the high altar. Danica led Cat around to the rear of the high altar. On hands and knees, they crawled around the 15-foot-high statue's legs and glanced around. No one was looking, so Danica stood up and studied the talisman. It was a crystal globe about half the size of her fist, and it seemed to be glowing faintly. Shifting her sight again, she was startled to see it pulsing like a beacon with pure white magic energies so thick she could barely see through them. Reaching out tentatively, she seized it and pulled. It didn't bulge. Giving up, she reached for her belt knife. She would pry it loose. Then she heard Cat gasp and cry out in mortal terror. That's when she saw the statue move. Great gods almighty! Danica cried, reaching for her sword. We're sorry. Cat cried out, cowering beneath the now glowing statue of Mog. Mog gave Cat a casual glance, then turned on Danica, who was holding a sword before her. Danica couldn't believe she was actually holding a weapon on a goddess. She knew she must look like some joke to the powerful deity, but she couldn't think of anything else to do. Danic of Drakehorn, Mog said. Danica noted in some part of her all but numb mind that the statue still looked to be made of marble, but moved like a human. Like living rock. Then, Danic? But she knows. Danic, you must wait for the next blood moon to attack Tara. All will be lost if you attack too soon, or too late. Mog stretched out a hand with the talisman in it. She was handing it to Danica, who was scrambling backwards in fear. Half falling down the steps, she tripped over the sleeping guard. A new fear leapt into her mind. Guards. Looking around frantically, she noticed they were all frozen in place. Take the talisman, Danic. It is your only hope, Mog said, stepping off the raised dais. Danica was too stunned to speak or move further. A goddess she was robbing was standing over her, trying to give her a sacred talisman. A goddess not known for her generosity or compassion. Why? Danica asked, reaching out a trembling hand to take the offered talisman. She found the small crystal globe warm to the touch. As she touched it, a strange, but pleasant, sensation shot up her arm. Was this what magic felt like? Why are you helping me? The goddess gave her a stern look. We are not helping you. You have been chosen to serve us. Us? Mog raised one eyebrow. She didn't have to speak. Danica knew who us was. Their worlds constantly feuding gods. The arisen. Saviors of the world. Banishers of the horrific old ones. What did they want from her? Did they care about her condition? Would they help her further? Did their plans include her getting back her body? I'll do my best, Danica said, wild-eyed. Maud nodded curtly and returned to her place standing over the high altar. Kat scampered off the dais before her, casting frightened looks over her shoulder. Then as she settled back into position, Mog said, "Remember the blood moon." In the dim light, Mog's statue was again inanimate. She was back in the same pose as before, now minus the crystal talisman. Danica couldn't tell she had moved at all. "Let's get out of here," Kat whispered urgently as she came up. "What?" the sleeping guard croaked. Danica and Kat jumped back and stared. The guard frowned at them. "Who are you?" Danica recovered first. She stepped forward and kicked him in the chin. Unfortunately, he wasn't the only one to see them. "Intruders," someone cried. "At the high altar. We've been spotted," Kat cried. They heard the shuffling, jingling sound of armored men running into position, and the rasp of swords being pulled from their sheaths. In seconds they found themselves surrounded. "We're surrounded," Kat cried. The guards crouched over, brandishing swords and battle axes. Most looked to be rather out of shape, but well armored. Their great helmets covered their faces, so Danica couldn't tell their emotional conditions. "Now what?" Kat asked. "We fight," Danica said levelly, glad for something mundane she could comprehend to do. 5-to-1 odds? Are you crazy? You want to surrender? "Oh, God of mercy, save me," she cried. Danica was taken aback. She had thought Kat was stouter of spirit. Then when Kat pulled her sword and settled down into a crouch, she recalled several other warriors who acted similarly. And they were some of the bravest, no-holds-barred fighters she had ever had the privilege to fight beside. Pulling her near-empty purse hastily, she started to put the talisman inside. The leather pouch was just large enough to hold it. Then an idea came to her. Holding the talisman out toward the incoming guards, "Kill." Nothing happened. "What are you doing?" Kat said, glancing back nervously. "I'm trying to use this bloody thing's magic," she said, frowning. Maybe she needed to be more specific? The thought occurred that it may require lengthy and complicated spells. But nothing lost in trying. Lightning. Kaboom! Blue eldritch lightning shot out from the crystal and cracked all through the temple. 2 of the small altars were struck, sending shards of marble slicing through the temple. The guards all dropped to the floor, covering their heads instinctively. Lightning! Kaboom! Again the hot blue bolts twisted all about, striking the high altar in several columns. And one struck the floor between Danica and Kat. "Gods, woman! Do you know what you're doing?" "No," she said, then grinned mischievously. "But it sure felt good." She glanced about at the guards scrambling away on hands and knees. "And effective. Soon as they figure out you can't control that thing, we're dead meat." "What an optimist," Danica said. "Follow me." The two women raced between the columns and headed for the tunnel back down to the Marganti quarter and their waiting warhawks. To both their dismay, the guards followed, but kept a safe distance. Cowards, Danica thought scornfully. They're following us, Kat said. Danica noted she did that often in tense situations. Very annoying. What'll we do? Dumb question. Get to the birds and fly away, she said, picking up the pace. When they reached the tunnel entrance, Danica stopped. Lifting the talisman, she again called forth the lightning. Again it streaked all about, uncontrolled. Several structures were hit, loud explosions piercing the air, and one guard was struck down, finally. Maybe that'll give them cause to pause. Run! Danica screamed, pushing Kat into the tunnel. That will stop them long enough to make good our escape. After a few moments, when no sounds of pursuit could be heard, they began to feel more confident. Even Kat started to calm down. Then a flash of light cracked before them. Two men and a woman stood before them in the robes of Mog's priesthood. One and all, they were tall, lean, and haughty-looking. They were obviously of the desert folk, with dark, hawk-like features. That belongs to us, the high priestess said. No, Danica smiled, holding it up. The goddess gave it to me herself. Liar! The priestess's hands suddenly glowed brightly. Danica didn't need her special sight to know that powerful magics were building up. She and Kat threw themselves to the ground just before a searing blue bolt shot out. It cracked the air like lightning, deafening in that close space. Kaboom! Raising the crystal globe, lightning. Again, jagged blue bolts ripped through the air. Kaboom! The corridor walls exploded in half a dozen places as the eldritch bolts tore into the rock. The priests all ducked behind cover. Lightning! Thunder again rolled through the corridor, striking their breastbones like hammer blows. Rock shards pelted everyone as explosion after explosion shattered the air and the walls. Lightning! Kaboom! As the call for lightning ripped through the air once more, Danica grabbed Kat's arm and half-pulled her up as she took off down the tunnel. The deafening thunder and explosions were driving the breath from their lungs, but they were driven on by a fear of capture and then torture. At the first sign of a priest's head peeking out from behind cover, she called on the lightning again. Kaboom! Ducking even lower, Kat wailed, but she kept running. Within minutes they burst from the tunnel into the cool night air of the Marganti quarter. Kat led the way towards the waiting warhawks. Once safely back inside the warhawkery, Kat turned on Danica and pushed her roughly against the small storage shack. Gods, woman, she cried, eyes wild. Don't you know some other way to use that godless thing? It worked. It almost killed us. Calm down, Kat. We're safe. We escaped. By the skin of our butts, she shot back angrily, hands balled up into fists and eyes wild with fear. Looking up into the heavens, Father Sun, Mother Moon, save me from this crazy woman. Angry shouts caught their attention. They found us. Danica shot her a sharp look, to the birds. They charged through the eyrie, startling the warhawks. The birds set up a horrendous uproar, flapping their wings and shrieking. Even their own mounts seemed agitated. Untying the restraints, they hurried up the ladders hanging down the birds' backs. As they settled into their saddles, Danica spotted guards and priests racing towards them, setting the warhawks off again. Even if she and Kat did escape now, the priests would surely pursue astride warhawks. They would be hard to evade in the open desert and skies. Danica lifted the talisman. No! Kat screamed. It'll scare our birds. Thinking fast, free the warhawks. Nothing happened. Danica silently cursed the idiosyncrasies of magic in general, and the talisman in particular. She only knew one surefire command, and that was out of the question. The uncontrolled lightning would definitely terrify their birds, if not strike them down. Angry over her inability to figure out how to free the warhawks, and thus stop any pursuit, she decided to have it rain rocks and stone them. At first she thought nothing had happened. The guards and priests were still charging towards her, then she noticed the warhawks had all stopped flapping their wings and shrieking. The silence was deafening. Then what she had done became apparent to everyone. Danica had somehow turned most of the warhawks into stone. The horror of it took both her and Kat's breath away. Even their pursuers stopped to gawk. "You killed them," Kat all but whispered in her shock. "I didn't mean to," Danica almost whined. Then the stone warhawks began falling over. They were generally in awkward poses atop the roosts. Some still had their wings extended. So gravity took over. The birds shattered on impact with the cobbled ground, sending deadly missiles ricocheting about the area. Guard and priest alike were pummeled brutally, and occasionally crushed. Realizing both their birds had been spared, Danica cried, "Fly!" Kat followed, and soon they were streaking away in a thunder of snapping wings. Not even bothering to gain altitude, they flew straight out across the desert. South. Toward the Tyr Mountains. Toward Alaria. Chapter 19. There it is! Danica called over to Kat, flying to her right and slightly lower. They were heading southwestwardly over the vast jar swamp. Thick cypress swamps stretched out as far as the eye could see in all directions. Only the silvery jar and red rivers, and a few lakes, broke up the scene. The trees were thick enough that it looked as if they were flying over a regular forest, but if they looked straight down they could see light reflected off the murky waters. The red river stretched out on the horizon to their right, flowing east to west, emptying into the wide jar. The red was the way back to Danica's home kingdom of Dakar. Before them, majestic in its sheer size, was the Jar River. The mightiest river known. It stretched over 1,500 miles from its mouth to its source at Lake Brajar. If the upper jar was added, it came near to being 3,000 miles long. The source of the upper jar was high in the Tyr Mountains, at Horsekill Lake and Sayre. Like a wart, Alaria lay clinging to its eastern bank. It was as filthy and decadent a city as could be found anywhere in the world. A safe haven for pirates and outlaws of all stripes, it was a clearinghouse for all their ill-gotten gains. Alaria was also a major center in the lucrative slave trade, with some of the richest slave houses in the Jarlands. It was a city that thrilled Danica like no other. Nowhere else did death and danger lurk in every shadow. Men and women, warriors and wizards, constantly plotted ways to gain power and wealth or exact bloody vengeance on each other. No one could truly be trusted. Danica found herself becoming more excited. It would be good to be in a city again. It had taken less than a week of hard flying to reach, but Danica hadn't really been inside a Jarland city in quite a while. Especially such a familiar and exciting Jarland city as Alaria. She could clearly see the tall whitewashed walls and towers of King's all jutting above the surrounding cypress forest. Within minutes she started making out the rest of the city. The familiar islands and buildings gave her a warm feeling. Multicolored sails dotted the harbor within its encircling walls. The docks were thick with moored ships. Most of the ships were the long, low war galleys. Mostly pirate ships. Indicating Kat should follow her, Danica began her descent. She took them down slowly. Alaria didn't have an air cavalry, so they wouldn't be challenged. Not that the Alarians challenged anyone entering their city. Pirates and slavers were its lifeblood. Too many questions, and that lot would move their business elsewhere. Instead of going straight to the Warhawk area on the largest island, Danica flew across the city and then made a slow circle. She wanted Kat to get a good look at it, and she also enjoyed looking down on cities like that. A thick granite wall encircled Alaria. There were only two gates. The wide river gate where all the ships entered and the swamp gate where the land traffic arrived via the swamp road. Inside were a handful of large islands and a number of smaller ones. Most of the smaller islands held only a single structure, usually a castle or other fortified building. Most were home to either slavers or mages. "The biggest island is Alaria, the old city," Danica shouted. "Mostly we call it the Big Isle." They flew over King's Isle, which was the only large island protected by its own walls. It was filled with small parks and ornate palaces. The city's ruling class lived there, protected from the cutthroats and the rest of their city. "We're going to land on Cyprus," she shouted, pointing at the easternmost island. Cyprus Island was little more than a giant plaza with a few taverns, inns, and warehouses surrounding it along its shore. That was where most trading caravans entered and stopped, with the goods spreading out to the city from there. After 2 circles, they descended into Harold's Warhawk Eyrie. The eyrie had a landing roost in its center where they were expected to land, so she headed for it. Landing on one end, she waited as Cat landed her bird on the other end of the overlong roost. They watched as a couple of workers hurried over and secured the birds to the roost. Then they dropped their saddle ladders and climbed down. "Peace, hawkers." "Welcome to Alaria," an elderly man cried happily, limping up. "How long will you be roosting your birds?" Danica gave him a crooked smile. She knew old Harold. He had owned the Warhawk Eyrie for years, inherited it from his father. He was as cheerful and honest a man as could be found in Alaria, which wasn't saying much. Though he did give an honest value for his services. He also bought and sold warhawks. "We'd rather sell them," she said. "We don't plan on leaving the city soon." "At least not in this body," Danica thought. "Don't say," he said, getting a crafty look about him. Danica suppressed a smile. She already knew he was a lousy haggler, but thought of himself as quite the deal-maker. "Had them long?" He gave the worker beside Danica's warhawk a signal to unfasten its restraining strap. "Just for the trip down from Ismat al-Haratha." He grinned at her answer. "Don't blame you for that. Knocked months off the trip with birds." "Easily," she said, looking back up at her great golden brown warhawk saddle. The warhawk hopped down off the roost and squatted. Harold stepped up close and started examining its beak, eyes, and feathers right off. Danica didn't know enough about warhawks to know exactly what he was looking for, but was already beginning to feel guilty over the hard use she and Cat put the beasts through. She hoped Harold wouldn't be able to tell. He spent a good 10 minutes looking the bird over before starting again with Cat's bird. "They're a bit overused and underfed," he said, giving them a disapproving look. When both women winced guiltily, he said, "But I'll take them off your hands." Danica used all the feminine while she had mastered it the golden girl on poor old Harold. She got him flustered, and his marginal haggling abilities quickly went downhill afterwards. When she and Cat walked out of the Warhawk Eyrie, they had more than they would have had to pay for the birds, if they had paid for them. Considerably more. "You sure you want to be a man again?" Cat said with a laugh. "I've seen some women who knew how to turn it on, but you put them all to shame. I don't think I'd try that with someone I didn't know as well as Harold. I've been around long enough to know that there is always someone out there who is more than capable of calling your bluff," she said in good humor. "Do that to the wrong man in this city, and I'd likely not have any choice in the matter afterwards." Cat nodded agreement, then glanced around. "What now?" Indicating the Warhawk Tavern across the street, Danica suggested with a hopeful grin. "We could go in for an ale and talk about it." "Can we get something to eat there?" Cat asked, eyeing the rundown structure doubtfully. "Should we rent a room there, too?" Danica frowned and thought a moment. "No. We should go over to Alaria Island. The West Wind Inn would be a better place. I'm not sure the Warhawk Tavern serves food, or even rents rooms. It's really more brothel than tavern." "Then the West Wind it is." Danica hesitated. "What's the matter? You don't want to go to the West Wind?" "It's not that," she said, glancing around to ensure they weren't being listened in on. "The Street of Witches isn't far from here. I was thinking of going over there first and looking for a friend of mine. A witch? Yes, a Vicon, she said. Elise is a warrior witch here in Alaria. We've ridden together before. I can trust her, so I thought about engaging her to teach me to use the talisman. Will a witch know how to use it? I hear that witchcraft and sorcery are completely different, Kat said. Danica shrugged. Won't know unless we ask. Besides, the Vicon witch back in Elfhaven told me to find a Vicon to teach me how to use it. So they must know something. Kat just snorted. They found a brightly painted skiff and paid the owner to take them over to Alaria Island. The water was filled with boats of all sizes ferrying people and goods between the islands. The trip to Alaria Island was short. Danica led the way toward the Street of Witches. As they walked in silence, she reveled in the familiar sights and sounds of the riverside city. After so long on the steppes and desert, the cypress and rotting with smells of the swamps mingled in with the city odors of cooking food and human waste, giving her a warm feeling of homecoming. She even found the humidity of the subtropical city a pleasant change. She noticed Kat looking around with interest. Not exactly Tamara, Danica said. Hardly. Tamara was one of the most beautiful cities I've ever seen, she said. Alaria is the second ugliest city I've ever seen. Maybe that's why I like it so. How's that? Kat grinned sheepishly. I was born in a city very similar to this one. It was the ugliest city I've ever seen. Glancing around wistfully, this is as close to home as I'll ever get. They turned onto a much more crowded street that wound upward toward the center of Alaria Island. Why not just go back to Zahari? Danica started to say. Then hand reaching for hilt, that's him. That's Taylor. Reaching for her hilt, Kat asked, where? Over there, she said, pointing toward two men talking at an intersection. The dark-haired one. That's my body. Kat grinned. Pretty. Danica flushed crimson. Taylor was decked out in flowing red silk robes with golden dragons and serpents elaborately intertwined. He looked more like a pampered courtier than a powerful wizard, much less a fearless warrior. Gods! How could he dress like that? People will think it is me. Grinning wickedly, you know, Danica, I could go for a man like that, if he wasn't so effeminate, You're not very funny, Kat, she growled and started for the wizard. What are you doing? Kat asked. We've got to learn. It was too late. Taylor. You soulless bastard. I've come for you. Danica cried as she launched herself at him. God of mercy. Kat cried out and followed her. Taylor spun at Danica's cry with wide eyes. Seeing them, he threw up his right arm and spoke a word of power. A brilliant orange fireball shot out at the charging women. They dropped to the ground to avoid being burned to a crisp as he took off running down a side street. Darusa! I demand vengeance. Danica cried out to the goddess of hate and revenge. She jumped to her feet and darted around the corner in pursuit. Kat, who had been faster in Tamara and Ismet al-Haratha, was left behind. Danica's rage was giving her speed and strength she hadn't known previously. Danica, remember what the goddess said. Danica didn't hear, or didn't choose to hear, Kat. All she could think of was catching Taylor and exacting her vengeance. As she ran, every single pain, indignation, humiliation, and insult came back to her. Her sale to the house of Mycom, her capture by the Jordani and their treatment of her, Fulger's betrayal, Horse, and then Facer, and the way they made her feel. It was all Taylor's fault. She wasn't gaining on him, but his robes were slowing him down enough for her to maintain the interval and prevented him from escaping. She thought that fair punishment for making Danic look like a sissy. Seeing him duck down an alley, her heart soared. She knew that alley. It dead-ended a short ways in. She had him now. Rounding the corner, she spotted him coming back up the alley. Halt, bastard! Taylor skidded to a halt. Eyeing her warily, he began pacing forward more cautiously. He didn't look overly concerned. He obviously didn't realize just how angry she was. "I never thought to see you again," Taylor said, attempting a grin. "Been having fun?" "I mean to demonstrate just how much fun I'd had," she growled, tightening her grip on the sword. "I think not," Taylor said as he came within half a dozen paces of her. His arm sprung up and a fireball shot out. Danica, who was trying to dive out of the way, was hit full in the side. With screams of terror, she began beating at the flames engulfing her. She could feel her skin blistering and melting away under the arcane fires. Hysterical with fear and pain, she began running, consumed with thoughts of finding water and jumping in. Powerful hands lifted her bodily and slammed her to the hard cobbles. Maddened by fear and pain, she clawing at her captor's face and eyes in a vain attempt to escape. Then she was rolled back and forth on the ground until the flames were snuffed out. "Danica, are you all right?" Kat asked, eyes full of worry. "No," she croaked out. "Where's Taylor?" Her shirt had been half consumed in the flames, and parts of her breeches down to her knees were burned away. What skin was left underneath was all an angry red or blackened, and much of it already beginning to blister. In places the skin was completely burned away, revealing scorched ribs and red meat. Kat had to look away from her fire-ravaged body. "You fool! The goddess warned you against attacking too early," Kat said, shaking her angrily. "Do you just have a death wish?" "Taylor?" "He's gone," she said. "Why did you do that?" "Why?" "I'm sorry," she whispered, jaw clenched in pain. "I don't know what came over me." "I do. You people are all a bunch of homicidal killers," Kat snapped, scooping Danica up in her arms. "Now, which way to the switch of yours?" "Just down this street a short ways." Kat bolted down the street to the next intersection. Turning right, she found herself on the Street of Witches. Men and women in the outrageous styles of armor and face paint the Vicon loved so were everywhere. Danica weakly pointed out a particularly dilapidated-looking tenement. On the second floor, Kat kicked at the indicated door. A pretty blonde answered. She was clothed in Vicon armor and face paint. Her armor was nothing more than shoulder plates of overlapping steel plates that turned up into sharp points and only reached down to her elbows. High neck guards framed her head, and steel half-moon breast cups almost protected her bosom. The armor was all lacquered bright red, just like the fierce face paint surrounding her mischievous blue eyes. Her midriff was left uncovered and unprotected. She wore red leather breeches stuffed into red thigh boots with elaborate multicolored embroidery work. "Elise?" Danica said. "I don't do healing," she said, face screwed up at the sight and odor of the horrible burns. Pointing, "Try Mother Mirelle down." "Elise, please," Danica begged softly. "It's me. Danic." "Danic?" Kat forced her way in. "Danic of Drakehorn, my lady." Glancing down at her charge, he, or she has had a most unfortunate run-in with a rather sick-minded sorceress. "Mog preserve us." "Danic, you idiot," she cried, indicating a table for Kat to lay Danica. "Didn't I warn you about messing with sorcerers? You never listened to my advice. Never, ever, dot. I wish you'd have been with us a few minutes ago, before she tried to catch the one that did this," Kat said, gently stretching her out on the table. "She took a fireball in the belly." "She stole my body, Elise," Danica said, finding it harder to remain conscious. "I need your help." "I'll do what I can," she promised, checking the burns over carefully. Then turning to Kat, "Go down to the ground floor and turn right. 3 doors down and to the left is Mother Mirelle's. Tell her it's an emergency and I need her." Nodding, Kat left without a word as Danica blacked out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. With sword drawn, Danica quietly advanced through the darkened laboratory. All about her were the strange bubbling tubes and vials of colored liquids that always seemed to be inside wizards' laboratories. Taylor had his back to her, bent over some ancient tome. She smiled. As she closed on the hated mage, she became appalled at what he was wearing. His robes were bright pink, with lacy ruffles at the collar and cuffs. She looked him over in stunned silence. The bastard knew no shame. How dare he do that to her body? Looking back up, Taylor's hair now fell down to his waist, with an ornate silver comb holding it back to expose a jewel-encrusted ear. Danica almost screamed. Then he whirled on her, now dressed in a crimson ball gown. It was more than Danica could handle. She staggered back as the wizard threw a fireball at her. Danica threw back her head and screamed as she was engulfed in flames. Danica! Wake up! Elise cried, shaking her shoulder. What? Where? Elise, dot. You were having a nightmare, she said as she turned up the oil lamp. Thank the gods, Danica sighed with feeling, laying back onto the soft mattress. Chills ran up and down her back as she thought back on how Taylor had looked in the dream. Thank the gods it was only a dream, but then she remembered how he had looked on the street. Her mood darkened at the thought. One more indignity he'll have to pay for. Glancing around expectantly, where's Kat? Sleeping, she said. Poor girl was physically and emotionally exhausted. As I recall, my adventures with you always left me the same way. Smiling at the fond memories, yes, we did have some good times. How are you feeling? Elise asked more seriously. Tired, she said, realizing for the first time just how exhausted she was. It was that feeling she remembered getting after a long swim. Strange. I'm afraid the healing took a lot out of you. Your injuries were beyond our capabilities to heal. Fortunately, we found outside help, but even then excessive amounts of energy was required. Mother Morel refused to give up any of her energy, so Kat and I gave up some of ours to supplement yours and the sorceress's. Mother Morel still remembers all the trouble you caused her last time you were in town, she said. Suddenly grinning, fortunately, she never discovered my involvement. Danica smiled. You always had a knack for that. Elisa's smile fading. What happened to you? Smiling weakly, I tried to seduce a sorceress. So she gave me her body and took mine. Elisa's face screwed up in distaste. Kat told me the sorceress was in your body. A man's body. How disgusting. Danica wondered if Elise thought that stealing a body was disgusting, or being in a man's body was something to be dreaded, but she was too tired to think on it now. I need your help to get my body back. I can see that, she said. Has Kat told you what we need? Yes, Elise said, pulling back the covers to look her over. They both noted with satisfaction that the burns were all gone, with no sign of scarring. Her body still gleamed with pungent ointment. Danica noted with surprise that even her deep tan had been restored. She thought that strange, having never heard of such a thing. Sure, witches could heal simple burns and injuries, and without scars, but the new skin was always untanned. With a start, Danica realized her injuries were far beyond witchcraft to heal. They would have required sorcery to heal, or be left to heal naturally. Sorceress, Danica said. You said something about bringing in a sorceress? Yes, Elise said with a grimace. Witches and sorceresses were known to hate each other passionately. Mother Morel and the sorceress may have been studying the talisman for the last few hours. Danica knew a moment of fear at hearing Maeve had access to that powerful and quite valuable talisman. She might be a mage, but she was at heart a mercenary little thief. Of course, it could be a different sorceress named Maeve, since in truth Carl's cousin changed her name to Maeve since she never liked her given name of Helga. Who is this Maeve? Are you sure she's safe to confide in? She's not a short, pretty redhead, is she? Maeve was really more of a Celtic name. Danica hoped it was a Celtic sorceress, and not Carl's crazy cousin. No, I don't think she can be trusted. We thought she was a Vicon from the Tyrian city of Somme. But when we sent out word of your injuries among the Vicon community, with requests for energies and advice, she hurried over and let it be known that she was a full sorceress and a personal friend of yours, Elise said. The healing took a terrible toll on her, but she did the job. I think it was the first time she had ever done such a thing. Redhead? Yes. Quite pretty, too. Danica grimaced. Maeve was a former red-headed spitfire of a lover. She was a Tyrian warrior who was Carl's first cousin, and trouble in every sense of the word. He'd heard she acquired magical knowledge and abilities since last they met. He didn't know how she did it, but if it could be stolen, Maeve would be the person to steal it. But there was no profit in worrying now. It was done. Maeve was involved. Danica would meet her later and determine if she was safe, and deal with her accordingly from there. So what have you all learned about the talisman? It powerful, that's for sure. Elise snorted nervously. More power than mere mortals were ever meant to wield, I'm sure. You sound scared, Danica said, pushing herself up to a sitting position. I am, and you should be, too, she said, frowning. Cat told us about how you called up the lightning and killed the warhawks. Danica cringed, her stomach turned sour, and gooseflesh spread across her shoulders and back. I didn't mean to kill. I know, but it just shows how dangerous it is, she said. I only know witchcraft, and that thing is beyond sorcery. It's god magic. Can you teach me to wield it? She said, starting to feel uncomfortable. I can't succeed without it. Elise smiled, I can teach you. It's easy enough for even you to handle, as long as you don't do something else stupid. Bloody great, Danica said, smiling widely. I'm ready to start now. No, she said. Tomorrow we'll show you everything you need to know. She bit her lip nervously a second, staring off into space. Tomorrow night is blood moon. Cat told us what Mog said. So tomorrow night I fight Taylor, Danica said, a sense of relief and satisfaction coming over her. Smiling, Mog promised me a victory if I fought Taylor on the next blood moon. This is that blood moon. Elise looked sharply at her. No, she didn't. Yes, she did. No, she didn't. Cat told us exactly what she said. Victory was never mentioned, but the gods' interests will be served by you attacking tomorrow night. Or at least Mog's faction, she said. That may not include you getting back your body, or even surviving the night. Danica was stunned. The idea that Mog would send her out on a suicide mission hadn't been one she would allow herself to dwell on. Who knew the minds of gods? Was she to be some sacrificial lamb? A pawn of the gods, Elise was right. She couldn't trust the gods. Not entirely. They had their own priorities. The needs and concerns of some man trapped inside an elfmaid's body were probably rather insignificant to them. If she was to succeed, she had to trust in herself and her friends. I can't ask you to help me. Then don't. Mirelle consulted the cards. If anyone other than Cat goes with you to fight Taylor, we all die. The gods don't want you to be assisted by me or any other spellcaster, she said. I will do all I can, but only you and Cat can go to fight the wizard. Even then the outcome's not certain. Why? Elise threw up her arms and began pacing before the bed. How should I know? Ask the gods. It's their bloody war, The gods are at war? Danica had visions of mass destruction on a scale not seen in 3,000 years, when the Arisen ousted the old ones. Then, entire cities had been destroyed, wiped out by powerful magics from angry gods and their vast human armies, leaving nothing but deep holes in the ground that had gradually filled with water. But the gods promised never to wage war like that again. I don't think it's the same, Maeve said in her thick Tyrian accent from the door, smiling mischievously at Danica. Scuss. Long time no see, lover. Danica barely heard her. Before her, decked out in outrageous blue-lacquered Vicon armor not unlike Elise's in style, stood Maeve, Carl's impetuous cousin. Danic's former lover and partner in way too much mischief. At 5'3" Maeve was short by any standards, much less Tyrian standards. A fact that she hated to no end. But she was one of the most vital women Danica had ever met, wild and unpredictable. Stature aside, she was shapely and quite pretty with long flame-red hair and deep blue eyes. Growing up, she had many suitors, but Maeve was not a woman to be tied down by anyone. Easily bored and quick to prove to everyone that she was at least their equal no matter what the task, most men were unable to keep up with her, unwilling or, more often than not, died trying. Her nature and a love of anything shiny and pretty led her to thievery. No other lifestyle held the death-defying intensity she needed to be happy. Danica could see the Tyrian as a thief, a mercenary, or even a charlatan Vicon which cheating people out of their hard-earned coin. But a sorceress? Impossible. Maeve barely had the discipline needed to learn the sword. She was just too action-oriented and easily bored to be able to stand a life of intense study of books to learn new spells. Looking disappointed, Maeve continued. But it's war, no doubt. The cards didn't lie. She sighed, looking off into space. Mother Morell is thinking the gods, maybe, want you to prevent a war. I tend to agree, though forecasting the future isn't what I do best. Fortune-telling is more a natural-born talent than magic. You're the sorceress? Danica asked. Truly? Last I saw you, Dot. Yes, Maeve interrupted, giving Danica a look that screamed shut up. It has been years since we parted ways. I have since completed my magical training. Danica fell back on the bed, her head spinning. What was Maeve's little game here? She was always scheming something. Her skills with weapons were at best adequate, with her only real talent being thievery. How she ever became a sorceress was beyond Danica, but it did make her more dangerous. Like most Tyrians, she was totally full of herself and was always hatching plans to attain great wealth and glory. Unfortunately, Maeve's schemes usually went wrong due to impatience and ill planning on her part. Danica had the sinking feeling Maeve's latest scheme might include the talisman, or Danica herself. Whatever Maeve's plans were, Danica had to get herself focused on the coming fight with Taylor. You agree with the God War theory then, Danica said, propping herself up on an elbow. You think the gods want me to stop a war? How? By killing Taylor. She shrugged. We don't know what they want, truly. They may just want you to push him in a certain direction, maybe losing your own life in the bargain. But what about the talisman? They wouldn't have given it to me if they wanted me to lose. Maeve hesitated, uncertainty evident in her mobile face. Elise spoke up. Perhaps. Unless they wanted this Taylor to have it. If you lose, he'll get the talisman. The thought of Taylor with the talisman's power gave her gooseflesh. The black-hearted bastard would be almost invincible. Indeed, it would take an army of wizards to stop him, and wizards rarely cooperated with each other. The few exceptions were the court mages of most kingdoms and powerful fiefs. Yet infighting among them was said to be frightening. With that kind of power, Taylor probably could create his own empire. An empire ruled by magic and long-living wizards. What army could defeat it? Could he re-establish the ancient Tyrocilian Empire? It relied heavily on magic and armies of wizards and witches. It took the gods to destroy them. You really know how to cheer me up when I'm down, Danica said, sliding back into a prone position. Elise smiled. Cheer up, my lady. She and Maeve roared with laughter at Danica's startled look. I'll do everything in my power to assist you and your exotic friend. As will I, Maeve said, blue eyes a sparkle. Danica just smiled weakly. Even if she succeeded and recovered her body, she had a bad feeling that her friends weren't going to let her forget this ever. She could already hear the jokes. Maeve stepped closer. She grinned with wicked delight, wagging her brows. "So, tell us, just how did you become a girl?" she asked, eyes afire with mischief. "And tell us every sordid detail of your time as a woman." Chapter 20. Maeve slipped into her borrowed flat down the hall from Elise's. Snapping her fingers and pointing at an oil lamp, it immediately flared up and burned brightly. The flat was drafty and humid, doing little to brighten her mood. Pausing just inside the door, she frowned at the reception she'd received from Danica. At first Danica seemed surprised, which was to be expected, but then she turned all business. Gods, they were once lovers. Couldn't the Danic still in her at least acknowledge that fact somehow? Even a warm greeting would have sufficed. "He is cool towards me because I am a powerful sorceress now, and he's still just a simple mercenary," she said, lifting her chin. Then remembering that he was now, she brought a smile to her pretty oval face. Gods, how Danic must be suffering. By the gods, he'll never look upon women the same. His betrayal of her still stung. How could he have chosen her cousin over her? Then, when she confronted the two of them over it, and she and the two-timing harlot squared off with bared steel, he turned his back on both of them and began chasing some other tart. Maeve glanced back at the closed door wistfully. "But, lyss damn me, I adore that bastard. I'm such a fool." Walking towards her bedroom, she started loosening the straps securing her Vicon armor. Once in the other room, she pulled the steel pin holding the breast cups together and shook everything off. It hit the floorboards with a metallic clatter, immediately forgotten. She spent a moment gently massaging her sore breasts, silently cursing the Vicon and their ridiculous tastes in armor and fashion. Finally, she struggled out of her embroidered thigh boots and leather breeches, and slipped into a white cotton dressing robe. Sitting on the edge of her narrow bed, she warily eyed the double-ringed pentacle chalked onto the floorboards in one corner. She hated dealing with demons, the devious hellions, but she had a few more questions to ask. Demons being inherently deceitful in their dealings with humans, she had to be very careful what she asked and how she asked it. Then double and triple check the answers. After pouring herself a glass of warm wine and downing it in one gulp, Maeve took a deep breath and knelt beside the pentacle. Blanking her mind, she visualized what she wanted and began chanting the first words to hold the demon within the pentacle, and away from her throat. With the wards all in place, and double-checked, she started on the elaborate sing-song chant that pulled the demon she wanted out of his own realm of existence and into her pentacle. His arrival was heralded by a gust of sulphurous air and vehement threats in a language she didn't understand. Opening her eyes, Maeve looked the 3-foot-tall red-skinned, golden-horned demon over with a grim smile. The little monster was raging, as usual, threatening vile and hideous vengeance on her if she didn't free him immediately. She had set up wards powerful enough to hold a demon 10 times his strength, so she was safe enough. "Oh, be quiet," she chided. "We both know you haven't the power to make good on any of your threats. I am your mistress, and must be obeyed, Ot. I have already answered all your questions, barbarian." Zagar Laban just snarled. "You are just too stupid to remember my answers." "Don't you dare call me stupid, demon," Maeve warned, blue eyes burning with rage. "I am more than powerful enough to transfer you into the body of some small, helpless animal, and then torture it for years." Zagar Laban just hissed at her, causing Maeve to pull away involuntarily. He squealed with laughter at her cringe. "Bastard," she cried, leaping to her feet. Drawing a simple rune in the air, Maeve spoke a word of power and sent a bolt into the suddenly screaming demon. With another quickly drawn rune, she chanted a short cantrip that prolonged the agony just long enough to get the demon to start begging for mercy. "Do not anger me again, little demon," Maeve warned through clenched teeth. "I'm known for my temper, and very quick response to any insult." The demon glared daggers at her a moment, then slowly bowed and asked, "How may I serve you, mistress?" "That's more like it," Maeve said. "I have questions about the goblin leading the urchins here in Alaria." Are there any other goblins assisting him? None, mistress. Are there any other magical powers he possesses that will threaten me? Only if he lays hands on you, mistress, the demon admitted. His little black eyes twinkled with wicked delight. Then all your wards will do you no good. Yes, demon, I'm more than aware of how magic works, she said, eyes narrowing. Now, again, his gift is persuasion only, right? That is true, mistress. No creature on your world can possess more than one divine gift. And his regular magic is weaker than my own? Yes, mistress. One last question, Maeve said. Tell me about alternate escape routes out of his. A knock at the door startled her. Who could it be? She grimaced thinking of the possibilities. The Vicon would want her out of their tenement now that they knew the truth. She was not a Vicon, or even a witch, but a much feared sorceress. They had to be convinced to let her stay there at least a while longer. If she was kicked out now, it would ruin everything. Sending the demon back to the hellish realm that spawned him, she hurried into the next room. Who is it? Danica. Danic is coming to me. He realizes he was being rude and wants to apologize, she thought ecstatically. Then she took on a cool demeanor. But I won't make it easy for the callous dog. Opening the door, please come in, Danic. Then seeing Danica's surprised look, Danica. I am sorry. I haven't quite gotten used to the idea of a former lover of mine being turned into a girl, much less an elfmaid. Danica grunted as she entered. No offense taken. I'm not used to being a woman. With that talisman, you won't be a woman for much longer, she said. I'll tell you true, if it wasn't your talisman I'd have taken it right away. No doubt, Danica said and scowled. That's one reason I've come here to see you. Outraged, you think I'll betray you? You think I'll rob you, Danica winced. No. Not that, Danica said. I'm just worried about what your plans were before I showed up. What little scheme to get rich have you brewed up, Maeve? Nothing that involves you, she said. If it involves the Vicon, then it involves me, Danica said. These people have been helping me. Many are my friends, and I won't let you swindle them or otherwise bring harm to them. Maeve waved her concerns aside. Don't worry. I only need the Vicon to provide cover to get at what I truly want. Which is gold. Goblin gold. Goblin gold? Are you crazy? They'll eat you alive. I don't think so. I got it all figured out, she said. I've found a lone goblin here in the city, and with my magic and his stolen gift. You'll march right off to your doom, Danica said. You can't steal a gift like you can a mage's magic. No, you're wrong, Danica. If caught and the proper ritual performed, a gifted must bestow his or her gift on his captor. I know the proper ritual, and now I have the magical knowledge to capture this particular gifted one, she said. Then giving her a hard look, or did your mother forget to teach you Tyrian lore and legend? Leave my mother out of this, Danica said. It's all myth. Nothing more. You're risking your life on the promise of a fairy tale. Before you run off and cross spells with a goblin, think on this. Are unicorns magical? According to fairy tales, they are. In the olden days they were magical, back when dragons could fly and the old ones ruled the world, she countered. Since unicorns were the result of elven magic, the arisen gods chose to take away their magical properties. Where'd you hear that from? Holding herself more erect, I am a sorceress now. I have studied many ancient tomes and histories. Sorceress, huh? So, tell me, how did you steal your magical powers? I didn't steal them. Right, and dragons don't shit in the woods, Danica said. You don't have the discipline to learn the high arts, Maeve. Remember, I've known you for years. I didn't steal my powers, she said. Then she rolled her eyes and looked quite mischievous. Wagging her brows, I earned them. How's that? About a year back, I came across a wizard in some in dire need of my special skills and acquisitions, she said. So I made him swear an oath to Sanker to reward me with whatever payment I demanded. Now, being a wily warrior, I made it look like I would want great wealth, but in the end I demanded he share all his magical powers and knowledge. And the god of oaths and vows forced him to give you what you wanted. Exactly. He had to share all of his magical knowledge with me, she said. She practically beamed with pride. Tyrians loved outwitting someone even more than defeating them in a fight. So I am a sorceress now. So he was forced to magically put all his knowledge of magic into your head, Danica said. She nodded. Wow. I'm shocked he didn't kill you immediately after fulfilling his promise. Who said he didn't try? Danica stared at her grimly. Tara did something similar with her when she stole her body. Tara gained all of Danic's knowledge, as well as his body. She also stripped the Elfmaid's body of all knowledge of magic, so Danica couldn't use it. Shaking her head sadly, Maeve, when will you learn? You always take the easy way. You are never willing to invest the time and sacrifice to attain something honestly, with hard work and determination. Please, my lady, spare me the lecture, she said, eyeing her darkly. It's a bad habit of yours. I only lecture those I care about. Maeve looked away quickly. Danica watched her intently, making Maeve wonder what she was thinking. Was she recalling how good they were together? How good they were in bed? She looked Danica over. It was a little irritating to admit it, but Danica was a far more beautiful woman than her. What a waste of all that beauty. Her eyes dropped to Danica's nether regions. No fun for me tonight. I have been studying hard, she said. Magic is a difficult, and very dangerous, discipline. If I am just the least bit unwary, my own magic will kill me. Though I don't approve, if it made you even a little more cautious and thoughtful, I'm grateful for that, Danica said. It has. Then you will be careful? Please? I'm always careful, Maeve said, hurrying over to hug Danica. Danica slowly pulled away and turned back to the door. Part of her wanted Danica to stay, another part hadn't completely dealt with the whole Elfmaid thing. Danica, could you do me a little favor, Which is? I'm afraid our Vicon hosts will want me out of the tenement by morning, she said. Looking up beseechingly, could you help me stay at least until after you tangle with this tailor? In case you need me. She smiled warmly. I'll see what I can do. I knew I could count on you, Maeve said, returning her smile. Danica nodded, gnawing at her lower lip and staring off into space. Maeve waited patiently, fascinated by this behavior. Danic never hesitated. He knew what he wanted, and went after it almost single-mindedly. A trait she admired. This transformation had brought about certain changes in personality. I have some questions you might be able to help me with, Danica said at length. Reaching out and laying a comforting hand on Danica's arm, are you having female problems? No. I don't think so. Danica paused, staring off into space a moment. What sort of problems could I have? Maeve shrugged. Lots, since I doubt you knowing much about proper hygiene and such. Oh no, during my stay at the Golden, where I met Kat, there were a lot of women eager to offer advice, Danica said, dismissing that with a wave of the hand. But that's not what is bothering me. Again, she hesitated. I seem to have developed certain abilities. Magic abilities. Maeve was suddenly alert, all humor gone from her features. Tell me about them, Danica, she said, stepping closer. Well, I can see magic, Danica said, watching her face closely. I see sort of a misty light around spellcasters, that begins to intensify and swirl when they cast spells. Is that all? Yes. Except the colors aren't necessarily the same. In Maug's temple, all her altars were surrounded by pink and blue magics, while the talisman emits a pure white light. Maeve shrugged, looking disappointed. Elves are magical beings. Then I can wield this elven magic? Maybe with years of training. I haven't the foggiest idea how it works. No one but the elves really do. However, your mage sight is simple enough to learn. Probably the elfmaid whose body you are inhabiting had a natural talent for it. You can do it? Sure. It'd be easy. Any mage can. What about witches? No. Mage sight is sorcery. Though I suppose they could learn the spell easily enough, I've never encountered a witch that used it. I think they have their own way of making those determinations, but it never occurred to me to ask, she said, then remembered something else. I've heard that most royals can use mage sight, and that in the Empire even the lowest nobility is trained to use it. I've even heard that custom is starting to spread across the Tyrian kingdoms and the Jarlands. Then again, I haven't cared enough to look into it. Next question. Who are these Drew? I've heard several people mention them around me, even suggest I might be of that caste. I got the impression they are feared. Maeve gave her a speculative look. He was much better educated, receiving a classical education. She would think he'd know more about that subject. Was it some sort of test? The Drew caste is the priestly caste of the forest elves. They are also their only spellcasters. By all accounts, the Drew are the highest and most honored of all the elven castes. Most elven leaders are Drew. What is it about me that tells everyone I'm Drew? Maeve frowned a moment. I don't know that much about elves, especially the forest elves, but from what I recall, each caste is quite distinctive in appearance. Hair and eye color are important, as is size and shape of the ears. I only know for sure that Drew caste has blonde hair and blue eyes and small ears, while warrior caste has black hair and black eyes. I think high castes have small ears and low castes have large ears. Can mages steal my Drew powers? Are they another threat I have to watch out for? No. Humans can't use elven magic, though I believe elves can learn human magic. Will being Drew hurt or help me in the use of the talisman? It won't matter. Talismans are notoriously indiscriminating about who they help or hurt. Danica rolled that around in her mind a moment. Maeve watched her, seeing Danic in the way she absorbed information and processed it. It was a shame Danica couldn't call on elven magics, because they could do so much together by combining the strengths of both human and elven magic. You've changed, Maeve said. Suddenly defensive, I'm still the same man underneath. That hasn't changed. Yes, it has. You be different. Very different. Danica's face flushed bright crimson. With fists clenched, she glared at Maeve. Maeve watched in growing fascination. Danic had never displayed such emotion. He was always in such awesome control of any situation and herself. It's being in this bloody female body that's changing me. It keeps betraying me. It shames and humiliates me constantly. How so? Danica panicked. She had secrets, and Maeve wanted to know them all. Yet, at the same time, it provided opportunity for some fun. I see the problem, Maeve said. Danica looked at her warily. So much raw emotion on display. You've become the woman you so terribly feared you'd become. No. Yes, you have. She gave a short laugh. It's not your fault, but then again, maybe so. You have strong opinions on what a woman should be, how she should act and feel. Subconsciously, you are warring with yourself. One side wants to deny what you've become, the other wants to behave according to your notions of womanhood. I should watch you closely, to see what kind of woman you truly admire. Danica turned delightfully red. For a second, Maeve thought she was going to start sputtering. Yes, she struck Bone with that observation. You're crazy. So I've been told. Danica stared at her a long moment, then scowled, getting angrier. Snorting in disgust, she turned on her heel and marched toward the door. Danica! Maeve called. She stopped, waiting without turning around. I love you. Danica clenched her fist and strode out with purpose. She didn't bother closing the door. Shaking her head, Maeve stepped into the hallway and watched her former lover act like some spoiled brat. Did Danic like women who behaved so childishly? Or was he just unable to accept the truth? She decided it had to be the latter. She could never bring herself to believe Danic was attracted to such women. This must be eating the poor thing alive, she muttered. Even the strongest man has his limits. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The courtyard was empty. The surrounding stone tenement loomed over it, leaving it smothered in early morning shadows. From at least 3 of the windows above, free-spirited Vicon music could be heard. The joyful sounds of playing children and their barking dogs echoed in from the street outside. Normally, the courtyard would be filled with the Vicon living in the tenement, but Elise had reserved it for the day. Now remember, Elise said. Be extra careful about who and what you are thinking. The talisman will target whatever is foremost in your mind. Is that what happened to the Warhawks? Kat said. Danica gave Kat a sharp look. Why does she keep bringing that up? Probably. She meant to attack the men, but her primary concern was probably for the Warhawks, so you see why it's so important to concentrate, she said, looking hard at Danica. Danica nodded, frowning. She still felt weak from the magical healing the previous night, but after a big breakfast was beginning to feel better. Elise promised her strength would be back to normal after a few more hours. Both she and Kat had new clean clothes to wear. Kat chose black breeches and a dark gray shirt. Only Kat would pick dark gray. Of Danica's old clothes, only her step boots survived unscathed. She was grateful. The last thing she needed was to break in a new pair now. Otherwise, she was dressed much as before in a white shirt and black breeches. This talisman will give you an advantage the wizard doesn't have, Elise continued. Holding it up, this is powered by god magic, so you don't have to worry about storing life energy or using too much too soon and running out. I don't understand, Kat said. What's this life energy? They took some of mine during the healing, and it exhausted me. Elise frowned. Spellcasters had an inborn aversion to discussing magic, or how it worked, with common people. Our bodies created when we eat, she said. Think of it as your vitality. And you need it for magic? Magic is powered, fueled by life energy, she said, trying to come up with an explanation Kat could understand. Like a fire burns wood, magic burns this energy. Most magic users store this energy for their spells. Where do they get it? Kat asked. Elise gave her a hard look. Danica was pleased to see Kat was making someone else squirm for a change. How witches and mages got their life energy was well known by most, and uncomfortable for all. Mostly, they siphon off and store the energy from large domestic animals, like horses and cows, but sometimes they steal it from others. The unscrupulous will steal it from derelicts and vagrants, or others no one will come looking for. They kill them? Kat said. Danica recalled a few times in her past, as Danic, where he donated some of his life energies with a mage to win a battle. Army mages didn't take much from people, since it left the donor weakened until he'd eaten once or twice. I know mages will steal the stored life energy of another mage if they defeat them in magic battle, Danica said. Yes, Elise said, shrugging. Witches don't need much to fuel witchcraft, so we rarely have to steal it. However, sorcery especially requires a great deal of this energy, so it would take quite a few derelicts. They are already weak and don't have much to give. She paused to think. Too many dead bodies, even in Alaria, spook the people and start investigations the mage wouldn't want. So they don't steal all of it, Danica said. That's right. They tend to hang around taverns and wait for derelicts or, more hopefully, warriors to pass out drunk. Then they steal some of their energy. Smiling wickedly, it's really quite ingenious. The drunk bastards are so sick the next day they don't realize anything's amiss. Danica and Kat looked at each other wide-eyed. Both wondered if they had fallen prey to wizards in the past. Changing the subject, Kat said, "So why is this talisman so much better?" "It doesn't require any life energy to use," she said. "In effect, you will be tapping Mog's own energy. Otherwise, that first time Danica called up all those lightning bolts might have killed her. That was enough energy to drain the average person." Gods, Danica thought, a sick feeling in her stomach. Taking the crystal globe from Elise, Danica studied it a moment. It was heavy, and warm to the touch. That pleasant feeling still emanated from it, running all the way up her arm. Shifting to her mage sight, she watched the threads of power wind up her arm with the tingling. "Exactly how do I use this?" she asked. Elise gave her a stern look. "You visualize what you want first, then lock it into your mind. Then you give it a one-word command that best describes what you want. What is locked in your conscious mind is of the utmost importance in this. The word is only the trigger, and can in truth be any word you so choose." Eyeing her warily, "I was visualizing those guards being struck down, but that didn't happen." "You were probably not being specific enough. Next time, try to visualize one person being struck down and how they are to be struck down," she said. "I suspect you were not concentrating hard enough to focus the talisman's power, which would also explain why you had the problem of sometimes nothing happening." Danica sighed. Maybe Elise was right, but she was pretty sure she was concentrating at the time. "All right, I can do that," she said, looking around. Seeing a half-dead fruit tree in one corner of the tiny courtyard, she envisioned it being struck by lightning, but a single bolt thundered out of the globe and shattered the tree. Danica turned to smile at Elise, only to see her staring at the smoldering ruin in horror. "You killed Mirel's plum tree," she whispered. "It was almost dead." "It still produced fruit," she shot back. Then looking worried again, "They aren't native to these parts. She brought it back from the Amazon Empire 20 years ago." "I know how you feel," Kat said, giving Danica a sharp look. "She never seems to consider the consequences of her actions or how others feel about it. Just like a man." "It was only a lousy tree," Danica said. "But it meant a lot to Mother Mirel. It reminded her of happier times," Elise said. Scowling, Danica turned her back on the two women. She marveled at how women could always make her feel guilty. Was it their nature? Or something they taught each other to get back at men? Then a thought came to her. Visualizing the smoldering tree to be whole and lush, she held out the talisman, "Restore." In a flash of light the fruit tree became tall, lush, and heavy with fruit. Kat and Elise gasped at the sight. Danica gave a haughty wave of her hand. A gift to repay Mother Mirel for all her assistance. "Nicely done," Kat praised. "I agree. I couldn't have done better myself," Elise said, smiling. "Mother Mirel will surely be pleased." Bowing, "I accept your adulations humbly." They rolled their eyes. Continuing, "But, pray tell, how do I capture a wizard? I might be able to turn him into stone, or strike him down with lightning, but I want to capture him uninjured." Elise shrugged. "Batter down his defenses. Don't think you're going to just walk in there and capture him effortlessly. He's an archmage for sure and can still defeat you handily if you aren't careful." Danica held up the talisman. "I have more power. And he has more experience using it," she said. "Tell me, does the biggest warrior always win? Or the warrior with the biggest muscles or the biggest sword? Or does skill and experience ever play into it?" Danica scowled at her a moment. Then what do you suggest? That's the problem. In the hands of a witch or mage, that talisman would make them all but invincible, she said. But an ordinary person like you will have real problems coming up with solutions. What do you mean? Kat asked, starting to get worried again. Frowning, this tailor will be throwing everything he has at you when he realizes what you have. You will have to conjure up a credible defense to counter each different attack. Won't the talisman automatically protect us? Danica said. Did it protect you against the priests? She asked. The gods never make it that easy. I think they receive some perverse pleasure out of all this. Why do you think the bloody thing is made out of crystal instead of steel? Kat said, what can we do to protect ourselves from Taylor's magic? Smiling weakly, I've got something here that might help a little. She pulled 2 amber bead necklaces out of her coin purse. Handing one to each woman, each bead is an amulet that somewhat protects the bearer from magical attack. Great! Danica cried. Somewhat? Kat said. Shrugging, I'm only a witch. He's a wizard. His magic is far stronger than mine, so the more powerful the spells he casts are, the more beads that will be neutralized. And when all the beads are used up, we don't have any more magical protection, Danica said, putting the necklace on. Good enough. Thanks, Elise, I knew I could count on you. Now, back to work, Elise said. First, give your necklace to Kat. Shrugging, Danica removed the necklace and handed it to Kat. Elise promptly pointed a finger at Danica and spoke a word of power, sending a bolt into her chest. Danica was slapped to the hard cobbles with a cry of pain. Sloppy, Elise chided. You let your guard down. Danic would have never made that mistake. Seething, Danica climbed back to her feet. I didn't expect an attack from you. Expect it from anywhere, damn you. You're going to fight an archmage. He's not going to be polite and wait for you to get ready. You'll be lucky if he doesn't begin his attack even before you reach his home. Believe me, if he has his guard up, he'll see you coming from a long way off. So be prepared for anything. How can I be prepared for something I don't know about? This morning I'm going to teach you what I know, and run you both through a few defensive drills using the talisman. This afternoon Maeve will take over. As a sorceress, she'll be considerably more helpful in letting you know what to expect. Danica grimaced. She dreaded meeting with Maeve again. She regretted ever going to talk with her last night. She especially regretted her impetuous departure, knowing it only went to confirm Maeve's assessment of her problem. It was a verdict Danica could not accept. Why isn't she here now? Kat asked. Her dark eyes narrowed as she looked around suspiciously. I don't trust her. She doesn't feel right. Danica's head snapped up at that. I agree, but... Elise started. Hey! Maeve's my friend. She won't do anything to jeopardize us, Danica said. If you say so, Kat said, but she didn't look convinced. Clearing her throat, Elise changed the subject. I think we should direct our energies toward your training. Danica first. Take the talisman across the courtyard, and be prepared to block anything I throw at you. I'll start out slow and obvious at first. Chapter 21. Maeve eased quietly down into the cellars of the Vicon tenement. Danica and Kat were upstairs preparing to depart on their mission. She would have liked to use the talisman on this exploit, but she just couldn't bring herself to steal from Danica. She had to be more than thorough this time. Nothing could be left to chance. Dealing with a goblin was deadly serious business. Goblins were one of the old races, and all were a little magical. They were generally no taller than a dwarf, but slim like elves. They tended to look like twisted little elves. They were also known to really enjoying eating the flesh of humans, dwarves, and elves. Many people thought of goblins as half-wits, due to their incomprehensible shenanigans and mischief-making. Maeve knew better. They were cunning and fearless warriors, and like elves, they were deceptively strong, agile, and fast. From her conjuring, she knew Kairos was a young male outcast. She was unable to discern his crime, but suspected the goblin ruler feared his gift. His youth and inexperience would prove his undoing, and Maeve would have his gift. With the gift of persuasion, no door would be closed to her. Anything and anyone would be hers for the asking. Even Danic. Maeve quickly found herself in the lowest cellar. The granite walls were glassy to the touch, indicating they had been blasted out of the bedrock with searing eldritch bolts and fires. Besides being faster, the process also sealed the chambers from the seeping swamp waters above. Amid tightly packed crates and barrels, she cleared out an area next to the west wall. Taking out a piece of blue chalk, she began drawing a large pentacle on the wall. Maeve spent the better part of the night placing very special spells on the chalk, and the rest of the night precasting the wards and fighting spells she might need in her little adventure. The pentacle drawn, she encircled it with 2 lines and started drawing runes between the lines. Once that was done, she drew a large pentagon around the whole thing. And more runes just inside it. After looking everything over one last time, she stopped to catch her breath and steel herself for what was about to come. If only one of the runes was drawn incorrectly, or even improperly spaced around the pentacle or pentagon, she could end up in some really nasty demon realm. Or worse, create a gateway for the demons of another realm to enter hers. Assured her efforts were correct in every detail, she turned back to herself. A quick mental inventory showed she had any and all even remotely needed spells for assault or defense already cast and waiting for a word of power to trigger them. She had ample life energy stored and ready. Her Vicon armor sheathed her body, or at least the important parts, and she had her newly enchanted shortsword, belt knife, and daggers. For a fleeting second, she hesitated, thinking of others who might need her. Gods, how Maeve hated being uncertain. Should she wait until after Blood Moon for either Danic, whether male or still female, to return? Or go about her business and win her prize from Kairos, who was organizing and leading the city's street urchin population? In truth, there was nothing she could do here but wait. She had finished her duties of further instructing Danica and Kat in the talisman's powers and uses. Besides, if all went well, she'd be back within the hour. And she will enjoy the stupid look on Danic's face when she returns with her prize. I might as well get this over with, she muttered, clearing her mind to all but the called-upon spell. Drawing runes in the air, Maeve began chanting softly in a harsh language she only barely understood. A fact she tried not to think about, knowing that if she misspoke even one word the spell would be altered. Probably in a way detrimental to her life, limbs, and schemes. Probably wouldn't do her friends upstairs any good either. The spell completed, she touched each rune lightly in the precise order required. The chalk lines began glowing softly in the dark cellar and shining more brightly every minute until she had to look aside. When the lines shone like the sun, Maeve ordered, "Take me to the goblin Kairos." The glowing pentacle faded into a swirling blue-gray whirlpool. Maeve hesitated, praying the portal spell would take her where she wanted. "Here goes," she said. Stepping through the portal into another subterranean chamber, she surveyed the scene before her. Some 20-odd torches lit the chamber. An equal number of young boys and girls, filthy in rages, sat around a short and thin goblin sitting on an ornate golden throne that her mage sight permitted her to see as a simple chair. All were regarding her with a mixture of shock and uncertainty. Kairos recovered first. "Who are you?" he asked in his harsh little voice. Smiling warmly, Maeve said, "I am a Vicon friend. I come to bring you a warning of dire danger." Goblins and Vicon were known to treat on occasion. The goblins trusted few humans other than the priesthood of Eshu, god of lewdness, but the children of Vic were known to help them, with the right incentive. They rarely even dealt with the elves and dwarves, preferring to live their lives in solitude deep in underground cities. Maeve had chosen her disguise carefully. "Name it and be gone, witch." Maeve stepped closer. The closer she could get, the better her chances at success. "Are you the goblin lord called Kairos?" she asked. "My message is for his ears alone." "I am Kairos," he said, eyeing her warily. Then with a snort of impatience, he spoke in a deep, strangely compelling voice, "Stop where you're at. Tell me the message now." Maeve felt the gift of persuasion strike her wards. It gnawed at her self-control. She wanted terribly to obey him, but was able to throw aside his spell and continue her advance. Kairos reacted immediately, leaping off his throne and started to pull power around himself. Maeve could see the magic forming around him, but she was still confident she could penetrate his wards. Though he had magic other than the gift, she was assured he was no stronger than a witch. Eyes narrowed, he gazed at the sorceress. "Who are you?" "Only the Queen of the Vicon is so powerful and you are not their queen," he said. "What do you want?" "I want your gift," she said. She enjoyed the look of alarm on his face. "I intend no harm to you or yours, my friend. Let's do this the easy way and no one will be hurt." Kairos moved to stand behind his little gang of urchin thieves. The kids were staring at her with superstitious fear, and rightly so. "I will share nothing with you, thief," he said. Turning to the wide-eyed urchins, "Take her down." Maeve knew a moment of panic, knowing she could never do anything to actually hurt them. Children were sacred to the Tyrian peoples, but she could still scare them witless. With hands glowing eldritch blue, she said, "I will start by turning all your little minions into little yapping dogs." The children stopped, casting worried looks back at Kairos. The goblin clenched his fists and fumed. Maeve, fearing she'd lose the upper hand if Kairos spoke to them using his gift, cast a spell requiring little energy. It hit the group of urchins with a soulful wail of despair, leaving a stunned and disoriented dog in their midst. The bespelled child was unhurt and unchanged, but a glamour enshrouded him so the others saw him as a dog. When he spoke they heard barks. It was a witchcraft glamour, and would fade away within the hour. "He is only the first," she cried. The street urchins tore out of the chamber without a thought or a glance back. Maeve relaxed, wagging her brows at the stunned goblin. Kairos shook his head woefully as the urchins vanished, the bespelled boy amidst them. "You are a wily one, sorceress," he said. High praise from a goblin. Maeve felt a rush of pride at his words. This was the first real test of her powers, and she was succeeding far beyond her dreams. "I took all scenarios into consideration, Kairos," she said. "I know your strengths and weaknesses better than even you. You cannot win. Looking sad, I cannot lose. I would lose far more than my gift." Maeve's mage sight alerted her to his attack. Seeing the texture and weave of his spell, she deduced its nature and threw up an arcane shield to deflect the thunderous bolt aimed at her breast. She called up a score of otherworld creatures, all small, inhumanly strong, and with nasty dispositions. Kairos held them at bay with his own magical shield, changing his tactics and starting a chant to summon demons. "No!" Maeve cried, sending 3 bolts at the goblin. Her attack broke his concentration. His spell dissipated, saving them both from ravening demons bent on vengeance. Knowing the spell he was using, she doubted either of them would have survived the demon attack. Neither possessed the power and experience needed to fight unrestrained demons. "You're a fool. I would rather die than give you my gift." "I did not realize how implacable you would prove to be on this," she said. With subtle hand signals Maeve shifted her host of otherworld creatures. Kairos saw the creatures before him ease back a step, not realizing the others were creeping closer, using their own magical abilities to push through his magical defenses. Whenever he glanced back, the otherworld creatures immediately reversed direction to give him false confidence. "I would barter with you, goblin," Maeve said to capture his attention. "I have many interesting amulets and pieces of exotic jewelry." Kairos' eyes lit up greedily. Goblins were notorious collectors and hoarders of anything shiny. Their treasure hoards were legendary. But if I share my gift, I will lose it. Only one can possess it at a time. I am an outcast, and only survive in the human world due to my gift." Maeve was taken aback, though careful not to show it. The wording in the myths and legends had always spoken of sharing gifts. Nowhere was anything said of the blessed ones losing the gift. She never really wanted to hurt the goblin, but she also didn't care what happened to him afterwards. His fate was his own concern. "Losing your gift is far better than losing your life, my friend," she said soothingly. She signaled for the otherworld creature directly behind Kyra's to make his move. He looked at her with undisguised scorn. "I'd rather die." Shrugging, "Too bad." The otherworld creature grabbed him in a powerful bear hug before Kyra's could react. In an eye blink, Maeve was at his side and laying a hand on his forehead. A word of power sent a jolt through the goblin, stripping him of all his wards. "You are mine, little monster," she laughed. "Monster? You are the monster." "Perhaps, but I prefer to think of myself as the victor," she said, smiling sweetly. She quoted, "To the victor goes the spoils." Maeve spoke another word of power, and sent her otherworld creatures home. Kyra's, deprived of his wards, was helpless to defend himself against her. "I will have my vengeance on you, sorceress. It will be terrible, too. I will repay you for this outrage 100 times over." "Your threats mean nothing to me, Kyra's." She gave him a withering look. Maeve did not like to be threatened. "If you aren't careful, I will do more than take your gift." Kyra spat in her face. Maeve staggered back a step. Never had anyone dared to insult her so. That was the worst possible insult to a Tyrian. She fought to retain control of her rage, her emotions. She fought an almost overwhelming demand to kill the little monster. Which was likely why he did it. Teeth clamped tightly together, she said, "If you ever." Kyra's hit her with another volley of spittle right between the eyes. With that, Maeve lost all self-control and pulled her sword. With Maeve near berserk, Kyra's was released from the spell binding him. He reached out a hand as Maeve stepped forward to skewer him. Grabbing her knee, and thus bypassing all of her wards, he gathered his power and sent a powerful jolt through her. Maeve wailed. Slashing at him with her sword, she tried to escape his hold. As a mage, she knew better than anyone the danger he posed to her. She understood what his powers and gift could force her to do, force her to be. She could not be captured helpless. Using his inhuman speed and strength, Kyra's avoided her blade and held on. Keeping one hand on her at all times, he moved about her as she tried to force him away with her sword and dagger. "No!" Maeve wailed as she felt her wards being torn away. Kyra's leapt out of her reach, flashing a victorious grin. Using his gift, he said, "Halt! Drop your weapons and submit." Maeve gasped, frozen in place as she fought the terrible compulsion to obey. First her hands, then the rest of her body began trembling violently. She groaned as her weapons clattered to the floor and she dropped to her knees before Kyra's. "You are mine," he said. "Say it, sorceress." Maeve struggled, fought with all her mental might to deny him. Fought to remain her own master, but his gift was not to be denied. Without her wards, she was all but helpless. She tried to muster what little mental self-control she had and focus on using her magic. "You are mine." "Say it," he screamed, his power thrust hard into her. Bitter, cold blackness engulfed her. It only lasted a second, but left her shaking uncontrollably. Throat tight, head spinning, she struggled as she licked her dry lips. "I am yours. You will obey me in everything." The power of his gift was undeniable. Maeve felt all of her defenses, magical and mental, collapse. "I will obey." Kyra's threw back his head and laughed. Soon pale faces peeked around a far corner. The urchins were cautious, fearing some trick. Adults were always trying to trick them, to capture and enslave them. "Come, my friends," Kairos called. "The evil sorceress is no longer any danger. I have defeated her, as I will do to anyone who tries to hurt us. We are now family." Little faces lit up at his pronouncement. Laughing and giggling children raced over to be with their hero and taunt their helpless captive. To amuse the urchins, Kairos ordered Maeve to believe she was a dog and let them chase her around the chamber with sticks and hurled rocks. They roared with laughter as she crawled around on all fours, barking and growling. After an hour, they tired of that game. Kairos commanded her to kneel before him, battered and shaking in her exhaustion. Several of the braver urchins darted in to punch or poke her, racing away with laughter at her inability to strike back. From his throne, Kairos ordered, "Grovel before me, sorceress." Maeve hurried to follow his instructions, whimpering and begging for mercy at his feet. Her face burned with shame and helpless rage, even while she obeyed. Never had she been so abused and demeaned. As she groveled before him, under the full fury of his burning eyes, she knew another feeling. Raw fear. Even with his meager magical knowledge, he would have no trouble stripping her of all her magic and disposing of her. Neither the goblin nor the street urchins would have any use for her, thus no reason to keep her around and alive. Simply releasing her would be beyond stupid. "What shall we do with you?" Kairos asked. "Stop groveling. Kneel." Maeve obeyed without hesitation. She watched him warily, huffing and puffing, face wet with tears. Heart burning with growing rage. "Kill her," a small girl's voice called out. Maeve groaned. "No fun that," Kairos said. "But in truth, she hasn't proven that much fun anyway, "I could buy my freedom, master," Maeve said. "My loyalty can be ensured by your gift." He hesitated, looking her over carefully. "Buy it with what? Do you have a treasure to buy your freedom with?" She so wished she had wealth to barter. With his gift she was sure she'd get it, but now all her plans lay in ruin. She only had one talent to barter with, if he was interested. "I am an exceptional thief, master. Tell me what you want, and I will get it for you or die trying." Kairas's dark eyes lit up once again. "Is there anything in all Aria you know of I would like?" Maeve immediately thought of Danica's talisman. She tried to drive the thought of it away, but it kept clawing its way back in the mind. "There is a powerful talisman, master," she said, tears starting to flow again at her inability to hold the admission back. "It is a conduit of power straight from Mog. Very powerful. A good friend and former lover now possesses it. I could easily steal it for you." Kairos was fidgeting on his throne. Talismans were even more prestigious than jewelry, coins, and gems among the goblins. With such a formidable object of power, he could return home in triumph. Maybe even banish the king that exiled him and rule in his stead. A young teenage boy stepped up beside Kairos. Maeve didn't like the way he was looking at her. It made her feel like vermin. "What about the High Mage?" he asked the goblin. "Didn't you agree to help her?" Kairos scowled at him a moment. Maeve didn't like it. Kairos almost looked scared. What power did Aisha have over him? Was it anything she could use to free herself? "But if I give her the sorceress, she'll take the talisman, too," Kairos said. "But she'll kill us if you don't," he said. Several of the urchins were becoming restless. Most were looking around fearfully. Maeve found it all strange. She could think of no reason for the High Mage of all Aria to treat with the street urchins. Goblins would be more inclined to disrupt anything they knew you were up to. It was just their nature. However, she could think of a very good reason why the High Mage wanted any mages the urchins caught. If turned over to the High Mage, or any other spellcaster, Maeve could only expect to be stripped of her magic and arcane knowledge, then killed. "Where is the talisman right now?" Kairos asked. "Can you fetch it quickly?" "I fear not, master." My friend is on her way by now to fight the wizard Taylor, but she will return by morning. Taylor? Blood of the damned! Kairos cried, leaping off his throne. He hurried straight to the nearest wall and spoke a word of power. A bright orange pentacle appeared. Reciting a short spell, he caused a misty whirlpool to form inside the pentacle. Soon a woman's face appeared. She looked pretty, haughty, and more than a little annoyed. What is it, Kairos? Aisha said, eyes narrowing. I caught a sorceress trying to steal my gift, he said. She knows of a powerful talisman here in the city, being used by a friend of hers to fight Taylor this very night. He's fighting Taylor? Who is he? Where are they fighting? I don't know. Stay put, Aisha said. I'll be right there. Within seconds a black whirlpool formed to the right of the pentacle. High Mage Aisha stepped out of the portal. She was tall and quite striking. Her thick waist-length hair was snow white, as were all her clothes. She wore leather breeches stuffed into thigh boots and something that looked vaguely like a cross between a gown and a surcoat. What Tyrians would call a battle dress. It was high-collared and long-sleeved, and reached almost to the floor, with deep slits on both sides up over her hips. Indeed, the slits seemed more like cutouts, leaving a long ankle-length flap in front and back. The emblazon on her chest was a circle of intertwined black serpents with an upside-down pentacle inside. A sword hung from the wide belt cinching her narrow waist. Maeve recognized her outfit as the livery of the ancient Grand Order of the Rose. Aisha's order, or so she had heard. It was the long-gone order of night mages that had once defended the frontier of the Tyrocilian Empire from the Amazon Empire to its south. Though an Amazon noble by birth, Aisha had been one of the last great heroes of the Tyrocilian Empire. Only that ancient order, and those like it all over the world, had been destroyed by the gods 345 years ago, or so she had been told. Kairos bowed deeply to Aisha, a fact that startled Maeve. These two should be deadly enemies, not allies. Ignoring Kairos, Aisha stepped before Maeve. She looked the kneeling, enchanted sorceress over. She didn't look impressed. She isn't very powerful. I doubt she has any knowledge I could use or don't already know. She knows where the talisman is, Kairos said. Aisha nodded absently, frowning at Maeve. What is your name, sorceress? Maeve, mistress. A Tyrian with a Celtic name. Odd. Kind of small for a Tyrian, aren't you? Maeve couldn't hide her anger, or her flushed face. When she spoke, enchantment or not, she had to do it from between tightly clenched teeth. My size means nothing, mistress. Of that I have proven many times over. I am as formidable as they come when it comes to my specialty, fighting and stealing that which catches my attention. She lifted her head proudly. You're too full of yourself to be anything but a Tyrian, Aisha said. Tell me about the talisman. Maeve glowered at her. Kairos moved a little closer, but kept a wary eye on Aisha. Answer all of her questions, he said. She groaned, struggling to shrug off his magical hold on her. It was an embarrassingly short struggle. It is a powerful talisman from the goddess of magic. I studied it at length, and found its power almost frightening. In the hands of a mage, it would grant almost unlimited power. Aisha's cold blue eyes flashed at her assessment. Where is it now? I don't know exactly where it is right now. My friend was taking it to battle a wizard named Taylor. Taylor stole her true body, the body he now inhabits. Yes, Taylor is in truth a sorceress named Tara. I know that, but where does your friend plan to attack him? At his home. When? As soon as they can get there. Aisha stared off into space a few minutes, turning over the implications of what she has heard. Maeve watched her, understanding she was torn. Apparently she had cause to dislike Taylor, if not desire his defeat and destruction. Turning to Kairos. You have done well, my friend. You will be given suitable rewards for your service. Then you will take the sorceress? He asked. Yes, Aisha said, turning malevolent eyes on Maeve. She will join my cause, and help me destroy my enemies. Starting with Taylor and her friend with the talisman. All Maeve could do was groan in misery. Danic, forgive me. Chapter 22. Looking at the massive, dark structure made Danica's skin crawl. Somewhere inside that imposing tower was the object of all her endeavors. The cause of all her pain, hardship, and humiliation. Taylor. Tara. The tower was one of the newer structures. It squatted before them in the dark, maybe 50 feet high. The only windows were around the top level. The tower's door was hidden by a glamour spell. As she recalled, a tenement had stood there before a fire gutted it 3 years back. It was a perfect location for a mage to build his home, with no other structures abutting it. Either of which would have made security more difficult and bothersome. Shifting to mage sight, Danica studied the magics surrounding the structure. Though no initiate into arcane secrets, the magic looked wrong. Up until then all wards had appeared more solid than what she was seeing. The magic around the mansion looked more like a partly unraveled burlap sack. The door looked shattered, but sheathed in so much magic she wasn't sure. She feared a trap. Looks dark and menacing, Kat whispered. The narrow leaded glass windows were dark. That, and the fact that the blood-red moon gave little light left the mansion and surrounding streets shrouded in darkness. The streets were eerily deserted, only a distant lone dog's barking breaking the silence. Most everyone was home, locked behind stout doors in fear of the blood moon. Blood moon. The very thought sent chills up Danica's back. It had been on a blood moon when Fulgur betrayed her. That betrayal and the slavery, the sexual use and abuse, that followed still left a bitter taste in her mouth. Even after all this time she still had dreams of every one of those men atop her, sweating, thrusting, grunting. Her memories of sex with horse and facer made her feel things she didn't want to feel. Only, Mog told her to attack on the blood moon. The goddess of magic ordered her into magical battle on this night. Looking up to the heavens, I hope you're on my side. What's that? Kat said, grabbing Danica's arm tightly. She heard a low rumble, seemingly coming from underground, then all the windows in the tower above them flashed brightly before another rumble rolled forth. Magic. Foul, godless magic. Oh, God of mercy, Kat exclaimed softly, eyes glued to the dark tower. Have pity on a poor soul. Gods, Kat. Do you really have to whine like that? Danica asked, though knowing it was only her friend's way of preparing herself for what was to come. You're beginning to unnerve me. Sorry, Kat whispered. I'm fine, really. You don't have to do this, Danica assured her again. Ever since her accident with Taylor she had been letting Kat know that she had done more than enough for friendship's sake. She didn't have to follow Danica into the tower, but Kat wouldn't listen. She was determined to follow through to the bitter end, as she put it. What a way with words she had. You can wait here and cover my back. I'll go with you. She nodded, it'll be all right. I have a good feeling about this. That was as bold a lie as Danica had ever told. Her insides were quivering and she was covered with gooseflesh. She had to fight to keep her breathing steady. The closer she got to Taylor and vengeance, the greater her sense of dread. She silently cursed Elise for placing that seed of doubt in her mind. Why did the witch have to question the goddess's motives? Danica and Kat were reasonably confident up until then. Curse all witches, wizards, sorceresses, and anyone else who uses magic. Damn them all to the fiery pits. And their god's forsaken magic, too. With a crack and boom, the door and windows exploded, sending wood splinters and glass into the street. Both women jumped and ran several steps back into the alley. Then wild-eyed, they chanced to peek back. The street glittered like a starry night with shattered glass, but Taylor's home was again quiet as a tomb. "I don't like this," Kat said. "I don't like it at all. Let's wait till the next blood moon." "I'm not willing to wait," Danica said, trying to control her racing heart and suppress her own desire to run. "We must trust in the goddess. She insisted we attack on this blood moon, no sooner and no later. God of mercy, strike this woman down. Smiling weakly, if we fail tonight, I'm sure your wish will be granted." Her mage sight showed that the explosion had ripped away all of Taylor's protective wards. The tower was undefended magically. With a deep breath, Danica darted out of the alley and headed straight for the shattered door. Damning caution, she ran straight up and dived through the dark, empty opening. Then rolling to her feet, she ripped her sword out and prepared to meet any demons or otherworld creatures Taylor had guarding his home. Nothing. Within seconds, Kat charged into the foyer. She hurried to Danica's side, her sword out and ready. "I'm sorry, Danica. I don't really want you struck down." Danica was taken aback. She understood that. It was a type banter warriors frequently indulged in. Kat wouldn't be there if she really felt that way, but she had never expected an apology. "I've never met anyone like you before," Danica said, shaking her head. Then grabbing Kat's face, Danica planted a kiss on her lips. "When I get my body back, I'm going to make you scream all night. For a week, . It was Kat's turn to be taken aback. Then she grinned. "I'm going to hold you to that promise. A debt of honor I will enjoy repaying, I can assure you," Danica said, winking. "Now that I have a reason to live, let's find that godless body-stealing mage and have done with it." A low rumble shook the floor, sending knickknacks rattling on shelf and table alike. Several more of the expensive paintings and tapestries also were dislodged from the wall. The women looked at each other, then around the room warily. "I think he's underground somewhere," Danica said. "The door down to the basements are usually in the kitchen or thereabouts." Danica proved to be correct. They found the door to the basements shattered, its smoldering fragments scattered about the kitchen. The faint sounds of fighting came up to them. After listening carefully, Danica said, "It sounds like two men fighting, no, a man and a woman. I can hear swords clashing." She smiled in the darkness, remembering the magical mirror's prediction of herself entering a battle between Taylor and the Illyrian High Mage, Aisha. Kat nodded. "Last chance to change your mind," Kat said hopefully. "You make one hell of a woman." Danica shook her head and eased into the dark stairwell. She wished Kat would save herself, but knew that she wouldn't. That she understood. She wouldn't desert a friend, either. Glancing back, she could see the fear in the big Bravo's face. It made Danica proud to be her friend. For a person to face something that terrified them so, that made them want to run off into the darkness screaming, took enormous courage. Turning away, she angrily brushed at her eyes and hurried down the stairs. "Damned woman's body, almost embarrassed me again." At the bottom of the stairs, Danica sheathed her blade and took out the talisman. To her surprise, it was vibrating slightly. Shifting to mage sight, she marveled at the sheer power emanating from the talisman. Lightning bolts struck with a thunderous crack to their left, repeatedly, followed by a woman's scream of rage and impotence. Danica looked back at Kat, then slipped into the laboratory. It was dark, with little pools of light at irregular intervals. The furniture was all scattered and shattered about the room. Taylor's alchemy setup smoldered within the ruin of a splintered oak table. Taylor's voice cried out to Mog for aid, then a woman's voice screamed something in a language Danica had never heard before. The air suddenly became electrified, filling both women with foreboding. Magic swirled before Danica's eyes. "Watch out!" Danica cried, diving into Kat. As they hit the ground, the room exploded, kaboom, sending furniture whirling about. They scrambled under a heavy table leaning against the wall. Glass, furniture, books, and just about everything else not bolted down flew about the room for several seconds as if in a whirlwind. When everything settled back down, they crawled out. "Follow me," Danica whispered, taking off at a run toward the renewed sounds of sword fighting. "I've a feeling we have to do something fast or lose our chance forever." They dodged through the debris of sorceress and mundane battle, towards the fight. The laboratory proved to be a labyrinth-like affair, with twists and turns at unexpected places, steadily dropping deeper and deeper into the granite bedrock. In the better-lit parts they could see that the furnishings were of the finest quality, but the whitewashed walls were covered by strange magical symbols, some of which sent chills through them for no known reason. Danica swore that some of those runes even moved when she wasn't looking straight at them. Stopping in frustration before another Y intersection, gods. What kind of sick mind would build something like this? The left passage continued the downward spiral, while the right seemed to be going back up. Cat scowled. A sorceress. A shrill roar like that of a dragon blasted from around a corner down the left passage, followed by a crashing of blades and flung curses. Danica recognized Taylor's voice, cursing furiously. "This way," she cried, and charged around the corner. They found Taylor engaged in the most violent, lightning-swift sword fight they had ever seen. Danica couldn't believe anyone could move that fast, with hardly a pause to rest, much less breathe. Magic. Only magic could give men and women such supernatural speed and strength. For the first time, Danica had second thoughts on joining that battle. The woman Taylor was fighting was more than holding her own. The same woman Danica had seen so many months ago in Mother Zelma's magical mirror. The mirror hadn't told what the High Mage's role in this would be or how she would react to Danica entering the fray. Aisha, the White Rose, Danica thought darkly. She had a particularly nasty reputation, as she was reputed to be one of the most powerful sorceresses in the world. "She appears just as beautiful and deadly as I've heard." Kat pulled her back into some shadows. "There are two of them, Danica. Nobody said we had to fight two mages." "Maybe we won't have to," she said. "That sorceress is Aisha, the High Mage of all Aria. She may be on our side, but..." "Sorceresses are never on anyone's side, but their own," Kat snapped, shooting the battling mages a sharp look. "I think we should talk about this some more." Pulling her arm free, "The time for talking is over. Stay hidden in here. I'm going to join the fight." "What am I supposed to do?" "Back me up," she said. "If I get in too deep, bail me out." "I have a bad feeling about this," Kat said. Scowling, "You have a bad feeling about everything." Clutching the warm, vibrating talisman, Danica moved closer to the fight. She watched them battling with sword and spell in fascination. Never had she seen such a battle. It was awe-inspiring in its grace, speed, and wanton destructiveness. She again flirted with the thought of joining the sorceress in the fight, but decided that Aisha might kill Taylor. She needed him alive, and hopefully uninjured. Holding the talisman out toward them, she visualized them both frozen in place. She cried, "Paralyze!" A brilliant flash of light erupted from the globe and knocked both fighters down. Taylor and Aisha both looked over at Danica in astonishment. Danica, for her part, was at a loss. Despite Elisa's warning, she had steadfastly avoided thinking on the possibility that the talisman would prove too weak or her method of attack inadequate. The consequences had been too terrible to consider. Fearing for her life as they came to their feet, "Paralyze!" Another flash. This time both maintained their feet. They crouched low, hands beginning to glow brightly. "Aisha! I only want Taylor's body. My stolen body." "You can have her when I'm through," Danica cried. The sorceress moved instantly. Dropping low, she swept Taylor's legs away and began pummeling him with bolts of blue eldritch lightning. Remarkably, Taylor managed to counter her assault while rolling away. Danica feared he would regain his feet and even escape. Holding the talisman out, she visualized lightning striking Taylor. Lightning, she shouted as he rolled to his feet. The bolt thundered out, kaboom, hitting Taylor full in the chest. He stumbled back against the wall. Pain and fear now showed on his sweat-soaked face. Aisha moved in, sword held ready and her other hand glowing with blue eldritch fire. Taylor sneered at her, then mumbled something as he drew strange symbols in the air with his left hand. The sorceress screamed in rage as she launched herself at him. Chairs, tables, and pieces of broken furniture began flying straight at the sorceress. She was forced back until she cast a counterspell, which sent everything slamming to the floor. Taylor dropped his sword, clasped hands tightly together and aimed them at the sorceress. Die, Aisha. A word of power spoken, then a horribly thick and powerful bolt of glowing energy erupted and hit the sorceress full in the chest, enveloping and holding her. She screamed and writhed in agony as she struggled to escape, unable to break free from his torturous magic. No! Danica cried, fearing he would win. Lightning! Kaboom! Dot! Again, Taylor was slammed against the wall. High Mage Aisha scrambled away through a hastily conjured portal as he turned on Danica. Danica raised the talisman to send another bolt, but he was faster. She never saw his bolt, but it hit the talisman and sent waves of pain through her. Several of the amulet beads around her neck exploded, stinging her neck. Even with the magical protection of the amulets, she felt a jolt of searing pain shoot through her body from hand to foot. Falling to her knees, she gasped for breath and struggled to control her violently shaking body. She felt as if the eldritch lightning that had shot through her had fried her insides. She was covered with gooseflesh and her mouth was dry. Looking up, she saw Taylor stalking towards her through teary eyes, but she was too weak to fight back or even lift the talisman. Trying to call forth the lightning once more, she found her mouth too dry to speak. Halfway to her, a fireball engulfed the wizard. The sorceress hadn't ran after all. She charged in through a yawning magical portal, striking him with bolt after bolt. He seemed to be holding up pretty well, so Danica called up all her strength and lifted the talisman with a shaking hand. Lightning, she all but whispered hoarsely. Her weak command had no effect on the talisman's power. Once more, Taylor was battered mercilessly by it. Now shaken, Aisha's attack was harder for him to counter. She quickly got the upper hand and forced him back to his knees. Then an unexpected explosion between the two spellcasters left him sprawled on the floor. Aisha screamed triumphantly. Lifting her sword, she prepared to run him through. With horror, Danica saw all her plans about to die, her rightful body die. She would be forced to live out her life as a woman. As an elfmaid. No! That's my body, Danica cried. When the sorceress ignored her, she lifted the talisman, lightning. Kaboom! Aisha was knocked off her feet by the blast. Leaping back up with a feral growl, she sent a bolt into Danica. More beads exploded. With a cry of anguish, Danica fell back against the wall and then another bolt thundered into her. When the second bolt struck her, she lost control of her body and the talisman fell out of her hands. She watched in horror as the crystal globe dropped toward the hard stone floor. If it shattered, she would be helpless against the sorceress and Taylor. Aisha spoke a single mumbled word of power and the talisman's course changed dramatically. It missed the floor by inches and flew straight to the sorceress's outstretched hand. Looking it over, Maeve was right. A powerful talisman. Then glancing up at a startled Danica with fire in her bright blue eyes, "With this I will conquer the world." Lifting it high, she cried, "All the kings and great mages will be forced to kneel before me. Today, the Empire of the White Rose is born. The gods don't want that." "They sent me to stop it," Danica said, not really sure what she said was true. Aisha gave her a haughty look. "What your gods want is of no concern to me." She was defying the gods? The thought itself was frightening. Was it possible? She was a powerful sorceress, and maybe she knew things that ordinary people like Danica didn't. You won't get away with it, Taylor croaked out, struggling to a sitting position. Eyeing him warily, she snorted. But I will, Tara. You and your sister were never more than petty annoyances to me and my plans. Now both of you are mine to do with as I please. Concern suddenly appeared on Taylor's face. My sister? What have you done to her? Laughing triumphantly, she was captured by my allies back in the Amazon Empire. Even now she awaits my pleasure. Taylor made to move, but she stopped him. Don't do it. We both know you are almost completely out of energy, We're not the only ones sworn to stop you, Aisha. And you're not the first to fail, or the last, she said. Smiling wickedly, I will enjoy stripping you and your lovely sister of your powers, dignity, and life. Turning to Danica, you, on the other hand, are nothing. Raising a glowing hand, so die. No! Cat screamed and stepped out of the shadows. Before the sorceress could recognize the danger, Cat threw her dagger and charged forward. The dagger buried itself deep in Aisha's left shoulder. With a cry of pain she fell back and dropped the talisman. Danica, Aisha, and Taylor all groaned as it shattered on the hard floor. Turning on Taylor, who was climbing to his feet, Aisha sneered. Next time you won't be so lucky, Tara. With that, she spoke a word of power and vanished into the great black whirlpool that formed behind her. Taylor's blade passed through the air a second too late. The portal collapsed an instant later. With a growl, he turned on Danica and Cat. Cat held her ground, presenting her sword confidently. You two ruined everything, he said, face flushed. I will rip you apart with my bare hands. I think not, Cat said. Cat's sword was hammered aside so fast that Danica cried out. Backpedaling, Cat fought desperately to hold him off. Danica struggled to her feet, struggled to muster her strength for a straight-out fight. Taylor's sword caught Cat in the wrist, and with a vicious flick he sent her sword flying away. He seized her neck in a vice-like gripe with his left hand, his sword poised to bury itself in her breast. No! Danica cried, grabbing a piece of broken masonry and hurling it at Taylor's head. The brickbat struck him a glancing blow just above the left ear. Cat slapped his hand off her neck while he was disoriented, and promptly dropped to the floor as his sword leapt forward to skewer her. Scrambling away as Danica loudly charged in, she snatched up her sword and hurried to join Danica. They both reached Taylor at the same time. Even his magically enhanced talent couldn't hold off both women. They pressed him so hard he found it impossible to wield his magic. One or the other always managed to disrupt his spellcasting at the wrong moment, causing him to lose irreplaceable life energy. Yield! Danica demanded, sapphire eyes blazing as the point of her sword pressed against his throat. You fools! If you win, all the world will fall into foul slavery and darkness. Aisha will enslave you, your families, and your peoples, he growled, gray eyes cold in their rage. You have no idea of the evil she is capable of. But I'm well aware of the evil you are capable of, Danica said. You stole my body. You are a godless avatar. I had to have it to forge my alliance to stop Aisha, he said. The fools wouldn't follow me, thought I was some pampered sorceress. Memories flooded in, making her hand shake. They were right, Danica said through clenched teeth. I paid a terrible price because of that, too. It took all these months to get this body into proper condition. Taylor's eyes looked her up and down, sizing her up. She didn't like the way he was looking at her, either. At first it was scorn, that changed to something resembling impressed. Finally, his expression was calculating. Then use it to help me, he said, his face suddenly lighting up. You can save my sister and your people in the process. She didn't like the fact that he wasn't giving any consideration to returning her rightful body. Her eyes started burning, belly clench. It looked like she was going to have to kill her body. Destroy her only hope. Remain a woman, for a very, very long time. As an elf, Danica could live hundreds of years longer. Ha! That's rich, Danica said. She glanced at Cat, who was grimacing. Had she come to the same conclusion? Tonight, you will either return my body or die in it. Those were the hardest words she'd ever spoken. Taylor didn't look like he believed her, though. He looked more like a man who just discovered a wonderful surprise. I have a better way. No. Danica, hear him out, Cat said. If you kill him, all your efforts will have been in vain. She looked at the big black woman in horror. Didn't Cat understand? Eyes burning, she tightened her grip on the hilt and ground her teeth. First, she would not cry, and second, Taylor would die. Yes, she's right, Taylor said quickly as Danica prepared to thrust. Just as you have your priorities, I have mine. Neither of us was willing to compromise. I'm willing now, dot. Compromise? Danica repeated, not liking the sound of it. What kind of compromise? Right off, it sounds like you get everything you want and I compromise everything I want. I need you to rescue my sister from Aisha's allies in the Amazon Empire. You will need to stay in that body to go there, he said. Monique is a high sorceress, maybe even more powerful than myself. With her added power by my side I can then defeat Aisha. Danica's eyes narrowed. Take your body back and go save her yourself. I can't, damn you. I'm all that's holding the alliance together right now. It will crumble before Aisha's forces within a week if Taylor vanishes. You are not a mage, so you cannot take over this body and continue to lead them. I have to do it. There is no other way. You have to go. Why should I help you? She knew what his answer would be, but could she believe him? For your body. She closed her eyes, feeling as if her body and mind would explode. She was listening to him. She was seriously considering helping him. All on the slim hope of him willingly give her body back. She almost choked on the words. You'll return it? If you save my sister. When she only scowled at him, he added, if I gave it back now, then the alliance would fall apart and Aisha would win. I would die. So your threats to kill me are meaningless. Death by your hand is infinitely preferable to dying by Aisha's hand. Studying his face, she tried to see if he could be trusted. So far, nothing he'd done gave her any confidence. Taylor said he was fighting for good, but what he did to her was decidedly evil. As evil as anything Danica had ever seen. He's trying to save your people, Danica, Cat said. She sounded so reasonable, but Cat desperately wanted her little world to be as calm and conflict-free as possible. Even Aisha admitted that. Strange as it may seem, I believe he is one of the good guys. Maybe Mog really did send us here to help him. Then we need to redefine good and evil, she snapped. Taylor took a deep breath, dropped his sword, and stood straight. He looked Danica in the eyes, held her gaze a long moment, and then gave her the most contemptuous look. Go ahead, murder me. I won't stop you. Do it. Murder? Danica was horrified. He was trying to make her the bad one there. It wasn't murder, but justice. Defend yourself. Danica cried, giving him enough room to pick up the sword. No. She and Cat shared a look. Neither knew what to do. Bastard. I'll kill you anyway, she said. At least die like a man. You have 3 choices, he said. Murder me in cold blood, or join with me and rescue my sister, or just leave and remain an elfmaid for the rest of your life. Danica staggered against a wall, wearily holding herself up with one hand. This was not what she had expected. He had found her weakness, knowing her sense of honor wouldn't allow her to cut him down in cold blood. Worse still, she had sustained herself in the belief that Taylor was this terribly evil being, and now she found out he wasn't so bloody evil after all. He wasn't particularly nice, but he was at least on the right side of a nasty mage war. Cat was right, he was trying to save her people, but the idea of helping him made her nauseous. Still, was she more important than her people? If we go rescue your sister from the Amazon Empire, then you will return my body, she asked, throat so tight it hurt. Yes, Taylor said, flashing a victorious smile. His joy sickened her. She scowled at him, so wanting to kill him right then and there. She knew it would feel really, really good to kill him, to watch that smug smile fade, and the life in his eyes slowly go away. Then she would be the evil one, cursed to remain in that elfmaid's body the rest of her life. I agree, she whispered, unable to look him in the eye. Cat nodded once, and then averted her eyes. Danica looked to the unmerciful heavens. She lost. Taylor won for all practical purposes. Since you are now part of my alliance, I will need your oaths of loyalty, Taylor said, his arrogance starting to return. And no watered-down oaths either. Both women looked at him in utter disgust. I'll swear no allegiance to you, Danica said, Cat nodding her agreement. I don't care whose side you're on. Without your oaths, I cannot allow you to be a part of this alliance, he said. If you are to help me, then you have to swear an oath to serve me, as I am the leader. It is the only way I can trust you. Danica could see this new development only as insult upon injury. Not only had she let the slimy cur keep her body, but now she was being forced to swear to serve him. Still shaken from her recent magical battle, she was unable to sort out her options. She couldn't see any way to force him to trade bodies against his will, and if she left now she would give up any hope of ever being Danic of Drakehorn again. She still couldn't just walk away when her people were in danger. Cat, she said. What should I do? We have no choice, she said, so softly Danica barely heard her. The gods hate me, Danica said. She hung her head a long moment. Bandu, what have I done to deserve this? Your oath, Taylor said, sounding impatient. Raising her head proudly, refusing to let him see the anguish she felt, Danica said, I swear to serve you in rescuing your bloody sister, in return for you trading bodies with me afterwards. This I swear on my honor, the honor of my house, and the honor of my ancestors. Taylor nodded with a satisfied grin, while Cat gawked at her in open astonishment. Cat, he asked. At Danica's nod, she said hesitantly, I swear on my honor to serve you to the best of my abilities until me and Danica have fulfilled your demands. Excellent. He looked at them with a cold glint in his eyes, his faint smile doing nothing to comfort them. Now I can trust you. The look in his eyes sent a chill through Danica. Had he found something in their oaths to use against them? In the end, after they rescued his sorceress sister, would he kill them anyway? Could a wizard be trusted? What about his sister? Who held her, and were they also mages? Considering how things turned out here, could they really expect to do better against other mages? Only they were oath-bound to serve him. Worse, they had no real binding promises from him, and she was afraid to ask him to swear an oath to return her body. If he refused, there would be nothing she could do about it. She would still have to serve him, for she had sworn it. Danica didn't like any of it, but she didn't see any options other than rescuing the missing sorceress and pray all turned out well. Bitterly, she glanced heavenward, I hope the stupid gods are happy. Turning to the wizard, and trying to keep the bitterness and resentment out of her voice, Danica said, tells us all you know about the Amazon Empire, Aisha's forces inside the Empire, and how to find your sister. The end.